Chapter 1. The gentle sea breeze caressed the slightly damp deck, and today was a splendid day for this maritime region in the New World. The pirate warship, proudly displaying the flag of the Big Mom Pirates, sailed through these waters, with their target the island of Terrion within sight, not too far ahead. Standing at the forefront of the deck, Katakuri gazed at the shimmering outline of Terrion Island, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia, occasionally betraying a flicker of hesitation and confusion. This surprised Cracker, who stood beside Katakuri. As the foremost star of the Big Mom Pirates and the second son of Charlotte Linlin, Katakuri had always been regarded as the epitome of a perfect elder brother by his younger siblings, his visage consistently radiating confidence and composure. Cracker could hardly recall the last time he had witnessed such an expression on his brother's face. "Brother Katakuri?" Cracker could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Seemingly roused from his reverie by the call, Katakuri casually raised his hand and ruffled Cracker's hair, replying, "I was reminiscing about some events from long ago." At 17, Charlotte Cracker had only just crossed the threshold into adulthood. Yet as the offspring of the notorious pirate Charlotte Linlin, he was no ordinary youth. He had already begun to carve out a name for himself in the New World. Of course, this was largely due to his penchant for enveloping himself in biscuits. Consequently, aside from a few siblings within the family, few outside knew of Cracker's true appearance. They merely whispered of his fearsome reputation. And it was this seemingly ferocious youth, now being affectionately tousled by Katakuri, who bore a bashful yet somewhat delighted expression. This was Charlotte Katakuri, a figure within the Charlotte pirate family who intriguingly lacked a father role. Perhaps it was this very absence that rendered the almost flawless Katakuri a figure in his siblings' hearts that bore a semblance to a paternal presence. The phrase "an elder brother is like a father" might encapsulate this sentiment, though Katakuri was not the eldest of the Charlotte family, and at 20 years of age, he was still quite young. After briefly savoring the affection from his brother, Cracker quickly pressed on with his inquiries. "Were you thinking about that, Ortolan?" Katakuri's playful ruffling of Cracker's hair paused momentarily. Then he naturally withdrew his hand, giving a gentle tap atop Cracker's head as he stated, "By blood, you should also refer to him as your brother, Cracker." "But he doesn't share the Charlotte surname. He is a Bane," Cracker retorted. As Katakuri's aide on this journey, Cracker was well aware of the purpose behind their visit to Terrion Island. Bane Ortolan, an 18-year-old youth, theoretically should be considered the fifth son of a Charlotte family, following the eldest son Perispero and the three brothers who shared the same mother with Katakuri, making him the fifth son of the notorious pirate Charlotte Linlin. However, it appeared that due to certain exceptional circumstances, this fifth son had not grown up alongside the Charlotte family. In fact, he bore the surname Bane instead of Charlotte. Regardless of his surname, Cracker, Katakuri's gaze bore into Cracker's eyes, his tone earnest as he proclaimed, "He carries our mother's blood within him, a fact that cannot be denied." At this juncture, Katakuri's voice softened, tinged with a hint of regret, as he added, "And it is not his fault, it is ours." Observing the lingering confusion and uncertainty in Cracker's expression, Katakuri refrained from elaborating further and instead smiled, saying, "In the end, I believe he will one day wish to embrace the name Charlotte." Looking at the tender-hearted Katakuri, Cracker slightly shrugged, replying, "Regardless, I want easily acknowledge just anyone as my brother." Katakuri chuckled, choosing not to pursue the matter further with Cracker. Soon, embraced by the sea breeze, the pirate ship adorned with the Big Mom Pirates flag glided gracefully into the port of Terrion Island. With the ship's arrival, the dock grew lively. "It's the Donut, Lord Katakuri's flagship." The Donut, the flagship of Katakuri's pirate fleet, appeared as a colossal confection adrift upon the waves. Indeed, the vessels of the Big Mom Pirates possessed an oddly charming aesthetic, reminiscent of something plucked from the pages of a fairy tale. Before long, the gangplank was lowered, and Katakuri's imposing figure emerged into the sight of the gathered crowd at the port. The once boisterous docks fell into an instant hush at that moment. Katakuri exuded an aura of coldness and ferocity, starkly contrasting the gentleness he had shown Cracker moments before. His towering collar obscured half his face, his eyes ablaze with authority. Katakuri descended the gangplank with measured steps, followed closely by Cracker, who was swathed in biscuits, and a throng of minion pirates from the Big Mom crew. Terrion Island had, approximately 6 months prior, hoisted the flag of the Big Mom pirates, officially becoming a territory within the realm of Topland, a domain under the command of the Big Mom pirates. Thus, prior to Katakuri's arrival, certain officials from the island had already awaited at the port for some time. Indeed, officials. Unlike the majority of pirate factions, the Big Mom pirates were evolving towards a pirate nation structure, fostering a bureaucratic class within their ranks. Typically, islands that bore the flag of the Big Mom pirates would swiftly undergo a renaming process, transforming into titles like Jam Island, Butter Island, or Candy Island, subsequently being integrated into the domain of Topland, thus becoming part of this vast pirate nation's territory. However, Terrion Island appeared to be an exception despite having flown the Big Mom Pirates flag for some time and already being incorporated into Topland's dominion. Its name remained unaltered. Additionally, no governor had been appointed to oversee the island. Katakuri did not engage in lengthy discourse with the welcoming officials, offering only a few curt instructions before dismissing them with a wave of his hand. He then surveyed the changes within the port town of the island, and as if discovering a path forward, he led Cracker and the others toward a specific direction, swiftly vanishing from the dock. On the outskirts of the port town, near Terrion, a quaint farmhouse came into view. At this moment, Katakuri, boasting his towering height of over 5 meters, was peering over the wall of the small yard. The sound of clanging metal echoed from within, as a robust man, bared to the waist and wielding a blacksmith's hammer, was engrossed in his craft. Without turning, he called out, "The door isn't locked." "Ortolan, you look even stronger now," Katakuri replied, a smile gracing his face. As if he had just completed his task, or perhaps due to the arrival of a guest, the man addressed as Ortolan set down his hammer, casually wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel hanging on the wall, and turned to face Katakuri. This man had a mane of deep brown hair, somewhat unkempt, with the tips carelessly resting on his shoulders, lending him a wild yet captivating charm. At first glance, he appeared more mature than Katakuri, bearing the visage of a man in his mid-20s rather than that of an 18-year-old youth, with sharp features that conveyed a sense of rugged handsomeness. Though not as extraordinarily tall as Katakuri, he stood just over 3 meters, his well-defined, sun-kissed muscles accentuated by his bare torso and clad in black work pants, complemented by sturdy brown boots. Anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly deem him worthy of the title Mighty Brother. Is that so? Time has flown by so swiftly that I scarcely noticed, but I have indeed grown a bit taller since the last time we met. I was just 2 meters 8, then now I'm a little over 3 meters, so I suppose that makes me look quite robust, Ortolan nonchalantly remarked, tossing the towel onto the table. As the final words echoed through the air, Katakuri appeared at the threshold, ushering in a man of indeterminate age whose demeanor suggested he was quite mature, perhaps in his 40s. Undoubtedly, the man who had cleverly disguised himself with cookies and trailed behind Katakuri was Klijia. However, Ortoren paid little heed to his identity, not even bothering to inquire further. "I must say, you seem to have grown quite a bit. Do you think you might surpass me? Or even mother?" Katakuri remarked with a smile, taking a seat on a stone bench in the courtyard and gesturing for Klijia to join him, simultaneously introducing him to Ortoren. "This is Klijia, your younger brother by a year." "Klijia?" Ortoren's attention was finally drawn to the young man, his gaze tinged with surprise. Then, as if recalling something significant, a look of understanding crossed his face, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Klijia, eager to interject, was about to speak when he sensed Ortoren's apparent disinterest, who turned his focus back to Katakuri and declared, "Perhaps it's best to leave it at that. I believe my current height is quite sufficient any taller, and it might exceed my comfort level. I hope I won't grow any further." Katakuri stood over 5 meters tall, and Charlotte Linlin was even more extraordinary, nearing 9 meters. While Ortoren admired a muscular physique, he deemed it unnecessary to reach such extreme proportions. "Thank you, but no thanks. That is not for you to decide. It is in the blood. You have inherited your mother's lineage, and perhaps—" Katakuri paused, noticing Ortoren's disinterest in continuing the topic. He shifted gears with a smile, inquiring, "Were you forging something?" Is it from the materials I sent last time? At the mention of this, Ortoren's interest peaked, and he responded enthusiastically, "Indeed. You arrived just in time. I've just completed the work and even finished shaping some edges." As he spoke, Ortoren retrieved the item that had been resting on the forge. It was a formidable, long-handled warhammer. Despite Ortoren's height of just over 3 meters, the sheer size of the hammer was palpable. The hammerhead was rectangular with sharp edges, featuring spikes on both sides, and Katakuri estimated its length to be nearly 4 meters. The entire hammer was cast in a dark hue, its matte black surface accented by intricate dark golden engravings that resembled the horns of a bull upon closer inspection. At the end of the handle were 2 stacked square pyramids, also adorned with dark golden engravings. Overall, this hammer was not ostentatious. It exuded a simple elegance, understated yet profound. Thanks to you, I would have struggled to find the appropriate materials, especially the 1,000 stone. Ortoren expressed his gratitude to Katakuri. Katakuri, observing Ortoren's upbeat demeanor, replied, "It was Mother who sourced those materials. I was merely a messenger." Ortoren paused, then, somewhat reluctantly, said, "Well, then I extend my thanks to her." Noticing the shift in Ortoren's attitude, Katakuri smiled with a hint of satisfaction and asked, "By the way, how much 1,000 stone did you incorporate?" "Not much, just 5 pieces." Ortoren replied with a casual air. Upon hearing this, Katakuri's expression momentarily froze. He glanced at the war hammer that Ortoren held with apparent ease, and his lips curled in disbelief as he remarked, "As expected of you." 1,000 stone, true to its name, was as heavy as 1,000. Although it bore the character for stone in its name, it was, in fact, a rare metal of terrifying density. Katakuri had previously delivered 5 pieces to Ortoren, each the size of a gold bar. The mere transportation of these 5 pieces had nearly caused his flagship to be rendered unseaworthy due to excessive draft. One could only imagine the sheer weight of such material. Impossible! A war hammer crafted from 1,000 stone. And you can handle it so casually? Do you think you are Mother? Klijia interjected vehemently, his youthful defiance apparent. Perhaps it was because he was only 17, a particularly rebellious age, or perhaps it was his skepticism towards his brother who had materialized out of nowhere 6 months prior. Additionally, the frequency with which both Mother and his elder brother mentioned the name Bane Ortoren had stirred a sense of rivalry within him. In any case, Klijia instinctively harbored a sense of disdain towards Ortoren. In response to Klijia's challenge, Ortoren paid him no mind, casually placing the hammer back on the solid and weighty forge before seating himself opposite Katakuri. Klijia, upon witnessing the situation, became increasingly exasperated. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Katakuri, with a hint of displeasure, called out his name, prompting him to fall silent. Subsequently, Katakuri, with a resigned smile, addressed Ortolans, stating, "Though this fellow has a rather unpleasant disposition, I bear him no ill will. There is no need for explanations." Ortolans waved his hand dismissively, exuding a sense of magnanimity. "Indeed, whether in appearance or character, you hardly resemble someone of your age," Katakuri remarked contemplatively. "Ha ha, your words amuse me. I have never perceived you as a mere 20-year-old youth, so it is quite normal." Ortolans responded with hearty laughter. "That is a valid point, but I must thank you nonetheless." Katakuri replied with a grin after a moment of reflection. "Thanks to you, I've been able to craft a weapon to my satisfaction. I ought to express my gratitude to you." "What do you have to thank me for?" Ortolans gestured lightly, simultaneously pouring a large jug of boiling water from a rustic kettle, treating it as if it were a teapot for Katakuri. Despite being the son of a pirate, Katakuri was undoubtedly of noble lineage in the New World. After all, theoretically, he was also a prince of Totland. His lifestyle could be described as extravagantly luxurious. However, at this moment, faced with Ortolan's offering of a large jug of plain water, he showed no sign of disdain. In fact, he nonchalantly removed his scarf, revealing his fearsome mouth, and took a couple of gulps. Then, Katakuri continued, "I appreciate your temper being somewhat tamer this time," refraining from delivering a beating to Kuri before tossing him out. It was worth noting that when Katakuri first met Ortolans, the atmosphere had been far from harmonious. Hearing this, Ortolans let out a weary sigh and shook his head, with the full moon approaching. I find myself troubled, so I've been consciously controlling my temper during this period. You may consider it a form of spiritual training. Oh, spiritual training, you say. Do you have any good tips to share? I possess a natural talent for observation hockey, and coincidentally, the training for it requires, Katakuri inquired with curiosity, blacksmithing, fishing. In the next phase, I intend to read more books, Ortolan's replied somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing Ortolan's response, Katakuri paused for a moment before chuckling. That is indeed a rather blunt answer, befitting of your style. Although the answer was simple and straightforward, he did not inquire about its effectiveness. After all, the mere fact that Kuri was still seated there provided a clear indication. Undoubtedly, Ortolan's temper had been relatively stable during this time. With this thought in mind, Katakuri couldn't help but glance at Ortolan's forehead, where a pair of majestic horns rose high, akin to a mighty bull. Indeed, Ortolan's was not a pure human, but a hybrid of Charlotte Linlin and the bull tribe of the mink. With the full moon approaching, Ortolan's, being a hybrid of the mink, would transform into the moon lion on that day. For the minks, this was merely a manifestation of their bloodline's power, while most minks would initially succumb to this frenzy. Losing their rationality and going berserk, the vast majority would eventually learn to control this power after a few transformations into the moon lion. However, Ortolan's was an exception, not solely due to being a mink hybrid. In reality, he was not the only hybrid of the mink in this world. Other hybrids could also control the powers within them after several transformations. The reason for his loss of control lay in the fact that he bore the blood of the monster. Charlotte Linlin, for reasons unknown, upon entering the moon lion state, Ortolan's would completely lose his sanity, akin to Charlotte Linlin experiencing a sudden onset of voracious appetite, transforming him into a wild beast, gazing at those formidable horns. Katakuri's thoughts drifted far away, recalling some secrets from years past. 18 years ago. When Ortolan's was born, Katakuri was merely 2 years old and, of course, could hardly remember anything. These secrets had been relayed to him by his mother during this time. 18 years ago, Charlotte Linlin was still associated with the Rocks Pirates. However, just a few years later, the Battle of God Valley erupted, leading to the disbandment of the once mighty Rocks Pirates, with various stakeholders going their separate ways, essentially shaping the current chaotic landscape of the New World. Therefore, theoretically, the now 20-year-old Katakuri and the 22-year-old eldest son of the Charlotte family, Persuading, had both once donned diapers aboard Rock's ship, and perhaps even urinated on the illustrious figures such as Shiki the Golden Lion, Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, and Kaido of the Beast that, of course, they might have even been scolded by them. Ban-En Ortolan's was also born aboard Rock's ship. He was supposed to share the surname Charlotte with Katakuri and others, and he spent a brief infancy there. If fortune favored him, he might have even tugged at Whitebeard's beard or perhaps even squirted some urine on Shiki's head. His father, Ban-En Cerrone, is likely forgotten by most on the seas now. Yet 20 years ago, he was a notorious pirate in the New World, a bull mink from the Fur tribe, who had earned a bounty of 300 million berries. It is essential to note that this was not during the rampant bounty inflation of the past 20 years after the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Back then, a bounty was still a significant achievement. A bounty of 300 million berries was enough to classify one as a renowned pirate. Then, one day, the pirate named Ban-En Cerrone challenged the Rocks Pirates and was subsequently defeated by the ship's fighter. Charlotte Linlin, that time. Charlotte Linlin, though merely in her 20s, was at the peak of her beauty and had already embarked on her Charlotte family plan, having given birth to 4 children. Indeed, Charlotte Linlin had her first child, the eldest of the Charlotte family, Persuading, when she was merely 18. In essence, Ban-En Cerrone, having been vanquished by Charlotte Linlin, effectively became her trophy that time. Charlotte Linlin, being a stunning beauty and possessing considerable strength, naturally took him as her new husband for the purpose of propagating the Charlotte family. In terms of both beauty and strength, Charlotte Linlin was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional women on the seas at that time. Initially, Ban-En Cerrone resisted being forcibly brought into her fold, but eventually he succumbed to becoming a subordinate beneath her skirt. Ortolan recalls that his capricious father, until his dying day, harbored a profound love for Charlotte Linlin, seemingly without a trace of resentment toward her. This indicates that the young Charlotte Linlin was indeed a captivating figure. Although Ban-En Cerrone loved Charlotte Linlin deeply, she regarded him merely as a tool. 18 years ago, when Ortolan was born, Charlotte Linlin was particularly eager for the arrival of this child, her first experience with the mink lineage. However, the outcome was quite embarrassing. Ortolan appeared to be cursed by the bloodline of the minks. His only sign of hybrid vigor was the tender horns on his forehead, symbolizing the impurity of his bloodline, while he bore no other characteristics of the minks, resembling a mere human. Yet, paradoxically, this human-like figure displayed no signs of intelligence. His eyes were murky, and his behavior and movements resembled those of a beastly cub, with an exceptionally frail body, devoid of the formidable combat prowess associated with the minks. Initially, Charlotte Linlin attributed this to the possibility that the child was too young and had yet to develop fully, patiently nurturing him for nearly half a year. However, upon confirming that Ortolan was indeed a defective product, not even qualifying as a sentient being, Charlotte Linlin, in a fit of rage and humiliation, nearly killed Ortolan, only to be thwarted by Cerrone's desperate intervention, allowing Ortolan to survive. Subsequently, in her anger and shame, Charlotte Linlin expelled both Ortolan and Cerrone from the Charlotte family and the rock pirate ship. Thus, Ortolan was taken away by Ban and Cerrone for upbringing, until he regained the ability to see, and, on the day he first confronted the full moon, the bewildered Ortolan, like a wild beast, perished in his place. A soul from beyond this pirate world was reborn within him. In the eyes of his father, Bane Cerrone, after that fateful full moon, his pitiful and tragic son, Ortolan, seemed to have received the moon god's blessing, awakening to wisdom. Simultaneously, his previously frail physique underwent a terrifying transformation at an alarming pace. However, following this, he did not venture forth with Ortolan to seek out Charlotte Linlin. Instead, he chose to take his child to an inconspicuous island, where they lived in seclusion. It was not until Ortolan reached the age of 10 that Bane Cerrone could no longer suppress Ortolan's moon line during the full moon. That year marked a decade of their secluded existence on the island. In a single night, Ortolan laid waste to their secluded home, turning it into a hellish tableau, resulting in significant casualties. Subsequently, they arrived at Terrion Island. And every year, as the full moon approached, Cerrone would take Ortolan away from Terrion Island to a nearby desolate isle, allowing Ortolan to wreak havoc until the full moon passed, after which they would return to their tranquil lives. With 2 full moons each year, during their years on Terrion Island, they had never erred. It was only nearly a year ago that Cerrone, now aged, could no longer withstand the passage of time. Indeed, he was not gifted like the monstrous Charlotte Linlin, who had achieved renown at a young age. Thus, by the time he became a great pirate, he was already over 40, and due to earlier battles on the high seas, he bore many hidden wounds. Just 3 days before his 62nd birthday, while sitting by the hearth with Ortolan, he passed away peacefully, a benevolent smile upon his face, concluding his life of sin. After burying his father, Ortolan was about to confront his first full moon alone. He meticulously prepared his vessel, and, days before the full moon, set sail for the desolate island he had ravaged for years. On that fateful evening, he sat quietly beside a massive rock on the island, awaiting the moonlight to descend, to liberate himself and reward the barren isle. It was then that the island was graced by a fleet flying the flag of the Big Mom pirates, seemingly intent on seizing Terrion Island, a territory under the command of the great pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, and incorporating it into the realm of Totland. Leading the charge was none other than Charlotte Linlin's most esteemed son. Charlotte got on that day. Katakuri planned to use the desolate island as a forward base for his assault on Terrion Island, preparing for the final stages of their operation. However, that same day, the pinnacle of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri, encountered the frenzied monster and was nearly defeated. In that instance, Bane Ortolan reemerged into the awareness of his bloodline mother, Charlotte Linlin, after many years, though Katakuri was celebrated as the ultimate masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Exhibiting remarkable composure and exceptional talent, he was still merely 20 years old, lacking the halo of a protagonist and any extraordinary advantages. Thus, while his abilities were commendable, they could only be deemed decent at best. Presently, the Big Mom pirates appeared formidable, yet they found themselves in a somewhat awkward position, with only Charlotte Linlin capable of truly bearing the banner. In this context, Katakuri crossed paths with Ortolan. If Katakuri was indeed gifted, Ortolan was a true monster. As a hybrid of the fur tribe and Charlotte Linlin, Ortolan inherited not only the strength of the fur tribe, allowing him to enter the moon lion frenzy during the full moon, but also the mad bloodline from Charlotte Linlin. The reason Bane Cerrone's could no longer contain Ortolan's rage on that fateful full moon when Ortolan was 10 was primarily due to the monstrous bloodline he inherited from Charlotte Linlin. Indeed, on that full moon, Ortolan awakened innate divine strength and an indomitable constitution. This power stemmed from Charlotte Linlin, known for her exploits against the giant race at the tender age of 5. Before embarking on her piratical journey, dominating the seas for years, earning the title of monster, the foundation of her formidable prowess lay in her innate divine strength and indomitable constitution. Perhaps due to the presence of the fur tribe blood within him, Ortolan did not fully realize the potential of these two monstrous gifts. Nevertheless, his strength was sufficient to overpower the giants, which is why the heavy war hammer forged from 1,000-pound stone felt light in his grasp. Regarding his indomitable constitution, Ortolan could not ascertain whether he had reached Charlotte Linglin's level, as such fortitude was not absolute defense in her numerous battles. Even she could be wounded by formidable foes. Otherwise, she would be invincible and never face defeat. The baseline for her indomitable constitution essentially rendered ordinary blades and bullets ineffective. In other words, if the thugs of the sea lacked skill, they would fail to even scratch his skin. This Ortolan confirmed through extensive research and experimentation, as he possessed the ability to withstand ordinary swords and firearms without faltering. Even while asleep and unguarded, on the other hand, his father, Cerrone's, could breach Ortolan's indomitable constitution. However, as a pirate who dared to challenge Charlotte Linlin, even in his old age, Cerrone's remained remarkably powerful, making it difficult to gauge the actual significance of this indomitable constitution. After all, according to his father, he had once shattered Charlotte Linglin's indomitable constitution during their fierce clashes. What? Cerrone's could not suppress Ortolan's frenzy at the age of 10. How could he be so formidable? The answer lies in the fact that suppression is one thing, while a crushing defeat is another. Cerrone's was no benevolent figure. He would not hesitate to inflict severe damage on his beloved son for the sake of preserving the island and its inhabitants. At that time, Ortolan had completely lost control, and to halt his rampage, it would require incapacitating him beyond recovery, a feat Cerrone's could not bring himself to accomplish. Thus, upon realizing he could not restrain his beloved son, he chose to step back, allowing Ortolan to unleash pure violence and vent the terrifying power within him. With his innate divine strength and indomitable constitution, Ortolan's power surged to unprecedented levels during the full moon. And it was under these circumstances that the young Katakuri encountered him, leading to a devastating outcome that one can only imagine. Reflecting on this painful experience, Katakuri finally snapped back to reality, instinctively touching his abdomen, as if the pain from Ortolan's powerful strike had not entirely faded. At the same time, he felt fortunate that Ortolan had not wielded any formidable weapon at that time. "What are your plans for this full moon?" Katakuri inquired, diverting his gaze from the imposing horns to meet Ortolan's eyes. Ortolan answered nonchalantly, "What else can I do? The usual, I suppose, once the time is right. I'll retreat to that deserted island for seclusion." Katakuri nodded thoughtfully before continuing, "But you can't keep doing this forever, can you?" "Indeed," Ortolan acknowledged with a smile. "Previously, it was because my old man's time was short. This life of mine was ultimately given by him, and I cannot overlook the kindness he showed in raising me. That is why I stayed here, to keep him company in his twilight years. Now that he has departed, and I have forged the weapons I need, I intend to leave Terrion after this full moon. To be honest, Ortolan was a remarkably patient individual, having traversed this world for over a decade. He had not once ventured out, primarily due to his attachment to his father. Now, with those ties severed, it was time for him to explore the pirate world, to witness the beauty and brutality of this violent realm. "Where do you plan to go?" Katakuri seemed to have something more to say, but restrained himself, softly inquiring. Ortolan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "Truth be told, I've been so focused on forging that I haven't truly considered this matter. But if I were to speak loosely, The world is vast, and I want to see it all. Do you wish to explore every corner of the world? Cake Island should certainly be counted among those destinations. Don't you think? Katakuri's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, Mother has been speaking of you incessantly. If you are still undecided about where to go, why not accompany me back to Cake Island? Upon hearing this, a look of disdain crossed Ortolan's face. Truth be told, although Charlotte Linlin had forsaken herself and her father, perhaps due to the fact that his soul had traversed dimensions, Ortolan had frequently interrogated his own heart, arriving at the conclusion that he harbored neither aversion nor hatred towards Charlotte Linlin. Instead, he felt more like he was dealing with a stranger when it came to his blood-related mother, as for his father. The devoted man who had been cast aside, he was genuinely devoted. Even at the end of his life, he bore no animosity towards Charlotte Linlin, wishing only to be buried on Cake Island, so he could perpetually gaze upon the visage of his beloved. Given that the principal party involved harbored such sentiments, Ortolan felt no inclination to meddle in family drama or to weave a narrative of familial grievances. The reason for his disdain lay primarily in his belief that Cake Island and the Big Mom Pirates did not align with the path he envisioned for himself at this juncture. Although he had rarely ventured beyond the vicinity of Terrion Island, he possessed a rough understanding of the current state of affairs in the New World. Presently, it was a tumultuous period marked by the rise of numerous powerhouses vying for supremacy. For instance, Terrion Island had once flown the flag of the Golden Lion Shiki's flying pirate crew, but had since fallen into the hands of the Big Mom Pirates, indicating that Charlotte Linlin and Shiki had undoubtedly clashed over mutual interests. Moreover, Charlotte Linlin was renowned for her ambition to become the sovereign of the seas. Given her aspirations, every notable figure in the New World could be considered a potential adversary. Therefore, should he join the Big Mom Pirates, it was predictable that he would be ensnared in the relentless warfare that characterized the New World to present. Ortolan yearned to witness the vastness of the world. He felt little attachment to the concept of war and did not shy away from it. However, there ought to be an appropriate sequence of events, did there not? Observing Ortolan's look of distaste, Katakuri remarked with a smile, Mother recently set sail to find the gift you desired. At this, Ortolan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a contemplative demeanor. Katakuri continued, Mother also mentioned that she might have a solution for your uncontrollable moon lion after the full moon. Upon hearing this, Ortolan's eyes lit up. He replied, Even if I were to go, I never claimed I would definitely join the Big Mom Pirates. Rest assured, Mother merely wishes to see you that if you wish to leave, you are free to do so at any time. I guarantee it. Katakuri spoke with earnestness. Ortolan dismissed Charlotte Linlin's reputation, but found Katakuri, a true man, to be credible. Since he claimed to have a solution for Ortolan's predicament, there was no need to wait for the upcoming full moon. Ortolan had initially planned to stay and experience another full moon before departing, but now that Charlotte Linlin suggested she might be able to remedy his condition, why not head directly to Cake Island? He could then experience a full moon there and verify her claims. Of course, Ortolan was not one to simply take Katakuri's word for it. After all, Charlotte Linlin herself suffered from a condition that led to intermittent bouts of madness, which caused considerable chaos. Could she truly have a remedy for Ortolan? However, considering that he had nothing to lose, even if he were to spend the full moon on Cake Island and still lose control, the repercussions would fall upon the Big Mom Pirates, which was of no consequence to him. Furthermore, given Charlotte Linlin's prolonged history with her affliction, perhaps she possessed valuable insights to share. As the saying goes, a long illness makes one a doctor, and while she might not be able to heal herself, perhaps she could heal him. Ortolan sought to justify his rationale for Charlotte Linlin, adamantly insisting that it was not out of greed for the gift she prepared for him. Speaking of which, when Katakuri first invited him to Cake Island, he had come up with a myriad of excuses and unreasonable demands. Charlotte Linlin had even procured the stone of 1,000 kilos for him. What could she possibly be preparing now? The thought sparked a genuine sense of anticipation. Very well. When shall we depart? Upon hearing Ortolan's acceptance, Katakuri, filled with excitement, inquired eagerly. Ortolan had no pressing matters to attend to. Thus he thumped his thigh and declared, Let us not delay. If it is convenient for you, let us leave today. Katakuri, concerned that Ortolan might change his mind later, given that his primary purpose for coming to Terrion Island was to bring Ortolan back. Immediately responded, "There is nothing inconvenient on our end, so let us depart now." "All right, wait for me a moment while I gather my things," Ortolan said as he stood up and headed towards the house. Once he entered, Katakuri's smile remained unyielding. "Brother Katakuri, is that guy truly that formidable?" Klijia, who had been overlooked until now, finally seized the opportunity to ask, unable to contain his curiosity. "His war hammer is right there, isn't it? If you doubt it, you may try for yourself," Katakuri replied, taking a sip from the large water jar on the table. Klijia, a bit skeptical, stretched his shoulders and said, "I'll give it a try." The weight of 5 stones 1,000 kilos is comparable to that of a standard 3-masted sailing ship. I don't believe it. With that, Klijia approached the crafting table and grasped the hammer's handle. He yanked it forcefully, causing the hammer to wobble slightly, which indicated that, as a descendant of Charlotte Linlin, he possessed considerable strength. When he realized he could not lift the hammer with just one pull, Klijia's expression darkened, and he seemed to start believing in Ortolan's innate power. He then grabbed the hammer handle with both hands, his muscles rippling beneath his cookie armor. Taking a deep breath, he exerted tremendous effort to lift it. To his astonishment, he did manage to move the hefty hammer a little, but after 3 to 5 seconds, his face turned crimson as if he were about to burst a blood vessel from holding his breath. Yet, out of pride and dignity, he refused to drop the hammer, carefully placing it back in position. Once he released the handle, Klijia finally exhaled a sigh of relief, panting for a few seconds, only to turn and find Katakuri watching him with an amused expression. This made Klijia, already flushed, feel even more embarrassed, and he bashfully complained, "Brother." He adopted a pose reminiscent of a 40-year-old middle-aged man, yet only Ortolan had entered the room. Otherwise, he would have surely received a couple of slaps for such a display. Nevertheless, Katakuri seemed accustomed to his younger sibling's innocent antics and chuckled, saying, "Now you understand, right? Just this strength alone is enough to make him formidable. Not to mention, he has inherited Mother's ironclad resilience." Hearing this, Klijia felt a flicker of respect. Indeed, the Charlotte family lineage was renowned for its formidable strength. However, even the so-called finest masterpiece, Brother Katakuri, had not truly inherited the innate divine power from their mother, a fact Klijia was well aware of. Moreover, none of the Charlotte family's offspring had inherited this extraordinary gift. Only the non-Charlotte, Bane Ortolan, had done so. The Charlotte clan was a lineage of pirates, deeply rooted in a belief in the supremacy of strength. Katakuri was revered by his younger siblings, not only for his inherent charisma, but also for his formidable prowess. At this moment, Klijia remained oblivious to the fact that he had begun to acknowledge a brother he had never met before. Of course, Ortolan was unaware of these sentiments. Even if he were, he would find it of little consequence. What did Klijia's recognition matter to him? As long as he did not provoke him, all would be well. Otherwise, if he truly ignited his ire, he would drag Klijia off to be a deckhand. And if the ship were mishandled, he would break his legs. As Katakuri and Ortoren engaged in casual conversation, Ortoren emerged from the room, wielding a finely sheathed long sword, seemingly without any other belongings. Noticing Katakuri's somewhat perplexed gaze, Ortoren slightly blushed and remarked, upon entering the room, "I found it utterly bare. There seemed to be nothing worth taking, just this sword, which is a relic from my late father. Once we reach Cake Island, I intend to present it to her as a token of our first meeting." During Ortoren's time living here with his father, they could be said to have been entirely unproductive. After all, his father hailed from a lineage of notorious pirates, and even in seclusion, it was unlikely he would engage in conventional employment. With such a father as a role model, Ortoren naturally would not be a paragon of virtue either. He once entertained notions of laboring at the docks to earn a living. However, his father dismissed such aspirations as lacking ambition, insisting that a true man ought to rely on plunder. What merit was there in manual labor? Though Ortoren attempted to argue in favor of the dignity of labor, his father, Cerrone, nearly coughed up blood in exasperation. Ultimately, conceding to his father's stubbornness, Ortoren ceased his protests. The duo's livelihood on Terrion Island predominantly stemmed from Cerrone's dominance as a local bully, extorting protection fees from others. With Cerrone's having passed away some time ago, their meager savings had dwindled significantly, as neither father nor son had any inclination to save. Thus, It could be said that Ortoren was indeed destitute at this moment. A token of our first meeting? Katakuri's heart surged with joy upon hearing this. Ortoren's willingness to consider such a gesture indicated that his view of their mother might not be as bleak as he had imagined. Unbeknownst to him, this endeavor was, in fact, the dying wish of Ortoren's sycophantic father. In his final moments, he had grasped Ortoren's hand, expressing a hope that, should the opportunity arise, Ortoren would bestow the sword upon Charlotte Linlin, allowing him to protect his goddess in another form. Ortoren, accustomed to his father's eccentric mindset over the years, chose not to dwell on it. Whatever suited him was fine, since it was one of his father's final wishes. He would see it through. Despite the ostentatious appearance of Katakuri's ship, resembling a whimsical donut, its speed was astonishing, leaving Ortoren bewildered as to how such a peculiar vessel could achieve such velocity. However, he soon cast aside these musings, recognizing them as matters for shipwrights to ponder. Not his concern, the distance from Terrion Island to the Big Mom pirate stronghold, Cake Island, was not insurmountable, with the peculiar speed of Katakuri's donut-shaped vessel. They had sighted the colossal castle of Cake Island on the horizon after merely 2 weeks at sea on the deck. Ortoren remained bare-chested, seemingly showcasing his robust physique. This time, a distinctive shoulder strap slung diagonally across his left shoulder supported a heavy war hammer on his back. The sea breeze caressed his face, causing his wild brown hair to billow freely. "Is this your first voyage?" Katakuri approached Ortoren, holding a platter of donuts. Upon catching Ortoren's gaze, he displayed an unusual look of reluctance, yet ultimately raised the platter, as if inquiring whether Ortoren wished to partake. Ortoren couldn't help but roll his eyes. Their time together had revealed Katakuri's fervent obsession with donuts. His breakfast comprised milk-flavored donuts. Lunches featured chocolate-flavored ones, and dinners were adorned with green tea-flavored treats. Outside of his main meals, whenever Katakuri was not preoccupied with tasks, one could invariably find him clutching a donut. This led Ortoren to wonder if this fellow's blood ran sweet like donuts. "No, thank you," Ortoren replied with evident disdain. "You must understand, sharing donuts with you is the highest honor I can bestow." Katakuri, noticing Ortoren's disapproving expression, felt compelled to clarify. "I assure you, donut enthusiast," Ortoren quipped, "if such a planet existed, I would surely visit." Without hesitation, Katakuri responded, and their laughter echoed around them. Once their laughter subsided, Ortoren continued, "Well, it isn't entirely my first time that I recall. When I was 10, my father took me out to sea for quite an extended period, perhaps 3 to 4 months. We arrived at Terrion." "Why did you choose Terrion?" Katakuri inquired casually. Why father and never divulged the reason. But upon reflection, it may have been due to Terrion's proximity to Cake Island, Ortoren mused, teasingly adding, "Who could blame him for being so enamored with goddess Linlin?" Katakuri refrained from pressing further, and after sampling a few donuts, he resumed, "When I spoke with Mother earlier, she had intended to host a grand tea party in your honor. Regrettably, we received intel indicating that Shiki is amassing a grand fleet of aerial pirates, seemingly aiming for us. Given our current wartime status, the tea party could not be convened." "That truly is unfortunate," Ortoren muttered. Yet he felt a flicker of confusion. The current year was the 1495th year of the Sea Circle calendar. And indeed, there were significant events unfolding in the New World, a monumental naval battle, one that would alter the very fabric of the New World, was set to erupt this year. The Battle of Edvor. In the wake of the downfall of the Rock's pirates and the splintering of its members, the New World had descended into chaos, with various factions vying for supremacy. Among these formidable figures, standing at the pinnacle, was none other than the pirate overlord, Shiki the Golden Lion. In stark contrast to Shiki's relentless ambition, the Whitebeard pirates appeared rather lackadaisical, wandering the seas without much desire for domination. Rumors occasionally surfaced about Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, adopting yet another son in some distant sea, suggesting they were content to avoid conflict as long as they were not provoked. Following Whitebeard, other notorious pirates, such as Silver Axe and Wang Ji, were still making their mark. Yet none could compare to Shiki, whose aspirations were far reaching. As for Kaido, Ortoren had not inquired about his whereabouts, but it seemed he would soon wreak havoc upon Wano. The Big Mom pirates had fared relatively well compared to Kaido and his ilk. However, When juxtaposed with Shiki, they still fell short. Fortunately, Shiki's tyrannical nature had bred numerous enemies among the current Sea Lords, allowing Charlotte Linlin to dare to provoke him. If the New World's landscape resembled a hierarchy with one dominant power and several strong factions, Shiki undoubtedly represented that singular power, while the Big Mom pirates fell among the multitude of strong contenders. Under Shiki's current trajectory, he appeared poised to ascend to the apex of the pirate world, continuing to expand his influence and vanquish rivals like Kaido, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Charlotte Linlin, ultimately restoring the former glory of rocks. Yet Ortoren understood that Shiki's unrivaled momentum would soon come to an abrupt halt. This mobilization of his grand fleet might not be aimed at causing trouble for Charlotte Linlin, but rather confronting his destined rival. Roger. Shiki's fleet would corner the Roger pirates in the Edvor Sea, leading to an intense confrontation due to failed negotiations. An unforeseen colossal storm would then engulf Shiki's fleet, casting them into the depths of defeat and humiliation. Not only would his formidable fleet and numerous capable fighters be swallowed by the tempest, but his path to unifying the pirate forces of the New World would be severed, leaving him with irreversible injuries, including a ship's wheel lodged in his head, drastically diminishing his strength. Perhaps it was Shiki's downfall that allowed the remaining pirate factions in the New World to flourish, as both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin gradually solidified their unassailable status in the aftermath of this upheaval. Reflecting on this, Ortoren could not help but ask, "Do you know where the Edvor Sea is located?" Edvor. Katakuri found Ortolan's inquiry somewhat peculiar, yet he promptly responded, "If you depart from Cake Island and head straight eastward, it would typically take 2 months to arrive at your destination. Given standard sailing speeds, is that territory under the jurisdiction of the world government?" Ortolan inquired, astonished. After all, a 2-month voyage from Cake Island is not an insignificant distance. Certainly not. Within the realm of the world government, all waters are renamed Totland, Katakuri replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. That area is currently unclaimed territory, and beyond Edvor lies the domain of Shiki. Not far from his stronghold, the mystical Melview, I see. Ortolan mused that it seems I require a geographical tome to comprehend the distribution of seas in this world. With the information gleaned from Katakuri, Ortolan began to suspect that Shiki's fleet assembly was perhaps not aimed at the Big Mom pirates, but rather in pursuit of Roger. But where is Roger? Ortolan pondered. The Roger pirates are notoriously elusive, adhering to an elite crew dynamic, with their ship traversing the vastness of the ocean, making them difficult to track. Just as Ortolan and Katakuri engage in casual conversation while contemplating these myriad thoughts, the donut ship gradually approached the harbor of Cake Island. The name Cake Island may sound whimsical, yet it encompasses a vast expanse. As a renowned stronghold of the Big Mom pirates, this island boasts a favorable geographical position and abundant resources. Upon disembarking, Ortolan noticed numerous coastal defense cannons constructed near the harbor. Despite being a pirate stronghold, the port was anything but desolate. Rather, it thrived with activity, as numerous transport vessels and merchant caravans came and went. Maintaining this order were a handful of Big Mom pirates' underlings, alongside a greater number of homies. The sentient creations birthed from Charlotte Linlin's formidable soul fruit abilities, which Ortolan had only heard of until now. The port had arranged for homie carriages to receive visitors, and Katakuri soon ushered Ortolan aboard, departing the harbor along a straight pathway leading deeper into the island. After traversing the forest for a brief while, as the foliage parted, they beheld a castle at the heart of Cake Island. Resembling a colossal cake from a fairy tale, this was the residence of the infamous pirate, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. The carriage halted before the castle, and a servant extended the carriage steps. Katakuri and Ortolan descended together. At that moment, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Persuading, awaited their arrival. Approaching Katakuri and Ortolan, he remarked, "Mother has been waiting for you in the castle for quite some time." After this statement, he scrutinized Ortolan with a playful smirk, teasingly asking, "Is this our dear new little brother? Is he truly only 18? He appears even older than me. Ha ha ha." Although Persuading's tone carried an odd inflection, Ortolan inexplicably sensed a hint of goodwill in his words. Thus, Ortolan smiled and nodded, introducing himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Bane Ortolan." Persuading did not comment further on the surname Bane. Instead, he clapped Ortolan on the shoulder and cheerfully declared, "Come, our mother awaits us. By the way, would you care to try my lollipops? Do the members of the Charlotte family take pleasure in promoting their signature sweets upon meeting?" After politely declining Persuading's offer, the group soon entered the grandiose castle. As they navigated the hallways and corridors, Ortolan nearly became disoriented before arriving at a massive door. Persuading stepped forward and knocked on the imposing entrance. To Ortolan's astonishment, the two-door knockers transformed into eyes, and the homies within the door appeared to awaken from slumber, greeting Persuading and Katakuri with giggles before laboriously opening the door. The door creaked ajar. A rush of air escaped the enclosed chamber, and Ortolan was immediately enveloped by the sweet aroma, reminiscent of a confectionery warehouse. However, the interior was not dim. It was brightly lit, with a grand throne situated at the center of the room. Before the throne was a circular table adorned with an array of desserts. At that moment, a figure sat upon the throne, indiscriminately grabbing sweets from the table and shoving them into her mouth. Undoubtedly, it was Charlotte Linlin, the woman who aspired to become the sovereign of the seas. Ortolan's impression of Charlotte Linlin could be succinctly captured as the elderly woman, a corpulent figure akin to a bloated pig, intermittently afflicted by bouts of madness and frenzy. Although he was aware that Charlotte Linlin was once an exceptional beauty in her youth, captivating even her ineffectual father until his dying breath. Encountering her in person led Ortolan to comprehend why his father had been so infatuated. In terms of age, she was not particularly youthful. If Ortolan recalled correctly, Charlotte Linlin was precisely 41 years old this year. By age alone, she should be considered middle-aged. Yet perhaps due to her extraordinary endowments, at any rate, Charlotte Linlin appeared to possess the vitality of a woman in her 30s. Moreover, the once imagined grotesquely corpulent figure now exuded alluring curves, accentuating her voluptuous form. Though seated upon the throne, her posture was strikingly wild and unrestrained, with one long leg clad only in shorts and high heels resting atop the table littered with remnants of sweets. Overall, this first impression shattered Ortolan's preconceived notions of Charlotte Linlin. If sensing the commotion at the entrance, Charlotte Linlin hastily stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth, wiped cream from her lips, and directed her gaze toward the doorway. A grin spread across her face, and her lips curled into a haughty smile. Before Katakuri and Persuading could utter a word, Charlotte Linlin spoke first. "I had completely forgotten what your father looked like until I saw you. But now your face has jogged my memory. For a mink, he was rather handsome. Indeed. Ha ha ha. Little one, you've grown." Charlotte Linlin's eyes fixed upon Ortolan as she laughed heartily. The devoted son truly had a lamentable fate. His father harbored such deep affection for her that he could not let go, yet Charlotte Linlin could hardly remember his face. However, considering Charlotte Linlin's life experiences, status, and her wild temperament, it seemed understandable. "Thanks to him, I managed to survive," Ortolan replied with measured composure. Charlotte Linlin, still chewing on her sweet, nodded thoughtfully. If that fellow had any quality surpassing mine, it would likely be his keen eye and patience toward you. At this juncture, Charlotte Linlin turned her attention back to Ortolan, adding, "Apologies, little one. My short-sightedness back then has caused you much suffering over the years." Ortolan chose not to engage with this sentiment, instead retrieving the sword at his waist. Weighing it in his hand, "It's of no consequence. The seas are rife with the abandoned, and my experiences are hardly extraordinary. This sword is my father's legacy. Before he passed, he entrusted me with the task of delivering it to you. Should the opportunity arise," as Ortolan finished speaking, Charlotte Linlin took a warm, damp cloth from the table, wiped her hands, and commanded, "Hand it over." The closer Ortolan approached Charlotte Linlin, the more he felt the potent aura she exuded. As if sensing this, Charlotte Linlin quickly reined in her imposing presence and accepted the sword from Ortolan. Memory is a curious thing. Before seeing this blade, I had no recollection of it. Yet now, as I stroke its hilt, I can almost conjure the memories of its former owner, Charlotte Linlin remarked, her tone reflective. Then she inquired, "Little one, would you like to return to my embrace?" The essence of this statement merely inquires whether Ortolan is willing to once again become Charlotte and join the Big Mom Pirates. Before Ortolan could utter a word, Charlotte Linlin directly proclaimed, "As long as you agree, I shall make you the foremost among the stars of the generals." Undoubtedly, the leader of the Big Mom pirates is Charlotte Linlin herself. However, following Charlotte Linlin, the high-ranking officers are referred to as the Sweet Generals, with no strict limit on their number, although it typically amounts to 4, and they can only be filled by her blood relatives. Currently, there are 4 generals in the Big Mom pirates, which is somewhat absurd, as the 3 siblings of Katakuri occupy 3 of the positions, leaving the final one to her eldest son, Persuading. However, the status of a general is not immutable. Should a general suffer defeat in battle, they will immediately lose that title. Originally in the story, only Katakuri was known as undefeated, maintaining his position as a general, while the other 3 have changed numerous times. As for Katakuri's previous defeat by the deranged Ortolan, Charlotte Linlin does not consider it a loss in battle. After all, Ortolan shares her blood. In summary, the position of a general holds great significance within the Big Mom pirates. And the position of the foremost general is even more exalted, akin to being second only to one. Charlotte Linlin's offer was quite appealing, yet Ortolan showed no interest. Although he harbored no resentment towards Charlotte Linlin for having been cast aside, he had no desire to simply become someone else's son again, calling her mother at every turn. Consequently, without further contemplation, Ortolan shook his head and declared, "I refuse." Before Charlotte Linlin could respond, Ortolan continued, "The reason I came to Cake Island is not to join the Big Mom pirates. Katakuri mentioned you might have a solution for my uncontrollable state during the full moon." Ortolan's blunt words surprised Persuading, standing behind him, who cast a glance at Katakuri, and Katakuri could only respond with an expression of helplessness. Upon hearing Ortolan's refusal, Charlotte Linlin displayed no anger, merely shaking her head with a hint of regret, saying, "Refusal, is it? What a pity." Ortolan expected her to persist, but unexpectedly, this woman, determined to become the ruler of the seas, refrained from pressing the matter further. After a moment of reflection, Charlotte Linlin continued, "Regarding your uncontrollable frenzy during the full moon, I indeed have a way." Ortolan's expression turned serious as he inquired, "What method?" "Ultimately, your frenzy during the full moon is akin to the moon lion of the mink tribe. It is a gift of innate power derived from your bloodline. The reason you cannot control this power as the other minks do is partly because you are a hybrid, with limited mink blood flowing through your veins, which is evident from your appearance," Charlotte Linlin explained. Although Ortolan is considered a hybrid of the mink tribe, in reality, he only possesses 2 horns on his forehead that signify his non-pure human heritage. While in all other aspects, he bears no difference from a human. If one were unaware, they might even mistake him for one of Kaido's Oni tribe. But at this thought, Charlotte Linlin felt a sense of pride, believing that her lineage was indeed more potent, overshadowing that of the mink tribe. After a brief pause, Charlotte Linlin continued, "Aside from this reason, another factor is that your veins also carry my blood. According to Katakuri, you not only inherited my innate divine power, but also my robust physical constitution, which is unparalleled among my numerous offspring. Ortolan, do you understand what this implies?" Though it seemed like a question, Ortolan was not required to respond. After a brief chuckle, Charlotte Linlin resumed, "This means you have nearly perfectly inherited my gifts. Your blood runs purer and stronger than mine. However, this also means you have inherited my insatiable hunger, or what I shall call it, a condition, a talent, or something else entirely, it matters not. But under such circumstances, I too would spiral into madness and frenzy. Therefore, I suspect your loss of control during the full moon may stem from the bloodline powers of the mink tribe within you, which on that fateful night intertwine with my own bloodline powers. The full moon not only ignites your moon lion, but also induces this state of insatiable hunger. The 2 forces combined, you are indeed unable to control yourself." Ortolan was not surprised by Charlotte Linlin's assertions, for he had reached a similar conclusion himself. Intermittent madness, mania, coupled with the moon lion, equated to his loss of control during the full moon. Reflecting on this, Ortolan asked, "Your insatiable hunger is something you cannot even cure yourself. How do you believe you can remedy mine?" "Moi." Charlotte Linlin let out a hearty laugh before turning to Ortolan. "My insatiable hunger was once cured. Little brat, This revelation genuinely took Ortolan by surprise as he stared at Charlotte Linlin and asked, how was it cured? Although his strength surged due to the frenzy during the full moon, who would wish to live as a madman? Hence, Ortolan was truly eager to rid himself of this affliction. A glimmer of nostalgia filled Charlotte Linglin's eyes, as if recalling her past, and after a prolonged moment, she began, that was many years ago. Aboard rock ship, that my insatiable hunger was cured then. Aboard rock ship? Ortolan immediately thought of their ship's doctor. No, it had nothing to do with the ship's doctor. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, waving her hand dismissively. Then Ortolan pondered for a moment before asking, was it technology? I heard that the great scientist Vegapunk was among your... Before Ortolan could finish, Charlotte Linglin's expression turned disdainful. What kind of scientist is she, although she claims to be a scientist? In reality, she is merely a good-for-nothing leech. However, perhaps prompted by Ortolan's mention of that name, Charlotte Linlin seemed to recall something and remarked, but it was indeed because of that good-for-nothing that we had an encounter with a true great scientist. Vegapunk, that I nearly forgot about it until you mentioned it. Vegapunk did say that perhaps through biotechnology he could cure my insatiable hunger. He mentioned something about genes, but I know nothing of such technologies and subsequently forgot about it. Could Dr. Vegapunk possibly have a remedy for this ailment? Ortolan silently noted this piece of information. The bloodline factor seemed remarkably significant. Perhaps it could be worth a try. Contemplating this, Ortolan did not display any outward signs of surprise and pressed on. So what exactly is it? Is it some kind of devil fruit ability? No. Charlotte Linlin grinned wickedly, revealing a sinister smile. It is violence. Violence? Ortolan paused, seemingly perplexed by this answer. Indeed, violence, Charlotte Linlin spoke with a grave tone. Violence is a potent remedy, specifically for treating this condition. Ortolan gazed at Charlotte Linlin, and after pondering for a moment, he appeared to grasp something, his eyes widening in astonishment. Noting his reaction, Charlotte Linlin smiled and said, perhaps you have already discerned the reason. After all, your outbreak of insatiable hunger aboard rock ship was certainly not a pleasant sight. Ortolan chuckled. Charlotte Linlin, gifted and unmatched in strength, would indeed pose a significant threat if she were to manifest her insatiable hunger across most regions of this world. However, among those regions, rock ship was certainly not one of them. Just imagine, one day, should Charlotte Linlin suddenly succumb to her insatiable hunger and begin indiscriminately attacking everyone around her. Yet among those individuals are rocks. Whitebeard, Shiki, Kaido, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and a host of other formidable marauders of the seas. What would the outcome be? The answer is evident. Charlotte Linlin would be thoroughly beaten by this group of individuals. What insatiable hunger cannot be cured? Is it sufficient to simply strike once? If it does not suffice, then perhaps we shall wait until the onset of the affliction to deliver another blow. Listening to Ortolan's words laced with a hint of sarcasm, Charlotte Linlin let out a displeased huff. However, she soon remarked, although those memories are far from delightful, I must admit that during those years, I experienced numerous episodes of my eating disorder, each time interrupted by that group of rascals. As the occurrences multiplied, I found myself, albeit faintly, gaining some control over that power. Pausing momentarily, Charlotte Linlin continued with a touch of regret. If only I were granted 2 more years, I might have truly mastered that strength. Alas, that scoundrel Rox. It was evident she had more to say, yet it was clear, Rox, that rogue, had soared to great heights only to ultimately suffer a downfall in the Valley of the Gods, leading to the dissolution of the Rox pirates and the scattering of its shareholders. Consequently, no one could heal her eating disorder as they once did aboard the ship, leaving her without the mastery of that feral state, and perhaps exacerbating her condition due to its recurring nature. The recollection of the Rox era seemingly cast a shadow over Charlotte Linglin's mood. However, her ability to regulate her emotions appeared commendable. After consuming a couple of slices of cake, she returned to her usual demeanor. She chose not to speak further, but sipped her juice while observing Ortolan, who stood lost in thought, as if struck by a realization. Charlotte Linlin glanced towards Katakuri, waved her hand without uttering a word, and Katakuri, understanding her intent, nodded before swiftly departing the scene. Perospero, on the other hand, seemed unfazed by the matters at hand. His curiosity piqued. He lingered nearby to absorb the idle chatter. After a brief interlude, Ortolan turned his gaze back to Charlotte Linlin and inquired, "So, you mean to suggest that if, during the full moon, I were to succumb to that chaotic frenzy, and someone were to forcibly extricate me from that state through sheer violence, then with enough repetitions, I might discover a pathway to gradually master this uncontrollable power?" Charlotte Linlin smiled and nodded, replying, "Indeed, that is the answer I offer you, young one." That upon reflection, it did seem plausible. He recalled that prior to turning 10, due to his father's ability to restrain him, Ortolan felt a genuine potential to further harness the moon lying within him. However, after reaching the age of 10, that sensation dissipated, replaced instead by a wildness that grew increasingly volatile, the sense of losing control intensifying. Was this the consequence of indulgent parenting? Ortolan mused inwardly. Perhaps it was precisely because of his father's overindulgence and reluctance to inflict harm upon him that his condition had not only failed to improve over the years, but had worsened instead. Yes, Ortolan's desire to swiftly resolve this ailment stemmed not only from the fear of losing control during the full moon, but also from the troubling realization that the affliction intensified with time. In recent years, he had felt his temper growing ever more irritable, a compulsion to unleash his aggression becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. He worried that his malady might extend beyond the full moon. After all, Charlotte Linlin's episodes of her eating disorder did not discriminate between full moons and ordinary days that if, in the future, he found himself unable to rein in his condition, could it morph into the very pattern exhibited by Charlotte Linlin? Even in the absence of a full moon, might he inexplicably plunge into a state of utter madness at certain times? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. During her episodes, Charlotte Linlin was devoid of reason, capable of committing acts of violence against even her own son, potentially resorting to cannibalism. If a situation were to devolve into something akin to that, it would be terrifying as he could unwittingly harm those he held dear, perhaps even consume them. In recent times, Ortolan sought solace through activities such as blacksmithing and fishing, engaging in a form of spiritual training, hoping to temper his explosive temperament. As so far, it seemed to have some effect. Yet it was far from a cure. As Ortolan pondered these matters, Charlotte Linlin set down her juice and smiled. "This world is perilous and cruel, Ortolan." This marked the first instance since their meeting that she addressed him by name. Ortolan raised his gaze to meet hers, and she continued, "Perhaps you have reveled in your triumph over Katakuri, and it is undeniable that he is indeed formidable. However, in my eyes, you both remain but seedlings." Following his initial encounter with Katakuri and the subsequent awakening, Ortolan had indeed taken pride in that victory for a time. After all, it was Katakuri, not some mere minion. Even though he had defeated him in a frenzied state, Ortolan believed that without such a transformation, his own strength could match that of Klijia. Besting Katakuri was certainly a cause for celebration. Yet Charlotte Linlin's words resonated with him. A 20-year-old Katakuri, facing the peak of Charlotte Linlin's prowess, might struggle to withstand even a single hand of hers. In contrast, when confronting a top-tier powerhouse like Charlotte Linlin, Ortolan could likely only endure a brief moment longer than Katakuri. As he contemplated this, Charlotte Linlin elaborated, "You almost continuously grow, striving to become stronger, mastering greater powers to secure the ability to protect yourselves in this harsh and dangerous world." Here, Charlotte Linlin paused, her gaze taking on an inscrutable quality as she softly stated, "And you, my son Ortolan, the stronger you become, the rarer it will be to find someone capable of matching or surpassing your violence. As such, the scarcity of this force makes your tumultuous condition increasingly difficult to remedy." "What are you trying to convey?" Ortolan interjected, interrupting Charlotte Linlin's insinuations. She merely smiled, unperturbed by his rudeness, and continued gently, "I wish to inform you that I, Charlotte Linlin, possess the very force capable of overwhelming you. My power is your remedy, Ortolan. In these vast seas, there are many who could overpower me, not merely yourself. There are indeed numerous individuals of equal or even greater strength than you, such as Shiki, Whitebeard, and Roger," Ortolan retorted. "Yet, can you place your trust in them? Would you dare to entrust your life to their hands, employing violence as a cure?" "Ortolan," Charlotte Linlin inquired calmly, unwavering in her tone, before Ortolan could respond. She continued, "These individuals are outsiders, unworthy of your trust. While we have experienced our share of unpleasantness and regrets, you cannot deny that my blood flows through your veins. I am your mother, Ortolan, regardless of blood relations or vested interests. I require you that if you return to my embrace, the stronger you become, the mightier our Big Mom pirates will be. We are family, bound by blood, and thus worthy of each other's trust." Ortolan had to concede that Charlotte Linlin's words held merit. Indeed, there were many powerful beings capable of rivaling Charlotte Linlin. Yet could he truly place his life in their hands? What if he were to be slain? In contrast, it was unlikely that Charlotte Linlin would bring about his demise. In that regard, she was indeed more trustworthy than the others. At tea that moment, Katakuri returned, seemingly carrying a small box. Upon sighting him, Charlotte Linlin nodded before addressing Ortolan. There is no need to rush into any decisions. Whether to refuse or accept, you should reflect deeply. With the full moon just days away, you may remain here to experience it firsthand, and only then can you conclude whether my proposed method bears fruit. Ortolan paused for a moment before nodding. All right. The words of Charlotte Linlin now dominate the discourse. It is imperative to verify the specifics independently. With the full moon approaching, I shall endure a beating on Cake Island and assess whether there is a trend of improvement in my condition before proceeding. Once conclusions are drawn, I will contemplate the earlier remarks made by Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri stepped forward, extending a small box to Ortoren. Ortoren regarded him with a hint of confusion, but before Katakuri could utter a word, Charlotte Linlin, seated upon her throne, interjected, "Take it. It is a gift from me to you." Ortoren, not one to be overly polite, accepted the small box from Katakuri without hesitation. Perispero arranged for Ortoren to settle in and familiarize him with our environment, Charlotte Linlin instructed. Perispero, licking his lips with a smile, nodded and beckoned to Ortoren. "Come along. There are plenty of rooms here. You may choose whichever you fancy if nothing catches your eye. I highly recommend my candy house. Rest assured, with my abilities, I can conjure it in an instant, ensuring your satisfaction." Ortoren, envisioning the candy house conjured by Perispero's powers, felt a sense of discomfort and quickly replied, "There's no need for that. I have no particular demands. Just take me to any available room." As they conversed, the two soon departed the chamber. Once the sounds of Perispero and Ortoren faded and the grand entrance closed automatically, Katakuri turned to his mother. "Mother, Ortoren does not seem to hold us in high regard. I have had numerous exchanges with him, and I doubt he will choose to stay." After pondering for a moment, Katakuri spoke. Charlotte Linlin seized a pastry from the table, taking a few bites before nonchalantly replying, "Whether he stays or leaves is inconsequential." Katakuri. Katakuri's expression reflected slight bewilderment as he struggled to grasp his mother's sentiment. Charlotte Linlin, possessing ample patience for her favored son, swallowed her food and elaborated, "What matters is our attitude, our benevolence." After a brief pause, she continued, "Ortoren has been estranged from me since childhood. This is my fault. A misjudgment on my part. I initially believed he would harbor animosity towards me, yet today's encounter has proven somewhat unexpected. It appears he does not despise me for abandoning him. Speaking of this," Katakuri nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have discussed this matter with him, and he has explicitly stated that his feelings towards you cannot be described as hatred or disdain. However, neither can they be characterized as friendliness. It is more akin to the sentiment one holds for a stranger. For us, this is already a commendable beginning, whether it is the words I just spoke or the gift I presented him. Both are gestures of goodwill. This goodwill may foster a slight positive shift in our previously distant relationship, and that is sufficient. Let the scales of fate tilt in our favor," Charlotte Linlin said softly. After a moment of contemplation, Katakuri nodded. Charlotte Linlin continued, "If he chooses to stay, that would indeed be favorable. I could keep him close, nurturing him personally. Given his potential and talent, he will inevitably become my true right-hand man and an integral part of our family." "But what if he opts to leave?" Katakuri inquired. "That would indicate he possesses more stubbornness than I anticipated, along with greater tenacity and courage." Charlotte Linlin replied with a smile, "I end this situation for Ortoren. It is akin to a destitute young man suddenly being sought out by his billionaire mother, who promises him boundless riches and glory should he choose to return to her embrace. Normally, most would be elated at such an opportunity, readily accepting the invitation to return to the life of luxury. If Ortoren were to decline, it would certainly suggest a level of stubbornness and courage beyond that of the average person. Of course, it could also be interpreted as arrogance or folly. It ultimately depends on one's perspective. Stubbornness, tenacity, and courage are qualities that the sea cherishes, coupled with his remarkable talent and potential, even if he chooses to refuse. I remain optimistic about his future. Should he decide to stay, he will receive the nurturing of our big mom pirates. If he chooses to depart, he will be shaped by the tempests of this world. Domestic flowers possess their own nobility and beauty, yet wildflowers exhibit their own wildness and romance. Who can definitively judge which is superior? Charlotte Linlin concluded, a glimmer of anticipation gracing her features. Domestic flowers and wildflowers. Katakuri murmured softly, pondering, be it the grand hammer forged by Ortoren or the gift bestowed upon him by his mother. Katakuri perceived these as symbols of Ortoren's future, destined to be anything but ordinary. He expressed a desire to explore the vast world, and to truly comprehend its beauty and brutality. One must continually ascend. Only by reaching greater heights can one gain a broader and clearer perspective. Ultimately, it is only from the pinnacle of the world that one can behold its entirety, is it not? To achieve this, Ortoren's journey will undoubtedly be fraught with storms. Yet, those storms serve both as trials and nourishment. In that moment, Katakuri understood that even if Ortoren chose to leave, the tempest would guide him along the thorny path of climbing the world's spine. One day, when he reaches a sufficient height, he will inevitably reunite with the Big Mom pirates, his mother, and Katakuri, who are already positioned high above at that point. The initial goodwill may yield unexpectedly wonderful results. Observing the realization dawn on Katakuri's face, Charlotte Linlin smiled with satisfaction. She then seized a bottle of spirit from the table, took several hearty gulps, and with a resounding thud, slammed the cup down before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Mwahaha! Besides, I already owe him so much. What reason do I have to hinder my son from pursuing the sea?" Having concluded the discussion about Ortoren, Charlotte Linlin shifted her tone, her demeanor growing solemn as she inquired, "How is the intelligence acquisition from Shiki progressing?" "It remains unclear," Katakuri promptly responded. Relying on the extensive network of connections Charlotte Linlin has cultivated over the years, alongside her appalling penchant for marriage alliances, while others seek suitable candidates within their families for mutual benefit, Charlotte Linlin has been far more ruthless, engaging in numerous marriages. One might say she has enough ex-husbands to form an enhanced squad. However, even at this peak of her beauty, there remains no shortage of sycophants akin to Ortoren's father. Even those who have divorced her are still willing to lend their support at her behest. Additionally, Charlotte Linlin is keen on hosting tea parties to maintain her interpersonal relationships, deftly expanding her connections with the dark underbelly of the world. Consequently, the Big Mom pirates have witnessed remarkable growth in the realm of intelligence over the years, eventually daring to claim the title of the foremost intelligence force in the pirate industry. Nevertheless, even so, the Big Mom pirates struggle to obtain substantial intelligence on Shiki. After all, Shiki's core team predominantly consists of those soaring through the skies, and his base, the secret of Melview, reaches into the clouds, making it exceedingly difficult for intelligence personnel to infiltrate. Understanding these challenges, Charlotte Linlin did not wish to burden her intelligence agency, but expressed her frustration, stating, "Regardless, Shiki is already assembling his fleet. We cannot remain idle. We must not allow the war to encroach upon Cake Island, a central stronghold. Let our fleet converge towards the Tato land front." After issuing her orders, Katakuri furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat concerned. "Mother, against Shiki, we must exert our utmost effort if we are to have any hope of victory. The recent assembly of the fleet will undoubtedly deplete the core strength of our Totland kingdom. Might this result in unforeseen consequences?" Katakuri hesitated before speaking. "Are you concerned that someone might launch a surprise attack on our headquarters?" Charlotte Linlin chuckled, stating, "Shiki's influence is vast. Be it King, Silver Axe, or that rascal Kaido, it is evident that if we allow Shiki to continue unchecked, we shall all face dire repercussions in the future. After all, that lion, who reigns supreme, will not spare us. Yet, even the formidable rocks could not compel our submission. What chance does he have? Although we were all members of the Rocks Pirates, there was no hierarchy among us. We united for a common objective, not as subordinates to rocks. Each of these heroes harbors their own ambitions and is fiercely independent. How could they ever truly submit to another? To be fair, despite his arrogance, impulsiveness, and myriad flaws, Rocks was not a tyrant. It is precisely because of this that we were able to sail together for so long. However, Shiki is different. His temperament aboard the ship is one of defiance and supremacy. If he seeks to unify the pirate forces of the New World, he will not adopt a camaraderie akin to that of Rocks. He will surely devise ways to bring everyone under his heel. This is a notion that neither Charlotte Linlin nor Kaido, nor any of the others like King or Silver Axe, can tolerate. Therefore, Charlotte Linlin is confident that, given the current circumstances, should she clash violently with Shiki, Kaido, King, and the like would not need to deliberate. They would instinctively unite to confront Shiki together. In truth, this is also the reason why Shiki has yet to fully conquer the New World. When he remains inactive, his old friends, despite their own conflicts, are still embroiled in mutual bloodshed. Yet, once he stirs, those old friends can swiftly set aside their grievances and join forces against him. This situation has truly vexed Shiki. While he currently stands as the most formidable pirate in the New World, he undeniably feels the weight of the phrase, "A fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves." Charlotte Linlin has now grasped this delicate situation, allowing her to concentrate her forces on the front lines, leaving Cake Island and the surrounding waters relatively unguarded. She is acutely aware that, should she engage in a significant confrontation with Shiki, the powerful figures who threaten her, like King and Kaido, would have no reason to turn against her, but on the contrary, they would likely extend their support, fearing that they could be Shiki's next targets. This unspoken understanding exists among them. Shiki, caught in this predicament, is undoubtedly scheming to break free from such an awkward situation in pursuit of his ambitions and dreams that in fact, he has devised a plan to ally with Roger. In the past, Roger and Garp joined forces and, by fortuitous circumstances, dealt a decisive blow to the Rocks Pirates. Now, if Shiki were to ally with Roger, would that not make him even more formidable? Especially since Shiki knows that Roger is searching for the true history and has obtained crucial information that could lead to the ancient weapons buried within history. These ancient weapons possess terrifying power. Once harnessed, combined with Shiki's military might and cunning, would he not sweep across the world? At that point, what would Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard, or Kaido be to him but mere obstacles to his supremacy? Ironically, Shiki, with his defiant and egocentric nature, is willing to set aside his pride and share power equally with one individual, Roger. Currently, Shiki is contemplating how to negotiate with the utmost sincerity, proposing that Roger join him as co-kings, equally dividing the world. He believes such earnest terms would surely entice Roger. The pirate elites of the New World are embroiled in their own deceptions. While Charlotte Linlin has her own calculations, Shiki is also plotting how to break through this stalemate. In summary, under Charlotte Linlin's orders, Katakuri, although harboring some concerns, swiftly conveyed commands for the fleets and family fighters near Cake Island to begin orderly preparations for the front line. In this era, Charlotte Linlin has yet to suffer the misfortune of having her territory invaded. Thus, the waters of Totland Kingdom are not as perilous as they would be 2 decades hence. The seas are filled with surveillance sea slugs. Any disturbance could be promptly reported to the Big Mom pirates. At this moment, in waters close to Cake Island, a vessel is stealthily advancing towards the headquarters of the Big Mom pirates. This ship is none other than the illustrious Oro Jackson, the vessel of the infamous pirate Gold Roger. Indeed, at this time, Roger is not yet referred to as the Pirate King. Within the pirate ranks, he is known as Gold Roger, a playful moniker based on his name that on the deck, Roger sits cross-legged, with a nautical chart spread before him, upon which a red circle marks Cake Island, the stronghold of Charlotte Linlin. Surrounding Roger are his companions, including the Dark King Rayleigh and Sparking Jabba, along with 2 young boys, one with red hair and the other with a red nose, who would later rise to become the 4 emperors. Linlin possesses a piece of the road poneglyph, which is our target this time. Once we secure this historical text and locate the final piece, the coordinates to Laugh-Tale will be revealed, and the secrets of the final island will no longer remain hidden from us. Roger exclaimed with palpable excitement, slapping the sea chart. However, the Big Mom pirates are not to be trifled with. Charlotte Linlin is as formidable as a monster. Rayleigh mused, stroking his stubble. Vice Captain, we are quite strong ourselves. We fear her not, Shanks proclaimed boldly, thumping his chest. As soon as Shanks spoke, the crew erupted into laughter. Although Shanks still has much to learn, his assertion holds merit. The Roger pirates are indeed powerful. Yet one must also consider Roger's health. If we can avoid direct confrontation, we should. Dr. Kareha advised with concern that Roger's strength is unmatched, standing at the pinnacle of power, with few capable of challenging him. Even Charlotte Linlin is slightly inferior in comparison. However, the troubling issue lies in Roger's deteriorating health. He suffers from an incurable illness, causing intermittent episodes that severely impact his combat efficacy. According to Dr. Kareha, if Roger abstains from fighting, he might extend his life for a few more years. But engaging in fierce battles would only hasten his decline, effectively shortening his lifespan. Moreover, a significant worry arises if he were to fall ill during a fierce confrontation with a formidable foe. The consequences could be dire, potentially leading to his demise. The doctor speaks wisely. Let us devise a plan to infiltrate stealthily, that if we could procure the historical text, it would be a monumental success. Rayleigh suggested promptly to... Wouldn't that tarnish our image, Vice Captain? Shanks inquired, somewhat troubled. It would seem as though the Roger pirates feared the Big Mom pirates. Rayleigh chuckled, ruffling Shanks's hair. What image? We are pirates. What do pirates need for an image? Deceit and shamelessness are our trademarks. At the entrance of a guest room on the second floor of the Cake Island Castle, Persuading was attempting to squeeze his head through the door. Meanwhile, Ortolan stood inside, pushing against the door to prevent Persuading's intrusion. Truth be told, with a little effort, he could easily shut the door, but he feared he might crush Persuading's head. Are you really not inviting me in for a chat? I'm your elder brother. After all, you haven't been enchanted by Katakuri, have you? Persuading struggled to speak, his peculiar long tongue almost drooling. Are the members of the Big Mom pirates always this enthusiastic? Ortolan's voice dripped with disdain as he dodged that tongue. That I merely wish for you to join my faction. Persuading suddenly ceased his forceful attempts at the door, stating this. Ortolan paused, taken aback by the statement. Had the power struggle between the Charlotte family and the Big Mom pirates escalated to this point? Undoubtedly, Persuading, as the eldest son, and Katakuri, the favored child of Charlotte Linlin, were both likely candidates to inherit the legacy and power of the Charlotte family and the Big Mom pirates. Yet Ortolan recalled that, in over 20 years, Persuading's support would significantly lag behind that of Katakuri. Had this eldest son already recognized his disadvantage? Was he, upon realizing Ortolan's excellence, eager to draw him into his fold first? What benefits might that entail? As Ortolan pondered this, he eased his grip on the door. After all, he, a humble country boy, could hardly compare to these princes of various nations. Perhaps there truly was some advantage to be gained. Though he lacked interest in such matters, it did not hinder his enjoyment of free perks. What faction? Ortolan asked, his tone growing grave, his expression serious. Observing this, Persuading mirrored his seriousness, adjusting his collar with both hands and stating with utmost gravity. Of course, the candy faction. Ah? Ortolan looked at Persuading in bewilderment, then inquired, Is that the name of your faction? What does it mean? Indeed, it is our faction's name. As for its meaning, it is dedicated to uniting those who love candy to combat the donut tyranny of Katakuri and his brothers. We strive to make everyone fall in love with candy. Persuading declared earnestly. Ortolan's face twitched slightly, and he slammed the door shut with a furious shout. Demon! Persuading, taken aback, turned to survey his surroundings, muttering in confusion. Where is the demon? Undeterred, he knocked again, which only provoked Ortolan's curses. Eventually, he left begrudgingly, feeling that Ortolan, this new brother, had a remarkably unpleasant demeanor. Was his attitude toward his elder brother truly so deplorable? The moment he mentioned donuts, Ortolan had shut the door. Could it be that it had already been swayed by Katakuri? How infuriating! Persuading muttered to himself as he descended the stairs. Meanwhile, inside the room, Ortolan sat on the sofa, gazing at the closed door, unable to suppress his thoughts. Did the Charlotte family truly have a hereditary mental illness? That Katakuri fellow never sleeps lying down, claiming that having one's back to the ground is a disgrace for a man and a brother. Thus, he insists on standing or leaning against a wall while sleeping. Once, while on the ship, Ortolan had been startled by Katakuri, who was snoring while standing in the corridor like a ghost. Truth be told, Ortolan has always found it perplexing how lying down correlates with the bed. When you sneakily devour donuts, aren't you lying down? That fellow, Cracker, constantly encased in biscuits, resembling someone trapped in a mold, is flamboyant, if that isn't a mental illness. What is? Fearful of revealing one's true appearance. Isn't that classic paranoid delusion? As for this Perispero, he too seemed unhinged. On their first meeting, he rambled incessantly about the Candy faction. Did he possess no sense of boundaries? Did he not feel embarrassed? With these thoughts, Ortolan felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily cleared his mind of such chaotic musings. He then turned his attention to the small box that had been placed on the table. Before arriving, Katakuri had mentioned that Charlotte Linlin had a gift for him. It appeared to be true. However, what could possibly be inside this box? Without indulging in futile speculation, Ortolan swiftly opened the small box only to discover a fruit adorned with bizarre patterns. A devil fruit. This was a specialty of this ocean-themed world, possessing extraordinary effects that granted bizarre abilities to its consumer, albeit at the cost of being cursed by the sea, rendering them unable to swim and sinking upon contact with water. Devil fruits are remarkably common. It feels like any random pirate plucked from the New World might possess some peculiar ability. Yet, they are also exceedingly precious. These fruits are deemed treasures of the sea. In the black market, regardless of how lackluster the ability may be, any devil fruit starts with a price of hundreds of millions. Ortolan had spent a considerable amount of time in this world, over a decade, but had never encountered a single devil fruit. He had seen users, of course. Small pirates and gang members lurking around the docks might occasionally show off their quirky powers. However, even without having witnessed one firsthand, Ortolan had long heard tales of devil fruits. Thus, upon opening this box, he immediately recognized its identity. His expression turned complex as he gazed at the devil fruit, a mixture of astonishment and shock in his eyes, before a look of realization crossed his face. She is quite generous, Ortolan mused, his lips pursed. If it were a devil fruit of little renown, Ortolan, lacking any knowledge of relevant devil fruit compendiums, would be unable to discern its corresponding abilities and value. Yet, the fruit contained within this box was so famous and powerful that Ortolan found it unforgettable, the kind that one could recognize at a glance as a top-tier devil fruit. At first glance, it resembled a flamboyant hedgehog hairstyle, entirely golden. However, upon closer inspection, the hedgehog-like patterns bore a striking beauty, reminiscent of lightning cleaving through stormy clouds. Indeed, this was the legendary natural-type thunder fruit, renowned for its invincible capabilities and the most vexing plot device in the original story. He vaguely recalled that after Katakuri met him for the first time and sought to coax him into joining the Big Mom Pirates, Ortolan had revealed his lineage and presented a plethora of absurd reasons, including the need for a colossal stone for crafting a war hammer and the powers of a devil fruit. Initially, Ortolan had merely spoken offhandedly, referencing his father's dying words about a place known as Baika, an island in the sky above 10,000 meters, where the invincible thunder fruit was said to reside. If they were sincere, why not present him with the thunder fruit? The colossal stone had indeed arrived. Yet Katakuri had never mentioned the thunder fruit again. Ortolan assumed they had disregarded it. After all, who would genuinely believe such baseless claims and go through the trouble of procuring a fruit? Even if they did believe it, would they truly hand it over? Yet, one could not deny Charlotte Linlin's generosity. Regardless of whether she believed it or not, she had indeed gone and procured this thunder fruit and had now presented it to Ortolan. Linlin, you truly went all out. In that moment, Ortolan's regard for Charlotte Linlin rose significantly. After observing the thunder fruit for a while, Ortolan placed it back into the box and closed the lid. He had no intention of consuming the thunder fruit just yet. Firstly, there were several factors he had yet to consider. For instance, should he become a devil fruit user? If he were to gain the powers of the thunder fruit, his strength would undoubtedly see a remarkable enhancement. However, this would also render him a landlubber, which could be quite inconvenient at sea. According to rumors, most devil fruit users met their demise at sea, though the truth of this was uncertain. The climate of the New World was indeed daunting. One could easily find themselves navigating through a storm where icebergs might plummet from the sky. Was that not terrifying? In addition to the consideration of becoming a landlubber, there is also the matter of the versions of the devil fruits. It is widely known that initially, natural-type devil fruits were considered the answer to all, owing to their formidable elemental abilities, rendering most individuals incapable of harming natural-type users without finding a means to counter them. However, the emergence of Haki had obliterated this significant advantage. Subsequently, Whitebeard wielding the Tremor fruit made a grand entrance, earning the title of the strongest man, leading many to believe that the Paramecia type would become the answer. After all, the strongest man and the captain of the Straw Hat crew are both classified as superhuman types. Following the strongest may lead to missteps, but aligning oneself with the protagonist should invariably yield positive results, right? Yet, problems have indeed arisen, marked by the entrance of Kaido, the most formidable creature across the seas, land, and air, who has elevated the status of the Zoan-type devil fruits to unprecedented heights. Even the long-standing protagonist of the superhuman type has seemingly unlocked extraordinary powers, transforming into a similar Zoan type. From this perspective, it is evident that the current version's answer clearly favors the Zoan type. The once coveted natural type seems to have lost its luster, now lagging behind by 2 versions. Of course, these remarks are made in jest. From Ortolan's viewpoint, there may indeed be a discernible hierarchy of strength among the major categories of devil fruits. However, the Rumble fruit, as the pinnacle of natural type abilities, is undeniably formidable across any version. This Rumble fruit can be described as an exceptionally comprehensive devil fruit, with effects that encompass powerful, thunderous attacks, a significant enhancement of observation Haki, and the ability to move at lightning speed, achieving instantaneous effects over an extensive range without the need for refraction like Borsalino's light fruit. Additionally, it allows for a form of self-electrotherapy, which includes, but is not limited to, reviving heartbeats and overcoming internet addiction. Ortolan believes that this ability to adjust oneself through electrotherapy may indeed be the most terrifying aspect of the Rumble fruit, potentially enabling further evolution and enhancement of physical capabilities, while also reaching the imagined level of lightning release. Improvements across various dimensions, strength, speed, explosiveness, attack power, range, and observation are evidently substantial. It is clear that the Rumble fruit's prowess far exceeds that of typical natural type abilities, and it is no wonder that it is regarded as one of the invincible devil fruits by the denizens of the sea. Thus, Ortolan holds a profound affection for the Rumble fruit, should he decide to become a user of devil fruits. He believes he would most likely not refuse the power of the Rumble fruit. Nonetheless, setting this matter aside, the primary reason he has not immediately consumed the Rumble fruit is the impending full moon. Consuming a devil fruit now would only serve to enhance Charlotte Linlin's strength, creating unnecessary troubles for Cake Island and himself. Given Charlotte Linlin's formidable power, she would undoubtedly be able to accommodate this level of strength. However, should she begin to act erratically as a user of the Rumble fruit, Cake Island would truly suffer dire consequences. Charlotte Linlin has extended her invitation, showering him with gifts. Ortolan currently holds a rather amicable view of her, and he feels he should extend her this courtesy. After the full moon, if he chooses to become a user, he will consume the Rumble fruit. Meanwhile, he can take this time to contemplate thoroughly, as this is a decision that will influence his entire life. Ortolan smacked his lips, muttering to himself. Once his thoughts returned from the Rumble fruit, Ortolan began to reflect on the words previously spoken by Charlotte Linlin. Whether violence could serve as a remedy for his erratic symptoms remains to be seen. He will wait to assess the efficacy of this brutal treatment before drawing conclusions as for whether to join and return to the Big Mom Pirates and the Charlotte family. That requires careful deliberation. Prior to his arrival, Ortolan was not particularly interested in this matter, even though he was well aware that the Big Mom Pirates, under Charlotte Linlin's leadership, were destined to ascend to greatness. ultimately becoming one of the 4 Emperor-level pirate crews in the New World, an apex of pirate power since the days of Pirate King Roger. This prospect was undeniably enticing. Furthermore, once he agreed to Charlotte Linlin's invitation, he would undoubtedly gain access to top-tier training resources and cultivation methods, significantly aiding his strength enhancement beyond expectations. The benefits are plentiful. However, these seemingly free offerings are, in essence, exceedingly valuable, akin to the adage from a Queen of the Dead. She was too young to realize that all gifts of fate have already been secretly priced. Ortolan may be youthful, yet having lived 2 lives, he possesses some understanding. Once he accepts Charlotte Linlin's invitation and enjoys the privileges granted by the Charlotte family and the Big Mom Pirates, he will inevitably be responsible for Charlotte Linlin and serve her ambitions and purposes, becoming one of her vanguard generals, traversing the seas to spread the Charlotte family's renown and establish her throne in the heavens. Is this what I desire? Ortolan softly questioned himself. He has a commendable habit of pausing to introspect and query his soul whenever faced with significant choices, in order to avoid being swayed by the sugary bombardments of the outside world. No, this is not what I want, at least not now. Ortolan quickly arrived at the same conclusion as before. He cannot even consider joining Charlotte Linlin's ranks. He has yet to decide if he wishes to become a pirate at all. This world is vast. This ocean is magnificent. A ship navigating these tumultuous waters need not fly the pirate flag alone. Becoming an exceptional adventurer or a perilous bounty hunter would also be admirable. Moreover, Ortolan has even fantasized about joining the Navy, envisioning himself in the ranks of admirals or even the fleet admiral. However, he is uncertain if his background would pass the Navy's political scrutiny. Upon reflection, if he were truly able to become a Navy officer, it might well be an extraordinarily exciting choice, granting him the power to navigate both the Black and White realms. If he were to ascend to the position of admiral or even fleet admiral, while Charlotte Linlin unified the seas and became the pirate overlord or pirate king, who would dare provoke them? Should he feel displeased or find the world government unsatisfactory, he could simply thump his thigh and claim the so-called empty throne. With this thought, Ortolan's eyes sparkled. This truly seems intriguing. I wonder how my dear mother would react if I shared this idea with her. Would she find it captivating? If she did, would there be a way for her to help me navigate the Navy's political scrutiny? By the way, does the Navy even have such a process? Ortolan mused with enthusiasm that this what I lacked the choice of before, now wanting to be a good person, in the following 2 or 3 days. Ortolan scarcely left Cake Island and did not encounter Charlotte Linlin again. In fact, he did not see any of his blood-related siblings besides Perispero and Katakuri. Even that rascal Cracker was nowhere to be found. It was as if Charlotte Linlin had no intention of introducing him to the others, and according to Katakuri's descriptions, it seemed that only a few were aware of his identity. Ortolan felt no sense of wrongness regarding Charlotte Linlin's absence. After all, it appeared that the Big Mom Pirates were quite busy, needing to address the looming threat of Shiki with full force, in contrast to the crude styles of most pirate crews. The Big Mom Pirates were advancing toward a nation-state modeled as the Queen of Tato Land. Charlotte Linlin had her fair share of pressing matters. Naturally, Ortolan had no desire to meet with Charlotte Linlin. He was utterly engrossed in the castle's grand library. Ortolan's understanding of this world largely stemmed from his previous life's knowledge and anecdotes recounted by his father after arriving in this realm, which he had previously taken lightly. However, after several exchanges with Katakuri along the way, he realized that he was woefully ignorant of many fundamental concepts here. For instance, he knew that the world seas were roughly divided into 4 major regions: East, West, South, and North, along with a Great Route. Isolated by the calm belt to the north and south, the first half of the Great Route was referred to as Paradise, while the latter half was known as the New World. However, his knowledge of the seas was limited to this general overview. He was oblivious to specific locations, recognizing only the names of islands and their respective seas, but not their precise positions. Thus, upon learning that the castle housed a grand library where Charlotte Linlin had collected a wealth of knowledge, Ortolan promptly made it his residence. Before a certain bookshelf in the grand library, Ortolan sat cross-legged on the floor, a stack of books arranged beside him, while he diligently read one in his hands. Additionally, A small square table stood in front of him, upon which lay a notebook, where Ortolan would jot down key points whenever he encountered something noteworthy. From the front, one could see that the title of the book he held was Hockey, From Introduction to the Grave. The name of this book was rather dubious, and its contents were a mixed bag, beginning with the fundamentals of hockey and progressing to advanced techniques, both the armament hockey and observation hockey, as well as the conqueror hockey, were discussed with remarkable insights, by all accounts. This should have been a formidable book. However, it was interspersed with a plethora of topics entirely unrelated to the main subject, including but not limited to the secret lover of Whitebeard, Kaido's likely crush on Linlin. That bastard Shiki always wants to defecate on my head. I suspect John's treasure is buried in such and such place. How to change Katakuri's diapers. Linlin's fourth husband has a bad temper, and is there a chance for me to become a son-in-law on Amazon Lily? The disarray was a result of the author not being a professional, but rather the infamous pirate, Rox de Zebek. Indeed, the captain of the Rox pirates. This morning Ortolan stumbled upon this book, and, driven by curiosity about the mysterious powerhouse Rox and a pursuit of hockey's power, opened its pages. Consequently, the image of Rox that had once seemed enigmatic, powerful, cold, cruel, and tyrannical in his mind underwent a dramatic transformation, given his penchant for gossip and the leisure to write a book filled with such tidbits. It seemed that Rox was indeed formidable, yet, fundamentally, he might also be quite the joker. Did no one from the Dida clan possess a semblance of normalcy? Ortolan muttered after perusing the detailed explanation on how to change Katakuri's diapers. After flipping past these chaotic descriptions, he soon encountered Rox returning to the main topic. Offering some elucidation on Hakkaida, it should be noted that Ortolan was not unfamiliar with the power of hockey. After all, he had not been devoid of exposure. On the contrary, he currently wielded both armament and observation hockey, while he remained uncertain about his possession of conqueror's hockey, as it had yet to awaken within him. This ability was largely dictated by fate. If one inherently possessed it, it would manifest at the appropriate time, and if not, no amount of seeking or training could bring it forth. Ortolan's mastery of two forms of hockey stemmed from the fact that his father was also a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, navigating the perilous waters of the New World. It was well known that outside the New World, hockey was a relatively rare commodity. However, within the most ruthless maritime expanse, nearly everyone daring to sail the seas possessed some degree of it. Even the lowly sailors of the New World could be said to have armament hockey at their fingertips. Yet, due to his father's limited education and lack of aptitude for teaching, compounded by his own failure to reach the pinnacle of strength and not being renowned for his hockey prowess, the instruction Ortolan received on hockey training was merely a notch above the ordinary. As a result, while Ortolan wielded the power of hockey, he was not particularly proficient in IT this moment. The insights of Rox, a top-tier powerhouse, regarding hockey truly expanded Ortolan's horizons, evoking frequent sentiments of, "so that's how it is," or "I never knew it could be like this." According to Rox, the mastery of hockey could be attributed to 3 parts destiny and 7 parts effort. While it was true that anyone could train in armament and observation hockey, Rox believed there remained a fundamental connection to conqueror's hockey, which was entirely reliant on innate talent. Some individuals were naturally attuned to armament hockey, able to grasp its essence swiftly and progress rapidly. Similarly, observation hockey followed suit. Ortolan pondered this, referencing instances from his memory, and found it to hold merit. For instance, the legendary pirate Red-Haired Shanks possessed an exceptionally terrifying level of observation hockey, capable of listening to the hearts of others. Moreover, this was a talent he had harnessed since childhood, relying on such innate ability. Even Rox held the Red-Haired's observation hockey in high regard within the book. Although Ortolan had never encountered Red-Haired, he was acquainted with another gifted individual, Katakuri. According to Katakuri, he had been exceptionally perceptive from a young age, and his observation hockey was nearing the stage of awakening and advancement. Presently, he could occasionally utilize his observation hockey to foresee the future, and Ortolan was well aware that Katakuri would eventually normalize this ability, consistently employing his observation hockey to predict forthcoming events. As for armament hockey, Rox notably praised a talented individual named Zephyr from the Navy. although Zephyr's reputation paled in comparison to that of seasoned veterans like Garp and Sengoku in the past. Rox expressed a high regard for him in the book, considering that Zephyr achieved the title Black Arm solely through combat skills and haki, without relying on any fruit abilities, and ascended to the rank of Admiral. Renowned for being the Admiral who never kills, his prowess in armament haki was indeed formidable. Furthermore, the fact that he never killed his opponents but subdued them instead further highlighted Zephyr's remarkable strength and composure. After turning a few more pages, Ortolan discovered Rox's further interpretations, emphasizing that 7 parts of mastery relied on effort. While it was true that there existed a certain talent threshold for armament and observation haki, this threshold was not particularly high. Rox contended that even individuals of average talent could break their limitations and catch up to so-called talented players through diligent training day after day. This encapsulated his belief in 7 parts effort, and his exact words were, "Haki is the most equitable power granted to all by the sea, regardless of whether one possesses extraordinary talent or is quite ordinary. To reach the pinnacle on this path, one must exhibit unwavering patience and focus. The starting point may vary, but the destination is attainable for all." Thus, it became evident that at least for armament and observation haki, as long as one practiced diligently, their strength would increase over time. Therefore, it was a matter of perseverance. The longer one trained, the stronger these 2 forms of power would become, suggesting that generally, age could confer advantages. Ortolan meticulously noted these pertinent points in his notebook, contemplating the implications. Subsequently, Rox also provided evaluations and summaries of various power systems, including haki, qigong, and the abilities granted by devil fruits. Indeed, he even mentioned the qigong system, which surprised Ortolan. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a rather uncommon power system, seemingly originating from the Flower Country in the West Sea, and Rox had some knowledge of it due to a crew member named Wang Ji, who excelled in this power. Ortolan recalled that if memory served him right, there was an elder named Lao Ji among the family cadres under Don Quixote da Flamingo, who wielded a power known as Qi, belonging to a style called the Demon's Fist. This technique allowed him to store his youthful Qi within his body, which he could later unleash in his old age to reclaim the accumulated strength of his youth. Truly, this world was vibrant and diverse, a fact he had previously overlooked. Continuing to read, Ortolan noted that Rox concluded his insights by asserting that haki power was the most versatile and universally applicable, capable of perfectly merging with any power system to enhance its inherent limits. In other words, regardless of whether one primarily relied on swordsmanship, devil fruit abilities, or even the rare qigong, adding a form of haki to one's repertoire would undoubtedly yield substantial strength augmentation. Even without training in other forms, relying solely on haki was sufficient to propel one to the pinnacle of power. Thus, Rox reached the conclusion that only haki reigned supreme above all. Upon reaching this point, Ortolan couldn't help but think of the renowned Master Kaido, who would later make his mark upon the seas. Undoubtedly, Kaido's extreme admiration for haki was inherited, at least in part, from Rox. What an exquisite book this is! Even though it contains some chaotic elements, it is undoubtedly a rare treasure for one's cultivation. As Ortolan gazed at the tome in his hands, he couldn't suppress his musings once more, just as Ortolan was lost in thought. The grand doors of the library swung open, revealing Katakuri striding in from the outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Ortolan turned to look, and Katakuri flashed him a smile as he approached. "You've been cooped up here for 2 days. It's about time you ventured out for some fresh air, don't you think?" Katakuri greeted with a grin. "Mainly, it's my eagerness to progress," Ortolan chuckled, teasingly responding. "Nevertheless, one must remember to balance work and rest," Katakuri advised, then, somewhat bashfully, added, "I've been rather preoccupied these past few days and may have neglected you a bit. Speaking of which, the other siblings have all gone to the front lines, and you haven't had the chance to meet them. Perhaps in the future, I can introduce you to it because of what you mentioned earlier about going to war with Shiki," Ortolan casually inquired. "Yes, actually, we were originally scheduled to depart for the front lines soon." Katakuri nodded. This statement inadvertently favored Ortolan, fostering a sense of camaraderie to be by the way. "Tonight marks the full moon. I hope her method proves effective," Ortolan expressed with a hint of anticipation. Indeed, That's why I came to fetch you. Lest you miss this full moon and have to wait for the next, Katakuri replied cheerfully. Ortolan's plight during the full moon was not insurmountable. The simplest solution was to find a place where the moon was obscured and shielded from its light. Waiting for the time to pass. Ortolan had attempted this method in his earlier years, but it was merely a temporary fix, failing to help him overcome the madness that accompanied each full moon. Without addressing this issue, his daily emotions, temper, and even his character would gradually be influenced by the mad blood. Thus, after trying this approach a couple of times, Ortolan decided to confront the full moon head-on and seek alternative solutions. Glancing at the clock on the library wall, Ortolan realized that, having been engrossed in the sea of knowledge, it was already afternoon, and twilight would soon descend. Time has flown by, Ortolan remarked as he closed the book and placed it on the small table. Yes, let us go out together now, have a meal, and then rest a bit. I'll take you to the forest in the back mountains of the island. Mother will be there to help suppress your agitation. I hope it proves effective, Katakuri said. Before long, the two left the library and headed to the dining hall for a meal. True to form, Katakuri seemed to require donuts to accompany his food. Meanwhile, at the perilous cliffs of the back mountains of Cake Island, the ship, the Orortoren Jackson, had deftly navigated around the island's defenses and anchored at the treacherous coastline, which was always at risk of running aground. Soon, the anchor was dropped, securing the vessel against the whims of the sea. On the deck, the members of the Roger pirates were engaged in their final discussions. Why don't you stay on the ship and await our return? Roger, after all, the goal this time isn't to confront Charlotte Linlin, but to infiltrate. Once inside, we'll locate the historical text. If we can take it, we will, and if not, we'll make a rubbing. The fewer the number of us, the more discreet and secure our actions will be, suggested Sambel, the ship's helmsman of the Fishman tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, Spark Jabba, wielding dual axes, nodded in agreement. However, the ever-restless and adventure-loving Roger was not pleased and retorted, "Without me, who among you could accurately locate that historical text? Therefore, I must be part of this mission." Hearing this, Rayleigh hesitated slightly, stating, "That's true. You are the only one among us who can precisely hear the voice of the historical text, allowing you to discern where it is hidden." Indeed, Roger possessed an extraordinary talent, known as hearing the voice of all things. The reason he dared to devise a plan to steal Charlotte Linlin's historical text from Cake Island was precisely because he could utilize this ability to determine its hiding place. Throughout their journey, they had successfully traversed the waters of Totland and arrived at Cake Island, evading all surveillance patrols, partly due to the fact that the elite forces of the Big Mom Pirates had been dispatched to the front lines recently. Additionally, Roger's formidable intuition and hockey had played a crucial role in their precise predictions. After a brief discussion, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, along with the two youngsters, Shanks and Buggy, were chosen as the participants for this operation. This decision was primarily due to Roger's unique ability, which was indispensable, and Rayleigh and Jabba's strength being the highest among the remaining members. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, their capabilities would be pivotal. As for Shanks and Buggy, their smaller stature made them ideal for infiltrating spaces that larger adults would find challenging to access, be it through dog doors or windows. Moreover, Shanks was clever, while Buggy's ability to split into pieces made the task even easier. With the team members and plan finalized, the five soon began their ascent of the cliffs of Cake Island's back mountains, preparing to stealthily navigate through the forest and into the castle. As they climbed, Roger remarked, "Linlin's abilities are quite peculiar. It's highly likely that there are homies concealed in this forest, monitoring our movements. Therefore, you must follow closely and avoid drawing attention, navigating through the untamed wilderness of the back mountains." Roger suddenly came to a halt, nearly causing Rayleigh, who was trailing behind, to bump into him. Noticing their captain's sudden stop, the others became vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Rayleigh cautiously inquired, "What is wrong? Is something amiss, Roger?" Roger rubbed his eyelid, then replied, "My eyelid has been twitching. I have a feeling something is about to happen." Hearing Roger's seemingly unreliable statement, Rayleigh's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "Stop with the superstition. Nightfall is imminent, and we should seize the opportunity to act." Upon hearing this, Roger looked up at the sky, his gaze piercing through the branches above, where he could see a heavy cloud parting. allowing the moonlight to filter through alongside the last rays of twilight. "It might rain tomorrow," Roger chuckled lightly. "Speaking of which, tonight is a full moon," Jabba added with a smile. Without further delay, the group swiftly resumed their journey through the forest. The senses of strong individuals are remarkably acute. So Roger's crew was cautious not to extend their hockey too far, lest they inadvertently encounter Charlotte Linlin and be detected. Thus, they remained aware within a few hundred meters, relying more on Roger's extraordinary ability to listen to the voices of all things, constantly assessing their surroundings. Simultaneously, deep within the dense wilderness, Charlotte Linlin stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a towering tree, the final remnants of daylight gracing the tips of her pink hair. Today, she wore a brown pirate captain's hat adorned with a blue scarf speckled with light yellow dots, and cherry-shaped earrings dangled from her ears. Her exquisite features, coupled with her strikingly voluptuous figure, belied her age of over 40 and the fact that she had borne several children. It must be said that, at this moment, Charlotte Linlin was indeed one of the rare female heroes of the sea, possessing both strength and beauty. Not far from Charlotte Linlin, Ortolan was seated cross-legged on the ground, his upper body bare, revealing his well-defined muscles and imposing physique. He wore a pair of black cargo pants and sturdy high-top leather boots, exuding a wild and commanding presence. Beside him stood a war hammer, its head resting on the ground. It was evident that Ortolan was experiencing a surge of agitation. A flicker of crimson occasionally danced in his eyes, and his normally composed and valiant visage was occasionally marred by a fierce expression. With the full moon approaching, Ortolan was beginning to lose control, battling the primal rage that surged through his veins. In an effort to soothe his tempestuous emotions, Charlotte Linlin glanced at the warhammer and casually inquired, "By the way, what name have you given it? I haven't thought of one yet." Ortolan replied, struggling to rein in his tumultuous feelings. "How about calling it the Tempestuous Bull? It suits you quite well, doesn't it?" Charlotte Linlin teased, bursting into laughter. "Shut your mouth, old hag." Ortolan suddenly cursed, his tone brash and uncouth. Taken aback for a moment, Charlotte Linlin's expression morphed into a menacing smile as she retorted, "It seems your sanity is beginning to unravel. My dear son, just wait. This old hag will give you a proper lesson." Ortolan fell silent, his fists clenching tightly as he fought against the tempest brewing within him. With each movement, the muscles on his exposed arms tensed, veins bulging ominously. Simultaneously, Charlotte Linlin sensed the escalating aura emanating from her beloved son, a fierce and volatile energy growing ever more potent. Her expression shifted to one of seriousness, as if feeling the weight of the atmosphere. Even the wind rustling through the trees had quieted. In the next moment, the clouds obscuring the full moon parted entirely, and the last remnants of the twilight glow surrendered to the sea. The luminous moonlight cascaded down, filtering through the dappled leaves, and illuminated. In an instant, it seemed that the wild, chaotic fury within him could no longer be contained. His eyes abruptly transformed into a deep crimson, the power of the full moon coursing through him, igniting the primal blood of the Fur clan. The moon lion has arrived. In a heartbeat, Ortolan's originally deep brown hair was bleached white, swiftly transforming into a lion-like mane that cascaded down to his waist. Simultaneously, the two horns on his forehead seemed to swell, taking on a demonic appearance, and his already towering physique appeared even more formidable, as if his muscles were on the verge of bursting forth with life. "Roar!" Ortolan emitted a low growl, signaling the dissolution of his rationality as a sentient being. In that moment, he became a beast, a monster, his crimson pupils brimming with madness. Murder, destruction. In an instant, his gaze locked on his Charlotte Linlin across from him. He seized the war hammer resting at his side. That very moment, Charlotte Linlin summoned a powerful aura of dark armament color upon her arm. The next second, Ortolan lunged at her like a ferocious beast, his war hammer descending without hesitation toward her head. Perhaps due to his overwhelming speed or sheer strength, the hammer sliced through the air as if it were pulverizing everything in its path, creating a thunderous roar. This strike, imbued with Ortolan's innate divine strength and augmented by his frenzied state, combined with the warhammer's weight, could undoubtedly shatter a warship, and even a giant warrior renowned for brute force would meet certain demise. But Charlotte Linlin would not falter. Despite Ortolan's impressive speed, she deftly raised her hand, catching the hammer's head with precision. A resounding thud erupted, and a violent shockwave radiated from the point of their clash, bending several nearby trees. The ground beneath Charlotte Linglin's feet shattered like a spider's web, debris soaring into the air, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, a testament to the tremendous force unleashed. Is this all the power you've inherited from your mother? Far from enough, Ortolan. Charlotte Linglin's face maintained a wicked grin, and she was poised to taunt him further. Yet, it bore little significance, for Ortolan had long since lost his sanity and could no longer comprehend her words. Driven by primal instinct, Ortolan roared in anger, yanking the hammer back and swinging it in a wide arc, aiming once more for Charlotte Linglin's head. This relentless assault was one of Ortolan's reasons for being here. However, Charlotte Linlin had not forgotten this fact that Ortolan's speed was indeed impressive, even wielding the iconic weapon of heavy artillery, the war hammer. Yet, in the eyes of a top-tier master like Charlotte Linlin, his speed still lacked luster. Thus, before Ortolan could bring his hammer down, Charlotte Linlin initiated her counterattack. She pressed down on the weighty hammerhead with one hand, halting Ortolan's movement, while her other hand formed a fist, channeling the might of her dark armament into a punch aimed directly at Ortolan's nose. With a single blow, Ortolan's head seemed to contort, his features twisting beneath the impact. His nasal bone shattered instantly, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, the force surged through him, lifting his burly frame off the ground. The overwhelming impact erupted. As Charlotte Linglin's grip on the hammer prevented Ortolan from maintaining hold of his weapon, he was propelled like a cannonball by her punch. How about that? A mother's love manifested in every blow. Ha ha! With a tremendous force, Ortolan was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, shattering the earth once more. The impact propelled his massive body upwards again, only to be sent hurtling another 10 meters, crashing into a tree thick enough for two people to embrace, before finally coming to a halt. Even with the Moonline's enhancement, Ortolan was momentarily dazed, his body rigid on the ground, his ears seemingly deaf to all sounds, while his mind swirled in chaotic noise. Yet the crimson hue in his pupils remained unyielding. After a brief moment of stupor, he let out another furious roar, struggling to rise. However, Charlotte Linlin, sensing his lack of clarity, afforded Ortolan no opportunity to regain his strength. With a powerful push of her legs, she deftly pursued him like a tea that moment. Ortolan had just regained his footing when he beheld her formidable fist, still infused with potent energy, descending upon him once more. Yet, unlike the previous strike, the angle of this punch was different. It was not intended to launch Ortolan away. Indeed, the next instant, her fist crashed into Ortolan's already bloodied nose. Rather than being sent flying, he was driven into the ground. The back of his head struck the earth, and with his so-called ironclad bones, he shattered the ground beneath him, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. However, Charlotte Linlin seemed unsatisfied, perhaps believing this blow insufficient to subdue Ortolan's frenzy and restore his sanity. Thus, after bringing Ortolan crashing to the ground, she did not cease her assault. Her colossal fists rained down upon him like a tempest. Bang, 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 bang. Her fist struck his chest, shoulders, arms, and head, and in the blink of an eye, Ortolan endured 30 to 40 relentless punches, as his supposedly indestructible physique crumbled beneath the might of Charlotte Linglin's iron fists. After this barrage, Ortolan's ribs fractured in several places, and the taut muscles of his body were on the verge of collapsing. It was as if he sensed the impending threat of death. His primal instincts surged again, and despite the excruciating pain, he summoned his strength, lifting his legs to deliver a powerful kick to Charlotte Linglin's knee. Using this force, Ortolan slid 3 to 4 meters along the ground, momentarily disregarding the pain coursing through him. Or perhaps in this frenzied state, he felt little of it at all. The individual swiftly rose from the ground, resolutely enduring the discomfort and pain that coursed through his body. With a primal scream devoid of meaning, he charged ferociously towards Charlotte Linlin, his horn leading the assault. Charlotte Linlin smirked, a wicked grin spreading across her face, and remarked, "Your fighting spirit is quite unyielding." Little brat. Meanwhile, not far off in the forest, Roger and his companions had naturally sensed the unusual commotion within. "What is happening?" Shanks inquired, a hint of perplexity in his tone. Roger furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "It appears someone is engaged in combat here. Could it be that someone has come to cause trouble for Charlotte Linlin on Cake Island?" Jabba chimed in, curiosity evident in his voice. "That seems unlikely. When Charlotte Linlin engages in battle, it's a tempest of fire and thunder. Truly fearsome," Rayleigh remarked, adjusting the glasses perched on his nose. After a moment of contemplation, Roger declared, "It's not our concern. Let us not dwell on it. If someone could divert Linlin's attention, it would actually work to our advantage. Let us go." With no intention of spectating, Roger and his crew resumed their journey towards Cake Island. However, before they could proceed far, a resounding thud erupted from the battle zone, and the seasoned combatants among them instantly recognized the sound. It was the echo of a fist striking flesh. Then, Rayleigh observed as trees in the distance toppled as if struck by an unseen force. An unrelenting wave crashing through the jungle towards them. "Damn it, it's coming our way. We need to move," Rayleigh urged, his voice low and urgent. "It's too late," Roger exclaimed, a grave expression crossing his face. Indeed, just as the words left his lips, Charlotte Linlin's furious voice rang out from afar. "Who goes there?" Unlike Roger and his companions, who refrained from carelessly releasing their hockey, Charlotte Linlin, being a native of the battlefield, had no such reservations. She sent Ortolan flying hundreds of meters away with a powerful punch. She unleashed her observation hockey to gauge Ortolan's condition. To her surprise, she not only located Ortolan, but also discerned a group of clandestine figures lurking in the depths of the forest, evidently up to no good. Against Ortolan, Charlotte Linlin had not exerted her full strength, relying solely on her hockey, innate divine power, and combat experience to subdue him. After all, her intention was merely to teach Ortolan a lesson, not to take his life. However, facing these unknown intruders, Charlotte Linlin harbored no intentions of mercy. She removed the captain's hat from her head, activating her powers. The hat transformed into a long blade, revealing itself as Napoleon, one of her three formidable homies. "Mother," Napoleon murmured, perplexed. Yet Charlotte Linlin had no desire to engage in conversation with Napoleon. With ferocity flickering in her eyes, she raised her hand and unleashed a slicing strike towards the group of intruders hundreds of meters away. The attack was swift and decisive, cleaving through the forest in an instant. Roger was the first to sense the impending threat. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, ace, and retaliated with a slicing strike of his own. "God's avoidance," he bellowed. The two strikes collided, sending debris of forest and earth soaring through the air. Ultimately, Roger's God's avoidance shattered Charlotte Linlin's attack first. Indeed, though she had not held back, Charlotte Linlin had not gone all out either. Compared to Roger's God's avoidance, her strike lacked sufficient force. Nevertheless, Charlotte Linlin recognized her assailant, her expression shifting to one of fury as she roared, "Roger!" In the next moment, God's avoidance surged towards her, but due to the previous interference, its momentum was not as formidable. Charlotte Linlin's eyes glinted with rage as her hockey enveloped her. Instead of evading, she lunged forward, her massive hand directly covering the strike, and she crushed it with sheer force. "It's Linlin. We've been discovered. Run!" Roger shouted. The once stealthy figures no longer concealed their intentions and began to flee towards Cake Island in a frenzy, with their original plan of theft in disarray. They resolved to seize their prize by force. At that moment, Rayleigh charged ahead, clearing a path through the trees and underbrush, aiming to scale a small hill. Just as his feet touched the ground, he spotted a bloodied man, severely injured yet with a wild glint in his eyes, pulling himself up alongside a warhammer that had also been hurled away. Unquestionably, the man who suddenly appeared before Rayleigh was Ortolan. Under normal circumstances, Ortolan would have recognized the dashing Rayleigh instantly. Yet at this moment, he was caught in a frenzied state, having just endured a brutal beating from Charlotte Linlin, and his temper was flaring. Thus, upon seeing someone suddenly appear before him, Ortolan swung his hammer without a moment's thought. Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback. The situation had shifted too rapidly for him to even activate his observation haki. In that fleeting encounter, he barely managed to react. However, as a top-tier expert, his ability to adapt was second to none. Ortolan's hammer swung towards him. Rayleigh summoned his haki to defend himself. Yet the moment his hand made contact with Ortolan's warhammer, his expression changed dramatically. Why is it so powerful? Why is it so heavy? Indeed, facing the seemingly injured Ortolan, Rayleigh had not taken the situation seriously. His response was instinctual and not full force. The result was a thunderous impact, sending Rayleigh tumbling back down the slope. Another master? Jabba exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed Rayleigh getting flung away. Rayleigh was propelled by an overwhelming force, spinning twice in mid-air, leveraging his vast experience. He managed to absorb some of the impact, landing on his feet and taking several steps back to steady himself. However, before he could utter a word, the frenzied Ortolan charged at him, warhammer in hand. Roaring with fury. At that moment, Shanks, wielding his sword, shouted, "First mate, I'm here to help you." Without hesitation, he charged towards Ortolan, ready to engage. "No," Rayleigh cried out, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Ortolan, having lost his rationality, did not discriminate between targets. Anyone within his range became fair game. As Shanks approached, Ortolan bellowed, unleashing a ferocious assault that bore down on Shanks. In an instant, Shanks met Ortolan's warhammer with his sword. With just a single clash, the raw power behind the blow was overwhelming. Shanks struggled to maintain his grip on his sword, blood seeping from his palm as he lost hold of the hilt, which was sent flying. The next moment, the warhammer slammed into Shanks' arm, sending his small frame hurtling through the air as if he were a mere ball kicked by a child. Fortunately, at the last critical moment, he summoned the power of armament haki to shield himself. And Ortolan, in his frenzied state, lacked the ability to wield haki effectively. Nonetheless, even with this defense, Shanks' arm twisted unnaturally, clearly broken from the force of the blow. Jabba, quick on his feet, caught Shanks mid-air, exclaiming, "You all right, you little rascal?" Despite having suffered a broken arm, Shanks gritted his teeth and replied, "I'll manage." Meanwhile, as Ortolan incapacitated Shanks, he turned his attention back to Rayleigh, who was closest to him, and unleashed a furious roar as he swung his heavy hammer towards Rayleigh. A glint of menace flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as he swiftly unsheathed his sword, transforming into a blade of unparalleled speed, slicing past Ortolan before he could react. Initially taken aback by Ortolan's sudden display of strength, Rayleigh now sensed something was amiss. As his blade grazed Ortolan's body, he was struck by an unsettling realization. The sensation was all wrong. This man, who appeared utterly deranged, not only swung his hammer erratically, but also seemed devoid of any haki. Thus, Rayleigh believed that this strike should have dealt a grievous blow, potentially even slaying the madman. However, when his sword met Ortolan's flesh, it felt as though it had struck steel or a hardened stone. Though his fierce assault had breached Ortolan's defenses, the impact was far from what Rayleigh had anticipated. Steel bones indeed. Even though Ortolan was in a state of frenzy, his physical prowess remained remarkably formidable and imposing. At that moment, Ortolan bore a gash, cleaved by a sharp weapon, that extended from his abdomen to the upper left side of his chest. This wound, while not trivial, was not particularly severe either. Yet, it was still evident that his ribs were exposed, flesh torn and bloodied. Strangely, Ortolan seemed to have lost all sensation of pain. Instead of being crushed by such an injury, it only served to amplify his fury and rage, with the crimson gleam in his eyes appearing even more intense. Instinctively, Ortolan pivoted swiftly, swinging his warhammer down towards Rayleigh's head from behind. Naturally, Rayleigh would not be distracted by such trivial matters. As Ortolan struck, he was already preparing to counterattack. However, at that very moment, someone was even quicker. Roger. He had just crested the small hill, aligning perfectly with Rayleigh and Ortolan. It seemed he had no intention of engaging with Charlotte Linlin, opting instead for a strategic retreat. Thus, upon spotting Ortolan, he unleashed a powerful slash with his ace. "Don't delay. Let us move," Roger shouted as his blade made contact with Ortolan's shoulder, the sheer force and sharpness cleaving through flesh and striking bone. Ortolan, unable to withstand the force, was knocked to the ground. Simultaneously, from the rear slope, Jabba emerged, cradling Shanks in one arm and pulling the wailing buggy with the other, bursting forth from the debris and shouting, "What is happening? She's coming!" Before anyone could respond, Charlotte Linlin surged from the smoke, brandishing her flaming Napoleon, her eyes filled with deadly intent. In an instant, Riley made a decisive choice. "You all go ahead. I'll hold her off." The current situation regarding the historical text was still uncertain, and thus, Roger's radar could not linger here. Jabba, encumbered with 2 flammable barrels, would surely be unable to withstand Charlotte Linlin, leaving Riley no choice but to confront her himself. Indeed, in Roger, Riley, and Jabba's eyes, Charlotte Linlin was the only worthy adversary within the Big Mom Pirates. The rest were not even in the same league. As Riley spoke, Roger and Jabba wasted no time, understanding Riley's intent in a heartbeat. Consequently, they prepared to flee without hesitation. However, just as Roger was about to move, he suddenly felt a grip on his ankle. Looking down, he saw the burly man he had just knocked down struggling to rise, his powerful hand clutching Roger's ankle. This delay cost Roger a precious moment, allowing Charlotte Linlin to close in. Her Napoleon, imbued with furious flames, aimed directly at Roger's face. Roger swiftly raised Ace to block the ferocious strike from Charlotte Linlin, simultaneously unleashing an overwhelming aura. Conqueror's Haki. Yet, this formidable presence was not directed at Charlotte Linlin, but rather at Ortolan beneath him. In that fleeting moment of struggle, Roger had sensed the terrifying strength in Ortolan's grip, realizing he could not extricate himself from such a hold through sheer force alone. Thus, he resolved to use his Conqueror's Haki to intimidate Ortolan, freeing himself to escape. In the blink of an eye, from Riley's command to now, it had all transpired in a flash. The terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki surged into Ortolan's mind. Thanks to this overwhelming presence, the previously irrational and frenzied Ortolan displayed a fleeting glimpse of pain in his eyes. The vibrant crimson glow within dimmed significantly, and the grip he had on Roger loosened, allowing Roger to break free. Utilizing the momentum from Charlotte Linlin's strike, he rolled back several dozen meters, escaping without looking back. Charlotte Linlin attempted to pursue, but Riley had already engaged her in combat, blocking her path and entangling her in battle. The brief surge of Conqueror's Haki was not sufficient to restore Ortolan's sanity. However, in that instant of being overwhelmed, the intense pain from his injuries sent shockwaves through his mind, nearly causing it to explode. This sharp pain temporarily cleared his thoughts. Feeling the pervasive agony throughout his body and echoing memories from his previous mania, Ortolan was left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This is not how it was supposed to be. Can anyone tell me why I was simultaneously assaulted by Charlotte Linlin, Riley, and Roger? Is this world too violent? However, this brief clarity did not last long. Once the intense pain subsided, his body adapted, and his frenzied thoughts quickly regained control. Soon, the crimson light returned to his eyes. Rising from the ground, he hefted his war hammer, roaring as he charged towards the fierce battle between Riley and Charlotte Linlin. He could not discern friend from foe. He would strike anyone in his path. Yet, Charlotte Linlin was too preoccupied to acknowledge her as Ortolan lunged forward. She unleashed a powerful punch, infused with Conqueror's Haki, that struck Ortolan squarely on the head. This blow was far more brutal than any previous gentle strikes. Without granting Ortolan any opportunity to recover, he was sent sprawling to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Ultimately, the disparity in strength between him and these top-tier warriors was stark. Charlotte Linlin was not like Riley and the others, who might not fully grasp the situation, and thus her strikes were more precise, decisively ending Ortolan's trial by fire. Riley, noticing the shift, blocked Charlotte Linlin's relentless assault while saying, "Though I know not what that volatile young man means to you, he appears to be of great significance." Charlotte Linlin remained silent, but her ferocity intensified. "Then I must ask you to keep me company for a while. If you dare attempt to pursue Roger and the others, I will eliminate this young man." Riley interjected once more. They all consider me a soft target." Charlotte Linlin bellowed in rage, her force amplifying. Not long after, chaos erupted at the castle, as the elite forces of the Big Mom pirates had largely vacated Cake Island. The only remaining formidable force on the island was Katakuri. However, Katakuri's strength was comparable to Ortolan's, perhaps even slightly inferior, so how could he withstand the onslaught of Roger and Jabba? Fortunately, Roger and the others held no intention of making enemies of Charlotte Linlin. They did not engage in indiscriminate killing. After defeating Katakuri's team, they swiftly continued their search for their objective. This turmoil did not last long, as Roger and his companions eventually uncovered the crimson historical text within Charlotte Linglin's treasury. However, they could not take it with them. The longer they delayed, the greater the unknown risks. Thus, they hurriedly made a copy before swiftly retreating. It became evident that Charlotte Linlin could do little against them. Her strength was insufficient to confront the trio of Roger, Riley, and Jabba single-handedly. Ultimately, in her fury, she could only watch as Riley was escorted away by Roger and the others, the next day at noon. Ortolan awoke from his stupor, furrowing his brow. As he opened his eyes, an overwhelming sensation of pain coursed through every inch of his body. "Awake, are you?" Katakuri's gentle voice emerged from beside the bed, followed by him instructing someone nearby to leave. Ortolan glanced up to see Katakuri with bandages around his neck and his arm braced, clearly showing signs of injury. Looking down at himself, Ortolan realized he was wrapped in bandages, with faint blood seeping through. His condition was far worse than Katakuri's. Recalling the events that transpired, he could not help but inquire, "What exactly happened? Why do I have memories of Roger and the others?" "Your memory serves you well," Katakuri responded, and then continued. "Last night, the Roger pirates invaded our Cake Island and managed to imprint a historical text from Mama's treasury." "Historical text?" Ortolan's feigned ignorance elicited a nod from Katakuri, who then elaborated. "Indeed, it is one of Mama's prized collections, rumored to conceal immense secrets, possibly pertaining to the legendary ancient weapons that could annihilate the world. Historically, the dissemination of such texts has been strictly prohibited by the world government, and Mama has possessed it for quite some time. However, until now, the mysteries within have remained unsolved." After a brief pause, Katakuri shifted the conversation, asking, "But enough of that. How do you feel? I sense that this world is excessively violent." Ortolan jested initially, but soon became more animated, exclaiming for the first time last night, during the full moon, "I briefly regained clarity." "Is that so?" Katakuri responded with surprise. "That is wonderful news. It indicates that Mama's method is indeed effective." Just then, a maid who had gone to relay a message opened the door, and Charlotte Linlin entered, her expression decidedly grim. Unlike the dismal appearances of Ortolan and Katakuri, Linlin seemed unscathed, exuding vitality, yet her demeanor betrayed considerable displeasure. "Mama," Katakuri attempted to rise, only to be firmly pressed back down by Linlin. "Stay seated if you're injured," she instructed before taking a seat on Ortolan's bed, turning her gaze towards him and inquiring, "How are you faring?" Ortolan began, but was promptly interrupted. Linlin continued, "The doctor has already examined you. Although several of your ribs are fractured and your arm has sustained serious injury, it is not a grave concern. After all, you have inherited my superior lineage. Such minor injuries could be healed within 10 days to 2 weeks." Ortolan nodded. Yet before he could speak, Linlin pressed on, "There were some unexpected developments last night. That despicable scoundrel Roger must have ingested something foul." She then launched into a tirade, her words flowing like a torrent as she cursed Roger and his ancestors, wishing ill upon him. Whether Roger's ancestors felt her wrath, Ortolan could not say, but Linlin's curses were likely to carry weight. After all, Roger was not long for this world, and his demise would likely be anything but peaceful. "That I will settle this score with him in due time." Linlin muttered angrily before returning to the matter at hand. "I noticed you seemed to briefly awaken from the moon-lion state last night." "Yes, it was perhaps only for a few seconds, or even less," Ortolan reflected, adding, "But even so, it was the first time I regained consciousness on a full moon night. It must be connected to Roger's conqueror's haki. Originally, I had intended to utilize this power on you to see if it would yield results, even in the absence of that rascal Roger." Linlin nodded in agreement. After a moment of silence, she remarked, "Despite the setbacks, overall, it has met my expectations. It appears that this treatment is indeed effective for you." "When I was aboard Rock's ship, I experienced similar results, and this time you recovered remarkably quickly. If you undergo a few more sessions, the effects will become more pronounced until you can fully grasp the wild and volatile changes within you and learn to master this power. For years, Ortolan had been ensnared by his affliction, yet now he glimpsed hope, as Linlin had suggested. This first instance, though fleeting, might extend with practice. Soon, he would no longer fear losing control of himself, as long as treatment continued. He would inevitably return to normalcy and reclaim his identity as a man. Cough. Ortolan cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and awkwardly expressed, "In any case, thank you." This marked the first time Ortolan had expressed gratitude to Linlin. Upon hearing this, Linlin's previously somber expression softened into a hint of a smile as she gently replied, "It was nothing. I owed you this." Standing, she announced, "Your matters are concluded for now, but I have urgent business to attend to. That rascal Shiki is becoming increasingly bold. I must head to the front lines. If anything arises, we shall discuss it upon my return." She then turned to Katakuri and instructed, "Take good care of him." Clearly, Katakuri, who should have accompanied Linlin to the front lines, would have to remain behind as he had been injured by the Roger pirates. Linlin departed that very day, and after checking on Ortolan, she headed to the port to board her ship, the Queen Mama. Leaving Cake Island behind, it was evident that the front lines between the Big Mom pirates and the flying pirate crew, though yet to engage officially, were fraught with tension, with the Big Mom pirates feeling the brunt of the pressure. However, as an outsider, Ortolan could discern that this situation might actually benefit Charlotte Linlin, presenting her with a new opportunity. The rise of Totland and its nations would likely yield significant advantages from this encounter. After Linlin's departure from Cake Island, Ortolan pondered the current situation. The Roger pirates had appeared on Cake Island and imprinted a historical text, while Shiki was amassing a mighty fleet to take on the Big Mom pirates. The ensuing developments, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely see the Roger pirates fleeing Cake Island, navigating eastward in a bid to escape Totland's waters before Linlin could mobilize her fleet to intercept them. That direction led directly to the Edvor Sea. Shiki would soon learn of the attack on Cake Island and uncover Roger's whereabouts, coinciding with his own fleet's assembly. Clearly, he was more intrigued by Roger than by engaging in battle with Linlin. If he could subdue Roger and forge an alliance with him, leveraging Roger's knowledge of ancient weapons alongside his own forces and fleet, he would ascend unchallenged in the New World. Once he consolidated the myriad factions of the New World, Shiki would be well equipped to confront the world government directly. Thus, the likely outcome was that Shiki would disregard Linlin, regrouping his fleet in the Edvor Sea to block the Roger pirates' escape. Soon after, a fierce naval battle would erupt, shattering Shiki's ambitions and his formidable fleet. That pivotal moment. The only ones prepared to confront Shiki would be the Big Mom pirates, with Charlotte Linlin herself present at the front lines. Under such circumstances, as long as Linlin was not foolish, she would seize the opportunity to be the first to take a bite out of Shiki's ambitions in this grand feast of conflict. Shiki's downfall as a pirate overlord could hardly be deemed a true defeat. However, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon him, reshuffling the power dynamics within the New World. The various factions would surely tear into Shiki, ensuring that this ambitious individual would not dare to rise again. Having speculated on the unfolding events based on the information at hand, Ortolan was uncertain of the accuracy of his deductions. Yet his spirits were considerably lifted. Once he was able to rise from his bed, he immersed himself in the grand library, diligently reading various texts to enrich his understanding of this world. As Charlotte Linlin had noted, Ortolan had inherited her exceptional lineage, boasting remarkable physical resilience. Though his injuries were more severe than Katakuri's, his recovery was notably swifter. In just over a week, Ortolan fully healed. A day before Katakuri removed his bandages, perhaps in comparison to unique abilities, such as the Phoenix Marco, Ortolan's recovery prowess was relatively modest. Yet, placed upon this vast ocean, such vitality is indeed exuberant, evoking profound envy in Katakuri. At the rear of Cake Island, beside a moderately elevated cliff, Ortolan is presently engaged in his training. With his upper body bared, beads of sweat cascade down him as his muscles ripple and surge. He intermittently strikes the rock face with his fists, leaving behind a multitude of impressions resembling a honeycomb. Indeed, at this moment, Ortolan is honing his haki power in accordance with the teachings found in the Tome of Rocks. Before long, footsteps emerge from the thicket behind him, revealing Katakuri, who carries a platter of donuts. Perhaps due to the solitude of the jungle, he feels no need to maintain decorum. He loosens his scarf, exposing his fearsome maw, and indulges in the sweet treats with a look of utter satisfaction. Upon noticing Ortolan, he refrains from interrupting, casually standing behind him, munching and observing. After what seems like an eternity of half an hour, as Katakuri reluctantly savors the last morsel of his donut, Ortolan suddenly delivers a powerful punch, his formidable haki enveloping his fist, channeling his brute strength, and creating a massive crater in the cliffside. Grabbing a towel left on a nearby post, Ortolan wipes the sweat from his brow and turns with a cheerful smile, saying, "Apologies for keeping you waiting." "Indeed," Katakuri remarks, scrutinizing Ortolan with an air of mystery. Ortolan, somewhat puzzled, inquires, "What do you mean? Have you not noticed? Before the full moon, your temperament was rather peculiar. Even when you endeavored to restrain your volatile emotions, you remained quite aloof. However, since the full moon, it appears that you have released your pent-up feelings, and your demeanor has become markedly more serene." Katakuri observes with a grin, That's so." Ortolan contemplates briefly, but chooses not to delve deeper, shrugging and saying, "Perhaps. What brings you to summon me? Speaking of which, have you given any thought to our previous proposal?" Katakuri inquires as he takes a seat on a nearby stone. Ortolan pats a small box resting beside his towel and responds, "I have made my decision. I wish to become a user of a devil fruit. Therefore, I intend to consume the rumble fruit. However, as I lack experience, I have heard that one's first consumption of a devil fruit can lead to uncontrollable power surges due to unfamiliarity. Thus, I sought your guidance, given your expertise." Katakuri rolls his eyes in response, exclaiming, "I wonder where you picked up such a rumor. First time eating a devil fruit. Are you planning to consume too? As for the power surge you mentioned, that's a myth. However, due to sudden bodily transformations, there may be minor lapses in control. For instance, if you were to consume the flame fruit, you might find yourself engulfed in flames due to your unfamiliarity with the newfound power. But for you, who is already an embodiment of fire, it poses no real danger that I see." Ortolan muses, stroking his chin, then smiles and adds, "That puts my mind at ease." Yet he does not immediately consume the fruit. After casually tossing the towel onto the post, Ortolan continues, "Regarding your previous proposal, I have also reached a conclusion that in contrast to the rumble fruit, Katakuri evidently prioritizes Ortolan's decision, his expression turning serious as he asks, "So, do you intend to stay?" "No, I plan to leave," Ortolan replies, shaking his head, his tone steady and resolute. Upon hearing this, Katakuri's eyes flicker with a hint of regret as he remarks, "Is that so? That truly is unfortunate. Nevertheless, this is your choice, and I shall support you." Quickly regaining his composure, Katakuri dons a brotherly smile and asks, "What do you plan to do after leaving Cake Island?" "Of course, whatever you choose, you're always welcome to return to Cake Island. Perhaps you may disagree, but I must insist that this place is your home, that if I were to join the Navy, would I still be welcomed back?" Ortolan chuckles, posing the question. Katakuri bursts into laughter, responding, "You're joking about joining the Navy, right? Ha ha ha." As he continues to laugh, he notices Ortolan's expression seems somewhat earnest. Instantly halting his mirth, he stares in astonishment. "You can't be serious about joining the Navy. Can you?" "Ahem." Ortolan clears his throat, a touch embarrassed, and explains, "I do have such thoughts, hence why I sought your opinions." Katakuri, although it may seem inappropriate to criticize one's family, the Charlotte family has indeed engaged in acts of plunder and violence. To possess such a nefarious lineage and aspire to become a harbinger of justice is quite perplexing to at that moment, in the first half of the Grand Line, at Marine Headquarters in Marineford. The office of the Fleet Admiral is situated atop the Justice Fortress. Currently, the Fleet Admiral is none other than Steelbone Kong, who later ascends to become the Supreme Commander of the World Government's military forces. At present, Fleet Admiral Kong is seated at his desk, listening intently to a report from Rear Admiral Ahe. Suddenly, the office door swings open, and in strolls Garp, Sengoku, and others. Observing that only Rear Admiral Ahe is present, Garp and Sengoku feel no need for formality. Steelbone, what's going on? Sengoku initiates the conversation. Indeed, they're all comrades from the same era of the Navy, having fought alongside each other on the battlefield, which fosters a casual camaraderie in the absence of others. Ahe has received new intelligence. You've arrived just in time. Where's Zifa? Fleet Admiral Kong casually inquires. That guy, ISNT at the headquarters. Garp responds nonchalantly before asking, what's the new intel? With a calm demeanor, Rear Admiral Ahe states, previously, we discovered that Shiki was gathering his fleet with intentions to engage the Big Mom pirates that we have any concrete leads. Sengoku interjects, based on the direction of Shiki's fleet and the Big Mom pirates' response, it's highly probable that they will clash near the Edvor Sea. Edvor, you say? Sengoku strokes his braided beard, contemplating deeply. Meanwhile, Garp directly questions, what about the rest of those rascals? No movement from them. Kaido, Wangji, and the others, didn't they usually band together to deal with Shiki when trouble arose? There's been activity. We intercepted communications between Charlotte Linlin and Wangji. Though the signals were unclear, it is confirmed that Wangji will cooperate with Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido and the others are likely to do the same. Rear Admiral Ahe maintains her calm tone. Hearing this, Garp dismissively waves his hand, saying, ISNT that just the usual, Shiki can't handle them. Sengoku nods in agreement. When compared individually, Shiki is indeed the strongest. However, his old adversaries are no pushovers. Recently, we intercepted new intelligence from Cake Island. Rear Admiral Ahe states solemnly. Her expression grows serious, prompting Garp and Sengoku to frown in unison and ask, what intelligence? After disappearing upon re-entering the New World from Fishman Island. The Roger pirates were recently involved in a skirmish with the Big Mom pirates on Tato Land. The specific reasons remain unclear, but Charlotte Linlin did not manage to apprehend them. Ahe reveals. Upon hearing this, Garp cannot help but let out a scoff. Charlotte Linlin may be formidable, but she could never be a match for Roger and his crew. It would be strange if she managed to capture them. That is not the point. Rear Admiral Ahe shoots an irritated glare at Garp for interrupting her, then continues. After Roger's crew escaped from Cake Island, our tracking investigation revealed sightings of them heading towards the Edvor Sea. Where Shiki's fleet is located, you comprehend the implications. What? Garp exclaims, are they about to collide? As soon as Garp's words fell, the door to the marshal's office was flung open in haste, and a tall, strikingly beautiful female naval officer strode in. The insignia on her shoulders revealed her rank as a rear admiral. Sister, this is not good, she reported anxiously. The latest intelligence indicates that Shiki's fleet is showing unusual activity and seems to be advancing towards the Edvor Sea. We intercepted a frontline communication from them, though it's not very clear. However, it mentioned the Roger pirates, who are currently under close scrutiny. Jen, do we have any more specific information? Garp abruptly stood from the sofa, urgency in his voice. The one who had just entered with the latest report was none other than Jiuan, the future admiral of the Navy. Despite the considerable age gap between her and Admiral Ahe, she had been personally mentored by him since joining the Navy, and the two shared a sisterly bond. Furthermore, due to her close relationship with Ahe, Jiuan maintained a rather intimate rapport with Garp. Sengoku, and even Marshal Steelbone at IT was not uncommon for Jiuan, despite being younger, to affectionately refer to Garp, who was her senior, as little Garp. In the Navy, advancement requires not only sufficient strength, but also the importance of relationships and connections within the upper echelons. Could other rear admirals dare to intrude so casually during a meeting of high-ranking officials such as admirals, the marshal, and Navy heroes? However, it must be noted that without adequate strength, talent, and innate abilities, those high-ranking figures would hardly be inclined to forge ties with you. Ultimately, one's own capabilities remain paramount. We lack more specific information, but we surmise that given Shiki's current war mobilization, should he locate Roger, it is highly probable that Jiuan's expression was tense as she spoke. Yet before she could finish her thought, her transponder snail rang, prompting her to answer it in front of everyone. A voice crackled through the transponder snail, belonging to an intelligence officer in the intelligence department, who spoke urgently. Latest intelligence. We have monitored the movements of the Roger pirates. They seem unaware of the Flying Sky Pirates' activities and are advancing towards the Edvor Sea. aligning with Shiki's fleet's change in direction that we anticipate they will soon make contact. Before the message could conclude, Karp interjected, "We can't wait any longer. I must go check this out. Is there still time?" Jian asked, her expression uncertain. "Whether or not there's time, we must investigate," Karp replied resolutely. "Hey, Karp, the matter concerning Shiki is my responsibility." Sengoku stood up, his voice grave. At the same time, Marshal Steelbone could not help but interject. "I called you here for another matter as well." Sengoku firmly grasped Karp's shoulder, saying, "Did you not hear that the Marshal has something else to discuss with you? Leave Shiki's matter to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku opened the door and exited. Karp was momentarily taken aback before cursing under his breath. "Roger is under my purview." He prepared to pursue Sengoku when Marshal Steelbone shouted, "Hey Karp, I haven't finished my point regarding your promotion to Admiral." Without looking back, Karp boldly responded as he stepped out, "Though you haven't finished speaking, I've already heard enough, ha ha ha." With that, he slammed the door shut. This caused Marshal Steelbone's expression to twitch involuntarily, and he turned his gaze toward Admiral Ahi, saying, "You should go as well, and try to persuade that rascal Karp. The Admiral position has been vacant for too long. If he could be persuaded, it wouldn't have remained open for so many years. Frankly, we should consider others. I think Jun shows great promise." "Admiral," Ahi teased with a smile as he stood and walked out. Jian blushed at the comment, hastily bowing to Marshal Steelbone before quickly following Admiral Ahi out of the office. Once the office was empty, Marshal Steelbone lit a cigar, shaking his head with a wry smile. "That rascal." The Navy tradition has always been to appoint 3 admirals as the pinnacle of its combat strength in this generation. There are indeed qualified candidates, such as Sengoku, Zifa, and, of course, that obstinate Karp. Yet, Karp stubbornly refuses to accept the promotion to admiral, and as long as he remains unwilling, others with the capability feel embarrassed to take the seat. Moreover, to a certain extent, it is also because, aside from these few, there are currently no other individuals in the Navy with the true strength and qualifications to occupy the admiral position. However, Marshal Steelbone remains unperturbed, as the Navy still holds great promise. Among the younger generation, many outstanding candidates are emerging, all of whom have the potential to become admirals. Jin, mentioned earlier by Ahi, is one such example, along with even more exceptional individuals like Sakazuki, Boris Lino, and Kuzan. Thus, as long as the succession remains orderly, the future combat strength of the Navy is assured, which is why Marshal Steelbone is neither anxious nor hasty at a flash of lightning streaked across the back mountain of Cake Island, followed by a towering column of thunder illuminating the sky. Yet, it quickly dissipated as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, in the back mountain, Ortolan and Katakuri were present, with arcs of electricity occasionally crackling in the air. Ortolan sat cross-legged on the ground, with sparks of electricity occasionally dancing at the tips of his hair. The small box that had been beside him was now open, and the thunder fruit it once contained had vanished without a trace. Sensing the thunderous power within him gradually subsiding, Ortolan slowly opened his eyes. His pupils, originally black, had undergone a striking transformation, now a deep indigo, exuding a hint of mystery that subtly elevated his image and demeanor. "You still claim there won't be any significant commotion?" Ortolan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As he spoke, arcs of electricity erupted from his mouth, creating a rather comical sight. Not far away, Katakuri, equally astonished, remarked, "I truly did not expect such a tremendous reaction. It seems the thunder fruit truly lives up to its reputation of being invincible." The fleeting flash of lightning that had just vanished was felt momentarily by Katakuri. Yet its contained power was formidable enough to wreak havoc on a ship or within any building. However, curiosity soon got the better of Katakuri as he asked, "How does it feel?" "It feels." Ortolan stretched his body, bouncing from side to side, perplexed that I don't sense much change. "You should attempt to connect with the thunderous power within you. The experience of being an ability user of a devil fruit is quite intriguing in essence. It feels as if you have developed an additional organ within you or suddenly acquired an innate instinct. You must think about it and dare to envision it to activate and familiarize yourself with it." Katakuri, as a seasoned user of a devil fruit, offered guidance to Ortolan, nodding silently in response. Ortolan closed his eyes once more, quietly and earnestly attuning himself to the new power within him. As he did so, Katakuri observed a layer of lightning-like radiance gradually manifesting on Ortolan's body, which occasionally twisted in unnatural ways, a movement that defied the capabilities of an ordinary human, representing elemental transformation. Subsequently, Ortolan, eyes still shut, raised his hand, that eye in a swift motion. The potent essence of lightning converged towards his palm. With a resounding boom, a shockwave of concentrated lightning erupted forth, striking a nearby tree with tremendous force, as if struck by the very wrath of nature. The tree shattered explosively, its core engulfed in flames that flickered briefly before yielding to a charred blackness. I could see that moment. Ortolan opened his eyes, gazing at his palm and then at the distant tree, smacking his lips in realization. So this is it. This sensation indeed bears a striking resemblance to what Katakuri described. The enigmatic power that comes with being a devil fruit user is truly marvelous. It is akin to an ordinary person envisioning themselves as a superhero, unleashing terrifying heat rays from their eyes. While one may not genuinely emit heat vision for user of such abilities, it becomes possible to harness their inner energy within the realm of their powers, making the impossible a reality. With this thought, Ortolan's eyes blazed with lightning, and faint patterns of thunder appeared on the skin around his eye sockets. Suddenly, two solid beams of lightning shot forth from his eyes, piercing straight towards the focal point of his gaze, obliterating the tree that had just been struck. Katakuri, observing the spectacle, wore an expression of astonishment and remarked, "You just consumed the thunder fruit and have already developed a usable attack method." That was remarkably swift. At that moment, Ortolan was filled with exhilaration, his eyes scanning for suitable targets. Rocks and soil alike fell victim to the laser-like bolts of thunder he summoned, disintegrating into fragments. After several trials, Ortolan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Why the surprise? This attack method is merely the simplest to develop, brutish and devoid of any technical finesse." What he had just accomplished was quite elementary. It began with imagination. Having a familiar template in his mind made this step effortless. He then summoned what felt like an inexhaustible well of thunderous power, channeling it into his eyes, relying on the essence of the thunder fruit. The speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous. Ortolan could charge the energy in his eye sockets in the blink of an eye. Following this, there was no need for elaborate techniques. Just focus his mind and unleash the gathered energy. Reflecting further, he thought, "I possess a body of steel. Indeed, I am made of iron. Super strength? I am endowed with innate might. Super speed? As a thunder fruit user, surely teleportation is within my grasp, and I have already manifested heat vision. Flight? That is a foundational ability of the thunder fruit, easily achievable. Goodness, I feel like a superhero." Perhaps that is a bit of an exaggeration, but is it too much to claim the title of Azu? Should I say, "I do not eat beef"? Clearing his mind of these disjointed thoughts, Ortolan turned to Katakuri with a sense of anticipation and said, "Now, I kindly ask you to grant me the basic privileges of a natural-type user." "Elementalization, you say?" Katakuri chuckled. "That is not solely a privilege exclusive to natural-type users. If anyone else had made such a statement, it might have seemed boastful or arrogant. However, Katakuri's words were entirely justified, for his own abilities were remarkably unique. As a user of the machi fruit, he had the extraordinary capability to alter his form at will, achieving effects akin to elementalization of natural-type users. Thus, his machi fruit was one of the rare special paramecia-type devil fruits. Indeed, after a jest from Katakuri, his arm transformed, and a trident emerged, protruding from his limb. The trident, by its length, far exceeded his arm, yet it was as if it could effortlessly materialize from within. This was a testament to Katakuri's unique mastery of his abilities, creating a storage space within him much like that of the natural-type magma fruit. Ortolan suspected that Katakuri's initial motivation for developing such a power was likely to store vast quantities of donuts for immediate enjoyment. Without hesitation, wielding the trident, Katakuri lunged towards Ortolan's chest, thrusting it forward. The trident surged with ferocity, yet it lacked any infused haki. Ortolan, however, had no intention of evading. With a swift sound, Katakuri's trident pierced through Ortolan's body. Yet at the point of penetration, arcs of electricity crackled as his flesh transformed into pure lightning, showcasing the effect of elementalization. Consequently, Katakuri's strike had no impact on Ortolan whatsoever. Nonetheless, Katakuri did not relent. Instead, he held the trident steady and said to Ortolan, "Imagine how you would escape from my strike." Ortolan nodded, taking a deep breath as if to sense something. Then, a spark of electricity flickered at the tips of his hair, in the blink of an eye. His ability activated. Like a flash of lightning appearing from thin air, Ortolan's figure suddenly materialized at a distance. Teleportation. Compared to the earlier heat vision, this ability was evidently more technically demanding as Ortolan landed. The sheer speed rendered his body momentarily unbalanced, causing him to stumble, nearly falling over. Yet Katakuri nodded in approval, saying, "Impressive. I expected you would need several attempts to achieve such a transfer, but you succeeded on your first try. It seems you have a strong affinity for the thunder fruit." Once stabilized, Ortolan grinned and replied, "You might not believe it, but I had envisioned this power countless times before acquiring the thunder fruit. Thus, I might possess a comprehensive development strategy in my mind, leading to greater experience." Imagining experience? Katakuri laughed heartily, teasing him. "Didn't you just say that the development of devil fruit abilities relies on the user's imagination?" Isn't that the very definition of imagining? As the cherished son of the formidable Charlotte Linlin and a user of his own abilities, Katakuri's insights were quite astute. The powers of devil fruits are indeed enigmatic. Their development heavily reliant on the user's imagination, possessing a certain I wonder if quality. One might ponder how the ability could be utilized in such a manner, then strive to develop it in that direction, potentially unlocking extraordinary effects. Since Ortolan consumed the thunder fruit, the mountains behind Cake Island have been incessantly crackling with thunder for 3 consecutive days, given that only a select few were aware of Ortolan's identity. Even many of Charlotte Linlin's children remained oblivious to his existence. Coupled with the secrecy surrounding the thunder fruit, the inhabitants of Cake Island assumed that the mountains had merely encountered an unusual weather phenomenon. Although perplexed, such occurrences were not particularly shocking in the New World, and no one sought to investigate further on the 4th day. The stage was set for the Edvor Sea battle, an event that would shift the balance of the New World and influence the global power dynamics for decades to come. In the Edvor Sea, aboard the deck of the Orortoren, the members of the Roger pirates had gathered. Is it too late to turn the ship around? Roger chuckled, glancing at the myriad of pirate warships dotting the sea and sky. Perched on a barrel, Jabba sharpened his hand axe with a whetstone. Upon hearing Roger's teasing inquiry, he shrugged and replied, "Though thanks to Tom, our ship is incredibly fast. We are up against the Golden Lion. Can anyone outpace those who soar through the skies? Is that so?" Roger feigned an epiphany and then, slapping the hilt of his sword ace at his waist, grinned broadly. "Then it seems we must engage that rascal in an honest fight right here." As Roger finished speaking, the flagship of the flying pirate fleet, captained by the Golden Lion Shiki, began to draw closer to the Orortoren. Prepare for battle. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Roger promptly issued his orders. Meanwhile, Buggy, as an apprentice crew member, found his composure crumbling amidst the tension, pleading in desperation, Wait, Captain Roger, surely that man has something to say. Let us at least hear what Shiki has to offer. I've heard enough of that scoundrel's drivel." Roger retorted disdainfully. This was not the first encounter for the Roger pirates with that rascal, Shiki. Roger could easily deduce the latter's intentions without needing to listen, as long as the Green Hills remain. "We need not worry about firewood, Captain Roger," Buggy exclaimed, clutching his head in utter exasperation. Though Shanks bore a splint on his arm, clearly still recovering from his injuries, he remained buoyant, gripping his sword hilt with one hand and quipping to Buggy, "Haven't you become someone who can't die, no matter how much you get cut? Were you afraid of—" "Fool! I can't even count my own weaknesses," Buggy shot back in irritation upon hearing Shanks' voice. If it weren't for that insufferable brat, he would never have become a devil fruit user. However, now was not the time to bicker with Shanks. After cursing him, Buggy hurried to Kuroka's side, asking urgently, "Mr. Kuroka's, how is Captain Roger's condition? We must avoid a battle at all costs. Please, stop him." As Kuroka's polished his fishing spear, he chuckled heartily. Unfortunately, thanks to the warm-up on Cake Island not long ago, Roger is in peak condition, perfectly poised for a grand battle. Seeing the ship's doctor appear eager for conflict only added to Buggy's dismay, prompting him to turn to first mate Rayleigh senpai. You foolish lad, after all this time, do you still not understand? When have we ever been able to deter Roger from his reckless antics? Rayleigh replied, crossing his arms with a calm smile, though a glint of seriousness flickered in his eyes as he added, Moreover, trust in the ship Tom built for us. It is undoubtedly the finest in the world. However, there was one unspoken truth lingering in Rayleigh's mind. Time was running out for Roger. He was well aware of Shiki's intent to ally with the Roger pirates to dominate the world. It sounded utterly mundane. They had not gathered for world domination, especially with Roger's time dwindling. Their sole focus was the legendary Raftel, and they could not afford to waste precious moments on Shiki. Just as the Roger pirates prepared for battle, Shiki's flagship came to a halt before them. Soon, they witnessed a figure striding from the deck to the bow. The man sported wild, windswept golden hair, and donned a striking outfit reminiscent of Wano. His skin appearing weathered and slightly darkened from years at sea, yet this only heightened his menacing aura, exuding the essence of a ruthless pirate. Clenching a half-burned cigar between his teeth, his piercing gaze radiated an intimidating pressure, palpable even to the elite members of the Roger pirates, akin to standing before a ferocious beast, the proud king of the jungle. Without a doubt, this man was the infamous flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, who now stood at the pinnacle of pirate power. Shiki's focus seemed solely on Roger, disregarding everyone else. After a brief silence, he broke into a grin, saying, Long time no see. Roger, I have no desire to see you either. Shiki, what do you intend by blocking our path? I have no nostalgic tales to share. Step aside. Roger retorted sharply, showing no leniency. Shiki's expression twitched, feeling the sting of Roger's disdain. That wasn't he now one of the most formidable pirates in the New World? However, Shiki's tolerance for Roger was surprisingly high, as though he regarded him as a goddess from a lofty pedestal, while he himself was merely a sycophant. Even after being rebuffed, Shiki refrained from losing his temper. Inhaling deeply to compose himself, he then fixed his intense gaze on Roger and said, Though I have expressed this sentiment numerous times, since we find ourselves together again today, allow me to reiterate in our youth. We engaged in many ventures, but those are trivial matters to let drift away. Now, I have a splendid proposal for you, Roger. Let us join forces. You possess knowledge of the ancient weapons capable of annihilating the world, combined with my formidable forces and meticulously crafted plans. Together, we could seize the world, now. Immediately. Just think about it. Doesn't it thrill you? I've told you countless times I have no intention of collaborating with you. Shiki, I harbor no interest in world domination. Pretending to desire something, yet not acting on it renders piracy meaningless. We are not of the same ilk. Roger firmly rejected Shiki's proposal without a moment's hesitation. Although Shiki, as a dominant figure, maintained a high level of admiration for Roger, he was still a man of pride, having brought his elite crew along. Enduring humiliation from Roger would undermine his authority upon returning. Moreover, Shiki harbored concerns that Roger might indeed uncover the ancient weapons. If he were in Roger's position, he would eliminate all potential threats. Thus, allowing the Roger pirates to thrive could result in a significant obstacle to his ambitions. Better to extinguish them here while he had a numerical advantage of 800,000 to 600,000. So, your answer is that you wish for me to kill you here. Shiki's eyes darkened, his tone grave. Roger merely smirked, a confident smile gracing his lips as he replied, Don't get it twisted, you scoundrel. My answer is to eliminate every last one of you here. As soon as Roger's declaration echoed, Shanks ignited the cannon at the bow, and the Oro Jackson unleashed a furious roar, firing a shot towards Shiki's direction. This marked the official commencement of the Battle of Edward. Under normal circumstances, the Roger pirates would have no chance of defeating Shiki's formidable fleet. The disparity in numbers was only one aspect. Shiki, as a pirate overlord, commanded many powerful subordinates. After all, how else could he suppress the likes of Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe? Thus, both in terms of combat strength and elite quality, Shiki held the advantage, which bolstered his confidence. However, Shiki was truly unfortunate. During the Battle of Edward, he could have triumphed against any opponent, even the so-called marine overlords. This was his assurance. Yet curiously, the Roger pirates were not among those adversaries. The reason likely lay in the extraordinary fortune of the Roger pirates, with the era's protagonist, the great pirate Roger, not to mention the incredibly lucky Buggy, who possessed the strongest haki in all the seas. If these two did not join forces, victory might still be plausible. But with the protagonist and the luckiest individual together, how could they possibly lose? It was akin to the future protagonist, Straw Hat Luffy, who, despite his capabilities, should not have been able to storm Impel Down and escape with a horde of prisoners. Yet, in conjunction with the luck of Buggy, he achieved the impossible. Thus, in a sense, the Battle of Edward and the later Impel Down incident might stem from the same underlying factors. The protagonist and Buggy's fortune was an unbeatable combination. In this naval confrontation, Shiki would soon experience the consequences of opposing both the protagonist and the fortunate Buggy. Initially, things went well, aligning with Shiki's expectations, as they seemed to hold overwhelming advantages. With this leverage, if they could encircle the Roger pirates and prevent their escape from the area, victory would be within reach with time. Yet, just as Shiki began to daydream about the spoils of victory, even the question of whether to spare Roger's life hinges on the final moments of his demise. Will this man still be so obstinate when faced with death? A sudden upheaval has arrived. The climate changes in the New World are both rapid and extreme. However, they're not entirely without warning. As the user of the float fruit, Shiki, being a top-tier superhuman, is acutely aware of his weaknesses. Primarily his fear of storms. Once caught in a tempest, his abilities are suppressed to their utmost limits, rendering his personal strength utterly ineffective. It feels akin to a power user plunging into the depths of the ocean. While he may not suffocate amidst the storm, he is as helpless as a ribbon tossed about by the winds, limp and devoid of strength. Consequently, Shiki has surrounded himself with formidable meteorologists and navigators as a safeguard, striving to minimize the chances of encountering a storm during his ventures. Prior to his ambush on Roger in the Edvor Sea, his elite team of climatologists and navigators conducted meticulous calculations and extensive surveys of the surrounding waters. Ultimately, they reached a unanimous conclusion. A significant storm was unlikely to manifest in the vicinity of the Edvor Sea for the foreseeable future. It was this assurance that emboldened Shiki to take action. Yet now, an unforeseen, immensely powerful storm has formed and enveloped the entire Edvor Sea in mere seconds, catching everyone utterly off guard and bewildered. Roger, this storm is terrifying. Staying here any longer will lead to our destruction. We must break free, Jabba bellowed, having felled one of his adversaries with a swift strike of his axe, urgently shouting amidst the torrential downpour. Storms at sea are a harrowing affair, even in the past era of Ortolan. When maritime technology was more advanced, a single great storm could unleash catastrophic devastation upon all vessels within its reach, threatening even the grand coastal cities. Moreover, this is the New World, where most ships are still constructed from wood and propelled by sails. Even the Orortoren, despite being crafted from the rare atom wood, would struggle against the might of nature. Given the ferocity of this storm, it could be classified as a superstorm not seen in the New World for over a decade. Perhaps even 2 or 3. Faced with Shiki, who displayed no fear, Roger now wore a mask of panic as he urged, "Quickly, our ship is swift." Shiki is now preoccupied with his own troubles. As long as we can escape faster than them, we shall claim victory. We must flee. Most of Shiki's vessels rely on their abilities to navigate seamlessly, appearing and disappearing at will. Yet now, confronted with the storm, they are in dire straits, unable to compare with Roger's crew aboard the Orortoren. With all his strength, Shiki braced against the howling winds, watching the Orortoren drift away, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. "Roger!" He roared at the retreating figure. Perhaps it was the intensity of his voice that provoked the storm's ire. Suddenly, the ship's rudder nearby was torn away. In an instant, the rudder crashed down upon Shiki's head, knocking him to the ground. Then, a fierce gust swept through, lifting Shiki and hurling him into the tempest, swiftly vanishing from sight. With Shiki's misfortune, his fleet was left leaderless, and compounded by the storm's force, a cataclysmic disaster ensued. 3 days later, on Totland's Cake Island. Today, Ortolan did not retreat to the mountains for meditation, but instead buried himself once more in the library. However, this time, he was not engrossed in the grand tome dominance penned by rocks, but rather studying an uncredited treatise on the development of devil fruit abilities. Initially, Ortolan had merely flipped it open out of curiosity. Yet upon reading, he found the insights profoundly resonant, addressing many of the situations he currently faced. The book meticulously categorized the abilities of devil fruits into the traditional 3 classes: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, followed by some cursory discussions. While not deeply analytical, it proved quite fitting for a novice like Ortolan. His understanding of devil fruits had largely stemmed from impressions gleaned from the original story, fantasizing about various developmental directions. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was utterly blank on the foundational concepts. Initially, he had sought clarification from Katakuri regarding his confounding questions. However, Katakuri was often preoccupied, and Ortolan found himself reluctant to impose further. Thus, discovering answers within this book brought him great satisfaction. So, it is true, the energy contained within Logia-type fruits is boundless. Yet the capacity for an ability user to harness that energy is contingent upon their own capacity, primarily influenced by physical strength. Comparatively, among Logia users of the same level, those with greater stamina can wield significantly more energy. Ortolan nodded in agreement as he absorbed the text analysis. This aligns with the container theory, after consuming the rumble fruit. The thunderous power Ortolan possesses is limitless, akin to the ocean. However, how much he can utilize depends on his capacity as a vessel. If his stamina is lacking, it's like attempting to draw a cup of water from the sea. Once it's gone, it's gone. Conversely, if he were a water tank, he could unleash far greater force. Thus, it seems that the limitation of Logia energy is not inherent to the ability itself, but rather to the user. Ortolan mused. After contemplating this question, he turned his attention to the classifications of Logia fruits, noticing that at the forefront stood his rumble fruit, lacking any superior abilities that, on the contrary, he noted a plethora of inferior abilities, such as the electromagnetic fruit, among others. Simultaneously, Ortolan observed the description of the flame fruit, which the book's anonymous author had indeed positioned beneath the magma fruit in the hierarchy. The rationale presented was not merely that the flame's temperature is inferior to that of magma, for the upper limits of flame temperature far exceed that of magma. This hierarchy was founded on the premise that magma is a more advanced form birthed from flames, capable of executing the vast majority of abilities the flame fruit can, but with greater potency, perhaps owing to its origin. Thus, in most scenarios, magma is more adept at countering flames, justifying its classification as a superior variant. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that not only these 2 abilities, but the majority of the rankings within the book adhered to this logic. Much like the notion that ice is a higher form than snowflakes. Just as Ortolan was engrossed in these theories, Katakuri burst through the door, urgency evident in his demeanor. "We have a crisis. I must depart Cake Island to rendezvous with Mother at the front lines. Will you accompany me?" "Huh, what's happening?" Ortolan replied, somewhat bewildered by Katakuri's urgency. With a grave expression, Katakuri explained, 3 days ago, Shiki engaged in a skirmish with Roger's crew in the Edvor Sea. Simultaneously, a superstorm erupted in the Edvor Sea, resulting in the near-total annihilation of Shiki's fleet. At the dock of Cake Island, Ortolan once again boarded Katakuri's peculiar vessel, the Sweet Donut. The entire New World, or perhaps the world at large, has been stirred by the outcome of the Edvor Sea battle, undeniably a pivotal factor that will influence the maritime power dynamics. Mother is currently at the front lines and likely will not return for some time. Hence, the discussion you wish to have regarding your intentions to join the Navy must be addressed in person at the front. Katakuri rallied his subordinates to set sail. He conveyed this to Ortolan. Nodding in agreement, Ortolan replied, "That is precisely why I wish to accompany you." After a brief pause, Ortolan inquired, "Given the current situation, are we preparing to wage war against Shiki's territory to seize his interests?" "In part, yes. This opportunity is too good to pass up. Shiki occupies the most expansive and prosperous territory in the New World. Now that his forces have been severely weakened, I hear he has sustained grave injuries." nearly perishing in that storm. Many of his formidable subordinates are missing or have died in Edvor, and his once mighty fleet has been decimated. It is the perfect moment to strike, Katakuri said, a hint of excitement in his tone. Taking a breath, Katakuri's eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he added, on another front, Mother intends to take action against Wang Ji. Huh. Ortolan paused for a moment and remarked, didn't you previously mention that Wang Ji is an ally of your Big Mom pirates? If my memory serves me right, Charlotte Linlin went to the front lines to rendezvous with Wang Ji in order to confront Shiki together, correct? It hardly qualifies as an alliance. One could merely say they are cooperating under the threat posed by Shiki. We have certainly had our share of conflicts in the past. Katakuri immediately shook his head and replied, pirates seldom have true allies. The Big Mom pirates have not formally signed any pirate alliance in the conventional sense. Ortolan understood Katakuri's implication. In the past, when Shiki was a formidable force, it was only natural for them to band together against his oppression. However, now, not only is Shiki no longer a threat, but it will be a blessing if they were not oppressed by him at all. Thus, the so-called cooperation holds little significance. With Wang Ji conveniently present, Charlotte Linlin, wishing to diminish her competition, decided to eliminate Wang Ji from the equation regarding the shared spoils of Shiki's grand bounty. Contemplating this, Ortolan could not help but feel a sense of awe. The world of pirates is undeniably ruthless, insidious, and rife with betrayal. Yet Wang Ji is a long-established pirate, having once served aboard the Rock's ship. Surely he would be cautious. Ortolan mused aloud. That said, I have heard that Mama intends to join forces with Kaido. Katakuri added. Kaido? Ortolan raised an eyebrow and inquired, is that fellow more trustworthy than Wang Ji? At least from Mama's perspective, yes. Compared to Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John, Mama places greater trust in Kaido. During their time aboard the ship, Kaido was the one closest to Mama. Katakuri explained that in fact, during their time on the Rock's ship. Charlotte Linlin had always looked after Kaido, treating him like a younger brother. Even at God Valley, when she obtained the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit in its azure dragon form, she generously gifted it to Kaido when the Rock's pirates disbanded. Furthermore, based on some gossip recorded in Rock's book, Ortolan had reason to suspect that Kaido harbored a secret affection for Charlotte Linlin. Physically, they complemented each other well, coupled with a certain bond and their relatively appropriate ages. Their strengths were indeed comparable. However, it was evident that while Kaido may have had intentions, Charlotte Linlin did not reciprocate. She is a woman determined to become the sovereign of the seas, and her years of searching for various husbands suggest that she would only accept those weaker than herself, as she must maintain absolute dominion in such relationships. Kaido, being formidable, would be unsuitable as he would not willingly subordinate himself. Yet putting aside these considerations, Kaido is genuinely one of the few ambitious individuals in the New World with whom Charlotte Linlin could establish a foundation of trust and engage in profound collaboration. Thus, she plans to ally with Kaido to devour the spoils of Shiki? Ortolan inquired once more. Indeed, although I have yet to discuss it with Mama directly, based on my years of understanding her. This seems to be the case. Moreover, it is undoubtedly the most advantageous choice for both parties, Katakuri confirmed. Upon hearing this, Ortolan fell into deep contemplation, suddenly realizing that this impending event may well lay the groundwork for the future dynamics among the four emperors. All the powerful figures who once departed from the Rock's ship. Why? 2 decades later have Silver Axe and Wang Ji not ascended to the status of emperors. Even John, once dubbed the treasure captain, has met his demise. It is perplexing. Prior to the battle in Edvor, their standings were relatively equal, all oppressed by Shiki. How did the disparities arise? It is highly likely that this upcoming event marks the beginning of those differences. With Shiki suffering a catastrophic defeat, and Charlotte Linlin teaming up with Kaido to seize the maximum benefits from the ensuing chaos, their power will burgeon swiftly. In contrast, Wang Ji and Silver Axe may find themselves with little to gain, potentially even losing some strength in the process. Ultimately, this would explain why Wang Ji could not become one of the 4 emperors, languishing on Hive Island, only to be dealt with by Teach 2 decades later. Silver Axe likely faced a similar fate. After this event, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are poised to emerge as the greatest victors. The ramifications of the Edvor Sea battle are indeed profound, Team Marine headquarters. Marineford, Admiral Zephyr, who had been away, returned just days ago. He now sat in the marshal's office, discussing the current situation with Admiral Steelbone. It seems that Sengoku and the others were ultimately too late. Steelbone lamented. Although they had set out a few days early, the rapid conclusion of the Edvor Sea battle took them by surprise. The outcome was decided in less than half a day. Given the combat prowess of Roger's crew against Shiki's formidable fleet, the Navy had anticipated a loss, but expected at least 10 to 20 days of fierce fighting to capture Roger and his crew. After all, they were top-tier strongmen, all at the peak of their abilities, who hasn't been through a protracted battle. Such a scenario could have offered the Navy a chance to swoop in and eliminate Roger's crew alongside the Flying Sky Pirates while both sides were exhausted. However, it was clear that such a beautiful notion was not afforded to the Navy. Zephyr, holding a cup of hot tea, chuckled and remarked, "Perhaps it is for the best that we missed it. Otherwise, even with our superior naval vessels, we would have suffered significant losses in such a storm. Indeed, Shiki's misfortune has turned out to be fortuitous for us. With his downfall, no pirate in the New World can suppress the remaining contenders. What lies ahead is likely a fierce internal battle among those pirates," Steelbone said while lighting a cigarette. "Let us not forget Whitebeard. He is certainly qualified and powerful," Zephyr reminded after contemplating for a moment. "Whitebeard is indeed formidable, but he lacks the ambitions of Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido, and that is sufficient," Steelbone replied immediately. "The Whitebeard pirates are strong, and in the years since leaving the Rocks Pirates, Newgate has sought out family, gathering many sons, most of whom are quite capable. In terms of influence, he is not inferior to Shiki. However, the Navy does not regard Newgate with the same apprehension as they do Shiki, as they have concluded over the years that Newgate is not the type to seize the world through violence. As long as one does not provoke the Whitebeard pirates, they are unlikely to instigate any earth-shattering events. Unlike Shiki, who frequently threatens to obliterate the Navy headquarters, sweep through Mariewa, and eradicate the celestial dragons, dragging the Gorosei along like dogs, the atmosphere in the office reflected that the situation resulting from the Edvor Sea battle is relatively favorable for the Navy. Steelbone and Zephyr shared light-hearted banter, both feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from their hearts. After all, the downfall of Shiki, the pirate leader previously deemed the greatest threat by the Navy, surely brought them joy. After a few exchanges of humor, Zephyr took another sip of his tea and suddenly spoke. "Now that the issues on Shiki's side have been largely resolved, we are not in such a rush." Steelbone momentarily paused upon hearing this, before quickly responding, "You're not suggesting that we revisit that matter, are you? Isn't it time to discuss it again?" "I'm not getting any younger," Zephyr said with a smile. "If I remember correctly, you're only 50 this year," Steelbone interjected, interrupting Zephyr with a feigned look of annoyance. "50? What does that even mean in terms of age? In the world of pirates or the Navy? That is prime time, the pinnacle of one's career." Cough. Zephyr coughed awkwardly, then replied, "But you know my health situation, Marshal." Upon hearing these words, Marshal Gongu fell into a moment of contemplation. Indeed, Zifa was relatively young, yet he suffered from a rather severe case of asthma, which sporadically hindered his ability to function. "Moreover, I never declared my intention to leave the Navy. I merely wished to step back from the front lines. After all, I have been dedicated to training the new recruits of our Navy these past few years, and the results have been commendable. Would you not agree? Hence, I pondered the possibility of resigning from my position as Admiral to focus more intently on this endeavor. I even have a detailed proposal prepared." As Zifa spoke, he retrieved a folder from beside him and placed it before Marshal Gongu. The Marshal picked up the folder and opened it. Indeed, within lay a comprehensive plan that he first glanced at Zifa. Then, with a hint of resignation, began to study the document that, in essence, Zifa believed that the current training of fresh talent within the Navy's headquarters was fraught with inadequacies. After years of practice and reflection, he proposed the establishment of a systematic and large-scale elite training program. This initiative aimed to select capable and gifted young individuals from the Navy for systematic development, propelling them directly towards military leadership. The proposal primarily suggested the creation of an officer training camp within the Navy headquarters to oversee this initiative, with Zifa volunteering to spearhead the arrangement. Initially, Zifa had envisioned establishing a naval academy outright, but feared that such an ambitious step might lead to pitfalls. Thus, he proposed the training camp plan as a preliminary trial that, if successful, the training camp could later evolve into a naval academy. It was evident that Zifa had meticulously prepared this proposal, and from the documentation alone, Marshal Gongu could discern no apparent flaws. Furthermore, over the years, Zifa had amassed considerable relevant experience. Several years prior, he had broached the topic of stepping down from his admiralship, but at that time, Marshal Gongu had declined. Considering Zifa's physical and mental state, his family having been tragically slain by pirates, Marshal Gongu had subsequently lightened Zifa's burdens by transferring many responsibilities to Sengoku, under the pretext of nurturing him to become the next generation of naval marshals. Naturally, in light of the current circumstances within the Navy's upper echelons, Marshal Gongu did regard Sengoku as a viable candidate for the next admiralship. After that, Zifa had enjoyed a more leisurely existence, allowing him to pursue his interest in nurturing new talent, conducting several training sessions that indeed brought about positive changes and promising recruits for the Navy. Notably, figures such as Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kuzan, the future admirals, emerged from Zifa's tutelage a couple of years prior. Many renowned vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, such as Radenfire Fist, were similarly products of his guidance. Thus, it was clear that Zifa was not merely speaking empty words, but possessed years of practical experience and commendable results in this field. For a moment, Marshal Gongu felt a stirring of temptation, yet he remained hesitant. The allure stemmed from his hope that if Zifa could indeed execute the plan successfully, the Navy would be continuously supplied with a backbone of capable officers and outstanding talents. However, the hesitation arose from the reality that the current generation of admirals was still short-handed, that Rascal Karp was utterly unyielding, and if Zifa were to resign from his admiralship, the Navy's so-called supreme combat power would rest solely upon Sengoku's shoulders. The pressure on Sengoku would undoubtedly be immense. Moreover, Marshal Gongu would find it difficult to justify such a situation to Mary Gios. You truly place me in a quandary, Zifa. Marshal Gongu exhaled a plume of smoke, tapping the ash from a cigarette, his voice wavering with uncertainty. Sensing Marshal Gongu's growing interest, Zifa's eyes lit up, and he replied with a smile, "Why don't we each take a step back? I shall remain in my position as admiral, but I can privately delegate certain responsibilities to Sengoku, allowing me to focus my primary energy on cultivating more elites for our Navy. What do you think?" Zifa understood the principle of negotiating high demands, anticipating that his initial proposition would be met with refusal. However, by making concessions during the discussion, many matters would become easier to address. "You are indeed playing a clever game with me," Marshal Gongu said with a bemused expression. He was no fool. How could he not discern Zifa's strategy? Zifa chuckled heartily, unfazed, and sipped his tea, remarking, "Given my current condition, it is best to minimize my presence on the front lines if I refrain from attending. I can still be deemed a formidable warrior. After all, those fellows from 2 years ago should not have forgotten my reputation so soon. However, should I return and suffer an asthma attack amidst battle, that would be truly embarrassing, Marshal." Zifa's medical condition was undoubtedly classified at the highest level of secrecy due to his status as a naval admiral, but in fact, only a few high-ranking officials within the Navy were fully aware of his plight. It was nearly impossible for outsiders to glean such information. Therefore, as Zifa stated, his absence from the field allowed him to maintain the image of the Navy's top-tier combat strength, thus wielding considerable influence. Should his condition be inadvertently exposed, his authority would undoubtedly plummet, an unfavorable outcome for both him and the Navy. Hence, remaining in the rear to focus on training seemed prudent, while minimizing frontline exposure was wise. Were such words uttered by another, Marshal Gongu might suspect the individual was cowering in fear. However, given Zifa's track record and established prowess, there was no room for doubt, just as Marshal Gongu contemplated his next words. A sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon responding, a Navy major entered, presumably from the intelligence department. "Report. Latest intelligence. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates have formed an alliance and have engaged in battle with Wang Ji's pirate crew." The Navy major reported promptly. Marshal Gongu paused momentarily, then turned to Zifa, saying, "Indeed, We can afford no leniency with those ruffians in the New World. Look, trouble has arisen once again. Therefore, I will give due consideration to your earlier proposal. But let us first navigate through this upheaval before proceeding. Zephyr recognized that it was not the time to press the issue further, lest he appear insensitive to the gravity of the situation, and thus nodded in agreement. Understood. After addressing Zephyr, Marshal Gongu then directed his attention back to the Navy Major, stating, Karp and Sengoku are currently stationed at the front lines of the New World. Instruct them to assess the situation and act accordingly. With Shiki's downfall, the New World had descended into chaos, and the instigators, the Roger pirates, had vanished without a trace. However, apart from them, nearly every formidable pirate crew within the New World was now embroiled in conflict. Even the Whitebeard pirates found themselves caught up in the fray. After all, battles raged throughout the New World, and wherever they ventured, they encountered turmoil. As Ortoren and Katakuri joined forces with the Big Mom Pirates' Grand Fleet. Charlotte Linlin and Wang Ji had already clashed once. In terms of strength, Charlotte Linlin held no significant advantage over Wang Ji. However, fortune favored her this time, as she had mobilized her elite forces in preparation for Shiki's confrontation. Conversely, Wang Ji, arriving as a reinforcement, could not possibly deplete his entire resources to contend with Shiki solely for Charlotte Linlin's sake. Consequently, the scale of his fleet paled in comparison to that of the Big Mom Pirates. Thus, in this initial engagement, the Big Mom Pirates held a decisive advantage, especially with reports indicating that Wang Ji's rear was being relentlessly pressed by a cadre of formidable warriors from the Beast Pirates. With Kaido himself appearing on the battlefield, this marked Ortoren's first ascent aboard the Queen Mama Chanter, a ship imbued with life by Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit. As such, the vessel required minimal crew, capable of navigating autonomously. Accompanying Katakuri, Ortoren traversed the deck and entered the ship's second-level cabin. Soon, he spotted Charlotte Linlin conversing with Persuading. Whether by unfortunate timing or Charlotte Linlin's deliberate arrangement, Ortoren noted the conspicuous absence of his so-called blood brothers aboard the ship. Ensure that the monitoring ships from Ammon keep a close watch and do not allow Wang Ji to escape, Charlotte Linlin instructed in a deep voice. Upon finishing her statement, she heard some commotion and turned her gaze towards Katakuri and Ortolan, asking, Have you arrived? Mother, Katakuri greeted, and Ortolan nodded in agreement. Charlotte Amanda, if Ortolan recalled correctly, should theoretically be his sister, the third daughter of Charlotte Linlin. Without engaging in further conversation with Katakuri and Ortolan, Charlotte Linlin continued to command. Increase communication with Kaido's faction. Keep us updated on our positions, and strive for a joint encirclement to trap that scoundrel Wang Ji in these waters. If he returns to Hive Island, it will become exceedingly difficult to deal with him. It was evident that the ruthless Charlotte Linlin intended to seize the opportunity of Wang Ji being alone to eliminate him outright. Although Ortolan was uncertain about the subsequent events, it was likely that the attempt had failed. Wang Ji was not an easy adversary, ultimately making his way back to Hive Island to regroup with his main forces. After waiting alongside Katakuri for a dozen minutes, Charlotte Linlin concluded her conversation with Persuading, who was too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter with Ortolan, merely nodding as a form of greeting before hastily departing. I'm starving, exclaimed Charlotte Linlin as she grabbed pastries from the table and stuffed them in her mouth. Regardless of the location, it was certain that Charlotte Linlin would always have an assortment of pastries on hand. Otherwise, her craving would spiral into a significant problem. After sizing up Ortolan, Charlotte Linlin inquired, Have you consumed that devil fruit? Ortolan nodded and replied, Yes, but I have yet to express my gratitude. You're always so formal. It makes it seem as though we are strangers. Charlotte Linlin interrupted Ortolan's words with a wave of her hand. Ortolan felt a bit awkward, as he found it difficult to respond to such a remark. However, he recognized that although Charlotte Linlin was indeed ruthless and not particularly benevolent towards her children, she had shown him a degree of care and kindness during this period that he genuinely appreciated. Without allowing Ortolan to respond, Charlotte Linlin continued, I heard from Katakuri that you are considering joining the Navy. Ortolan finally spoke up. Yes, that is indeed a consideration. Charlotte Linlin regarded Ortolan with a thoughtful expression for a prolonged moment before raising an eyebrow and asking, What are your thoughts on this? Do you have any reasons? As she spoke, she gestured for Ortolan and Katakuri to take a seat. Once seated on the sofa, Ortolan elaborated, "Initially, I had not decided what I wanted to do. Did I even consider becoming a pirate? Especially since you all are pirates." Charlotte Linlin understood that the you he referred to included both her and Ortolan's father. Viewed in this light, it could be said that Ortolan was quite rooted in the pirate way of life. "Then why not become a pirate?" Charlotte Linlin inquired with a smile. "The reason I initially considered this path was due to my lack of affiliation with you, the Big Mom Pirates, and the so-called Charlotte family." Ortolan admitted candidly. Before arriving at Cake Island, he had little more than a neutral impression of Charlotte Linlin, viewing her merely as a stranger. However, at present, Katakuri had become a good friend and considerate older brother to the solitary Ortolan. And while Charlotte Linlin had not yet reached the level of being recognized as mother, she could no longer be classified as an unfamiliar figure. The bonds of human sentiment and connection were indeed present. Upon hearing this, a rare expression of satisfaction crossed Charlotte Linlin's face as she remarked, "It seems I hold a bit of significance in your heart now. My efforts with the Thunder Fruit have not been in vain." Ortolan did not find her bluntness off-putting, on the contrary. He appreciated this straightforward manner. Had Charlotte Linlin attempted to bind him through notions of bloodline and familial ties, he would have been resistant to such tactics. However, as she conveyed her sentiments while genuinely investing in relationships and benefits, Ortolan could not turn a blind eye to her sincerity. After a brief chuckle, Ortolan continued, "So, considering the current circumstances, if I were to delve deeper into the pirate profession, the competition between us would only intensify. Overall, this does not appear to be a wise choice. Becoming a pirate ultimately meant striving to become either the so-called Pirate King or one of the four emperors. Regardless of which position one aspired to, it would inherently involve fierce competition with Charlotte Linlin, unless both factions were to merge. However, the reality of such a merger would not be simple. Questions of hierarchy and the perceptions of their respective subordinates would complicate matters significantly. Thus, do you believe the Navy is a promising path for your development? You as a Navy officer, while I remain a pirate. Once I become the sovereign of the seas, and you ascend to the ranks of admiral or even fleet admiral, we would not only avoid competition, but could also cultivate substantial opportunities for collaboration." A cunning smile danced upon Charlotte Linlin's lips as she gazed at Ortolan. From this perspective, it indeed seemed plausible, did it not? Ortolan responded with calm assurance. "You're correct. Considering it this way, your joining the Navy indeed appears to be the most advantageous choice for both of us." Charlotte Linlin nodded in agreement. Exuding confidence, she aspired to become the Queen of the Seas, firmly believing in her ability to emerge victorious in this pirate rivalry. This level of self-assurance was essential for any strong individual or leader of a faction. If one lacked such confidence in competition, it would be prudent to disband altogether, should she ascend to become the pirate sovereign. And Ortolan, her son, stood at the pinnacle of the Navy. Who else could possibly hinder their ascent to the highest throne? As for who would ultimately occupy that place, Charlotte Linlin did not make any declarations. The situation would ultimately determine the outcome. In fact, contemplating such matters was futile. Who could predict how far they would go in the future? With this thought in mind, Charlotte Linlin posed the question, "How would you like me to assist you?" Indeed, Ortolan had come to seek Charlotte Linlin's aid, as without her assistance, his identity and background would pose significant barriers to entering the Navy. Ortolan expressed his hope that Charlotte Linlin could provide guidance on how to join the Navy. After she agreed to consider the matter, she sent him off to rest, while Katakuri remained behind to discuss important matters with Charlotte Linlin. Once Ortolan departed, Charlotte Linlin turned to Katakuri and inquired, "What are your thoughts on him?" From a perspective standpoint, Ortolan's considerations are indeed quite sound. Katakuri replied immediately, "Yes, that's so." Charlotte Linlin pondered momentarily before stating, "Then let's lend him a hand. How should we arrange this?" Katakuri seemed to have anticipated his mother's intentions and inquired without a hint of surprise. After contemplating for a moment, Charlotte Linlin asked, "Do you truly believe his identity can remain concealed from the Navy?" Katakuri shook his head and responded, "If he were unremarkable, there would be little to investigate. However, given his innate talents and the fact that he is now a user of the Thunder Fruit, the Navy's protocol dictates that individuals of his caliber, once they join, will inevitably be swiftly transferred to the Navy headquarters. They will undoubtedly be groomed as key prospects, and how could the Navy possibly overlook investigating his identity background? If the Navy sought to uncover Ortolan's true identity, their intelligence capabilities would ensure they could not fail to discover that he is a scion of Charlotte Linlin. This posed a significant challenge, one that Ortolan had also considered, which is why he sought Charlotte Linlin's counsel. Indeed, how could they possibly not uncover it? Charlotte Linlin murmured softly. What if we eliminated everyone who is aware of the truth? Even the island of Terrion has been ravaged. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Katakuri's eyes as he spoke. His tenderness and consideration were reserved solely for his family. Fundamentally, the education and environment that Katakuri was exposed to from a young age destined him not to be a benevolent individual. A fierce and cruel demeanor towards the outside world was merely normalcy. This was overly deliberate and might not remain concealed for long. If concealment was indeed impossible, it would be wiser not to leave so many loopholes. It would be better not to hide anything from the outset. Charlotte Linlin shook her head and spoke solemnly. What should we do then? Katakuri replied, slightly perplexed. Let the world government seek out Ortoren themselves. Charlotte Linlin responded, her tone grave. The world government will come seeking him? Katakuri asked, bewildered. How will that be implemented? Spread some information externally. There is no need to obscure the relationship between Ortoren and us. Clearly inform those on the seas that he is my son, inheriting my bloodline and talents. After pondering for a moment, Charlotte Linlin smiled and added, fortunately, we have never had contact with Ortoren before. The Navy, should they choose to investigate, will certainly uncover the truth themselves, leading them to a firm conviction. Then, we can disseminate some information, stating that you fortuitously discovered he is my offspring left outside, intending to recruit him into our Big Mom pirates, but ultimately failed. And then, Katakuri inquired further. Then we must let those individuals know that Ortoren does not align with us, and that due to his father and his own abandonment, he harbors resentment towards us and seeks revenge. Charlotte Linlin stated, this plot not overly cliché. Would the Navy genuinely believe such a tale? Katakuri expressed a skepticism that a child of a pirate, abandoned due to familial discord, who thus detests his mother and aspires to become a righteous Navy officer to exact revenge. This narrative seems too trite, does it not? The Navy is not foolish. Whether the Navy believes this script is of little consequence. Charlotte Linlin seemed to reminisce about something before continuing. What truly matters is whether Ortoren possesses sufficient talent and potential, and for what I can see, he does. After a brief pause, Charlotte Linlin resumed her serious tone. As long as Ortoren proves his excellence, even a seemingly cliché reason will suffice. The world government will not overlook him. Of this I am certain. In her youth, Charlotte Linlin was nearly sold to the world government. Had unforeseen events not intervened, she might have become an exceptional naval admiral or perhaps a prized asset of the CP organization. Not only her, but during her encounter with Kaido aboard the Rock's ship, she discovered that he too had a similar past. Originally the strongest warrior of the Waka Kingdom, Kaido was forcibly traded by the world government, compelling the king of Waka to offer Kaido as a combat asset. Kaido merely managed to escape. Had he not, he too might have been an outstanding Navy officer. This illustrates that the world government, in their quest for combat prowess, is less concerned with the willingness or lineage of those with exceptional talent and skills. What does this signify? It indicates that the world government possesses great confidence and assurance in such matters. They believe they have sufficient means to control these unwillingly captured potential candidates, whether through ideological indoctrination, control of weaknesses, or the bonds formed among comrades. These methods can all be deemed shackles. Therefore, in Charlotte Linlin's view, rather than hoping the Navy fails to uncover Ortoren's identity, it is wiser to approach the world government directly. They have specialized agencies for such affairs. If we disclose the information to them, they can seamlessly integrate Ortoren into their ranks. This approach is straightforward and brutal, for the world government will not pry into such matters. They will merely assess one's qualifications. Once Ortoren is recognized by them, he could be directly airlifted to the Navy headquarters, thus achieving success. However, while this method is simple and forceful, it carries significant uncertainty. The first risk is whether Ortoren can indeed join the Navy as he desires. The world government's recruitment is not limited to the Navy alone, that if something goes awry, it is entirely possible that Ortoren could end up in the CP organization. But this is manageable. If that happens, he could simply seize an opportunity to defect and return as a pirate, inheriting the family business and abandoning any thoughts of the Navy. The second and more critical risk revolves around the methods and strategies employed by the world government to control these forcibly captured candidates. Could Ortoren fall victim to such manipulation? What if he were truly brainwashed into becoming a lethal weapon for the world government? That would be troublesome, a true loss of both son and soldier. Yet, Charlotte Linlin contemplated, what endeavor is devoid of risk? The higher the reward, the greater the risk. A notion universally acknowledged upon the seas, to seek immense benefits without embracing significant risks is utterly implausible. In due time, she would elucidate these risks to Ortoren and gauge his courage to embark on this venture. Indeed, Charlotte Linlin now found her concerns somewhat laughable. If Ortoren truly succeeded in joining the Navy, would he turn against her? Would his intentions be rooted in mutual benefit? Or would he, as the Klijia narrative suggests, harbor deep-seated resentment towards her, merely biding his time to gain her trust before seeking revenge? Alternatively, could he genuinely be as pure-hearted as he appears, aspiring to become a champion of justice? All these possibilities remain valid, though Charlotte Linlin yearned to ally with Ortoren and had taken tangible actions towards that end. She would not naively place complete trust in him. This is the self-discipline of a great pirate. To excel in an environment rife with betrayal and schemes, one must never fully trust another. Ultimately, it is merely about providing an opportunity, for him and for herself, planting this seed of uncertainty and gambling on the outcome. Having come to this realization, Charlotte Linlin felt a surge of clarity. After all, she was not Ortoren's caretaker. It was not her role to provide him with everything he desired. Her obligation was simply to offer him a chance, while the path he chose to tread lay entirely in his hands. Should Ortoren indeed pursue the future he envisioned, all would be well. If not, Charlotte Linlin was confident in her ability to face any ensuing changes and challenges in the new world at Pellis Island. This had once been Shiki's territory, but recently, the remnants of Shiki's forces stationed here were eradicated by the Big Mom pirates. IT had now fallen under the banner of the Big Mom pirates. Of course, this is merely temporary. Until the grand conflict of the New World concludes, no one can predict whether this island might be seized by other pirates from the Big Mom pirates. Or even if, due to the war, there might be no Big Mom forces stationed here at all. At this moment, Ortoren stood at the port dock of the island, having just disembarked from Katakuri's ship. So, is this where we part ways? Ortoren, carrying his warhammer, smiled at Katakuri and softly inquired. A hint of reluctance flickered in Katakuri's eyes, and he nodded. Yes, we part here, as this is the path you have chosen. From this point on, you must rely on yourself. Your mother has created some opportunities for you and disseminated information about you in the underworld. Thereafter, as long as you seize the chance to demonstrate your strength and talent, relevant investigators from the world government should come seeking you. I understand. Ortoren nodded, then added, I wish you smooth sailing on your future endeavors, Katakuri. I thought you might call me brother or something. Katakuri teased. Apologies, I tend to be a bit sentimental. Perhaps next time we meet, I might be able to say it. Ortoren chuckled. Katakuri, unbothered, patted Ortoren's shoulder and said, I have left you a ship. You can go wherever you wish. The new world is in turmoil, and I believe you will find ample opportunities to showcase your prowess. After giving a few more instructions, Katakuri turned and reboarded his ship, the Sweet Commander. Before long, the vessel gently departed from the harbor, and after a moment of watching it sail away, Ortolan turned and left. The inhabitants of this new world seemed to have grown accustomed to the turmoil of war. Just recently, this island had endured a fierce pirate conflict, yet now, the townsfolk had largely resumed their regular activities. Ortolan intended to seek out a tavern on the island, hoping to overhear any intriguing tidbits while indulging in the first step of his journey. After wandering through the town for a short while, Ortolan spotted a tavern that was open for business that he wasted no time, approached, and pushed the door open. The tavern's ambience was somewhat dim, seemingly designed to evoke the hues of twilight, even in broad daylight, allowing patrons to lose track of time as they enjoyed their libations. Initially, Ortolan thought that the tavern would be sparsely populated at this hour, but upon entering, he was surprised to find nearly every table occupied, save for one in the corner. Observing the other patrons, he noted that they were predominantly burly men, each bearing weapons, either knives or firearms, exuding an air of ruggedness. However, this atmosphere felt oddly familiar to Ortolan, reminiscent of his days on Terrion Island, where taverns buzzed with similar energy. These weapon-wielding men were mostly those who made their living at sea. Some were dockside ruffians, others fishermen, and some were guards for merchant caravans. In the perilous waters of the New World, venturing out unarmed was folly, and without a robust physique, securing a job was nearly impossible. After all, countless dangers lurked at sea, and those with superior physical prowess had a greater chance of survival. Naturally, some of the tavern's patrons noticed Ortolan as he entered. However, given his towering height of over 3 meters, his broad, muscular frame, and the imposing war hammer slung across his back, he hardly seemed like an individual to provoke. Consequently, no one displayed any rudeness toward him. Most merely stole a glance before returning to their merriment. Ortolan took a seat at the empty table in the corner, and the tavern's attendant swiftly approached him. "A barrel of malt liquor, please, along with your signature appetizers. And if you have any recent newspapers, I would appreciate a copy. And if there is any interesting information, do share," Ortolan requested, placing a gold belly on the table. Copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins were all still accepted here. Indeed, thanks to the established system and credit of the world government over the past 8 centuries, the paper currency issued by them also held considerable credibility and purchasing power. A single gold belly possessed remarkable value. Ortolan could comfortably dine and drink for 3 or 4 days without excessive extravagance. The attendant's face lit up with surprise as he picked up the gold belly. "Absolutely, esteemed guest. Your requested beverages and dishes will be ready shortly, and I will fetch your newspaper right away." Soon, the attendant returned with a newspaper, handing it to Ortolan, and shortly thereafter, he brought a barrel of liquor to the table. Ortolan unfurled the newspaper to peruse its contents. The major news was still focused on the Battle of Edvor, particularly the defeat of the notorious pirate overlord, Shiki, which would likely dominate public discourse for an extended period. Ortolan had encountered far more captivating information regarding Shiki during his time with the Big Mom pirates, so he quickly skimmed past the details, finding them of little use. The Silver Axe pirates had clashed with a naval fleet in the Edvor Sea, resulting in a 2-day-long battle that culminated in their retreat. The notorious pirate, known as Bloodhand Lion Rengar, with a bounty of 264 million belly, was shot dead on the spot by Marine Admiral Sengoku. Additionally, the long-missing bounty of 300 million belly pirate, Bloodhand Lion Rengar, had resurfaced on Whaleneck Island. Moreover, a magnificent phenomenon known as the Elephant Lord was sighted in the Cerrone Sea, heading toward Polaris Island. Ortolan paused at the mention of this phenomenon. An Elephant Lord? Considering the image of such a colossal creature traversing the seas, it was indeed a rare sight to behold, if memory served him right. His father's homeland, the Fluffy Kingdom, rested atop the back of this very creature, which appeared to have a signpost labeled historical text on it. And Polaris Island, wasn't he that where he currently found himself? Would the Elephant Lord pass nearby? Ortolan pondered. Should he venture forth to take a look? He mused that Charlotte Linlin's methods regarding the Marines seemed rather unreliable, but he could only hope for an opportunity. Meanwhile, he needed to devise a more practical strategy. Based on the newspaper, it seemed Admiral Sengoku was also involved in this conflict. Perhaps there was a chance to be had there. Ortolan contemplated these matters. In the same Cerrone Sea, the Roger pirates Oro Jackson had just sunk a naval ship. "Hey, Roger, didn't you say this morning that there was any news lately and that you found the newspapers unbearable?" Jabba casually handed a newspaper to Roger. Roger, seated beneath the mast, was wiping blood from his sword with a cloth when he opened the newspaper and exclaimed with delight, "Hey, the Elephant Lord is in our waters. Should we go see? Didn't you say you were looking for historical texts?" Rayleigh rolled his eyes, scoffing. "Perhaps the Elephant Lord bears some historical texts as well?" Roger retorted, then added, "I've heard tales of the Elephant Lord for ages, but I've never seen it. A colossal elephant roaming the New World seas must be more magnificent than a gigantic sea king. Let us go take a look. Polaris Island isn't far. We can wait there and rest for a bit. While Roger was brimming with enthusiasm, at the G3 Navy base in the New World, Karp's dog-headed warship was in the midst of repairs. In the base commander's office, Karp was sharing tea with the base commander, Rear Admiral Gomir. I heard you're being reassigned to G2 after the new year. Is that true? Karp inquired nonchalantly with his legs crossed. Clearly well acquainted with Gomir. Indeed, G2 allows me to escape this intense front line and retire in paradise, so I plan to work there until retirement. Gomir chuckled heartily, as the two engaged in light-hearted banter. A naval colonel burst into the room without so much as a greeting, his face a mask of panic. Sir, the warship of Major Horan has encountered the Roger pirates near Polaris Island and has been sunk. What? Karp sprang to his feet. The Roger pirates? Are you certain it was them? In the following days, Ortolan remained on Polaris Island, hoping to witness the appearance of the Elephant Lord and experience this legendary sight. As if in response to the possibility of the Elephant Lord's proximity, Ortolan could distinctly sense an increasing number of people flocking to the island, given the elusive nature of the Elephant Lord. Despite its enormous size, it was but a mere speck in the vast expanse of the New World. The chance of encountering it was exceedingly rare. It was said that many renowned adventurers and infamous pirates had roamed the New World for years without ever laying eyes on the Elephant Lord. This time, the Elephant Lord had only recently been spotted by the world news reporters, leading to its mention in the newspapers. Considering this, it was only logical that others would come to join the excitement. And Ortolan was merely one among many drawn to the spectacle. As the number of visitors to Polaris Island increased, this town, once ravaged by pirate chaos, began to radiate a newfound brilliance, regaining some semblance of its former prosperity. Such is the nature of the New World. Those who manage to survive in these waters, be they individuals or towns, exhibit an unexpected vitality. Early one morning, Ortolan sat in the hotel dining area, savoring his breakfast. With a bun in his mouth, he was preparing to indulge in a cup of the local specialty milk tea when he suddenly overheard a conversation at a nearby table. Have you heard? The dojo of the 10 Ocean Style received a challenge last night. 10 Ocean Style? If you've only recently arrived on the island, you might not be aware Point 10 Ocean Style is a local school of swordsmanship. However, the dojo master's name is certainly known. He is the legendary swordsman Holton, famed for his prowess in splitting the seas with a single stroke, a master of the blade whose might is unparalleled. Is he the one rumored to have been so skilled that he garnered the admiration of the notorious pirate Don Quixote Shiki, and thus exempted Polaris Island from taxes? Indeed, that is him. But isn't this territory claimed by the Big Mom pirates? When the Big Mom pirates took control of this place, why didn't T. Holton step forward? Step forward for what? ISNT this how the New World operates. Today it belongs to Shiki, tomorrow it may fall to Big Mom. And in a few days, it could very well be Whitebeard's domain that if he were to intervene every time, Holton would surely be overwhelmed. You make a valid point, by the way. Who is challenging Holton? I believe it's a new swordsman who emerged last year. Mihawk, if I recall correctly, he was relatively unknown, but rumor has it that from last year to this, he has consecutively challenged 6 well-established swordmasters, emerging victorious each time, that he even audaciously claimed he would become the world's greatest swordsman. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain, that I've heard of him. He is nicknamed Hawkeye, said to possess eyes as sharp as a hawkess, capable of unleashing sword energy that can slay anyone he glares at. Exactly, that's him. They say he can fly with his sword, beheading foes from miles away, as the conversation escalated into the realm of absurdity. Ortolan withdrew his attention. Mihawk is on this island as well. Surprised, he quickly finished his bun and gulped down his milk tea, then rose and exited the dining hall. The dojo of the 10 Ocean Style wasn't too far off. Ortolan had passed by it during his explorations of the island. However, lacking interest in swordsmanship and preferring to wield the heavy hammer strapped to his back, he had paid little attention. He hadn't anticipated the presence of such a renowned master on the island. Yet, it seemed unfortunate for Holton to have crossed paths with Mihawk. Speaking of Mihawk, Ortolan found himself intrigued. After all, this was the man who would one day ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. From the rumors, it appeared that he had only recently begun his journey, continuously challenging various masters to hone his skills while climbing towards the zenith of swordsmanship. If memory serves, he was later placed on the Navy's wanted list as a Navy hunter. Given Mihawk's propensity to challenge Navy sword masters, it seemed likely that he had been labeled a troublesome pirate by the Navy due to his actions. The dojo of the Ten Ocean style was not situated in a secluded area. In fact, it could be considered central to the town. After all, the dojo master was a renowned swordsman, capable of maintaining a dojo, suggesting he was quite affluent. As Ortolan departed the hotel, eager to witness the unfolding events. He had just crossed Market Street when he heard a distant rumble. Leveraging his height, he looked up to see the towering structure of the Ten Ocean-style dojo being cleaved in two by a single strike. Crashing down within the dojo. Then, a fierce slash shot up into the sky, causing the surrounding crowd to panic and flee in terror. Ortolan even witnessed several unfortunate souls being struck down by the unleashed force from within the dojo. In that moment, it dawned on him how Mihawk, who resided in an isolated castle and kept company with monkeys, had come to be regarded as a villain and a pirate by the world. The battle between the swordsmen erupted swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. Ortolan had barely approached when he saw the dojo's grand entrance split apart by a single blow, followed by a figure, bloodied and seemingly nursing a severed arm, stumbling out in a disheveled state. Then a young man with fierce black hair, a cold demeanor, and eyes sharp as a hawk emerged from the shattered door of the dojo. As he walked, he brushed the blood from his massive black sword, knight, and, casting a glance at the severed-armed swordsman, remarked with disdain, "With such meager skills, how could Shiki possibly have any regard for you? Curse you!" Holton grimaced, clutching his severed arm, glaring at Mihawk with a face full of fury. Yet Mihawk appeared to have lost interest, offering no further glance, and seemingly lacking any intent to finish him off. He sheathed Knight behind him and turned to leave, and at that moment, he spotted Ortolan, who was standing nearby, drawn by the commotion. Another master? Mihawk's eyes sparkled with intrigue, though it was unclear how he discerned Ortolan's prowess. Ortolan paused for a moment, then chuckled heartily. "I am no swordsman. That matters not. Is the way of the sword so rigid? My path can be honed with both blade and hammer." Mihawk retorted immediately. Finally, Ortolan understood why Mihawk, a character from Tales, often found himself alone, with few friends, save for Shanks, who seemed to be the only one he got along with. Given his temperament, it was likely he had offended many in his youth. Just as Ortolan prepared to say more, a commotion erupted from the opposite street. "Quickly, Buggy! If we delay any longer, we'll miss the excitement. Idiot, if you want to go. Why drag me along? I have no desire to. But it's a duel between masters. Aren't you even the slightest bit interested? I might learn something." As the voices faded, a red-haired youth wearing a straw hat and tugging along a big-nosed man turned the corner. Without question, it was Shanks and Buggy. Despite Shanks' friendship with Mihawk, he was actually 4 years younger, while Mihawk now appeared as a formidable young swordsman. Shanks, however, seemed to lack the maturity of his age, exuding an air of unreliable youth that in this moment. Ortolan caught Shanks' eye, and Shanks, recognizing Ortolan, froze in place. 2 seconds later, Shanks shouted, "It's that monster! You're the monster!" Ortolan bristled at the remark, fueled by the memories of being inexplicably beaten on Cake Island. New grievances and old. No need for elaboration. He swiftly unslung the warhammer from his back and charged at Shanks. Having previously clashed with Ortolan, Shanks was well aware of his own injuries from that encounter, and realizing he was no match. He yelped and grabbed Buggy, attempting to flee. However, Ortolan was no longer the same as before. He had evolved into a formidable warrior. Could he allow Shanks to escape? With a flash of electric light, the figure of Ortolan materialized above Shanks, his war hammer swinging down without a moment's hesitation, aimed directly at Shanks' head. Although still a novice pirate, Shanks had accompanied the Roger pirates and witnessed many grand spectacles, allowing him to react with remarkable speed. Sensing the impending threat, he swiftly wrapped his armed hockey around his weapon, effortlessly pushing Buggy aside, and lunged forward like a ravenous dog. While the maneuver may not have been aesthetically pleasing, it proved effective, akin to the evasive technique of a lazy donkey rolling. With a mere hair's breadth, Shanks narrowly evaded Ortolan's hammer strike and swiftly drew his sword for a counterattack. Ortolan was equally quick, with the hammer still suspended in the air. He expertly halted its descent, showcasing his immense strength and flawless control over the heavy weapon. in the very moment he stopped the hammer. He parried Shanks' retaliatory strike, his eyes flashing with electric intensity as two beams of laser-like energy erupted forth. This time, Shanks was not so fortunate to evade. Caught off guard, he was struck in the chest by the powerful, electric-infused laser. Engulfed in black smoke as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing in a buggy. "You truly are a master," came Mihawk's voice from behind Ortolan. Simultaneously, Ortolan instinctively felt a sharp aura approaching him. Without hesitation, he spun his war hammer and executed a half-turn. Swinging it backward, with a resounding clang, Ortolan's hammer collided with Mihawk's black blade. "Are you incapable of observing the situation? Can't you see I'm in the midst of a battle?" Ortolan cursed at Mihawk. Unperturbed, Mihawk responded with a glimmer of excitement. "What is the point of treating that red-haired rookie as a worthy opponent? If you wish to fight, then face me. A rookie, indeed, the very one you might scarcely encounter again. Perhaps even the only close friend you have. How can you insult him so?" Yet, upon reflection, it is true that Shanks currently is quite the rookie. While Mihawk verbally derided Shanks, his actions remained relentless. He deftly slid his blade along Ortolan's war hammer, deftly avoiding it to strike directly at Ortolan's chest. Typically, such a weapon as a war hammer, especially the long-handle variety wielded by Ortolan, is reserved for the strongest of men, requiring both hands to wield effectively. However, endowed with innate strength, Ortolan was capable of wielding it with a single hand. As Mihawk's blade approached, Ortolan released his grip on the hammer's handle with his left hand, enveloping it in armed haki, and seized Mihawk's blade with a fierce grip. Subsequently, a tempestuous surge of electric power erupted from his hand, coursing through the blade and into Mihawk, yet Mihawk appeared to possess ample combat experience, adeptly mastering the power of haki as he braced himself against Ortolan's electric surge. Simultaneously, he retreated, forcefully stepping back to create distance between them. In a swift series of movements, he pulled back 3 or 4 meters and unleashed a slash with Yuru, sending a cutting attack flying through the air. "Earlier, I was curious to ask, are you the fabled user of the Thunder Fruit?" Mihawk inquired, "but it seems your mastery of the ability is still rather rudimentary." At that moment, with a flicker of electric light, Ortolan vanished from his original position just as the cutting strike approached, reappearing behind Mihawk, grasping the hammer with both hands, and bringing it down with force. This strike achieved the feat of forcing the world's greatest swordsman to employ the lazy donkey roll. Truly, Mihawk's later friendship with Shanks was well justified. One adept at the ravenous dog pounce, the other at the lazy donkey roll. Indeed, from the instant of their clash, Mihawk sensed Ortolan's terrifying power, making him unwilling to confront the hammer directly as the retaliatory strike loomed. He disregarded his dignity, sliding away in a lazy roll to evade the blow. Meanwhile, Buggy hastily pulled the smoke-emitting Shanks up from the ground, nervously asking, "Hey, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Shanks, still enveloped in black smoke, struggled to respond. "I nearly got fried. Do you think I'm fine? How did that guy suddenly become a devil fruit user?" From the fact that Shanks could still banter, it was evident that although he had been injured by the Thunder Fruit-S attack, he was not gravely harmed. "While that guy is distracted, we should hurry to join the captain. We will be safe then," Buggy urged. Shanks nodded in agreement, and they resumed their escape. Ortolan had no intention of engaging Mihawk in combat. It bore little significance, and there was no animosity between them. Thus, as Shanks fled, Ortolan feigned a strike with his war hammer to push Mihawk away, his body crackling with electric energy. In the next instant, he dashed after Shanks. However, Mihawk, now invigorated, was unwilling to let go of such a formidable opponent. Without further ado, he pursued Ortolan once again. Thus, Shanks and Buggy fled ahead, while Ortolan deftly dealt with the tenacious Mihawk, all the while pursuing the red-haired and red-nosed duo. The trio stirred chaos throughout the town, sending the surrounding crowd scattering in panic, creating utter disarray. Just as Ortolan seized an opportunity to strike Mihawk's blade with his hammer, leveraging the force to send Mihawk flying several dozen meters away. He turned his attention to Shanks, preparing to deliver a fierce blow when a far more menacing slash, swifter than Mihawk's, cut through the air towards him. Hey, stop targeting the youngsters on our ship." Ortolan raised his war hammer defensively, pushing forward to intercept the strike. However, the force behind this blow was substantial. Despite Ortolan's immense strength, he was still forced back 2 steps, shattering the cobblestones beneath him before halting the onslaught. The assailant was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. As he turned to look, he spotted Shanks and Buggy hiding behind Rayleigh, both displaying expressions of relief. Compared to Ortolan and Buggy, Shanks was a nameless figure, while Rayleigh's reputation resonated loudly, even catching Mihawk's attention, leading him to refrain from further attacks. Instead, he regarded the situation with a look of perplexity. "You lot are a bunch of scoundrels. I still haven't settled the score from that incident on Cake Island," Ortolan exclaimed upon seeing Rayleigh, immediately unleashing a tirade. Rayleigh, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, responded with a smile, "You were the one who attacked us first." In a state of confusion, "We were merely acting in self-defense." Self-defense? Do pirates even abide by the law? Ortolan initially faltered, then retorted, "Then I must raise the banner of justice. Scoundrels like you pirates deserve to be eradicated. Behold my hammer." As his words fell, Ortolan's eyes flashed with electric light, and with a swift motion, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing directly in front of Rayleigh, his war hammer descending with formidable force. Although he knew he could not best his opponent, with a top-tier master before him, there was no way he would retreat. He yearned to gauge the extent of his disparity with these renowned top-tier masters of the sea. Rayleigh stood his ground, his sword enveloped in a dark hue of haki, and raised it to meet the oncoming strike. With a resounding thud, Ortolan's hammer collided with Rayleigh's blade, unleashing a powerful force. Even with Rayleigh's preparedness, knowing of Ortolan's innate strength, he furrowed his brow as the ground beneath him cracked like spiderwebs. Immediately following, a wild surge of thunderous energy erupted from the hammer, cascading towards Rayleigh like a silvery curtain. The dazzling electric light rendered the surrounding onlookers momentarily blind to the unfolding events, and they could only perceive the momentary darkening of the electric light before witnessing Ortolan's massive frame being sent reeling backward. Indeed, in that instant, Rayleigh acted with astounding swiftness, delivering a kick to Ortolan's chest that sent him flying. At that moment, Mihawk sprang into action, truly embodying a tiger. While Ortolan clashed with Shanks, he sought to confront the mightiest of the contenders. Rayleigh, in short, he targeted whoever was strongest. As Ortolan regained his footing, Mihawk's blade was already slicing toward Rayleigh. Ortolan mused internally on Mihawk's tenacity and courage. Meanwhile, at the port, Karp's dog-headed warship began to dock, and he caught sight of the intermittent flashes of slashes and electric light erupting from the town's center, his mind swirling with confusion at the scene unfolding before him. Kapu first felt a touch of bewilderment. Yet, given the chaotic state of the New World, he was not particularly surprised. Instead, he commanded the naval officers nearby, investigate the remaining sea routes and hidden ports of this island. Check if the Oro Jackson is present. Generally speaking, an island could not possibly possess only a single exit to the sea. Some islands even constructed concealed ports specifically for conducting illicit activities, catering to the nefarious elements from the dark underworld, such as pirates who favored anchoring their vessels in hidden harbors. After issuing his orders, Kapu descended the ship's ladder, swaggering off the warship to assess the turmoil in the town, as a champion of justice within the Navy. He felt compelled to intervene should the unrest be caused by pirates. Meanwhile, in the bustling trade street of the port, Jabba, who was in the midst of purchasing liquor, caught sight of Kapu's distinctive dog-headed warship. "That guy's nose is still as keen as ever," he muttered, promptly departing to inform his companions and prepare for an evacuation of the island. As for the Elephant Lord, it seemed he would miss the chance to witness it this time. Over the years, the entangled grievances between the Roger Pirates and Kapu were numerous. However, countless confrontations ultimately ended with the Roger Pirates making their escape. It was not that Kapu was capable of single-handedly overpowering the entire Roger crew. Rather, the pirates had no intention of getting ensnared by someone like him. That pirates. Encountering the Navy and opting to flee was quite a natural response if one were to be caught up by Kapu in a particular location. An unending stream of Navy reinforcements would swarm in from all directions, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. Being trapped in such a predicament would make escape exceedingly difficult. On another front, Ortolan and Mihawk launched a fierce assault on Rayleigh. However, both were relatively inexperienced. Despite their remarkable potential, they could not measure up to Rayleigh's formidable prowess. Even in their combined efforts, they found themselves at a disadvantage against him, who appeared to be effortlessly toying with them, seemingly not even exerting himself fully in the distance. Perched on the rooftop of a high-rise building, members of the Roger Pirates sat at the edge, with Roger holding a bottle of liquor, taking a swig, and laughing heartily. Who would have thought? Here we are, encountering the legendary Thunder Fruit user. He turned to his companions. Is this the hot-headed little brat you mentioned? The one who appeared on Cake Island? Last time, he wasn't even a user, was he? Kalokas, equally intrigued, inquired as he observed the fierce battle unfolding in the street not far away. Yes, he shouldn't have been a user back then, but he certainly wasn't like he is now. He seemed devoid of reason that, if I recall correctly, that was in the form of a moon lion, and it's highly likely that he is a hybrid of the fur tribe. Roger nodded in agreement. After another sip of his drink, Roger mused, I didn't engage much with that lad, but he managed to break Shank's arm with a single strike. Rayleigh, in a moment of carelessness, was also sent flying by him. Later, Rayleigh remarked on the absurd strength of that kid, and he even slashed at him once. Judging by the feel of it, that boy's physical abilities are astonishingly formidable, especially now that he has consumed the Thunder Fruit. If he can grow and not meet an untimely end, in a few years, the seas will witness the rise of another formidable character. His lament stemmed from the realization that such a remarkable individual would likely elude his sight. Kalokas shot a glance at Roger, then remarked, if you're aware that your time is short, you ought to drink less. Not at all. Roger laughed heartily. It's precisely because I know my time is limited that I must indulge in more drink. Otherwise, I shall surely regret it later. Ha 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 ha. Just as the members of the Roger Pirates were enjoying the spectacle, the din mushy Roger carried began to ring. He pulled it out, glancing at it with a hint of confusion. Could it be that Jabba got lost while buying liquor? Of all of us, he's the most directionally challenged. Kalokas quipped. Ignoring him, Roger answered the din mushy. Jabba, the plan to observe the elephant lore can be scrapped. I spotted Kapu's warship at the port. If all goes as expected, he has arrived. Jabba relayed through the din mushy. Kapu, you can't be mistaken, can you? Roger asked, slightly bewildered. Idiot. How many times have we crossed paths with him? Who could mistake that dog-headed ship? Jabba retorted. What a buzzkill. Roger sighed, then continued. Let us rendezvous on the ship. You hoist anchor first, as long as we set sail ahead of him. Kapu's warship won't be able to catch up to the Oro Jackson. Understood. Just be sure not to get entangled with him. Jabba cautioned before hanging up. Since the din mushy was on speaker, Roger did not need to reiterate anything. The other members of the Roger Pirates had already risen to their feet as soon as Jabba spoke. You all go ahead. I'll inform Rayleigh. Roger waved his hand, and without giving anyone a chance to respond, he leaped from the rooftop towards the street below. Kalokas and the others were unfazed. Swiftly retreating from the rooftop towards the hidden port on the other side of the island, on the street, Ortolan slammed his heavy hammer against the wall of a nearby building, causing the sturdy stone structure to collapse under the impact. As the strike fell short, Ortolan's eyes flickered with electric light, unleashing twin beams of laser-like energy toward Rayleigh. Rayleigh, wielding his sword in one hand and enveloped in the aura of armament hockey in the other, met Ortolan's laser gaze with a swift palm strike. The overwhelming electric force dissipated effortlessly under the might of his hockey. Simultaneously, Mihawk's blade came crashing down, only to be parried by Rayleigh's sword. Both of you are impressive. With a few more years of training, this old man might find it hard to keep up. Rayleigh quipped, his expression relaxed and playful that Mihawk's hawk-like eyes gleamed with excitement as he replied. I initially thought this island was a wasted trip, but to face the famed Dark King makes it all worthwhile. Ortolan planted his warhammer into the ground, stretching his shoulders, his muscular physique rippling like waves. He then fixed his intense gaze on Rayleigh and declared, Don't speak too confidently. Warm-ups are over, and now we've only just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, a potent surge of thunderous energy radiated from his skin, permeating his very being. This energy, in stark contrast to Ortolan's previous wild outbursts, took on a more serene quality, clinging to his body without exploding outward, With this electric energy enveloping him, Ortolan's aura began to escalate. His arms quickly became shrouded in the power of armament haki, while faint patterns of lightning began to emerge on his skin. The fur tribe possesses a unique ability to generate vast amounts of static electricity through the friction of their fur, harnessing this energy to amplify their attacks. Although Ortolan was of mixed heritage, he lacked the lush fur of his kin, rendering this ability effectively useless for him. However, now that he had acquired the power of the Thunder Fruit, the situation was vastly different. This was a force far more formidable than mere static electricity. Drawing upon his innate talents, he seemed to have an intuitive grasp of controlling this lightning power. Effortlessly channeling it as if it were second nature, the torrent of thunderous energy coalesced around his body, invigorating his cells and significantly enhancing his strength, speed, and reflexes. His gaze was locked onto Rayleigh. And after a brief moment, he launched himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs, not utilizing his Fruit S ability for instant teleportation this time, but charging toward Rayleigh like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain. With hands transformed into claws, surrounded by crackling electricity, the combination of his formidable haki and this intense, thunderous force seemed capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. Just as Rayleigh prepared to confront Ortolan's so-called official beginning, a sudden slash surged toward him from another direction. It was Roger, God's avoidance. Roger bellowed. His target was unmistakably Ortolan, who instinctively sensed the imminent threat. In an instant, he altered his offensive stance, his arms exuding an air of dominance and crackling with lightning, crossing them defensively at his side. In the next moment, a strike known as divine avoidance collided forcefully against Ortolan's arm. The sheer might of the blow lifting Ortolan's feet off the ground and pressing his crossed arms firmly against his front, before sending him hurtling away. What a disgrace! No honor in combat, resorting to sneak attacks. Ortolan could only curse as he was launched through the air, engaging in a peak competition right upon stepping out. Roger, one of the foremost masters upon the sea, executed a surprise attack on Ortolan, leaving him with no chance to evade. Just as Ortolan was sent flying by the strike, a strong hand firmly grasped his airborne form. With a resounding thud, Ortolan's trajectory was halted, the momentum of the strike dissipating, though blood began to flow from his arms. Undoubtedly, even with the enhancement of armed haki, his steel-like frame could not withstand Roger's divine avoidance. Well done, young one. Few can endure Roger's blow, and even fewer at your age, though that scoundrel was not using his full power, Karp remarked, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth as he stood behind Ortolan. Ortolan, somewhat taken aback, turned to Karp and replied, "If you hadn't pushed me from behind, I wouldn't have been injured." The forces at play were reciprocal. Ortolan had been preparing to mitigate the force, only to be thrust forward by Karp, forcing him to take the blow head-on, resulting in his arms being severed. Karp paused for a moment, then sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies. It seems I inadvertently assisted you, but fear not. I shall aid you in avenging this." With that, he disregarded Ortolan and fixed his gaze ahead. That moment, Rayleigh stood side by side with Roger, while Mihawk lay amidst the rubble, his eyes vacant, a fresh wound marring his chest, evidently a result of Karp's intervention, leaving Rayleigh no time to continue his playful banter with Mihawk. "Why must I encounter you wherever I go, you rascal?" Roger exclaimed, stroking his prominent mustache, somewhat displeased. Karp erupted into hearty laughter. "Doesn't that simply indicate our fateful connection?" "Roger, such a connection is better left unacknowledged," Roger retorted with an eye roll. "Thanks to you, Shiki has suffered a significant setback, providing our Navy with some respite. As a token of gratitude, I invite you to accompany me back to Marineford for tea," Karp said, flinging his justice cloak, adorned with the insignia of a vice admiral, into Ortolan's bewildered hands. Ortolan glanced at the cloak draped over his hands, then back at Karp, just as a sudden, overwhelming aura surged towards him. It was Karp. His demeanor had shifted from carefree to intensely focused, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Karp flexed his wrist, and then, with a powerful stomp, shattered the solid ground beneath him, his robust figure shooting forth like a meteor towards Roger and Rayleigh. "Fist of the falling stars," Karp bellowed. The hockey-laden fist was clearly aimed at Roger, yet Ortolan, standing still, felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, as if the very air around him had thickened. Just the sheer aura emanating from Karp left him breathless. Although Ortolan had long sensed that neither Charlotte Linlin nor Rayleigh or Roger had fought him at full strength in this moment. The overwhelming force radiating from Karp made him acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from these top-tier masters of the sea. Instinctively, Ortolan realized that had this punch been directed at him, it could very well have been fatal. Still as spirited as ever, Karp. Roger's eyes glimmered with excitement as he drew his sword, Ace, and swung it towards Karp's incoming fist. Divine avoidance, Roger intoned, his resolve unwavering. The power of divine avoidance was directly proportional to Roger's seriousness. Clearly, in the face of Karp, this formidable old rival, Roger held nothing back, pouring forth all his strength. Ortolan could vaguely perceive Roger's blade cleaving through the very fabric of space. The clash of their hockey manifested even before their attacks physically met, as if invisible forces held them in a stalemate. Karp's fist suspended mid-air, while Roger's strike remained poised ahead, as though obstructed by a great barrier. Yet there was none, only the raw clash of their overwhelming hockey. Dark lightning erupted from the void where their energies collided, and the sound of cracking resonated in Ortolan's ears. This time, it was not an illusion. Ortolan distinctly saw that in the very center of their hockey clash, the air, nay, the space itself, seemed to fracture under the immense pressure, creating ominous dark crevices. Time was fleeting. From Karp's initial strike to the present clash was but a heartbeat. Before Ortolan could fully comprehend, the resulting shockwave from their confrontation erupted like a tsunami, obliterating the sturdy structures surrounding them. Stones, debris, and dust surged forth like a shockwave, radiating outward in a circular manner. A cloud of dust enveloped Ortolan, and he thrust Karp's justice cloak forward to disperse the particles. Simultaneously, he rooted himself against the onslaught of the hockey shockwave. Meanwhile, Karp altered his approach, dodging Roger's divine avoidance. His feet landing firmly as he surged forward, closing the distance to Roger in the blink of an eye, seizing Roger's shoulder with a powerful grip. Undersea drop, Karp declared, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he yanked Roger upwards. In the next instant, he aimed to slam Roger forcefully into the ground. Roger, however, was equally quick to react. Wielding Ace with a fierce intent, he swung towards Karp's armpit. If Karp did not release his grip, he would surely lose an arm. Thus, Karp had no choice but to adapt. Retracting the arm he intended to slam down, he managed to trap Roger's blade in the crook of his arm, while his other hand surged with potent hockey, launching a punch towards Roger's head. At this moment, Roger, with a sword in one hand, firmly grasped Karp's wrist with the other, locking them in a tense standoff. Their figures seemed to freeze at that instant. Yet it was merely a fleeting moment. After a brief struggle, both Karp and Roger unleashed their assaults simultaneously. Roger lifted his leg, driving his knee into Karp's abdomen, while Karp reciprocated with a thrust of his own knee. Their knees collided with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves that cleared the surrounding dust. Without a moment's pause, as the impact echoed, the two swiftly created a distance of several meters between them. Roger's long blade slicing through the air, while Karp, imbued with hockey, effortlessly countered Roger's strike. The air crackled as they exchanged blows in rapid succession, their forms blurring into streaks of light and shadow as they engaged in a flurry of attacks. Even Ortolan, utilizing his observation hockey, found it nearly impossible to discern their movements. At the same time, he was astonished that Rayleigh had not seized the opportunity to assist Roger. Instead, he had retreated, not even pausing, making a hasty exit alongside Shanks and Buggy. What a crew! The captain covering the rear. Is this the pirate's code? Ortolan pondered for a moment before deciding to continue spectating, having no intention of pursuing Rayleigh. For in such a moment, to chase would be an act of folly. Previously, with no external pressure, Rayleigh had shown no intent to kill, his actions almost playful in nature. However, should he attempt to obstruct now, it was likely that Rayleigh would not be so lenient. He could very well be eliminated. Moreover, this was a true clash of top-tier masters, a rare opportunity indeed. Ortolan wished he could grow an extra pair of eyes to observe more closely. How could he squander this chance by chasing after Rayleigh? Meanwhile, Ortolan discovered that numerous naval forces were tirelessly aiding the general populace in evacuating the area, and he believed that in mere minutes, this place would be entirely vacated. Given Karp's character, it was reasonable to assume that he was still mindful of the surroundings and had not truly unleashed his full power, right? As anticipated, once the last onlooker was evacuated, the Navy swiftly launched a signal flare into the sky. Subsequently, Ortolan beheld Karp's figure ascend from the ground, soaring to a height of several dozen meters. Fist of the Galaxy, Karp roared, delivering a powerful punch that descended from above. As this colossal blow was unleashed, Ortolan was left in shock, realizing he had yet to board the evacuation vessel. In an instant, Karp's domineering aura radiated like the Milky Way, engulfing the entire sky as it plummeted downward. This force was not directed at Ortolan, yet he found himself within its radius. Without hesitation, Ortolan summoned a vibrant surge of electric energy, attempting to harness the powers of the Thunder Fruit to teleport away from the area. However, as he focused his thoughts on elementalization, he encountered a grave issue. The overwhelming presence of Karp and Roger's haki was too potent. The space was saturated with their formidable aura, rendering Ortolan incapable of transforming. His form visibly distorted. Electric sparks crackled around him as he struggled to achieve elementalization, but to no avail. Ortolan endeavored to channel his own haki to counteract the pressure, discovering it was somewhat effective. His haki could, to a degree, withstand the onslaught, yet regrettably, it paled in comparison to the might of the two titans. Just as swiftly as it began, the entire sequence transpired in an ephemeral moment. Karp's iron fist, akin to the Milky Way, descended, while a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Roger's eyes as he widened his stance, the blade of ace in his hand shimmering with lethal radiance. Refusing to evade, for there was no escape, Karp's strike had already locked onto Roger with an overwhelming momentum. Heavenly feathers. Roger's gaze was equally fixed on Karp, and before the celestial blow could descend, he swung his long blade. Ortolan had witnessed numerous slashes today, from the future world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, to the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, and even Roger's divine evasion. Yet in this moment, all previous strikes paled in comparison to this one. If Karp's descending fist represented the Milky Way pouring down, then Roger's strike now appeared as if it would cleave the heavens asunder. The fierce haki erupted in the air, followed by an intense sense of oppression that culminated in a cataclysmic clash. Within hundreds of meters of the battlefield, the buildings on the streets were first sliced into fragmented puzzles, and then, under the might of Karp's punch, the chaotic rubble was reduced to dust. Ortolan, shimmering with electric light, exerted every ounce of his haki, and under this extreme pressure, he could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his armament haki. It was a breakthrough under immense strain, yet it mattered not. Within merely 3 to 5 breaths, Ortolan's haki dissipated entirely, followed closely by his thunderous power being repressed back into his body. Then, an overwhelming shockwave surged into him from all directions, without any refuge. Ugh! Ortolan roared in agony, struggling against the force. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. His robust form seemed on the verge of collapsing to the ground. But in the next moment, his footing faltered, and he steadied himself. At this juncture, Ortolan appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness. Eyes rolled back, yet he could withstand the clash of the two overwhelming haki powers, standing firm like a mountain. However, Karp and Roger were oblivious to this anomaly, their fists and blades colliding with tremendous force. Instantly, the heavens and earth trembled as a wild gust swept across the entire island, engulfing it in a tempestuous wind, causing even the massive warships in the harbor to sway. Simultaneously, the surrounding waters appeared to be squeezed by an immense force. Initially sinking, and then the sea surged dramatically, transforming into towering waves that radiated outward from the island. Before long, the sky became shrouded in dark clouds, lightning flashing. Yet in the next instant, Karp and Roger's soaring haki tore through the clouds as if the very sky were being rent asunder. At that moment, as their fists and blades made contact and the world shifted, a tumultuous aura erupted from Ortolan. In an instant, Karp and Roger's attention was drawn towards him. Conqueror's haki, Karp's eyes widened in astonishment. Roger smirked, a glimmer of admiration on his lips, exclaiming, "Aha! The invincible thunder fruit, unparalleled physical prowess, and the kingly aura that one in a million possesses in this sea. This little brat truly is a delightful surprise." Indeed, what erupted from Ortolan at this moment was the rare conqueror's haki. Amidst the clash of Roger and Karp's haki, under such immense pressure, Ortolan-esque consciousness may have faded, yet his body, instincts, and soul unleashed the conqueror's haki. As if roaring at Karp and Roger, after a brief moment of reflection, the two exchanged glances and Roger, acting first, slid his feet, retracting his haki. Choosing to disregard Karp entirely, he evaded the descending punch and darted toward Ortolan with incredible speed. This little brat is truly one in a million. With his physical abilities, fruit powers, and that rare conqueror's haki, once he matures, he will undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse. Roger's heart swelled with affection for talent. He wished to nurture him in these final moments of life and hoped to unveil the truths of this world alongside such a promising prospect. Roger felt this way, and so did Karp. How could such exceptional talent be allowed to fall into the hands of pirates? Especially not into the grasp of the notoriously dangerous Roger pirates. If they were to cultivate him, the Navy would face yet another significant challenge. In contrast, if they could guide this young man onto the right path, bringing him into the Navy, the potential for acquiring a top-tier combatant, one of the level of an admiral, would be immense. The disparity between these outcomes was monumental. "You shall not take him," Karp bellowed furiously, pursuing Roger and swinging his fist. Roger retaliated with his blade, the two engaging in a tug-of-war, neither able to close in on Ortolan. Moments later, on the opposite side of the island, a firework erupted in the sky, and Roger glanced over, casting one last reluctant look at Ortolan before begrudgingly declaring, "Damn you, Karp, consider yourself fortunate." Subsequently, Roger deftly deflected Karp's iron fist, swiftly escaping toward the direction of the exploding firework. Having fought Karp numerous times, he was well aware that it signaled the departure of the Roger pirates. If he wished to keep Roger from sailing away, he needed to prevent him from boarding. Otherwise, with the speed of his dog-headed warship, he could never catch up to the top-tier Oro Jackson. Yet he also understood that stopping Roger was a formidable task, one he had never accomplished in the past. Moreover, Ortolan was still present. Thus, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, Karp pursued for a few steps before abandoning the chase and swiftly returning to Ortolan's side. At that moment, it seemed Ortolan's conqueror's haki was also waning, his aura rapidly diminishing in the blink of an eye. He returned to normal, and then, in his unconscious state, his robust body lurched forward. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, Karp caught him. The more Karp observed Ortolan, the more delight shone in his eyes, and he could not help but exclaim joyfully, "It was worth coming here. I've stumbled upon a treasure. Ahaha!" The dog-headed warship remained docked at the port, with numerous naval personnel assisting the island's residents in rudimentary reconstruction efforts while providing aid to the injured. However, the extent of the Navy's capabilities was limited as a violent institution. They were adept at dealing death, but not at burying the fallen. Especially this island is not under the jurisdiction of the world government. Inside the cabin, Karp was conversing with Admiral Ahe on the transponder snail. "Yes, Bane Ortolan, whether it's his real name or an alias. I gathered this information from the owner of the inn where he is staying. He appears to be around 23 or 24 years old, though I cannot be certain. His height is approximately 3 meters and 24 centimeters, and he possesses the rare ability of the thunder fruit. In any case, please investigate his background as soon as possible to ascertain his situation," Karp said, his tone casual and jovial. Understood. Although I've already deduced the answer, I will still casually inquire. "What about Roger?" Admiral Ahe asked from the other end of the transponder snail. "If you have already guessed the answer, there is no need to ask further. It would be a matter of courtesy to spare me a little face." "Wouldn't it? Truly, you lack the grace of a lady, little Ahe," Karp replied unabashedly. "What decorum can one expect from a boor like you?" Admiral Ahe retorted before continuing, "The Marshal has concluded discussions with the higher-ups regarding the upcoming operation in the New World. The specific directives have been arranged, and it will be under the responsibility of that fellow Sengoku. If you have no pressing matters, it would be best to refrain from lingering in the New World and return promptly." Is that so? Has it been determined so quickly? What are the specific arrangements? Karp inquired with curiosity that we will completely seize control of the gateway waters of the New World, solidifying our position and further compressing the survival space of the pirates. As for the remaining matters, let them engage in their own infighting, Admiral Ahe stated. The so-called gateway waters of the New World refer to a specific maritime area extending from the Red Continent, with Mariehua as a reference point, towards the direction of the New World. This area has long been held by the Navy and the world government, but as early as the Rocks era, the Navy lost part of its control here. During the Shiki era, Shiki further intruded upon this territory to bolster his prestige among the pirate factions, seizing numerous islands and significantly encroaching upon the Navy's sphere of influence. Prior to the Battle of Edvor, the Navy had planned a counteroffensive against the gateway waters of the New World, but now it is unnecessary, as Shiki has stumbled into a major setback, sparing the Navy the need for a grand conflict. Such a lack of ambition. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity to teach those scoundrel pirates of the New World a lesson? Karp remarked casually. According to Sengoku's analysis, if we ease the pressure on them, they will continue their internal strife. Conversely, if we adopt an overly aggressive stance, we may inadvertently compel these pirates to unite against us, Admiral Ahe explained. After a brief pause, Admiral Ahe added, "Moreover, you are aware that we currently lack sufficient manpower and combat strength." Aha! Then I must mention the promising talent I recently discovered. If we can recruit him into our Navy and nurture him well, he could become a powerhouse rivaling the likes of Sakazuki, Kazan, and Palyasolino. Karp said, visibly pleased. "We must first assess his potential," Admiral Ahe remarked. "I shall begin the investigation. You should return as soon as possible." Understood, understood, Karp replied, concluding the conversation before hanging up the transponder snail. Afterward, Karp resumed his study of the strategic maritime map regarding the New World, which was marked with the latest intelligence and speculated movements of the pirates, along with the Navy's arrangements and deployments. He moved several strategic pieces on the board and, after some calculations, stroked his chin and pondered, Big Mom and Kaido. If left unchecked, they may become the ultimate beneficiaries of this incident among the pirates. It seems that after Shiki, the leading pirate factions in the New World will comprise the Big Mom Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Whitebeard Pirates. After shifting a few more pieces, Karp contemplated, as it stands. The Whitebeard Pirates maintain an absolute advantage, followed by Charlotte Linlin, with Kaido being the weakest. Just as Karp was deep in thought, his door swung open, and a Navy officer wearing a hat entered. This individual was none other than Karp's aide, Bogard. Bogard was exceptionally strong. He had once fought alongside Karp in the Battle of Goddess Gorge, where he performed admirably amidst a throng of formidable opponents and survived. In short, he possessed the strength suitable for peak-level combat. Given his prowess and experience, he could easily hold the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy, yet remained uncertain whether his demeanor and mindset had been influenced by Karp. Regardless, Bogard maintained an unusually low profile within the Navy, to the extent that many younger naval officers were unaware of his caliber. Furthermore, he had little interest in promotion, having spent many years as a Commodore at Karp's side, while repeatedly turning down opportunities for advancement. With an intimate familiarity with Karp, Bogard eschewed pleasantries and stated directly upon entering, "The guy you brought back. The ship's doctor says he's about to wake up." "Really?" Karp exclaimed, tossing the game piece aside and striding toward the door while inquiring. "How is his condition?" "Nothing serious. He has a superficial injury on his arm. The doctor mentioned that his physical constitution is exceptionally robust, and he will recover swiftly. Had I not applied hockey, the needle wouldn't even penetrate his skin. He is merely mentally fatigued, but that's a normal manifestation of the awakening of Conqueror's hockey," Bogard replied calmly. Karp approached the door, picked up the war hammer lying on the ground, and said, "Have you tried it?" Bogard glanced at the war hammer and shook his head that no, it's incredibly heavy, akin to a warship. "I didn't pay attention at the time and just grabbed it, nearly throwing my back out," Karp jested. Bogard, well aware of Karp's extraordinary strength, found it hard to believe his light-hearted exaggeration. After all, anyone proficient in hockey and pure physical combat typically possessed monstrous strength. After all, how could one claim to be a martial arts master without the strength to back it up? Before long, Karp and Bogard arrived at the medical bay where Ortolan was located. Karp barged in, only to find Ortolan sitting on the bed, conversing with the ship's doctor, upon seeing the warhammer in Karp's hand. Ortolan's expression visibly relaxed, revealing his concern about losing his weapon. After a brief exchange with the doctor, Karp sat down on the chair opposite Ortolan and cheerfully asked, "So, young man, what is your name?" "Bane Ortolan," Ortolan replied. Glancing at Karp, he had once imagined that if he wished to join the Navy, having a prominent figure vouch for him would alleviate many issues, including concerns about his background. However, at that time, it was merely a thought, as he wondered how he could ever meet someone of such stature. Those who could be considered high-ranking figures in the Navy were akin to Karp or Sengoku. Their movements were kept highly confidential even within Navy ranks, known only to those with sufficient clearance or those directly involved in their operations. Ortolan had no way to casually inquire about their whereabouts unless they were on leave, in which case he might catch a glimpse in the newspapers. Thus, even if he wished to meet these esteemed figures, opportunities were scarce. Previously, he had contemplated waiting in Windmill Village in the East Blue to catch a glimpse of Karp. Yet he never anticipated that he would have the chance to meet him on Pori's Island. If Karp were willing to lend him a hand, his aspirations of joining the Navy could be realized effortlessly. "Ortolan, is it? What a fine name. How old are you this year?" Karp continued with his warm smile. "18. Almost 19, Ortolan replied candidly. Karp paused for a moment, his expression turning even more astonished. "You are only 18? I thought you were at least 23 or 24. What does being 18 signify?" He symbolizes youthfulness, and the potential he displays is indeed astonishing. Moreover, being younger also signifies a greater willingness to embrace the beliefs and principles of the Navy, making him a worthy candidate for cultivation. One should not underestimate the 5 to 6 years of difference. Such disparities, along with the experiences and encounters of youth, can often change a person's life, character, and aspirations. After a brief moment of surprise, Karp composed himself, still wearing a benevolent smile, and remarked, "Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Vice Admiral Karp, the hero of the Navy. You wouldn't think of yourself as obscure, would you?" Ortolan rolled his eyes in response, retorting, "Huh, you little rascal. What a lack of manners. But I like it." Karp laughed heartily. After a pause, he continued, "As the wielder of the Thunder Fruit, I must admit I have never heard of you before. It seems you are quite new to the seas, aren't you?" "To be precise, I have yet to set sail." Ortolan nodded in reply. "Ah, yes, that's so." Karp's eyes brightened. "How about considering joining our Navy? Our benefits are quite impressive, especially for someone your age who may not fully grasp it. The job market is quite tense nowadays. Positions in public service are highly sought after. The Navy headquarters is renowned for its excellent treatment." "You." After Karp rambled on for quite some time, Bogard, standing nearby, could hardly bear it any longer and cleared his throat, subtly reminding Karp. Only then did Karp realize, hastily adding, "But before we delve into that, we should get to know each other better. Are your parents still alive? How is your family? How did you come into conflict with the Roger pirates?" "My father has passed away, but my mother is still alive," Ortolan replied, his expression slightly strained. "Your father has passed? That is truly unfortunate." Karp sighed lightly, then added, "However, the situation in the New World is chaotic. If you were to join the Navy, things would be different. You could bring your mother to live in Marineford. We have a residential area for Navy families, and it is a very safe environment." Ortolan paused for a moment before responding. "The mother in terms of bloodline is Charlotte Linlin." "Are you certain she can reside in Marineford?" Karp was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Charlotte Linlin? Which Charlotte Linlin?" "Naturally, the one you are thinking of, the infamous pirate Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin," Ortolan stated candidly, if Ortolan had gleaned anything from his previous encounters with Charlotte Linlin. It was her admonition not to underestimate the Navy's intelligence capabilities. If they wished to investigate, his identity would be impossible to conceal. In the original story, Ace had virtually no ties to Roger, having lost his mother at birth. Yet, under such circumstances, if the Navy took notice of him and conducted a thorough investigation, they would still uncover his true identity, even with Karp's cover. Thus, Ortolan had no intention of deceiving anyone. Upon hearing Ortolan's revelation, Karp was utterly flabbergasted. What was this? The promising candidate he had hoped for turned out to be the son of Charlotte Linlin. It was akin to discovering one had won a lottery of $360 million only to realize the claim date was yesterday. Rendering the ticket void. Aren't you a Bane? Garp snapped back to reality, asking with a pained expression that I was abandoned as a child, so I took my father's surname. Speaking of which, my old man was also a pirate, named Bane Cerrone, that I wonder if he was boasting. However, he was once a notorious pirate with a bounty of around 300 million berries. Though that was before my birth, Ortolan delivered another blow to Garp. Goodness, both sides of your lineage are filled with notorious pirates. Yet, Garp did not seem to mind Ortolan's deceased father. Instead, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes as he inquired, "Are you saying you did not grow up within the Big Mom pirates?" "No, I grew up on Terrion Island," Ortolan responded. "Have you ever met Charlotte Linlin?" Garp asked eagerly. If Ortolan had never encountered Charlotte Linlin, there remained a glimmer of hope. After all, Ortolan's talent was evident, and although there might be minor blemishes in his background, they could be overlooked. "I have met her. The conflict with the Roger pirates arose from an unpleasant encounter we had on Cake Island." Ortolan replied with utmost honesty. Some matters could be intermingled with truth and falsehoods, which might suffice to deceive for a time. However, Ortolan decided to be forthright. Since his background was already questionable, his foundation must be pristine if he were to obfuscate now and later be found out. How awkward would that be? "Even my thunderfruit was acquired from her not long ago," Ortolan added. Garp was left in a state of shock, rubbing his temples and saying, "So you are already considered part of the Big Mom pirates? Just yet to make a name for yourself? A reserve pirate?" Initially thinking he had discovered a promising candidate for the Navy, Garp was now contemplating whether he should send Ortolan to impel down instead. However, procedurally, that seemed off, as Ortolan was not a wanted criminal and had not engaged in any pirate activities. "That is not the case," Ortolan asserted firmly. "Although Charlotte Linlin holds me in high regard and even invited me to join the Big Mom pirates, promising me a position as a star, I declined. You turned her down, yet she still bestowed upon you the thunder fruit. You cannot be fooling me, can you?" Garp observed Ortolan with skepticism. To be precise, the thunder fruit is more of my father's legacy. He discovered its location but never retrieved it, as it was initially on Sky Island. I informed Charlotte Linlin of this, and she assisted me in acquiring it. Perhaps she sought to win me over with it, or perhaps it was an attempt to atone for having abandoned me. Ortolan pondered aloud, stroking his chin. "Did I see? And no wonder the thunder fruit had been elusive for so many years. It was on Sky Island all along," Garp acknowledged, then turned to Ortolan. "Charlotte Linlin is a renowned pirate in the New World. Why would you ultimately refuse her?" "I do not wish to be a pirate. Nor does my father want me to tread the same path he did. Is that reason not sufficient?" Ortolan replied calmly. In truth, his father had no such expectations and even hoped Ortolan would elevate the pirate profession. However, this was a matter that could never be uncovered, and Ortolan's current assertion would bolster the credibility of his reasoning. "That I understand." Garp crossed his arms, his expression fraught with conflict and helplessness. After a moment, he could not resist asking, "What are your feelings toward Charlotte Linlin? Do you harbor animosity towards her for having abandoned you?" "Not really," Ortolan decisively shook his head and added, "I have only met her twice. Prior to that, although I knew she was my biological mother, I held no particular feelings for her. If I had to describe it, it would be akin to a stranger. However, during those two encounters, she took good care of me, treated my ailments, and gifted me the thunder fruit. In terms of animosity, I would say I hold a fairly positive impression of her. Such unverifiable matters allow you to say beautiful words to deceive me." Garp rolled his eyes. "There is no need. I prefer honesty. I genuinely intend to join Navy. Thus, to avoid future complications, it is better to clarify certain matters and statements from the outset, rather than making things difficult for everyone later." Ortolan sighed slightly. "You intend to join the Navy?" Garp exclaimed in surprise. "I thought your earlier words were meant to dissuade me. With your background, you hold such aspirations?" Ortolan shot Garp an annoyed look, questioning sternly, "So, as a hero of the Navy, you are also a proponent of bloodline superiority, that nobles are inherently superior and the children of pirates are destined to be pirates?" Confronted with those words, Garp stood there, momentarily stunned. After a long pause, the hesitation and uncertainty that had once clouded his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a resolute gaze as he declared, "No, I firmly believe that good and evil, nobility and baseness, are not predetermined at birth, but rather are choices made by individuals. After uttering this, Garp rose and said, "You should rest well. Since you aspire to become a righteous Marine, I cannot turn a blind eye. It is my duty as a senior member of the Navy." Upon hearing this, Ortoren did not respond, yet a smile crept across his face. Garp turned and, alongside Bogard, made his way to the door. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly halted, not turning around as he inquired, "By the way, what do you consider justice?" Ortoren paused for a moment before replying, "I don't know." "Is that so?" Garp's face broke into the gentle smile he had worn earlier. Still not looking back, he continued, "That makes sense. Someone like you is likely yet to find the answer. But fear not. Such answers can be sought gradually over time." With those words, he opened the door and stepped outside. Ortoren felt his head still heavy with drowsiness, but to this point, he had done all he could. As for the outcome, it seemed Garp was inclined to assist him, so he would quietly wait. Even if things did not turn out well, given Garp's character, it was unlikely he would simply throw him into prison. Right? Shaking off these thoughts, Ortoren reclined on the hospital bed and soon drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Garp and Bogard were walking down the corridor of the ship's cabin when Garp suddenly asked, "What do you think of that kid?" "I don't know him well enough, so I have no comments to make," Bogard replied calmly. Not knowing, Garp chuckled and then said, "But precisely because you don't know, you shouldn't dismiss him too easily, should you? So, you intend to give him a chance?" Bogard inquired after some thought. "As a Marine, why would I refuse an outstanding candidate wishing to join us?" Garp countered. "However, his background is quite troublesome, that if he were just a passionate but mediocre individual, that would be one thing. But his talents and abilities are exceptional if he truly joins the Navy, if he harbors ill intentions. What consequences might that bring? Mr. Garp, have you truly considered this?" Bogard's tone remained calm and steady, yet his words carried weight. "Indeed, with his abilities and talents, if he joins our Navy, it won't be long before he makes a name for himself. Possibly even rising to a high position that if he has ulterior motives, it could lead to significant losses and troubles for us. That you're right." Garp nodded in agreement. "But what if he isn't as terrible as we fear? If we reject him out of concern, we might miss out on a great opportunity. In light of the potential he has shown, I believe taking some risks is worthwhile. Moreover what?" Bogard asked casually. "Moreover, we must trust in our Navy, in the beliefs we uphold, mustn't we? If even we as Marines do not believe in the power of our convictions, in the strength of justice, that would truly be the problem. Wouldn't it, Bogard?" Garp laughed heartily, patting Bogard on the shoulder. Bogard did not respond immediately. Instead, after taking a few steps, he remarked, "You make a compelling argument, Mr. Garp." Upon returning to his office, Garp took out a transponder snail and quickly dialed a number. Before long, a somewhat exasperated voice from the other end, that of Admiral Ahe, came through. "Do you not realize how busy I am? Or do you overestimate my capabilities, thinking I can find the information you seek in such a short time?" "Ahaha! I'm here to lighten your workload, little Ahe," Garp exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Regarding the matter I just asked you to look into, there's no need to continue the investigation. I have already uncovered the answers I needed. That's so? It seems the little brat has awakened then. Did you learn the desired information from him? Does it reassure you?" Admiral Ahe countered, I certainly gathered the so-called information, but paradoxically, it raises my concerns. That kid is the son of Charlotte Linlin. That quite interesting." Garp quickly recounted Ortoren's situation to Admiral Ahe, chuckling as he did so. Admiral Ahe paused for a moment, then asked, "So, you no longer plan to let him join our Navy, and thus there's no need for further investigation? Is that the conclusion?" "No, quite the opposite. I intend to have that kid join the Navy. Speaking of which, Zephyr planning to establish some sort of officer training camp, or something else along those lines. In any case, I plan to send this kid there for further training." Garp said nonchalantly, You truly understand what you are saying?" Admiral Ahe asked softly. Garp fell silent for a brief moment before responding with conviction. "Of course, if that is your decision, then so be it." Admiral Ahe replied with a smile, "I thought you would come up with a multitude of reasons to dissuade me." "Ha ha!" Garp laughed heartily. "Though you often seem unreliable, you are no fool," Admiral Ahe teased before dismissively hanging up the transponder snail. Garp looked at the disconnected transponder snail in his hand and shook his head, bemused, truly, Not considerate at all. I think the Admiral has been quite considerate, Bogard remarked earnestly from the side, on the other side. At Marine Headquarters in Marineford, within the Intelligence Division of Justice Fortress, the busy Admiral Ahe placed the transponder snail down and stated, Jin, about that matter I mentioned earlier, please expedite a thorough investigation. Jian, sitting opposite Admiral Ahe, looked up in confusion and asked, but didn't you just tell little Garp to let it be? That's because I've gathered that he has made up his mind to bring that kid back. And I also know very well that once Garp has set his mind on something, he won't listen to anyone else. Admiral Ahe replied calmly. But you're old comrades. Surely he should be able to hear you out to some extent? Jiun said with a smile. Precisely because we are old comrades, I can be certain he won't listen. However, it has not mattered, as I said, he is not a fool. Let us investigate that kid. If there are indeed any issues, Garp will make the right judgment. Admiral Ahe remarked casually that so. Admiral Ahe, you actually hold a contrary opinion. You oppose little Garp's favorable view of that person joining the Navy? Jiun couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. No, why would I oppose? Whether he is Whitebeard's son or Charlotte Linlin's son, as long as he genuinely wishes to join the Navy and become our comrade in arms. Such matters are inconsequential. In fact, I welcome it. If Garp has sung his praises to the heavens, if even half of it is true, he would be an invaluable asset capable of strengthening our Navy. Naturally, I support and welcome that. Admiral Ahe maintained her calm tone. Then why the need to investigate? Jiun shrugged. Precisely because I am welcoming and supportive, I believe a thorough and detailed investigation is necessary. This is a responsibility we owe to our Navy, to our intelligence division, to myself, to Garp, and to that kid. Only with clarity can we all feel at ease. Otherwise, there will inevitably be misunderstandings and conflicts in the future. Admiral Ahe explained with a smile. After pondering for a moment, Jiun replied, Indeed, compared to little Garp, you are much more meticulous, Admiral Ahe, and you consider matters more profoundly. Jiun understood Admiral Ahe's intention. If they simply followed Garp's wishes without further investigation, and if issues arose later, the responsibility would fall solely on Garp, as he had insisted on proceeding with this course of action. However, if the Intelligence Division conducted a thorough investigation and found problems, then the matter would not proceed, whereas if all was well, it would align with Garp's desires. However, the nature of the situation is distinctly different. Should any troubles arise in the future, the intelligence staff must bear the responsibility. At present, it appears that nothing has changed, yet in reality, it will alleviate the pressure and accountability that Kapu will face at that time. Perhaps this is the camaraderie shared among old comrades. To meticulously address any oversights and quietly handle all aftermath, is this the restraint and consideration of a mature woman, truly captivating? Sister Ahi silently applauded Chief Ahi in her heart. It remains uncertain whether it is the formidable presence of Kapu's dog-headed battleship that instills such intimidation, or if they are simply fortunate on this journey in any case, for an extended period thereafter. Their travels proceeded smoothly without encountering any troublesome incidents. Notably, it was not until the third day after the warship departed from Polris Island that Ortoren remembered to inquire about Mihawk's situation. To his surprise, Kapu had scarcely taken note of Mihawk, nor was he aware of his circumstances, suggesting that all was likely well. It is presumed that Mihawk would continue to challenge great swordsmen around the world. Within the training room aboard the warship, Ortoren was currently enveloping his fists in haki, delivering powerful strikes against the training post before him. Typically, training posts are made of wood and are wrapped in soft padding, such as cotton cloth or fur for cushioning. However, this particular post was evidently crafted from metal. As for the type of metal, Ortoren was uncertain. It was undoubtedly not ordinary steel, for he could not leave a mark with his punches. Moreover, this was Kapu's training post. Indeed, to achieve significant progress in his haki, one must continuously push beyond their limits, striking objects that are harder and more resilient than their own haki. Kapu watched with satisfaction as Ortoren unleashed his punches, occasionally offering guidance. Kapu, how did you cultivate your haki to such a formidable level? Ortoren asked after delivering a series of strikes, wiping the swelling flesh of his knuckles with a towel soaked in medicine. Year after year, through diligent practice, that if there is a crucial secret, it would be faith. Kapu replied thoughtfully, candidly divulging this insight to Ortoren. Faith? Ortoren questioned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Indeed, faith, though it may sound somewhat esoteric. A punch imbued with faith possesses a power that starkly contrasts with a hollow, aimless strike. However, faith cannot be taught. One must seek it out themselves. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern, for this vast ocean holds all the answers you seek. Kapu chuckled, patting Ortoren on the shoulder. I understand. Ortoren responded, then resumed his assault on the training post. After observing for a while, Kapu casually pulled up a stool to sit down, producing a large bag of sunbae from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an ample supply of sunbae, sufficient for an extended period. Yet in Kapu's hands, it seemed akin to swine fodder. By the time Ortoren had thrown 50 punches, Kapu had already polished off an entire bag. Nearby, Navy soldiers on duty appeared to have become accustomed to Kapu's behavior, as they had already brought over a cart of sunbae and brewed a pot of green tea, placing it conveniently beside him. Subsequently, Ortoren watched as Kapu devoured the snacks with the zeal of a glutton, and after delivering over 100 punches, he paused once more to wipe his hands with a medicated towel. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Kapu, do you know my mother? Charlotte Linlin? With his mouth full of sunbae, Kapu mumbled a response, then swallowed hard before saying, Of course, I knew her, I even fought her when you were just a child. But wait, you were abandoned by her at that time, so you wouldn't have seen it that I mean, aside from that adversarial relationship? Ortoren tentatively probed further. Kapu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not really, but I have heard that her tea party treats are quite excellent, that I've always wanted to try them, but she has never invited me. The reputation of Charlotte Linlin's tea parties is legendary. Receiving an invitation is an absolute must. For refusing, it would surely incite the wrath of the Big Mom pirates. As Linlin's status grew across the seas, her tea parties became a notorious tale in their own right. However, there's a clear logic to this. Invitations to Linlin's tea parties are never extended to individuals like Whitebeard, Kaido, or Shanks. The reasoning is simple. If they were unavailable, would Linlin retaliate or not? If she refrained, her reputation would suffer. If she did retaliate, it would be a challenging feat given their strength. Thus, Ortoren found it entirely understandable that Kapu claimed he had never been invited to tea by Charlotte Linlin. Even if one were not a Navy officer, it was likely that one would not receive an invitation. After murmuring a few words of regret, Kapu curiously inquired, What prompted you to ask such questions all of a sudden? Nothing much. It was just seeing you here, devouring sunbae, that reminded me of an old acquaintance, Ortoren reflected. Who? Kapu asked, intrigued at my brother, Charlotte Katakuri. When I was developing the Thunderfruit on Cake Island, he used to eat donuts just like you are now. Ortoren chuckled. Were it not for Kapu's age being somewhat mismatched, Ortoren might have suspected that he bore some lineage from the Charlotte family, simply based on his voracious sunbae consumption, from the tone. It seems you have a good relationship with that Katakuri fellow. Kapu casually inquired while chewing on sunbae. Yes, if I were to describe our relationship, I have very few friends, and he is likely my only friend at present. Ortoren contemplated for a moment before responding. Friends, you say? Kapu mused, laughing heartily. You mustn't utter such words to others. You are destined to become an elite man of our Navy. Do you not mind? Ortoren countered. I'm quite open-minded, and besides, I do have pirate friends. Kapu replied nonchalantly. Is it Roger? Ortoren laughed lightly. Kapu showed no hesitation in acknowledging the intricate relationship he held with Roger, nodding with confidence. Roughly speaking, but if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly capture him and send him to impel down for proper atonement. After discussing these leisurely matters, Kapu suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, if I remember correctly. You mentioned that Charlotte Linlin helped you with an ailment, right? What illness did you have? I have a hereditary mental illness, Ortoren stated, striking the post with a powerful punch before speaking earnestly. Kapu lifted a cup of green tea and took a few sips while looking at Ortoren seriously. If you don't mind, you can elaborate a bit more. Well, I'm not a pure-blood human, Ortoren began that I could tell. You are the Oni clan, just like Kaido, Kapu confidently declared. Even before Ortoren had regained consciousness, Kapu had already verified that the horns atop his head were not mere decorations, but rather a natural growth. Thus, Kapu had always regarded Ortoren as a member of the Oni clan. Considering Linlin's peculiar tastes and philosophies, this seemed entirely reasonable that in fact, had Ortoren not mentioned his father's name, Cerrone, Kapu might have suspected he was a hybrid of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Actually, I belong to the fur tribe's bull species. Ortoren clarified, dispelling Kapu's confidence. Huh. Kapu stared at Ortoren in bewilderment, momentarily finding it hard to believe. But you don't seem to have any fur? Ortoren refrained from explaining and continued. Perhaps it is due to her peculiar appetite. In any case, as the full moon approaches, my temperament and character become exceedingly irritable. Once the full moon arrives, I transform into a moon lion, completely losing my rationality and being consumed by a frenzied desire for destruction. Annihilating everything in sight until the full moon concludes. Kapu's expression grew serious as he inquired gravely. That is no small matter. Speaking of which, what sort of medication did she prescribe for you? Violence. Ortoren cast a glance at Karp and remarked, a mightier violence than my own madness, wielded to rouse me from the frenzy of the full moon through brutal beatings, according to her theory. If I am awakened enough times in this manner, I should gradually gain control over this chaotic behavior and find a cure for my affliction. He questioned Karp. That fellow is merely a pirate. What does she know of medicine? What gives her the right to assert such claims? Karp, filled with skepticism, pondered whether this was perhaps the very reason and excuse Charlotte Linlin sought to keep Ortoren close. After a moment of silence, Ortoren continued. From experience, she mentioned that she nearly cured her bulimia while aboard the rock ship. Karp fell silent upon hearing this, and after a prolonged pause, he awkwardly replied, rest assured, our navy is equally violent. Upon reaching the red line, Ortoren beheld this legendary spectacle for the first time. The crimson rock walls growing from the ocean floor, surmounting the sea's surface, perpetually ascending towards the heavens until vanishing from sight among the clouds. How high is the red line? Ortoren suddenly inquired of Karp. Karp, evidently uncertain, stroked his chin and replied, I don't know. I've never asked, but it must be several thousand meters high, right? If we compare it to Fishman Island, it would be about 10,000 meters, wouldn't it? Ortoren probed further. Haha, indeed. However, if it were 10,000 meters, we would have reached the White Sea, which is considered the domain of the Sky Islands. I have yet to see that at Mariewa, so it certainly cannot be 10,000 meters. Karp laughed heartily. The White Sea, the first layer of cloud cover, reaches an altitude of approximately 7,000 meters above sea level. To arrive at the White Sea is already akin to ascending to the heavens, yet to truly venture into the so-called Sky Island territory, one must continue climbing another 3,000 meters to reach the White Sea. The island of Baika, where the Thunderfruit once resided, is situated within that very White Sea. Once the dog-headed warship docked in the harbor of Mariewa, Ortoren asked, are we to disembark now? We are changing vessels. Correct? He was somewhat aware of the rumors and common knowledge regarding the Red Line in Mariewa. Karp shook his head, saying, not necessary. Our Navy, along with certain institutions under the world government, can directly traverse the Red Line by ship, reaching the first half of the Grand Line and other seas. How do we cross? Is there a secret waterway? Ortoren exclaimed in surprise. For ages, there's been a fantastical project in the pirate world aimed at tunneling through the Red Line. If such a tunnel were completed, it would be a boon for the entire world. However, this directly contradicts the world government's monopoly on navigational routes. Consequently, over the years, no one has managed to undertake such a project. In Ortoren's understanding, there are only two ways to cross the Red Line. The first was to journey to Fishman Island, diving 10,000 meters, a perilous endeavor. The second option involved paying a toll, mooring the vessel on one side of the Grand Line, and then transporting personnel and goods overland to the opposite port for a vessel transfer. In simpler terms, it is akin to transferring buses at the same station. However, Karp now informed him that the Navy's warships did not require such measures. Noting Ortoren's astonishment, Karp explained with a smile, we only resort to vessel transfers for particularly urgent missions. Both military ports have warships on standby at all times, which is far quicker than having our ships traverse the Red Line. In most cases, without urgent tasks, we utilize a winch system to ferry ships across the Red Line. After all, our naval budget is limited. We cannot possibly construct too many warships to remain idle on either side, as fate would have it. Just as Karp finished speaking, Ortoren observed several towering giants emerging from the naval port, each wielding a thick steel cable, skillfully installing it onto the warship. Minutes later, the installation was complete, and the leader of the giant men seemed to share a friendly rapport with Karp, greeting him with a smile. "Admiral Karp, next year I shall be your equal." "Ha ha ha. Who knows? If I'm in a good mood next year, I might even become an admiral." Karp responded with hearty laughter. "The Marshal must surely reward me for that." The giant man's eyes lit up. If Karp were to accept the position of admiral because of him, the Marshal would undoubtedly commend him. After sharing a few jovial exchanges, the giant men departed. Soon after, Ortoren noticed the formerly slack cable beginning to bear weight, gradually tightening until it became taut. The warship, which had been docked in the harbor, was lifted from the water and soared into the air within minutes. These giants were part of the naval reserves, typically training here to familiarize themselves with our naval regulations while lending us their strength. Once they grasp the rules governing the Navy and pass their examinations, they can immediately proceed to Marineford to serve, being directly promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. That fellow probably believes he will graduate from here next year, which is why he made those remarks. Karp explained with a smile. Noticing Ortoren still focused on the cable, Karp continued. Within the Navy bases atop the Red Line, there are also giant colleagues. They have winches there as well. When the upper and lower winches rotate together, they will move the cable, allowing the ships secured to the cable to cross the Red Line, arriving at the opposite military port, just as we are now. "This truly opens my eyes," Ortoren remarked with admiration. Indeed, the resources and conditions enjoyed by the Navy's public institution starkly contrast those of pirates and other societal drifters. A pirate might never experience such services in their lifetime. However, the Navy can transport its vessels across the Red Line, thus avoiding the peril of diving to Fishman Island. After all, for skilled individuals, especially those with the powers of devil fruits, encountering trouble underwater could spell certain doom. Yet, if mishaps were to occur at such heights, it would hardly pose a significant issue. While long-duration flight abilities may be exceedingly rare, recognized globally as only 5 after 2 decades, short-term hovering and descent techniques are far more commonplace. If transfers are involved, according to Karp, one could simply take 2 bubble elevators, which are exceedingly swift. However, this winch system took a full 3 hours before Karp's dog-headed warship finally settled upon the waters of the first half of the Grand Line. Known as the Paradise, the distance between the Holy Land Mariewa and the Navy headquarters, Marineford, is not particularly great. At the speed of a warship, it can be traversed in under an hour, with the Navy possessing dedicated navigational routes that form a straight line. As Karp's dog-headed warships sailed through this route, they frequently encountered naval escort patrol fleets, which, according to Karp, exist to ensure absolute navigational fluidity between Marineford and Mariewa. Although the journey takes about an hour, after roughly 30 minutes, Ortoren, standing on the deck of the warship, could already see the imposing Marineford headquarters rising above the sea level. He could even discern the enormous structure at the island's center, known as the Fortress of Justice, emblazoned with the characters for justice. From Ortoren's knowledge, this was the rear of the Navy headquarters, while the front bore the large characters spelling Navy. Ortoren had visited 2 major headquarters. One was Big Mom's pirate cruise base, Totoland, and the other was the Marine headquarters at Marineford, which they were now approaching. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, the imposing presence of the Marine headquarters far surpassed that of Totoland. Even from a distance, there was an overwhelming sense of pressure radiating from Marineford, spreading towards the surrounding empty seas. This the aura of supremacy that the Navy has cultivated over 8 centuries. Ortoren gazed at the towering island, his heart filled with reflection. In that moment, he began to comprehend the assessment that Doflamingo had of the Navy in the original story. Who is the true ruler of the seas? Is it the fearsome 4 emperors that dominate the New World, or perhaps the warlords of the sea, one of the 3 great powers? Could it be the Revolutionary Army, which has gained significant momentum? None of these. The only force in these waters that can rightfully be called the Lord of the Sea is the Navy, which has wielded violence in the name of justice and instilled fear in the entire world for over 8 centuries. While countless formidable adversaries may have emerged in these waters, only the Navy has endured through the centuries, standing unyielding. This is the most straightforward and indisputable evidence. Only the Navy can claim the title of sovereign of the seas. Even the once headstrong Shiki would not dare to boast so brazenly, claiming to be the pirate overlord. What, have you been cowed by the might of our Navy? Karp inquired with a hearty laugh, gazing at the silent Ortolan. Indeed, Ortolan replied, his eyes gleaming with fervor. If I could ascend to the rank of admiral, or even the fleet admiral, would that not place me at the pinnacle of this island? Ah, and yet you haven't even formally joined our Navy, and you are already envisioning such lofty aspirations. Karp chuckled heartily, giving Ortolan a jovial pat on the shoulder. However, his expression grew serious as he continued. To stand at the summit of this island is not the privilege of admirals or fleet admirals, but of justice. Justice? Ortolan pondered, stroking his chin, before breaking into a grin at Mr. Karp. You speak truly. It must indeed be justice. But should justice require an embodiment, then I shall take on that mantle without hesitation. At Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, atop the Justice Fortress, in the Fleet Admiral's office, standing by the window, was Fleet Admiral Sengoku, gazing out at the Justice Harbor at the edge of the island, and he remarked, Karp's ship has docked. Present in the room were two senior Navy officials, Admiral Zifa and Chief of Staff Ahe. Zifa held a folder recently transferred from the Fleet Admiral, filled with meticulous and comprehensive intelligence regarding Ben Ortolan. Clearly, this intelligence report was the handiwork of the Chief of Staff. Overall, it bore little distinction for what he had conveyed to Karp. At least he had not concealed anything from Karp. Zifa commented, observing the document in his hands. Imagine, if you were the child of a pirate, yet aspired to join the Navy, would you not choose to withhold certain truths when faced with Karp's inquiries? Fleet Admiral Sengoku's tone was somewhat piercing as he posed the question. Zifa hesitated for a moment, his gaze towards Sengoku wavering. Indeed, he was merely an 18-year-old lad, fully aware of his pirate lineage. Yet, to candidly reveal this fact upon his desire to join the Navy, was that not a rather rational course of action? To be forthright is admirable, but could it not come across as somewhat unnatural due to its excessive earnestness? Just then, Chief of Staff Ahe set down his teacup and remarked, when one harbors doubts about another, whatever that person does will be deemed wrong. Conversely, when one extends trust, every action can be interpreted favorably. This is the essence of arrogance and prejudice, Fleet Admiral. Fleet Admiral Sengoku smiled, the previously sharpness in his expression softening into calmness as he nodded. Well said. Ahe, is it true that all intelligence officers are as astute as you? Zifa, overhearing, chuckled and added, you are correct. From the perspective of suspicion, his rationality appears overly calculated, whereas from the angle of trust, it suggests a genuine desire to join our Navy with a clean slate, leading him to contemplate these matters thoroughly. Calculated intentions and thorough contemplation. Though they describe the same phenomenon, a mere shift in wording can alter the entire narrative, such is the nature of language. And do we not, as individuals, mirror this complexity? To continue, I, as Fleet Admiral, might appear somewhat petty and intolerant. However, I must impart some words of caution, especially to you. Zifa, that as a mentor, you must diligently guide these fledgling members of the Navy. Should they err in the future, the regret will haunt you for a lifetime. Rest assured, Fleet Admiral, Zifa waved dismissively, exuding confidence. Even if he is a wayward seedling, he is but an 18-year-old novice. The military camp is the best crucible for shaping character. A crucible indeed, Chief of Staff Ahe added with a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. Yes, a crucible. Any impurities will surely be melted away over the years, so there is no need for concern. Zifa cast a satisfied glance at Ahe before continuing. Fleet Admiral Sengoku observed Karp and the unfamiliar figure accompanying him as they approached the entrance of the Justice Fortress. He then declared, "They are coming up. You both may return to your duties." Sengoku, too, had his own affairs to attend to as for Ortolan. A distant glance from the window would suffice. After all, he was the Fleet Admiral, not one to rush to meet every newcomer, no matter how exceptional they might be. Yet, given Karp's regard for him and the intention to introduce him to Zifa as a disciple, it seemed likely that Ortolan would have ample opportunities to encounter this new recruit. Zifa rose, stating, I shall go and see for myself whether the seedling favored by Karp truly possesses such prowess. Chief of Staff Ahe remarked, I still have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Soon after Zifa exited the office, Karp's din mushy rang through. Hello, Zifa. Are you in the office? I've returned to Marineford, and, as I mentioned, I've brought the individual for you to meet in person. Karp boisterously announced. Zifa exchanged a smile with Chief of Staff Ahe before replying to the din mushy. I just left the Fleet Admiral's office and was about to head back. You may come directly to my office. Understood, Karp responded before promptly disconnecting the call. Before long, Karp entered the Justice Fortress with Ortolan. The Marine headquarters serves as the core of the entire Navy structure. While the Justice Fortress can be seen as its very heart, only officers are permitted to traverse freely within its confines. Even the sentinels stationed at the entrance bear at least the rank of major. The multitude of Navy personnel bustling through the hallways, clutching documents, and moving with purpose are predominantly of the rank of colonel or higher, with brigadiers and rear admirals in abundance. It is not uncommon to witness a vice admiral addressing a group of naval officers. Karp's reputation still holds weight. He and Ortolan passed through without any inquiries, and every Navy officer they encountered greeted him with utmost respect, offering polite salutations before parting ways. This demonstrates that although Karp is often looked down upon by the higher echelons of the Navy, seen as a troublemaker wherever he goes, his status as a hero within the broader Navy atmosphere is undeniably significant. The Justice Fortress comprises 9 levels. The lower 3 are bustling with activity, housing various public offices integral to the Navy's operations, such as the Communications Department, Logistics Department, Support Department, and Security Department. Ortolan gleaned this information from the directional signs in the corridors. The middle 3 levels feature more prestigious offices, including the Intelligence Department, Strategic Command Department, Criminal Investigation Bureau, and various conference rooms. S1 ascends. The atmosphere grows increasingly serene. The 6th floor is entirely occupied by a vast conference room currently closed. According to Karp, should a significant situation arise, the Marine headquarters would promptly convene all personnel of the rank of Brigadier General and above present in the headquarters to deliberate on the circumstances. As for what constitutes a significant situation, Karp noted that it varies. There are no set criteria. If deemed important, then it is indeed important. The upper 3 levels are reserved for private offices, the 7th for rear admirals, the 8th for vice admirals, and the 9th for the 3 admirals and the fleet admiral's office, 8S for those below the rank of rear admiral. Unfortunately, they lack the privilege of private offices within the Justice Fortress. If fortunate, they might secure a directorial position in a public office on the middle or lower levels, enjoying some semblance of personal space. If luck is not on their side, they may find themselves assigned to other naval buildings for their duties. Karp, as a vice admiral, would typically have his office on the 8th floor. However, being a celebrated hero of the Navy, he occupies the vacant admiral's office on the 9th floor, having repeatedly declined promotions to admiral. Let me tell you, the benefits of our Navy are no jest, particularly for officers at headquarters. Once one attains the rank of major, they are allotted a single-person dormitory. Brigadiers enjoy private residences, while vice admirals and above, like myself, have entire houses on the rear street with their own yards. However, the yard is so expansive that I find it uncomfortable to reside there alone. Thus, I often choose to stay in my office instead. As Karp walked, he conversed with Ortolan. Not only was the treatment he received noteworthy, but Karp had previously mentioned that the Navy headquarters essentially provided free food and lodging, as long as one did not have demands that deviated from the norm, such as insisting on culinary specialties from specific regions for every meal. In such cases, one would truly enjoy complimentary sustenance that, of course, there were special privileges, particularly for high-ranking individuals like Karp, who could request their own unique accommodations. Karp indulged in fine green tea daily and savored the finest senbei. Although Ortolan was somewhat perplexed by what constituted the finest senbei at IT, was rumored that Admiral Zephyr was a cigar aficionado, and Ortolan harbored doubts about whether his asthma was a consequence of this habit. As for Admiral Sengoku, Ortolan was unaware of his peculiarities. However, during a casual conversation, Karp had mentioned that Sengoku enjoyed keeping goats in his office, which either feasted on a rare medicinal herb or dined on special Navy document paper, both of considerable value. Karp's underlying message was clear. Once one attained the rank of Rear Admiral, they would enjoy privileges that most others could scarcely dream of, and upon becoming a candidate for Admiral, or even an Admiral themselves, they would find their living conditions superior to those of most kings, excluding the privileges of nobility. Attaining the rank of Marshal represented the pinnacle of such treatment, surpassed only by the 5 elders of Meriowa. The supreme commander of the entire military, and certain high-ranking celestial dragons in summary, to serve in the Navy was indeed a path brimming with promise. At 4.m, in the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Behind the Fortress of Justice, a figure was jogging at a steady pace around an expansive training ground. Clad in a black athletic tank top that clung to his physique, he showcased his impeccable muscle definition, paired with slightly loose work trousers and black leather boots. Admittedly, this was not the most suitable attire for exercise, yet it exuded a sense of power. In addition, this individual carried a seemingly heavy warhammer. There was no mistaking it. This person was Ortolan. Though 4 a.m. was indeed early, it was evident that the elite within the Navy did not lack the spirit of early morning workouts. The young squirrel, with weights strapped to his waist, entered the training ground only to spot the figure running. Typically, he and Fire Mountain were the first to arrive for training. Yet today, they found someone even earlier. Before Squirrel could discern who it was, a waft of smoke drifted towards his face. He waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the smoke while exclaiming, "I told you not to start smoking your cigars so early." Indeed, the smoke emanated from Fire Mountain, who wore a warm smile, a freshly lit cigar clenched between his teeth. "Don't you think it's cool?" He grinned. "Not at all," Squirrel retorted, then inquired, "Who is that guy? I feel like I haven't seen him before." "That I haven't seen him either." Fire Mountain shook his head, then added, "But I heard that yesterday at noon, Mr. Karp brought back a newcomer, supposedly someone he personally recommended to join our Navy. And he has to be placed under Admiral Zephyr, that if I'm not mistaken. That must be him." "A newcomer? Personally brought by Admiral Zephyr?" Squirrel echoed, astonished. Then, as if coming to a realization, exclaimed, "If Admiral Zephyr is personally involved, does that mean the newcomer is almost guaranteed a spot in the officer training camp in half a month? Most likely, as Mr. Karp personally brought him back, he should be groomed for an officer position." "Why are you so surprised?" Fire Mountain replied calmly, "I just feel a bit discontent. Look at us. After joining the Navy for so long and putting in so much effort, we finally earned the position of Rear Admiral, giving us the opportunity to join the upcoming officer training camp and become Admiral Zephyr's disciples. Yet this newcomer, from the start, enjoys the same treatment as us. That I know that if he receives such treatment, it must mean he is at least on par with Kazan and the others. But still, I'm envious." "Fire Mountain," Squirrel confessed with a look of longing, "that you're here envying him. But consider this. How many people might be envying us? Being part of the first batch of officer training camp members and becoming Admiral Zephyr's disciples. There are countless Rear Admirals in the Navy, yet how many get to join?" Fire Mountain consoled. That was indeed a valid point. Though Squirrel and Fire Mountain might not possess the strength or qualifications to become Navy Admirals in the future, they would undoubtedly be capable of fulfilling the role of elite Navy Rear Admirals. What did this position signify? It meant that this cohort, apart from the top-tier experts like Kazan, Sakazuki, Borisolino, Guion, and Jai, constituted the Navy's core force. They would play crucial roles in various significant events, their presence felt in myriad situations. In the context of the Navy's size, this was already an extraordinary distinction, a true elite among elites. While Squirrel and Fire Mountain were curious about Ortolan, he had also noticed them. After completing a large portion of his run, Ortolan gradually slowed his pace until he stood before Squirrel and Fire Mountain, smiling and waving in greeting. Although a hint of envy lingered over Ortolan's advantageous start, it was merely a normal envy. Both Squirrel and Fire Mountain were inherently upright and kind individuals. They would not intentionally try to trip Ortolan or display any ill will due to previous sentiments. Seeing Ortolan's gesture of greeting, Squirrel raised his hand to wave back and introduced himself. "I am Squirrel, and this is Fire Mountain. We are both Rear Admirals in the Navy headquarters that we haven't seen you around before. But we heard that Mr. Karp brought back a newcomer. Is that you?" Removing the towel draped around his neck, Ortolan wiped the sweat from his face and replied, "That is me. I am Ortolan, ban in Ortolan, 18 years old. Indeed, I am a newcomer. However, Technically, I have not officially joined the Navy yet. I must wait for half a month. Just as I thought, Squirrel interrupted, brimming with envy. Indeed, you are a specially recruited prodigy. Just like Kazan and Sakazuki, you'll be joining Admiral Zephyr's newly established officer training camp in half a month, right? Graduating with the rank of Rear Admiral, no less. How infuriating. I could just die of jealousy. Ortolan remembered that Squirrel later exhibited a somewhat aloof demeanor, but he hadn't anticipated such exuberance in his youth that he found it difficult to respond to Squirrel's remarks. So he simply smiled in goodwill as a form of acknowledgement. Indeed, yesterday he had accompanied Karp to meet the Navy's high-ranking official, Admiral Zephyr. Ortolan had discerned the close bond between Zephyr and Karp at that moment. It seemed Zephyr was preparing to establish a military academy. Taking on the role of principal, as soon as Karp spoke, Zephyr readily agreed to arrange for Ortolan's entry into the officer training camp, which would officially commence in half a month at Marineford. Upon graduating with top marks, those below the rank of Rear Admiral would be immediately granted the title of Rear Admiral, while those at that rank would be awarded the title of Major General without delay. As for ranks above Rear Admiral, they were temporarily excluded from this project, at least for the inaugural session. Squirrel continued to chatter away, and it was not until Fire Mountain found an opportunity to interject that he cheerfully asked, "Getting up so early clearly shows you're a gifted and dedicated individual that I hope we can progress together in the future." Ortolan smiled and nodded at Fire Mountain, then replied, "Actually, it's primarily a matter of time difference. I traveled back with Mr. Karp from the New World at quite a speed, and I haven't adjusted to the time difference well, so when it was nearly 3 o'clock, I found myself unable to sleep." "Is that why you just started jogging?" Squirrel inquired with curiosity. Then, before Ortolan could respond, he added, "But how did you end up all sweaty? Someone like Sakazuki, after running for 2 hours, might just be finishing his warm-up." "Because I was carrying weights?" Ortolan mused, stroking his chin. Squirrel burst into laughter, patting the metallic weights strapped to his abdomen, and exclaimed, "Don't joke. It's just a war hammer. Look at mine, special alloy, infused with rare Qianjun stone powder. Each piece weighs 200 kilograms, and I'm strapped with 4 of them. Now that's what I call weight. It must be said that the individuals inhabiting the world of pirates are truly extraordinary. Each one a veritable monster in their own right, in the realm of the ordinary. The strength and prowess of the one known as Weasel would undoubtedly overshadow the rest. However, at this moment, Ortolan wore a somewhat shy smile, unfastening his war hammer and gently placing it before Weasel, gesturing for him to give it a try. Weasel, being straightforward, wasted no time in grasping the hammer's handle with both hands and exerting all his might to lift it. Yet he found himself unable to budge it. It is worth noting that he, like Ortolan, also bore the bloodline of Charlotte Linlin. Although he did not possess innate divine strength, he was nonetheless a formidable figure in terms of power. Yet he found himself lacking in comparison to Ortolan and was unable to lift the weapon. What could this be? Surely, you haven't imbued it with the powers of devil fruit, have you? How could it possibly be this heavy? Weasel gazed at Ortolan with disbelief. 0.5 chunks of sea stone. Ortolan stated calmly, "I could tea this." Fire Mountain recalled Weasel's earlier boast about having mixed in some sea stone powder and couldn't help but laugh out loud that Weasel's cheeks flushed slightly. But he quickly patted Ortolan's arm, exclaiming, "I am truly impressed. Just this alone validates your status as a special recruit." Indeed, those who are specially recruited are all monsters on the Navy's side, due to his lack of official registration. Ortolan had not yet been assigned any accommodations. Fortunately, he had the guidance of Karp, allowing him to reside in the courtyard-level residence afforded to the esteemed Vice Admiral. After all, it would be a waste for it to remain unoccupied. And even Karp, who had always slept in his office, had miraculously returned to his residence. Upon hearing this news, Weasel couldn't help but feel envious. Damn those nature types. He muttered in frustration that Ortolan's understanding of the Navy was rather superficial, primarily based on preconceived notions, leaving him unfamiliar with many of the intricacies within. Thus, upon meeting Weasel and Fire Mountain, he intentionally sought to cultivate a good relationship. Likewise, Weasel and Fire Mountain were eager to befriend someone as exceptional as Ortolan, as it was evident that he would likely surpass their ranks in the future. In the course of a single morning's training, their relationship had already advanced to a significantly closer state. At least on the surface, through their interactions that morning, Weasel and Fire Mountain learned that Ortolan was renowned as the invincible wielder of the nature-type Thunder Fruit, while Weasel had initially felt a tinge of jealousy over Ortolan's special recruitment. The revelation of his abilities nearly left him speechless. What does it mean to possess the power of a nature type? Although such abilities may not seem overwhelmingly powerful to the top-tier fighters. In the grand scheme of the seas, nature types are generally regarded as among the strongest of the devil fruit users. Particularly in recent years within the Navy, the veneration for nature types has become increasingly pronounced, largely due to the emergence of three formidable nature type users who would become the Navy's future admirals. Kazan with the ice fruit, Borsalino with the glint fruit, and Sakazuki with the magma fruit. While it is widely acknowledged within the Navy that these three are not monsters solely because of their nature type abilities, but rather that they are inherently formidable individuals who happen to possess such powers. The reverence for nature types remains strong in this context. The arrival of Ortolan, heralded as the pinnacle of nature types with his thunder fruit capabilities, stirred great excitement among Weasel and his companions. Currently, Ortolan was in the Navy as a non-commissioned recruit, awaiting his official entry in half a month, leaving him with ample free time. Meanwhile, Weasel and Fire Mountain, both of whom held the rank of Rear Admiral, were typically quite busy, based on their conversations throughout the morning. Ortolan gradually came to understand the Navy's operational structure. Fortunately, these two were slated to join the officer training camp in half a month, freeing them from their daily responsibilities, effectively granting them a paid leave for 2 weeks before their direct entry into training. This allowed them the rare opportunity to engage in idle chatter with Ortolan for an entire morning, a luxury they typically could not afford, as they often found themselves rushing off to duty even before the early morning training sessions. Since they had risen early, the dining hall was still closed. However, after their morning exercises, they timed their arrival perfectly to coincide with the opening of the cafeteria. Soon, Weasel and Fire Mountain led Ortolan to the dining area. The Marineford cafeteria had numerous public dining halls, one in nearly every building. Yet, the daily meals were fairly uniform, prompting Weasel and his companions to enter whichever was closest at the time. "You just sit here and save us a spot." "Fire Mountain, and I will go get the food," Weasel asserted, firmly placing Ortolan in a chair at a table. It must be said that this fellow was indeed quite hospitable, and Ortolan did not wish to rebuff his kindness. After all, he did not possess a meal card. The careless carp seemed entirely oblivious to these minor details and, as a high-ranking figure in the Navy, was accustomed to having others deliver exquisite meals to him. It was unlikely he would venture into the mess hall to compete for food with others unless he was feeling particularly spirited. As Ortolan sat waiting for Weasel and Fire Mountain, a voice tinged with playful banter called out from behind him that, "My dear fellow, if you don't mind, may I join you?" Ortolan turned to see a man with a voluminous, frizzy hairstyle standing behind him, holding a plate of food. Ortolan immediately recognized him as the young Kazan. With a grin, Ortolan replied, "Vice Admiral Kazan, please have a seat that—" "Thank you," Kazan said, placing his plate down and continuing with a cheerful demeanor. "It seems my reputation has spread so widely that even those I meet for the first time can call me by name that I must admit it gives me a bit of pride. Ha ha." Within the ranks of the Navy, particularly among the elite at headquarters, Kazan and his contemporaries were well-known figures. However, in the broader context of the seas, they were still merely rear admirals, not yet particularly distinguished. Thus, Kazan's comment was not meant to be humorous, but rather reflected a genuine sentiment. "Mr. Carp has often mentioned you during our conversations, that he speaks of you with such pride," Ortolan added. Kazan paused for a moment, and upon looking at Ortolan again, a warmer expression crossed his face that he smiled and replied, "I met with Mr. Carp last night, and he had much to say about you as well, about your prowess as a nature-type user wielding the Thunder Fruit. Your impressive physical attributes, and, leaning in closer, Kazan whispered, your conqueror's Hakadai in short. He regards you as the most gifted individual he has encountered in recent years. Even I feel a twinge of jealousy just hearing about you." After a brief pause, Kazan continued, "I had initially thought, considering all these accolades, that you would be quite the arrogant individual. After all, Mr. Karp mentioned you were only 18 years old. I was surprised to find you so amicable. Ortolan calculated the time and replied, I suppose I can remain friendly for about another month. Huh. What do you mean by that? Kazan asked, perplexed. Is it a task of affection? In the bewildered gaze of Kazan, Ortolan continued, I suffer from certain mental ailments, and in about a month, I shall likely enter a period of irritability. During that time, my temperament will be rather dreadful, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Kazan's expression twitched slightly. Then he replied, Mr. Karp never mentioned this to me. I will be mindful during that time, and will refrain from provoking you to tea that moment. Kazan felt a surge of anxiety. What should he do? It seemed his colleague might have intermittent mental health issues. The key concern was Ortolan's immense potential. If he would become powerful in the future and then have an episode, would the weaker colleagues like them not tremble in fear under his violent outbursts? Yet, soon Kazan pondered a more serious matter. In half a month, Ortolan would enter the officer training camp. If he began to lose control a month later, wouldn't that lead directly to a cycle of campus violence? Moreover, according to Mr. Karp, although this individual had not undergone systematic training, his strength was notable. Once he entered the officer training camp surrounded by capable peers like Weasel, would they truly be able to manage Ortolan? The officer training camp was located in a modest 3-story building adjacent to the sports field, which had originally served as a naval dormitory. However, it had fallen into disrepair as no one had resided there for some time, until Admiral Zephyr decided to transform it into a teaching facility, recently undergoing a series of renovations. After a fortnight of anticipation, Ortolan finally joined the Naval Headquarters Officer Training Camp, becoming a member of its inaugural class that on the very day he established his academic record there, he automatically acquired the rank of colonel within the Naval Headquarters. Upon completing the requisite credits and graduating with Admiral Zephyr's approval, he would be promptly promoted to Brigadier General, aligning him with peers like Weasel. However, by that time, it was likely that Weasel and Fire Mountain would have already ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. Yet Ortolan was unconcerned. He had only recently joined the Navy and regarded his elevated starting position as a remarkable achievement, for which he was grateful to Karp and Zephyr for overlooking his background. As it stood, only a few within the Navy were aware of his identity, probably just a select few in the upper echelons. During a recent conversation with Kazan, Ortolan had subtly broached the topic. And judging by Kazan's reaction, it seemed he was unaware of Ortolan's true identity, indicating a commendable level of confidentiality. As one of the diligent trio, Ortolan rose early once again to exercise. After meeting with Weasel and Fire Mountain, the three of them finished their workout and headed straight to the dining hall for breakfast, after which they promptly arrived at the school. The first officer training camp consisted of only one class. And Admiral Zephyr believed that if circumstances permitted, future sessions would similarly enroll just one class each, until the training camp was officially sanctioned as the Naval Headquarters Advanced Military Academy. The classroom was not large, merely a combination of 3 dormitories. When Ortolan and his companions arrived, the classroom was devoid of students that you have any idea who else is joining this training camp? Ortolan casually inquired of Weasel, who was currently adjusting his suit in hopes of making a favorable impression on Admiral Zephyr. Upon hearing Ortolan's question, Weasel replied, I know a bit that I heard that Ghost Spider, Dalmesia, and Doberman, all of whom share the rank of Brigadier General with Fire Mountain and me, are also inaugural students. However, our relationships with them are not particularly cordial, so we aren't well-acquainted as for others. I've heard there may be some promising candidates selected from outside the headquarters, but I don't know them. Within the headquarters, below the rank of Brigadier General, there are a few others, such as Colonel Strawberry and... who else? Weasel paused, glancing at Fire Mountain, who was leisurely rolling a cigar. Noticing Weasel's gaze, Fire Mountain slowly remarked, There's also Colonel Steele Reyes and Colonel Kesha. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Why are you rolling a cigar here? It might affect Admiral Zephyr's first impression of you, Weasel lamented, exasperated. I heard Admiral Zephyr is quite fond of cigars. Perhaps he will appreciate me more. Fire Mountain chuckled. Observing the familiar bickering between Weasel and Fire Mountain, Ortolan had become accustomed to their dynamic. Although they often argued, their camaraderie was evident. However, from Weasel's comments, it was clear that the two of them were not particularly familiar with their fellow colleagues within the Naval Headquarters, especially those who would also be Brigadier Generals. Ortolan reflected that this was quite normal. After all, they were all either brigadier generals or colonels, positions that were plentiful within the naval headquarters, especially within the Justice Fortress's office building. One would find many such ranks. Only as they ascended to the true ranks of generals, such as rear admirals, would there be greater interaction, and once they all became vice admirals, while not exactly big shots, they would certainly be part of the true upper echelon of the Navy. A limited number, leading to more familiarity among them. Ortolan could even sense the pride emanating from Weasel and Fire Mountain. The reason they got along well with him was that Ortolan was able to keep pace with them and even surpass their level. They wouldn't bother wasting time on others who couldn't keep up. Once Weasel and Fire Mountain ceased their debate, Ortolan inquired further, "You mentioned that your relationships with some brigadier generals are not harmonious. What do you mean? Do you have conflicts?" Weasel's attention was once again drawn to Ortolan, and he shook his head, saying, "There are no conflicts, merely differing ideas and perspectives, which sometimes leads to disagreements during meetings." "Is it a matter of factions?" Ortolan smiled. Weasel hesitated for a moment before nodding. "You could say that. Speaking of which, you seem to know about the factions within our Navy. It appears Mr. Karp has shared this with you." Karp had not discussed these matters with Ortolan, likely dismissing them as trivialities. However, Ortolan feigned interest, saying, "Tell me more." Mr. Karp isn't keen on discussing these topics. Weasel, being a talkative individual, especially in his youth, eagerly responded to Ortolan's interest. "Our Navy is generally divided into 3 factions: the Hawks, the Doves, and the Centrists, each representing distinct ideological stances. The Hawks are known for their hardline views, advocating for might makes right philosophy and absolute justice. This group tends to be quite cold-hearted and not very friendly towards lower-ranking naval personnel. In contrast, the Doves promote a more peaceful approach, seeking to resolve issues through nonviolent means and advocating for timely justice, albeit in a less radical and more conciliatory manner. Lastly, we have the centrists, who strive for a balance. To put it bluntly, they are often seen as compromising. From Weasel's description, Ortolan could discern that he likely harbored his own biases, probably leaning towards the Dove faction. Who are the prominent figures in these 3 factions? Ortolan quietly inquired. Weasel, cautious about such a sensitive topic, glanced around to ensure no one else was present before continuing. The 3 factions are relatively small. Only those holding the rank of Rear Admiral or higher can truly engage with and join these factions. The rest of us brigadier generals mostly just hear rumors, which helps us make informed choices in the future. As for the upper echelons, I'm sharing hearsay, so take it with a grain of salt." Ortolan nodded in agreement, signaling that he understood. Weasel then elaborated. It said that the Hawk faction currently lacks a true leader. However, prior to becoming Marshal, Steelbone was a significant figure within the Hawk faction. But as Marshal, he must remain neutral and cannot show any bias, so he resigned from the leadership role within the Hawks. Consequently, there hasn't been a genuine leader for the Hawks since. Nevertheless, they continue to thrive, bolstered by Steelbone's reputation and influence. Ortolan took note of this information and inquired, "What about the Doves?" The Doves were once quite influential, with Admiral Zephyr and Mr. Karp serving as their leaders. However, several years ago, due to certain events, Admiral Zephyr seems to have shifted his views and is now regarded as the leader of the centrists. Yet at the same time, he had lost interest in these factions and their intrigues. Thus, he was nominally one of the leaders of the neutral faction, but in reality, he was entirely disengaged from any factional strife, remarked the Weasel So. "The most formidable now is the neutral faction?" Ortolan questioned in surprise. Indeed, the Marshal's current stance is undoubtedly that of the neutral faction, and the Warring States General seems to have initially emerged as the leader of this neutral power. Now, with the reputation of General Zephyr backing him, it is widely believed that the Warring States General will inevitably become the next Marshal, making the neutral faction quite influential. The Weasel nodded in acknowledgement. In a party devoid of factions, there are myriad peculiarities. It is impossible for any extensive political entity to claim complete internal unity. Various viewpoints and factional distinctions are entirely normal. Although the Navy is a violent institution, it is undeniably a political organization. And given its immense scale and over 800 years of development, how could there not be factional conflicts? Today, Ortolan gleaned first-hand information regarding these factions within the Navy from the Weasel. He had initially intended to inquire further, but just then, the classroom door swung open and several naval officers entered, undoubtedly the new students. At first, when the weasel mentioned that there were classes of students, Ortolan subconsciously assumed there would be several dozen individuals. Yet when all the students had gathered and General Zifa stood at the podium, Ortolan suddenly realized that the class he had envisioned was entirely different from what the weasel referred to. Their so-called class consisted of merely a dozen or so individuals. Furthermore, Ortolan could recognize most of them. The trio was unmistakable, and among the late arrivals were Ghost Spider, Doberman, Dalmatia, Stolobelli, Stelis, and Klijia, all members of the Navy headquarters. Following closely was someone unfamiliar to the group. Yet Ortolan recognized him. The individual, named Jikiji, appeared somewhat disheveled. Not merely in appearance, but his demeanor suggested a certain unscrupulousness. As he hunched his shoulders and lowered his head, I in the midst of the naval officers from the headquarters. Jikiji, a colonel from a branch, was indeed rather unremarkable. However, Ortolan knew that among these individuals, Jikiji would eventually distinguish himself, not only becoming a rear admiral at the Navy headquarters, but also a candidate for the position of admiral. Previously, when Ortolan had heard the name Colonel Klijia, he had assumed it belonged to a woman and had felt a flicker of anticipation, only to discover that Klijia was, in fact, a man, and surprisingly, he was a striking blonde. The only one in this class who could rival Ortolan in terms of appearance, as it stood. The entire class was composed of men, with not a single woman in sight. At the podium, General Zifa cheerfully removed his sunglasses, surveying the seated audience, and inquired, "Has everyone arrived?" After scanning the room, Zifa raised an eyebrow. "We're still missing one." Upon hearing this, the numerous naval leaders in the class were taken aback. Who could be so audacious as to arrive late? Even Ortolan was somewhat astonished by the tardiness. Typically, such moments were reserved for protagonists in stories. Yet was I not the main character? Someone else had outdone me in ostentation. How careless of me! I arrived early. At that moment, as if timed perfectly, the classroom door swung open, and in walked a female naval officer clad in a pink suit, revealing long legs and an undeniably alluring figure. She leaned against the door, panting, and boldly proclaimed, "Apologies, General Zifa. I had urgent intelligence to report, and am a bit late." Before General Zifa could respond, Jikiji, seated at the back, stood abruptly, bowed, and extended his hand toward the female officer, stating, "Nice to meet you. I am Jikiji, a colonel from the G6 Navy base. Although I do not yet know your name, and it may seem somewhat presumptuous, I must say, please consider going out with me." Ortolan instantly recognized this female officer as the future admiral candidate, Mamotu Gion. Yet he was still taken aback by Jikiji's audacity. Did he really propose without regard for the occasion? Following Jikiji's declaration, the naval officers in the class seemed to respond in unison. Their gazes filled with admiration and disbelief. A hint of jealousy flickered in some eyes, notably that of the weasel. Damn, I was the first. The weasel gritted his teeth. "Were you saying?" Ortolan whispered that a month ago, I acquired vital intelligence from the high seas. Consequently, I had the fortunate opportunity to visit the Intelligence Bureau in person and forge a connection with the stunning Gon, even obtaining her phone snail. The weasel grumbled through clenched teeth that, this moment. "What?" Xiaoshan interjected. "That was the communal phone snail of the 2nd Intelligence Division. What difference does it make? It's still Gion answering the phone snail." The weasel shot a glare at Xiaoshan before turning back to Ortolan. "I had intended to invite her out for dinner when the opportunity arose, yet I never anticipated someone would get ahead of me." "You've waited a month, and still blame others for being first?" Ortolan couldn't help but scoff. "Ahem," the weasel said, somewhat embarrassed. "It's just that I've been under considerable psychological pressure. Only someone as reckless as this outsider would dare to be so direct." "So, Gion is quite popular?" Ortolan inquired. "She is renowned as the belle of the Navy headquarters. What do you think? Those wishing to pursue her could line up from Marineford to Mariewa. Yet, as of now, no one has succeeded," the weasel asserted without hesitation. That moment, Gion seemed to recover from her shock, glancing toward Jikiji and politely shaking her head. "I'm sorry, but you're not my type." Upon her rejection, the male naval officers in the class erupted with excitement, some even applauding. Ortolan followed the sound and discovered it was Ghost Spider. Who would have thought that this guy, who had entered with an aloof demeanor, would be so exuberant behind the scenes? Jikiji appeared experienced in the art of rejection. Upon hearing Gion's response, he straightened up, withdrew his hand, and said, "Though you reject me now, it is surely because we are not yet familiar with one another. When you truly come to know me, you will understand what an exceptional man I am. I believe by then, you will not refuse me again. Indeed, I will not give up, whether it takes 1 time or 100. I shall persist in my declarations of affection." In such a setting, with an admiral standing on the podium, to utter such words made Ortolan want to give Jikiji a thumbs up in the realm of awkward declarations of love. I, Ben Ortolan, would dub you the strongest. Jikiji, General Zifa, having served as an admiral for many years, had witnessed countless scenes. However, at this moment he felt an overwhelming urge to comment. "I have truly never seen anything quite like this." Just as Gion was at a loss for how to respond to Jikiji's boldness, General Zifa interjected. "All right, enough of the frivolity. This matter has its reasons. I shall forgive your tardiness this once. Now, please find a seat." "Yes, General Zifa." Gion promptly referred to him as General and then surveyed the seating arrangements. Jikiji, attempting to make an impression, gallantly stood and offered his empty seat beside him, gesturing for Gion to sit. Indeed, as Jikiji was an outsider and unfamiliar with the others, sitting at the back meant he was the only one with an available seat next to Gion. Ortolan's desk mate, the Weasel, was nearly driven mad with envy. His face contorted with jealousy as he pressed his hands against the desk, wishing he could take his place. Had Jikiji not boldly confessed earlier, given Gion's character, she would not have acted inappropriately. However, now she genuinely wished to avoid sitting next to Jikiji lest it disrupt her studies. Her gaze swept across the class, as if she had spotted something, quickly landing on Ortolan and his group. The moment the Weasel saw his goddess approaching, his face lit up with joy. Could fortune be smiling upon me? He even shot a glance at Ortolan, gently nudging his deskmate with his elbow. "If Gion wishes to sit here with me, please do me a favor and move to the back. Good buddy." Ortolan shot the ungrateful Weasel a look and replied, "Then you owe me 5 rounds of drinks." "Absolutely. 50 rounds would be just fine." The flying squirrel readily agreed. That moment, Ziwan approached the flying squirrel with a beaming smile and greeted, "Brigadier General Squirrel, it has been quite some time since we last met." A chill ran down the flying squirrel's spine upon realizing, "Look, she recognizes me." With a warm smile, the flying squirrel responded, "Brigadier General Zahn, it has indeed been a while. Is there anything I can assist you with? For instance, if you wish to have my deskmate removed, I know you may feel too shy to ask, but rest assured, I would be more than happy to help." Ziwan, pleasantly surprised by the flying squirrel's amicable demeanor, nodded enthusiastically and said, "Yes, I would appreciate it if we could swap seats. My eyesight isn't great, and I really don't want to sit in the last row. Would that be all right?" The flying squirrel's face twitched slightly. It was indeed not very agreeable. Yet, seeing the hopeful expression on Ziwan's face, the flying squirrel ultimately found it hard to voice a refusal, forcing a smile as he replied, "Of course, no problem at all. My vision is particularly sharp. I can see the blackboard clearly from anywhere." After saying this, the flying squirrel stood up with a hint of sadness. The classmate sitting beside him, Fire Mountain, could no longer contain himself and began to pound the table with laughter, nearly gasping for breath. Even Ortoren struggled to suppress his laughter, thinking to himself, "I initially believed that only Jaji was a formidable individual in this class, but it turns out there is another expert like you." Everyone present was an adult and professionals in their respective fields, so many matters were brushed off with laughter and did not warrant excessive scrutiny. The flying squirrel, having successfully assisted his goddess, ended up sitting in the last row, becoming deskmates with Jaji, while Ortoren directly inherited the flying squirrel's legacy and dreams, sitting next to Ziwan. However, it was evident that this was not the time for socializing. Once on settled down, General Zifa rapped on the podium, capturing everyone's attention. "I am delighted to see our naval elites here." Still brimming with vitality and joy, Zifa began with a teasing remark. The onlookers in the class chuckled in response, offering their playful cooperation to General Zifa. The earlier events had indeed been quite amusing. Your selection to join this inaugural officer training camp signifies that each of you is among the finest in our Navy. That I hope you, esteemed individuals, can temper your arrogance and adopt the mindset of learners as you engage in your studies here. This training camp has demanded a great deal of my effort and reputation, as I have arranged for excellent mentors to teach you timely, including the likes of Chief Advisor Ahe, Vice Admiral Karp, and Admiral Sengoku, Zifa said with a cheerful demeanor. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. Although all the officers present were outstanding within the naval ranks, their positions were still relatively lowly, primarily comprising school officers and brigadier generals. Only someone like Ziwan, with connections to Chief Advisor Ahe, frequently interacted with the likes of Sengoku and Karp, gaining valuable insights. The rest, including Ortoren, were mere foot soldiers, and it was exceedingly rare for them to even catch a glimpse of those high-ranking figures. This clearly illustrated the exceptional value of this training camp. Even Zifa himself, along with the instructors he mentioned, were top tier not only within the Navy, but in the entire world. Zifa continued to outline some basic rules, which were quite similar to those in the Navy, and no one had any questions. Ortoren understood the gist of it, and there were no objections. Subsequently, Zifa transitioned to discussing the core curriculum. What elements must one master to become an outstanding naval leader? Zifa inquired, looking at the assembled students. Strength, powerful strength that can vanquish evil and suppress wrongdoing, exclaimed Ghost Spider immediately. Zifa nodded in agreement, and then Fire Mountain chimed in, a broad perspective, strategic acumen, a sense of justice and responsibility, caring for subordinates. A myriad of responses emerged, all of which Zifa acknowledged with nods of approval. After a considerable pause, as the class quieted down, Zifa continued, strength, military competence, a sense of justice, responsibility, and a broad perspective. These are all essential qualities that we will focus on here. After a brief pause, Zifa produced a curriculum sheet and stated, regarding the aspect of strength, our upcoming tutorials will encompass, but are not limited to, swordsmanship, hockey, physical techniques, and ability development guidance. You may choose areas in which you excel or are interested for elective courses. Of course, if you feel particularly energetic and have already mastered some techniques, you may opt for full immersion. General Zifa, how do we determine if we have graduated satisfactorily from these subjects? The flying squirrel, now seated in the last row, asked. There is no rigid standard. If I had to say, it would be based on my personal subjective judgment, Zifa casually replied while stroking his chin. In other words, if Zifa deems you inadequate, then you are indeed inadequate, with no formal justification. This may seem rather unreasonable, but no one voiced any objections, such as the nature of the Navy. Zifa then elaborated on the distinctions among these subjects. Swordsmanship, throughout the Navy's over 800-year history, has seen the emergence of numerous grand swordsmen who have left behind their essential teachings. Within the Navy, there are many swordsmanship experts, and it can be said that, due to the tradition of wielding command swords, most officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above possess at least some knowledge of swordsmanship. However, Ortoren recalled that, while the Navy had many swordsmen, very few were top-tier masters. Borisolino could be considered one, having fought evenly with Rayleigh using swordsmanship, though his prowess primarily shown through his devil fruit abilities. Yuan could also be classified as one. But Ortoren had little recollection of others. Apart from swordsmanship, hockey is straightforward. It does not differ significantly from other factions, with classifications as they are without particular styles. Then, there are physical techniques, with the most noteworthy being the Navy's foundational training method, known as the 6 styles. Indeed, the powerful 6 styles, in Zifa's words, is merely a foundational training method. The purpose of this 6-style training is to enable practitioners to deepen their mastery over their own bodies through its techniques. This is the crux. The flashy techniques such as shave, moonstep, and finger pistol are but mere derivatives. To thoroughly master the 6 styles, allowing one to control aspects of their body such as hair and blood, elements that typically cannot be controlled, is the essence of this training. Only by reaching such a level can one gain a distinct advantage in higher-level techniques, such as hockey. The 6 styles can be considered the Navy's fundamental textbook, hence its widespread prevalence. And it has circulated extensively without stringent confidentiality. Some pirates even possess a few techniques. Nonetheless, the Navy has never particularly concerned itself with these matters, feeling that their dissemination is inconsequential. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that techniques like finger pistol and moonstep are not core. The heart lies in the unification of the 6 styles and the unity of mind and body in advanced techniques of life restoration and others. The advanced techniques of comprehensive bodily mastery follow the ability development aspect. Due to the Navy's large numbers, there are many ability users, and with a long history, they have accumulated vast experience and insights into ability development that it can be said that nearly all recorded devil fruit abilities can be found with related development records within the Navy, such as the exaggeration. Ortoren had previously inquired in this segment about whether the Navy had relevant experience regarding his thunder fruit. Zifa confidently informed Ortoren that throughout the Navy's over 800-year history, there have been 3 users of the thunder fruit, and the first 2 left behind relevant training notes. The most recent was 200 years ago, a formidable figure at sea who once held the rank of admiral, known as the White Yasha. If Ortoren is interested, he may apply to observe their development notes in the future. That moment, Ortoren finally grasped the depth of the Navy. This was not something an ordinary faction could compare to. Whether it was Shiki's pirate crew or Big Mom's, even the Whitebeard pirates, later known for suppressing an entire era in the New World, could not match the Navy in terms of foundational strength. Ortoren aspires to acquire the development manuals and notes pertaining to the Thunderfruit from them. Yet this is utterly unattainable, such as the disparity in foundational prowess. While strength holds significance, we do not solely prioritize it. Each discipline possesses its own fixed scoring system, along with tactics, strategy, military acumen, nautical knowledge, and various other cultural subjects that contribute to one's overall score. Indeed, as long as you accumulate sufficient credits for graduation, as I permit. Even if you are utterly inept in terms of strength, I can still grant you graduation, bestow upon you the appropriate military rank, and recommend you to suitable departments. Zephyr emphasized, here, graduation is based on a credit system, not constrained by years. As long as your credits are adequate, you can graduate swiftly, with no compulsory minimum score in any subject. Even if you are a novice, yet possess profound knowledge of astronomy and geography, along with exceptional military and strategic expertise, you may still graduate. Conversely, even if you are illiterate and merely a fool, as long as you exhibit formidable strength and can amass the required credits, you too can graduate through sheer force. In Zephyr's view, whether one excels in combat or scholarship, both are valuable talents for the Navy, each suited for their respective roles, tailoring education to individual strengths. Cultivating well-rounded officers and leaders is the very essence of Zephyr's establishment of this officer training camp. In the Marine headquarters at Marineford, within the Marshal's office, Sengoku, Karp, Chief of Staff Akainu, and General Zephyr were present. Not only that, but the 3 rear admirals, Akainu, Borsellino, and Kazan, were also in attendance. Typically, participation of rear admirals in such significant Navy meetings would be uncommon. However, these 3 are no ordinary rear admirals, and they share considerable connections with the Navy's high-ranking officials. For instance, Kazan, while not Karp's aide-de-camp, has often accompanied Karp on various missions and training sessions, serving as a sort of apprentice. Borsellino, on the other hand, is directly Sengoku's aide. Their relationship is undoubtedly profound, akin to the bond between Bogard and Karp. Meanwhile, Akainu maintains a certain rapport with Admiral Steelbone. Currently, the hawkish faction of the Navy lacks a leader, and Akainu himself is a staunch pillar of this faction, as a former high-ranking member of the hawkish Navy. Admiral Steelbone holds Akainu in high regard. Take a look at the intelligence regarding the conflict between the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. It contains numerous astonishing elements. Chief of Staff Akainu distributed the information to everyone. Karp, who has always been intrigued by matters concerning Roger, quickly began to peruse the documents. They fought for 3 days and nights on that deserted island, and in the end, Roger's crew took away Whitebeard's second-in-command. How is that even conceivable? Whitebeard is not the type to allow his comrades to be captured so easily. Karp exclaimed, having finished reading first and expressing his astonishment. This is precisely what I find astonishing. Firstly, Roger managed to take a crew member from Newgate. Secondly, up until now, the Whitebeard pirates have remained completely silent on this matter, seemingly turning a blind eye, which likely indicates some sort of agreement with Roger. Yet they have not stripped the second-in-command of his position. Chief of Staff Akainu elaborated. This fellow named Kazuki Oden is the son of the Wano country shogun, correct? Does that imply a connection with Kaido? General Zephyr inquired. Wano country is an information vortex. It has always been a secluded nation, and now it is occupied by the beast pirates. And one truly knows what transpires within. We are uncertain whether their shogun is even alive. But Kazuki Oden was indeed the son of a shogun. We have investigated related information, and the Kazuki clan is historically known as a family of stonemasons who inscribed the poneglyphs. Chief of Staff Akainu responded solemnly. Poneglyphs? Carp suddenly grasped the implications, exclaiming, speaking of which, Ortolan once mentioned to me that Roger's crew invaded Whole Cake Island specifically to steal the poneglyphs from Charlotte Linlin. Throughout my investigations, it has appeared that the Roger pirates have been collecting such artifacts. The ancient script inscribed on the poneglyphs is said to be indecipherable. However, if Kazuki Oden is indeed a descendant of the stonemason family, he may possess the ability to interpret those texts. Hence, it stands to reason that Roger's crew seeks to uncover the mysteries of the Void Century. Admiral Sengoku stroked his chin thoughtfully. History does not concern me. Admiral Steelbone shook his head, yet his expression turned grave as he added. However, it is rumored that the poneglyphs contain records of the ancient weapons' whereabouts, and I fear that, Admiral, though my perspective may be somewhat biased, Roger's crew is not the type to resurrect ancient weapons. Carp interjected without hesitation. Whether he can or cannot is an entirely different issue. Carp. Admiral Steelbone rapped on the table before continuing. It appears that Shiki may understand Roger's actions better than we do. His ambush of Roger in the Edvor Sea likely relates to the poneglyphs and these ancient weapons. Admiral Sengoku took a sip of his tea and remarked, regardless, we must elevate the threat level concerning the Roger pirates. Furthermore, as this involves the poneglyphs and the stonemason family, it is imperative to report this to higher authorities. After all, they are quite alert regarding the Void Century and the so-called poneglyphs. General Zephyr nodded in agreement. The Void Century sounds mystical, yet in reality, it does not pique the interest of many of the Navy's higher-ups that on one hand, they are inherently tied to the world government, which naturally inhibits their inquiry. Over time, this leads to disinterest, and on the other hand, history is merely history. One must look forward and focus on the present and future, Admiral Steelbone concluded. Little Crane, please keep a close eye on this intelligence and monitor the Roger pirates closely. Admiral Steelbone instructed one final time. Chief of Staff Akainu scoffed. That Zephyr fellow has taken away my capable assistant to train as a cadet. I cannot guarantee the efficiency of the intelligence now. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and Zephyr, somewhat helplessly, remarked, once she completes her training, her assistance to you will only increase. Little Crane took a tea that moment. Sengoku curiously asked, speaking of which, while I was away, didn't T-Carp bring back an impressive little brat? What has become of that child? In response to this topic, Zephyr sighed. How should I put it? Although it has only been half a month of exposure and learning, there's no doubt that the lad is a prodigy, not merely in terms of physical prowess and potential, but academically as well. He excels in his studies and possesses a remarkable learning ability, making him a true polymath. At this, Zephyr cast a glance at Admiral Sengoku, for if one were to speak of the most renowned polymath within the Navy, Sengoku, often referred to as the Wisdom General, is undoubtedly the quintessential representative. In terms of combat, as a Zoan type and a Marine Admiral, Sengoku's martial prowess is indisputable, and simultaneously earning the title of Wisdom General renders him the epitome of a Marine Admiral. Yet now, Zephyr even sensed the shadow of Sengoku in that Ben Ortolan. It is highly likely that Ortolan might become a naval leader on par with Sengoku. Is he also exceptional in academics? Carp inquired with surprise that I've been so busy lately that I haven't been able to pay attention to him. Indeed, and his enthusiasm is remarkable, unlike the other cadets, after I assign the learning tasks. Merely completing them is already commendable, yet that lad not only finishes swiftly, but also engages in relevant extensions. Though he appears robust and burly, he harbors a profound love for books and knowledge, having already borrowed several course-related texts from me. Initially, I thought he was merely putting on an act, but when I took the opportunity to quiz him on key points from those books, to my astonishment, he answered fluently and even made insightful connections. Zephyr expressed with evident pride. After a brief pause, Zephyr continued, I initially believed that Gon would be the first to graduate from my class. However, it now seems that Ortolan may very well claim that distinction. Yet, as he spoke, Zephyr's expression shifted to one of concern. However, in recent days, that lad's demeanor appears somewhat off. Just yesterday, he nearly lost his temper and almost struck Doberman for speaking too loudly in the classroom, which disrupted Ortolan's reading. Lost in the revelry, Kazan momentarily paused, calculating the time before speaking. Speaking of which, it's only about a month until the second full moon of this year. WY now. Ortolan should have entered his frenzied phase. Frenzied phase? Paulusalino inquired, casting a curious glance at Kazan, somewhat perplexed. Well, to put it in his own words, he experiences intermittent insanity for about a month leading up to the full moon twice a year. His temperament becomes rather erratic and uncontrollable. Zephyr, you ought to keep a close watch, lest we encounter some campus violence, Kazan advised. No sooner had Kazan uttered these words than Shuan burst through the office door. Visibly distressed, Zephyr-sensei, it's bad. Doberman has teamed up with Ghost Spider and Dalmesia to confront Ortolan and reclaim their dignity from yesterday. They're currently brawling in the training grounds. Ah, Zephyr stood up, bewildered, glancing at Kazan, thinking to himself, is there really campus violence? Such a ruckus under Zephyr's command would not go unnoticed by the recently returned Admiral Sengoku or the ever-amusing Carp. Led by Shuan, the three hastened towards the training ground, with Kazan trailing behind, equally eager to witness the spectacle. The rest had other matters to attend to and did not join. Upon their arrival at the training ground, a throng of trainees and several naval officers present for their drills had already formed a circle around the sparring area, eagerly watching the commotion. Make way for the admirals, called out a few sharp-eyed naval officers, quickly clearing a path for Sengoku and his companions. Before they could step inside, the air was filled with the thunderous sound of clashing. Fortunately, due to their considerable height, the group was able to peer over the crowd to observe the unfolding situation. Inside, Ortolan was clad in a black tank top, showcasing his well-defined muscles. Wielding a war hammer glimmering with a silvery lightning aura, he swung it around with ferocity, producing a sharp whistling sound through the air. Looking closer, it should have been a trio facing Ortolan. Yet only Dalmesia and Ghost Spider were seen desperately dodging the hammer's blows, while Doberman lay at the edge of the field, receiving urgent medical attention from several Navy medics. Shuan seized a nearby naval officer, demanding, "What is going on? How is Doberman doing?" The officer replied hastily. As soon as Doberman entered, he attempted to withstand the hammer of that muscular man. But with just one swing, he was sent flying. That I'm not entirely sure about his injuries, but it appears one of his arm bones is broken and several ribs are likely fractured. He coughed up blood and tried to rise, but he couldn't team manage it. The medics are attending to him now. Shuan was taken aback, aware that Doberman was no insignificant character. Among the brigadiers, he was of top-tier strength. It was precisely this prowess that had earned him a spot in Zephyr's esteemed training camp. Moreover, Doberman was notorious within the brigadiers, known as the Mad Dog, his body a testament to his savage fighting style. To think that such a formidable figure could be felled by Ortolan with a single blow was astounding. As Shuan pondered, the situation on the field shifted once again. Ghost Spider evaded Ortolan's hammer and swiftly closed the distance, his blade glinting coldly as he aimed for Ortolan's wrist. This indicated a degree of restraint from the naval officers. Had they been on the battlefield, his strike would have undoubtedly aimed for the neck. Ortolan's gaze was wild, bloodshot, yet he had not completely lost his reason, allowing him to sense a boundary. Thus, when Ghost Spider's blade approached, Ortolan loosened his grip on the hammer, freeing one hand to grasp at Ghost Spider's weapon. In the blink of an eye, Ortolan caught the blade, but Ghost Spider remained unperturbed, as if anticipating this move, engaging in a test of strength against Ortolan. This puzzled Ortolan. The incident with Doberman had already showcased his immense strength. Ghost Spider's evasiveness indicated he had grasped the situation. Yet now he dared to grapple with him. Before Ortolan could fully contemplate this, he noticed Ghost Spider's long black hair, which had fallen to his waist, suddenly animated, spreading like a web, ensnaring Ortolan's limbs in an instant. At that moment, Dalmesia let out a fierce roar, swiftly transforming into his canine human hybrid form. Indeed, he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, capable of transforming into a dog-human hybrid, while not an ancient or mythical beast. As a carnivorous Zoan, he possessed formidable offensive capabilities. With a powerful leap, Dalmesia propelled himself toward Ortolan like a cannonball, crashing into him with a resounding thud before Ortolan could extricate himself from Ghost Spider's grasp. "He is too strong. I can't hold him for long. Quickly, lock his joints," Ghost Spider exclaimed, his face contorted in agony. His expression, already resembling a grimace, intensified as he felt Ortolan's terrifying strength surging. Threatening to rip his scalp from his head, joint locks, in some respects, can indeed allow the weaker to prevail over the stronger. Dalmesia thought the same. "You may possess innate strength, but I'm also a Zoan user renowned for my power. With joint locks combined with Ghost Spider's hair, we should be able to subdue you." However, before Dalmesia could execute his next move, the sky darkened ominously. The onlooking naval officers gazed upward, astonished to see an immense cloud formation looming over the training ground. Resembling a black bull, suspended in the air. "What is this?" Shiwan exclaimed, astonished. "Thunder burial." Ortolan's furious shout resonated throughout the field. In the next moment, the shadowy clouds were rent asunder by a blinding flash of lightning. As a colossal lightning pillar, estimated to be over 10 meters in diameter, descended with ferocity, engulfing Ghost Spider, Dalmesia, and Ortolan in its wake, though they did not personally experience the might of the lightning. The assembled naval officers, all elite members of the fleet, possessed keen observational skills. They could see that the lightning struck the ground with such force that the stones began to melt in mere seconds. Ortolan, not daring to unleash his full wrath, felt the lightning dissipate. By then, he had already freed himself from Ghost Spider's binding hair, his war hammer abandoned. Instead, he now grasped two figures, both shrouded in smoke from the lightning's impact. Ghost Spider and Dalmesia. Whether it was due to venting his frustrations during this bout of campus violence or not, Ortolan's expression had noticeably cleared, devoid of that bull-like fury. 3 against 1, and all were turned against him. Kazan, standing beside Zephyr, wore a look of unabashed amusement. What's more critical is that the lad lacked any martial skills or experience, relying solely on his brute strength and the raw application of the lightning fruit. Sengoku mused, stroking his braided beard with a contemplative expression. Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Dalmesia were all seasoned naval brigadiers, adept in coordinated attacks. Each was a skilled fighter, well-versed in numerous combat techniques and martial arts. In stark contrast, Ortolan's combat experience was evidently lacking, bordering on non-existent. He seemed to rely solely on sheer force, his fighting style akin to a series of wild, untrained punches with little technical finesse or mastery of his powers. However, that so-called thunder burial was clearly a violent release of energy. In this context, facing 3 opponents simultaneously, he managed to eliminate all 3 naval brigadier generals in such a brief span of time. Sengoku. This lad truly resembled a raw gem. Just then, Admiral Zephyr suddenly spoke up. "Jin, summon a few more people, let the weasel and the others join in, and continue to engage him." Jiwen was momentarily taken aback. Was Admiral Zephyr concerned that the campus wasn't violent enough? Yet, upon seeing Zephyr's earnest expression, she promptly nodded, saying, "Yes, sir." Beside them, Sengoku chuckled. "Are we really going to refine him with our blade skills right away? The opportunity is ripe. Let us observe just how remarkable this young man's combat instincts truly are." Zephyr also laughed heartily. As a teacher, he felt it imperative to thoroughly understand the combat instincts of a student, which would facilitate tailored instruction in the future. In simpler terms, he was eager to obtain the foundational data on Ortolan. Originally, the Weasel and Firemount were prepared to assist Ortolan in dealing with the charred Ghost Spider and Dalmesia. Their prior lack of cooperation with Ortolan stemmed from his own refusal. In truth, the Weasel and others have been ready to help since the onset of the conflict. After all, aside from their good relationship with Ortolan, they were not on amicable terms with Ghost Spider and the others, so they were certainly inclined to take action. However, before the Weasel could step in, Jiwen hurried over, calling out, "Brigadier Weasel, upon hearing the voice of his goddess. The weasel's expression shifted, his steps halted, and he turned to Jun, sporting what he believed was his most suave and charming smile, and asked, "Oh, Brigadier Jin, what is the matter? Has Kaji been harassing you again?" "Fear not. I will team up with Ortolan to deal with him shortly." Kaji, standing behind the weasel and chatting with Fire Mountain, overheard and retorted with a disgruntled expression, "Bastard, we are desk mates after all. Is this how you treat me? Moreover, why don't you come find me yourself?" Fire Mountain, with a half-burnt cigar clenched in his mouth, chuckled, "Well, that's because I can't take you on solo." Kaji feigned a look of sudden realization, nodding seriously. True enough, the officer training camp had been in session for half a month, and the weasel had been seated next to Kaji for the same duration. Although they were rivals in love, due to Jun's indifference to both, a bond of camaraderie had formed between them. Furthermore, despite Kaji's somewhat sleazy appearance, he was, in fact, quite generous and easy to get along with. His background from outside the headquarters had been overlooked due to his impressive display of strength, leading the class to generally accept him that, in the Navy, reputation is built not on origins, but on capability. In summary, the trio consisting of Ortolan, the Weasel, and Fire Mountain shared a relatively close friendship with Kaji, allowing for light-hearted banter without any issues. Jin, however, did not indulge their jokes, and spoke earnestly. "Admiral Zephyr's orders are for us to engage Ortolan and test the limits of his strength." "Ah." The Weasel paused, glancing at the charred ghost spider and Dalmesia in the distance, as well as the injured Doberman being treated by the medical personnel. He then remarked, "I don't see the necessity for that. In contrast." Kaji, upon hearing this, squinted his eyes and suddenly opened them wide. "On my own, I wouldn't dare claim to be Ortolan's match. However, I am very interested if we all join in." Fire Mountain, one hand resting on his sword, patted the Weasel on the shoulder, saying, "If you're scared, just hide behind me." With Jun standing there, the Weasel couldn't possibly admit to fear. So he straightened his back and declared, "What nonsense. I mean, with so many experts here, I fear Ortolan won't be able to handle us." Meanwhile, Ortolan, adhering to the principle of gentle handling, placed Ghost Spider and Dalmesia before the medical personnel, awkwardly saying, "I apologize for the trouble." Before the medical personnel could respond, Ortolan suddenly sensed a wave of danger. His body's instinctive reaction outpaced his thoughts, and in a flash of electric light, he vanished from his spot, leaving Kaji, who had just leaped forward in attack, grasping at empty air where Ortolan had stood moments before. Was Kaji's reaction simply due to the power of the Thunder Fruit? Or was Ortolan's reflexes just that exceptional? Kaji, having missed his ambush, expressed regret. This had been a sneak attack, specifically timed for Ortolan's most relaxed moment. Ortolan reappeared in the training field, frowning as he glared at Kaji. "What do you want, bastard? I'm not in the mood for trifles right now." Though Ortolan had vented some of his volatile emotions due to the earlier campus violence, the potential for him to become ferocious once more lingered. Kaji feigned a provocative stance. "If you're so fierce, then show me, Ortolan. I think you're just exaggerating when you claim to be volatile. Where is this fury you speak of? If you truly feel fierce, stop with the empty words and come at me." Such ordinary taunts were particularly provocative for Ortolan at that moment. His previously restored eyes were once again filled with blood vessels, rendering them terrifyingly fierce, especially combined with his horns, akin to a raging bull. Observing Ortolan's escalating aggression, Kaji swallowed hard but still extended a challenging gesture. "Come on, you furious little bull." With those words, Ortolan's attention was entirely fixated on Kaji. This was precisely the reaction Kaji sought. Ortolan roared, his body crackling with electricity, preparing to charge at Kaji, while simultaneously, the Weasel and Fire Mountain appeared instantaneously at Ortolan's flanks. "You go high, I go low." The Weasel called out that in truth, the Weasel needed not say more. Fire Mountain and the Weasel were longtime comrades accustomed to coordinated combat, their synergy exceptional. Fire Mountain, channeling his hockey-infused strength, seized both of Ortolan's horns, wrenching them backwards with force. Meanwhile, the Weasel swiftly wrapped a sea prism stone chain around Ortolan's ankles. For a devil fruit user, sea prism stone is exceedingly perilous. This moment, it marked Ortolan's first encounter with it since becoming a user. and he immediately felt his strength wane. Simultaneously, the electric power that had coiled around Ortolan like a silver serpent vanished in an instant, as though he had entirely lost the capabilities granted by the Thunder Fruit. It was evident that the Weasel and his companions were more attuned to Ortolan. They came prepared, even utilizing Sea Prism stone chains, unlike the Ghost Spider trio, who blindly charged in and were swiftly defeated. This exemplified targeted strategy. According to the Weasel and Fire Mountain's plan, upon securing Ortolan with the Sea Prism stone, Fire Mountain would deliver a powerful blow from behind to take him down. Once he was on the ground, it would be a straightforward defeat, leaving him no chance for recovery. Fire Mountain intended to execute this strategy, believing that due to the Sea Prism stone, Ortolan would be unable to withstand his force. But what does it mean to possess innate strength? Typically, a Devil Fruit user would become weak upon contact with Sea Prism stone. However, with rigorous training in this regard, one could develop a certain resistance. While Ortolan had not attended such a lesson, his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After being weakened by the Sea Prism stone, he still remained immensely powerful. He dug his feet into the ground, seemingly anchored, while his head tilted back due to Fire Mountain's grip. Yet the constant struggle of the waist firmly resisted the pull of Huashishin. This action appeared deceptively simple, yet it demanded an exceptional level of physical fitness and strength, enough to astonish even Zepha, who was spectating. At the same moment, Ortolan swiftly seized the back of the neck of the flying squirrel with his left hand, while his right hand reached back and grasped Huashishin's arm. The reason he managed to seize them was that neither the flying squirrel nor Huashishin anticipated that Ortolan would not be toppled, leaving them utterly unprepared to evade. This moment of carelessness painted expressions of alarm on their faces. Wait! The flying squirrel had just prepared to utter something when he felt an immense force gripping his neck. Yanking him from the ground, a hurried glance revealed that Huashishin, who should have been behind Ortolan, was now also being held by the arm, swung into the air, and then, with a resounding thud, Ortolan, with the flying squirrel in his left hand and Huashishin in his right, his arm muscles bulging, eyes bloodshot with fury, unleashed a furious strike towards the ground. The earth shattered instantly, sending clouds of dust soaring. And as the dust settled, both the flying squirrel and Huashishin were seen headfirst in the ground, their legs weakly dangling, utterly motionless. At that very moment when the dust cleared, Gigi's pair of squinting eyes had fully opened, gleaming with a sharp brilliance, as he dashed directly in front of Ortolan. Just then, Ortolan had just released the flying squirrel and Huashishin, leaving his chest wide open. Gigi would not let this golden opportunity slip away. With a claw-like hand, he struck fiercely below Ortolan's left rib. This blow, which Gigi referred to as grabbing a steak, was intended as a soft spot attack, aiming to penetrate Ortolan's abdomen at its weakest point and seize his rib, inflicting intense pain. However, while the intention was commendable, as Gigi's claw struck, his domineering fingers nearly fractured, leaving him with a throbbing pain in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the planned clawing action into Ortolan's soft rib had utterly failed. Ortolan's abdominal muscles were taut, remarkably solid. Moreover, he had inherited the indomitable steel-like physique of Charlotte Linlin, rendering Gigi's strike ineffective. No way, Alan. You truly possess such steel-like fortitude? Gigi exclaimed in astonishment, that if you have such prowess, why did you avoid my sneak attack in the first place? But Ortolan showed no inclination to engage with him, his eyes ablaze with rage, moving with lightning speed. Seizing the moment while Gigi was momentarily distracted, he grasped Gigi by the neck, lifting him effortlessly, then delivered a fierce headbutt directly to Gigi's nose. Upon being seized, Gigi reacted instinctively, instantly enveloping his head in a black hue of armament hockey, resembling a dark can. Yet Ortolan did not utilize Haki's strength. Normally, Ortolan would have suffered greatly. But as previously stated, he truly possessed a steel-like physique. The resounding impact echoed, sending shivers through the spectators, who felt their scalps tingle and jaws clench in discomfort. While Gigi fared even worse, his armament hockey shattered under Ortolan's iron head, causing his nasal bone to collapse, blood gushing forth, his eyes rolling back, clearly dazed and disoriented. Seeing that Gigi seemed to have lost his capacity to resist, Ortolan appeared disinterested in him, casually tossing him aside as though discarding refuse. However, at that moment, the voices of the flying squirrel and Huashishin emerged from behind Ortolan. The two, who had previously been headfirst in the ground, now reappeared on either side of Ortolan, their blades unsheathed at their waists. Indeed, without showcasing some real skills, even attempting to harm you proves futile. Do not blame my brothers for drawing their blades. A serious glint flickered in the flying squirrel's eyes. As he spoke, he and Huashishin, one on each side, executed a cross-slash, cutting through Ortolan's lower back. After all, as elite rear admirals of the Navy, they were proficient in the power of Haki. Yet even against Ortolan, who was not utilizing Haki, they found it challenging to penetrate his defenses. However, after this strike, the flying squirrel and Huashishin remained incredulous. They had vastly overestimated Ortolan's steel-like physique, yet the reality was that their determined strikes only scratched the surface. Indeed, at this moment, Ortolan's black vest had been cut through, revealing two superficial wounds beneath, with not even a deep cut into the underlying muscles. After being heavily injured by the sneak attack, Ortolan paid no heed to the flying squirrel and Huashishin. Instead, he bent down and forcefully tore off the sea prism stone chains wrapped around his ankles. Casting them aside, freed from the restraints of the sea prism stone, Ortolan once again experienced his power surging forth. Simultaneously, silver lightning, like a wandering dragon, enveloped him in a swift embrace. How are we supposed to fight this? The flying squirrel was utterly bewildered. He recognized Ortolan's strength. Otherwise, he would not have been specially summoned by Captain Carp and directly parachuted into the naval officer training camp. However, he had never truly engaged Ortolan in combat. Now, it was evident that this fellow possessed immense strength, which was to be expected, but they had encountered powerful opponents before. With a bit of skill, victory was still attainable. The critical issue was that he and Huashishin, even when teaming up, could not effectively breach Ortolan's defenses, which indicated what? It suggested that they stood little chance of defeating Ortolan. If you cannot inflict effective damage, what is the point of challenging a dungeon? What boss are you attempting to challenge? Outside, the glimmer of surprise in Zepha's eyes grew increasingly evident as he excitedly exclaimed, "Warring States, do you comprehend? It appears he has truly inherited that fellow's talent." Warring States, too, couldn't help but express his sentiments with a click of his tongue. As a vice admiral of the Navy, he had clashed with Charlotte Linlin before. He was acutely aware of how troublesome she could be. Even the ruthless Whitebeard had suffered setbacks in naval tactics, bearing injuries inflicted by naval officers. Yet Charlotte Linlin had never endured such losses, directly immune to the existence of those whose attack power was inadequate. Now, this young lad named Bane Ortolan was beginning to exhibit similar capabilities. The flying squirrel and Huashishin were among the elite rear admirals, and Warring States could see that they still had considerable room for growth. Otherwise, Zepha would not have taken them into this officer training camp for development that in the future, as they progress further, they might pose some trouble for Ortolan. But at present, the average strength level of the Navy's rear admirals and below posed no threat to Ortolan whatsoever. While Warring States pondered these matters, Zepha excitedly slapped Stalaberry on the shoulder, declaring, "Shitirius, Kesha, you two get in there." Stalaberry and the others looked at Zepha with astonished expressions, with Kesha, the strikingly handsome one, directly stating, "Teacher, if Rear Admiral Flying Squirrel cannot manage, I honestly lack the confidence to breach his defenses. Precisely for that reason, you must go. This is not only a trial for Ortolan, but also a training for you. Go experience how despairing those sea monsters can be when they are young. Then remember this despair, savor it, and carry it within you to become stronger," Zepha declared without hesitation. With the conversation having reached this point, Kesha, Shitirius, and Stalaberry had no choice but to press on, stealing their resolve with a fierce shout and charging into the arena. Moreover, Zepha felt it was still insufficiently thrilling. Turning to Juin, "Juin, your strength surpasses theirs. You should join as well." Juin did not refuse, placing a hand on his waistblade. Jinbaira, and somewhat helplessly stated, "I'm only slightly stronger than Gigi, so please don't have overly high expectations of me." "Teacher," in the brief span of just 2 minutes of conversation, Shitirius, who had just charged in, swung his blade at Ortolan's shoulder, as expected, it was utterly ineffective, failing to even leave a scratch. Following that, Ortolan unleashed a furious punch, striking Shitirius squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying like a ripe red shrimp, while the back of his suit burst open, as if the shrimp's shell had been split. Shitirius coughed up a mouthful of foul blood, his eyes rolling back, losing consciousness, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, Colonel Kesha leaped high from behind Ortolan, his elbow imbued with a dense hue of armament hockey, crashing down heavily onto Ortolan's temple. Since sharp blades could not breach his defenses, would a blunt force strike possibly harm him? It has been revealed that, indeed, there was no intention on Ortolan's part to evade the impending collision as Kaisha lunged forward. He simply allowed the impact to connect with his temple, and thereafter, there is nothing further to recount. Ortolan merely tilted his neck slightly, feeling no other sensation, not even a hint of pain, akin to the ordinary experience of being jostled while walking down the street. Subsequently, Ortolan delivered a powerful uppercut that landed squarely on Colonel Kaisha's chin, sending him soaring into the air like a crow taking flight, ascending several meters before crashing violently to the ground. Motionless thereafter, the delicate cry, "Moon Rabbit, Kick the Eagle," resonated from short distance away. The voice heralded the arrival of Ji Yuan, unmistakably. As Ortolan turned to locate the source of the call, Ji Yuan appeared before him with the agility of a startled hare, wielding a renowned blade imbued with lethal intent, which she struck against Ortolan's chest. Perhaps Ji Yuan's innate prowess surpassed that of the likes of Weasel and Fire Mountain, or perhaps her specialization in the art of the sword granted her significant skill. Or it could be that her superior equipment, notably the illustrious Jinbaira, contributed to her advantage. In any case, the blade found its mark. A gash opened from Ortolan's left shoulder to his right abdomen, tearing through skin and causing muscle to protrude slightly. However, it did not reach the bone, and this injury marked the most severe he sustained during this episode of campus violence. With her blade's effectiveness established, Ji Yuan elegantly slid past Ortolan, reminiscent of a rabbit evading a hawk's talons. Following this, she executed a swift reverse strike aimed at Ortolan's back. Yet, as she raised her weapon, a flash of electricity enveloped Ortolan, rendering him utterly invisible, and thus, Ji Yuan's strike met only air. Her observation hockey was active, allowing her to detect the impending threat from behind. Ortolan, without a doubt. In an instant, she performed a backward somersault, her Jinbaira slicing through the air in a desperate counter, but to no avail. The electric surge registered in Ji Yuan's eyes as Ortolan closed the distance, launching a punch directly towards her heart. The immense malevolence emanating from Ortolan's fist nearly obliterated her left lung, while the righteous aura of her cape was forcefully expelled by the impact, her delicate visage contorted in pain. A spurt of foul blood erupted from her mouth, and her form was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Teacher, may I inquire about your perspective on the future of the Navy? Given that our entire force may be rendered extinct due to a single incident of campus violence, leaving potentially only Ortolan as the sole student able to attend school tomorrow, what are your thoughts? Kazan, standing at the periphery, inquired with a grin directed at Zephyr. Zephyr shot Kazan a glare, then retorted, "What are you laughing about? You should join in." Kazan looked utterly bewildered at Zephyr's response. Within the Justice Fortress of Marine Headquarters at Marineford, Kazan was traversing the hall on the first floor. To the corner by the elevator, he awaited the ascent. Shortly thereafter, the doors opened to reveal Borisolino, clutching a stack of documents, walking alongside Admiral Sengoku, seemingly engaged in discussion. Admiral Sengoku, so my mission this time is to investigate the MADS Scientific Research Group. But shouldn't these matters fall under the purview of the Criminal Investigation Bureau? Am I to be reassigned there shortly for familiarity? Borisolino queried. No, it has nothing to do with the Criminal Investigation Bureau. You can interpret it as the Marshal's belief that our Navy should establish a dedicated armed force for scientific research. To prepare for the unpredictable storms of the future, accelerate the update of our naval equipment, and maintain or even widen our logistical advantage. For now, we shall refer to it as the Navy Scientific Corps. This is a department that is likely to be formed. And if you perform well, I can arrange for you to serve in this division.as for the MADS research group. There are several formidable scientists within. Your mission is to investigate and familiarize yourself with them, to see if we can recruit them to our Navy, Sengoku elucidated. But this is labeled as an illegal research group. Borsalino expressed his confusion, given that it has not been registered with the world government and the funding is sourced entirely from obscure funds within the dark world. While also engaging in hazardous chemical and biological weapon research, labeling it as illegal is quite reasonable, Sengoku remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Borsalino stroked his chin, nodding in realization. I see. So this so-called recruitment may very well be a means of redeeming oneself. Correct? I understand. You high-ranking officials always enjoy these convoluted expressions that in truth, Borsalino's investigation did uncover something significant. This group of dangerous scientists was indeed researching bloodline factors, prompting an immediate crackdown from the world government on the MADS research group. As Borsalino recounted this, he stepped out of the elevator, only to be taken aback upon spotting Kazan. Kazan? What happened to your eye? Did someone hit you? Indeed, Kazan's left eye was noticeably bruised, resembling a classic black eye. A clear sign of having endured a grievous punch. Borsalino's astonishment caused Kazan to recall the previous day's events, where Ortolan had wreaked havoc in the training grounds, besting all his classmates. He had been dispatched by teacher Zephyr to quell the turmoil. Evidently, as a fellow natural type ability user, and having enjoyed several more years of the Navy's sustenance, Kazan was indeed far superior to Ortolan at this juncture. His intervention had swiftly brought the situation under control. However, Kazan did not emerge unscathed. In the final moments, having perhaps grown complacent, he was struck squarely in the eye by Ortolan, resulting in his current condition. Truth be told, had it not been for Kazan's robust physique, that punch could have easily incapacitated him, resulting in a rather embarrassing scenario. This also illuminated that Kazan's prowess was not solely attributed to his ice-sized fruit. Rather, he was inherently exceptional, with the fruit merely complementing his already monstrous capabilities. Ahem. As you know, I prefer wearing a mask while sleeping. Last night, I groggily got up to use the restroom and forgot to remove it, colliding with the door frame. That it's nothing serious, Kazan explained, lowering his head in an attempt to deflect Borsalino's scrutiny as he entered the elevator. Borsalino looked on with perplexity as Kazan boarded the elevator, the doors closing behind him. Then, he curiously turned to Sengoku and remarked, if I recall correctly, when I was on a mission with Kazan, even if he had urgent needs at night, he would freeze himself into a block of ice to avoid getting up, only to be disposed of in the morning. When I questioned this bizarre practice, he confessed it was due to his laziness. Could it be that he is now contemplating romance, and thus intends to amend such habits? Sengoku was equally taken aback, as if unwittingly privy to a scandalous revelation about Kazan's untidy habits. How does he manage such matters during the night? Sengoku could not help but ask. However, upon uttering the question, he felt it was rather intrusive. Such private matters were far too personal. To his surprise, Borsalino boldly replied, I generally just open the window and fly into the moonlight. How can you dare criticize others' habits? Sengoku silently nodded, contemplating that once their current tasks concluded, it would be prudent to focus on enhancing the Navy's moral and ethical standards. Otherwise, the future leaders of the Navy might all possess peculiar and unsettling quirks, leading to a rather dismal environment at Marineford. He recalled instances where, upon returning home from night shifts, the air felt oddly humid despite no rain. Yet he could not suppress his thoughts on how a Kainu resolved such predicaments. Conjuring images of a Kainu roaring volcanic eruption, in an effort to cleanse his mind of these errant thoughts for the sake of his mental well-being, Sengoku stated, Kazan was struck by Ortolan yesterday. Hence the state of his eye. Now, enough of this trivial chatter. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, Ortolan was in the courtyard of the Karp residence, gazing into the mirror. Outside the door, Karp appeared somewhat impatient, abruptly pushing the door open and exclaiming, What are you dawdling about? Didn't Tiwi agree to visit your classmates in the hospital together? Upon entering, Karp was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, What on earth are you doing? His astonishment stemmed from witnessing Ortolan carefully selecting a pair of glasses from a collection that evidently appeared newly acquired, trying them on his face. Today, Ortolan had eschewed his typically aggressive black tank top. Instead, he donned a crisp white shirt and tailored trousers, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, which I must say created a rather incongruous appearance. Particularly striking was his towering physique, standing over 3 meters tall, with muscles straining against the fabric of his shirt. Even the elegant shoes upon his feet seemed to radiate an air of restlessness. "Mr. Karp, you've arrived just in time. Do you think these glasses suit me?" Ortolan inquired. Adjusting the gold frames perched on his nose, the Karp's face twitched momentarily before he cursed. "You currently resemble a dockside thug attempting to masquerade as a refined gentleman. Walking outside like this would severely tarnish our naval image. What on earth were you thinking, indulging in such frivolities?" Cough. Ortolan cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed, and continued, "I am concerned that yesterday's incident may have caused unnecessary tension among our classmates and colleagues. Thus, I wish to present a more cultured side of myself today. Furthermore, you ought not to perceive individuals through such a jaundiced lens. Even Teacher Zephyr has acknowledged my advantages in cultural subjects, suggesting that I might one day become a sage like warring states, embodying both wisdom and valor. Therefore, as a potential scholar general, is it not entirely reasonable for me to wear gold-rimmed spectacles?" Although he spoke confidently, Ortolan, upon gazing into the mirror, found himself dismayed and removed the spectacles, declaring them excessively unsightly. He then glanced at the array of glasses on the table and asked Karp, "Is it possible to return these items?" "What do you think?" "Certainly not," Karp replied derisively. "What if I were to claim that I have Admiral Karp backing me? The shopkeeper would surely hesitate to offend me," Ortolan asserted earnestly. Karp paused, cursing, "Don't use my name to engage in such nonsense. It could tarnish my reputation." After a moment of silence, Ortolan, with a piercing remark, replied, "Mr. Karp, while I hold you in high regard, I must say that anyone who has known you for over 7 days likely does not perceive you as a paragon of virtue. Just because you wear glasses, don't assume I'm afraid to strike you," Karp retorted, his ire palpable. After chastising Ortolan, he seemed to feel a twinge of guilt, acknowledging his own shortcomings, and leaned closer to Ortolan, asking, "What advice can you offer to enhance my public image?" Ortolan stroked his chin thoughtfully and proposed, "I'll teach you a phrase that, once mastered, will surely earn you greater admiration and recognition from others." "What do you mean?" Karp inquired, intrigued. "When someone praises you as a naval hero, when they commend your prowess, simply pat them on the shoulder, give them a thumbs up, and with a beaming smile, tell them, 'I am no hero. You, my friend, are the true hero,'" Ortolan advised earnestly. Karp pondered this for a moment, envisioning the scenario, and remarked, "Ah, I see. My perspective has broadened. As a maritime military institution, the Navy inevitably endures a high casualty rate. It is widely recognized that new recruits are the most readily available resource. Countless individuals across the vast ocean are starving, and as long as they are offered a morsel of food and slightly improved conditions, they are willing to join the Navy, becoming mere cannon fodder. Conversely, seasoned veterans who have survived the trials of battle represent invaluable resources. A significant aspect of the Navy's medical system is to ensure that these battle-hardened soldiers survive and recuperate, transforming into experienced combat personnel. This is particularly true for the medical support system at Marineford, which is exceptionally advanced. It is rare for someone in the headquarters to be a mere recruit. Even the soldiers stationed there are typically seasoned veterans drawn from various naval bases, possessing considerable combat experience and strength. Thus, it is imperative to maximize the medical support for these elite warriors, ensuring their continued service to the Navy. Consequently, the military hospital near the residential area of Marineford boasts a scale and grandeur second only to the Fortress of Justice on the entire island. Our Navy's medical capabilities are remarkable, housing numerous renowned physicians from across the seas. Even the so-called medical powerhouse of the Drum Kingdom frequently invites our naval doctors for study and exchange. Additionally, we have several individuals with medical-related abilities that it can be said that as long as one does not perish on the battlefield, if they can be transported to the hospital, preserving their life is entirely feasible. Based on the nature of their injuries, as long as there is no permanent damage to limbs, recovery is generally achievable. Thus, when you embark on combat missions in the future, there is no need for fear. Simply act decisively. Karp remarked as he led Ortolan into the hospital building. The senior officers receive even more exceptional medical services? Ortolan inquired with curiosity. Of course. The treatment for flag officers is notably superior. After each mission, they can return to the headquarters for a comprehensive health examination, that if they have sustained any hidden injuries, they can undergo rehabilitation, that we also have a plethora of mental health professionals on staff. I believe it would benefit you to consult one of our psychologists. Perhaps they could assist in tempering your volatile temper, Karp suggested. Ortolan mused to himself, considering Karp's grandiose portrayal of the Navy's hospital. Yet remarked that Teacher Zephyr's asthma had not been cured. It is undeniable that, in any era or location, high-end hospitals are invariably crowded, and the same holds true for the Navy's headquarters. Upon entering the hospital, one is immediately confronted with the sight of numerous injured sailors. This stark reality reveals the brutal side of naval life, with many patients missing limbs or suffering from blindness, showcasing the harshness of naval combat. The jovial demeanor Karp had previously exhibited shifted to a somber expression, and with a heavy sigh, he stated, "This is precisely why I despise visiting such places. Had it not been for your inexperience, I would not have brought you here." Upon hearing Karp's sigh, Ortolan cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Mr. Karp, are you the type of person who prefers to remain blissfully ignorant of harsh truths?" Karp abruptly halted, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face as he responded, "There are many things that, even when known, cannot be changed immediately, should one dwell on them incessantly, torturing oneself in the process. Sometimes a suitable opportunity is necessary for transformation. Otherwise, recklessly addressing festering wounds may result in severe consequences, leading to chaos and disorder in the world." Karp's sudden outburst left Ortolan bewildered, and he furrowed his brow in confusion. "Mr. Karp?" At that moment, Karp seemed to extricate himself from his turbulent emotions, pausing briefly before rubbing his forehead and apologizing. "Forgive me, I was lost in thoughts of unpleasant matters and spoke aimlessly. You need not take it to heart." Despite his words, it was evident that Karp's mood had significantly darkened, his face etched with profound pain. This anguish appeared to originate not from his physical form, but rather from deep within his heart. Ortolan nodded, refraining from probing further. His curiosity was merely a facade, as his earlier jest about self-deception had been an impulsive quip. However, Ortolan could not help but connect Karp's reaction and those words to the notion that the Navy was not quite the embodiment of justice it claimed to be. In Ortolan's perspective, the lower-ranking sailors might possess a more genuine sense of justice, often marred only by minor corruptions, which are commonplace within any political entity and thus somewhat understandable. Conversely, those who ascend to higher ranks are increasingly exposed to the darker truths of the Navy. The Valley of Gods, perhaps, represents an insurmountable source of anguish within Karp's sensitive psyche. Ortolan was vaguely aware of the events that transpired in the Valley of Gods. Nonetheless, he did not share Karp's conflicted emotions, nor would he allow himself to become ensnared in such a mindset due to previous experiences. Perhaps it was because Ortolan himself lacked any strong sense of justice, at least for the time being. It is worth noting that his childhood living expenses were derived from his father's collection of protection money at the docks. He was inherently part of the exploitative faction. It can only be said that relying on the peaceful and stable living environment of his past life. Ortolan has managed to maintain a certain fundamental moral baseline to this day. Anything beyond that has gradually faded over the course of these past 10 years, and on the other hand, perhaps due to Ortolan's origins in a world marked by an explosion of information. His soul and spirit are more expansively open, thus enhancing his capacity for acceptance, as the saying goes, relinquishing personal integrity to revel in a life devoid of virtue, rejecting spiritual turmoil, and opting to unleash madness directly rather than subjecting oneself to hardship. Why trouble oneself when one can trouble others? Frankly, Ortolan believes that when confronting such matters, this is the attitude one must adopt. The reality is that his current strength is insufficient. Should he succumb to madness, he would easily be crushed if he possessed the combat prowess of Karp during his prime. He would never have subjected himself to such mental turmoil. In Ortolan's view, Karp ought to embrace madness outright, forsaking the futile excuses he concocts to reassure himself, such as notions of broader perspectives and other ridiculous platitudes. which merely serve to complicate his existence. Just look at those insufferable celestial dragons. Did they ever consider the bigger picture before wreaking havoc? They act with impunity. After all, this indicates that the mindset of the celestial dragons is inherently advantageous. They're the type who think, why burden myself when I can burden others? Karp and his band of well-meaning yet unfortunate souls, who have witnessed darkness and now find themselves mired in struggle, are precisely the group tormented by these insufferable celestial dragons. Were Karp to embrace madness, given his abilities, it's likely that the world government would have to pander to him and attend to his emotions. And this is merely Karp. Imagine if the entire Navy were to descend into madness. After all, those without shoes fear not the ground beneath their feet. Would you rather witness a cadre of soldiers fearing for their livelihoods, or those aristocratic overlords in Mariewa? Ultimately, it boils down to the principle that gentlemen deceive with decorum. The ruling class in Mariewa is well aware of this truth. Through centuries of subtle indoctrination, they have shackled the Navy with various ideologies such as broader perspectives, order, and stoic endurance, successfully taming them into their violent enforcers. Even the term justice, ascribed to the Navy by the world government, carries profound implications. Does it not also constitute a form of bondage? It brings pain, turmoil, and discomfort, continuously subduing one through psychological, spiritual torment and the weighty reality until one's boundaries retreat time and again. Often, once a person becomes accustomed to retreating, they will no longer advance in this regard. Ortolan finds greater admiration for Dorag. He is likely discerned from his father that the path of endurance lacks promise. Thus, in the face of darkness, he chose to embrace madness, declaring that he would no longer serve the Navy. Rather than complicate his own existence, he would establish a revolutionary army to challenge the world government. Oh, how delightful! Ortolan shares this mentality. Once his strength increases, he will no longer fear being crushed when confronted with such absurdities. He too shall embrace madness. After all, he has a history of mental illness. An individual with a mental disorder, unable to tolerate such ridiculous provocations, could justifiably lose control and go M.A.D. as long as he occasionally spirals into madness. The world government, not wishing to lose such a formidable combatant, will have to placate him and accommodate his whims. How splendid! Although Ortolan harbors these thoughts, he has no desire to engage Karp in conversation. There is simply no need, nor is it likely that he could easily alter Karp's entrenched views. Even Karp's own son struggles to convince his stubborn father to relinquish his integrity and enjoy a life devoid of virtue. What chance does Ortolan have? Many matters are better acted upon than discussed. Dorag chose to carve his own path and establish a revolutionary army, demonstrating to Karp and the Navy the potential for change. Ortolan intends to do the same, but instead of forging his own path, he will remain within the Navy, waiting until he has gained strength. When that time comes, he will become the embodiment of madness. He refuses to eat beef. He will not consume cilantro, and he will not partake in donuts. Let us see how the world government will deal with him. Once Ortolan's example bears fruit, perhaps Karp and his fellow shackled souls will awaken. Should they respond, the proverbial ant-hole could indeed bring down a 1,000-mile dam. When Ortolan arrived on the 6th floor of the hospital, Karp's demeanor seemed to have improved. At least his expression was no longer as grim as before. As they turned a corner, they overheard a nurse on the other end of the corridor asking, "What is going on? When I was on leave the day before yesterday, there weren't this many injured officers. How is it that after just one day, the wards are completely full? Has something horrific occurred at sea recently?" "Shh, don't spread rumors. That's not the case. These officers are all students from Admiral Zifa's training camp. They haven't been on any missions lately," another nurse quickly clarified. "Really? I heard that the officer training camp has only recently begun operation. Have these elites already been injured to this extent? It seems that to rise above, one must endure considerable hardship. If these elites are struggling, what hope do we ordinary folk have?" The first nurse lamented. "That's not quite true. I heard there was a case of bullying in the training camp. Apparently, it happened yesterday during drills, and many witnessed it, which ultimately led to numerous injuries among the students." The second nurse explained further. "Bullying? How terrifying. They erupted into a brawl, didn't they?" The vacationing nurse exclaimed in fear. I heard from my boyfriend that it was a fierce guy with horns on his head who beat them all up. He is rumored to be the bully of the officer training camp. The other nurse said. Just as they finished speaking, they turned the corner and spotted Carp, who was stifling laughter, and Ortolan, looking somewhat embarrassed. Ah, the fierce guy, the nurse exclaimed, her face flushing with shame, as she quickly pulled her friend away to escape. Kid, you've already made a name for yourself here at Marineford. Ha. Carp laughed heartily, patting Ortolan on the back. Ortolan's face twitched, and he replied, How can this be considered bullying? This was merely a task assigned by Teacher Zifa. As a member of the Navy, I completed my mission flawlessly. This is entirely reasonable and justifiable. Wouldn't you agree? It ought to be something praiseworthy. Who is tarnishing my reputation? Am I about to become the bully? After muttering a few complaints, Ortolan had no choice but to follow Carp to a hospital room. Naturally, he first wanted to visit his good brothers, Weasel and Fire Mountain. However, upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback to find everyone present. Weasel, Fire Mountain, Kaji, Stolo Belly, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Kesha, and even Guion were sitting by the window. Yet, each one bore injuries. Some had their heads wrapped in bandages, others had broken arms and splints, and some were propped up with crutches, while others were receiving 4 drips. Not a single person was unharmed. However, due to the officer-level ward, the space was particularly spacious, so their gathering did not feel cramped. Several tables were pushed together, and these officer cadets were engaged in a game of poker. Looking around the room, cigarette butts, liquor bottles, cigars, and snacks were scattered everywhere, although they appeared to be a group of patients. It felt more like a party in the hospital. Ah, so it's not a party that you're inviting me to, is it? Ortolan remarked irritably, as Carp, unfazed, mingled among them and began inspecting Stolo Belly's hand. You've beaten your brothers to such a state, and you still have the gall to say that, Weasel said, his head wrapped up with only his eyes visible. Thanks to my quick recovery, my handsome visage remains intact. Doberman, the instigator, remarked as he touched his face, reflecting on his good fortune. Don't you usually check yourself in the mirror? What is so handsome about you? Kaji chimed in, similarly bandaged with only his eyes and nostrils exposed. Rumor has it that his nasal bone required a brace and would take a long time to heal completely. After being retorted, Doberman slammed his hand on the table, declaring in this class, You're the least qualified to comment on my handsomeness. Kaji, Ghost Spider, seated next to Fire Mountain, lit a cigar and both held cigar leaves, clearly sharing a moment as fellow cigar enthusiasts. This scene utterly baffled Ortolan, prompting him to exclaim, When did your relationships become so amicable? If I recall correctly, the last time the Dormouse encountered Gueji, Deoboman, and Dalmesia, they met in the corridor, each one exchanging cold huffs. As if they could hardly contain the urge to spit at each other's faces in contempt. How is it that they have now become such good buddies? It must be that rascal, the Dormouse, who sighed and remarked, After yesterday's incident, all the students in our class have come to realize a profound issue. Ortolan. Ortolan placed the flowers and fruit basket he had brought onto a small table beside him, then plopped down on the empty bed with a thud. What profound issue? He inquired. Class. There exists a class antagonism between us, Ortolan. The Dormouse suddenly sprang to his feet, one foot planted on the bed, one hand raised dramatically, his actions replete with a certain adolescent flair, especially with that bandaged headpiece obscuring his face. We may not be able to outmatch you combined, which signifies that we belong to the same class. Yet you, my former friend, have now become an adversary. Last night, we resolved to establish the Anti-Ortolan alliance, the Dormouse declared with righteous fervor. Ortolan was taken aback, glancing at the Dormouse and then at the other naval officers. As his gaze swept over them, they all stood tall with an air of defiance, as if Ortolan were indeed a school bully. Only Ji Yuan, seated by the window with a lady's cigarette between his lips, disdainfully remarked, Why are you looking at me? You don't think I'm sick like them, do you? If you weren't sick, why would you mingle with them? Ortolan retorted, Everyone is here, and we are all classmates. If I don't come, would it seem like I don't fit in? Besides, it's rather dull being alone. Watching them act all crazy is quite entertaining, Ji Yuan replied matter-of-factly. Ortolan maintained a cordial relationship with Ji Yuan, primarily due to his status as a high-quality mixed-blood male, possessing both martial and scholarly prowess. Although he couldn't be deemed exceptionally handsome, he certainly appeared gallant in Ji Yuan's eyes. This was a favorable trait, especially since they sat together in class and interacted frequently, naturally fostering their camaraderie. Ortolan disregarded the dormouse and the others, engaging in idle chatter with Ji Yuan, prompting the dormouse to slap his thigh and exclaim, "That detestable Ortolan has given us yet another reason to oppose him." The shadowy figure, whose face remained hidden, ominously chimed in, "I support this. Should you concoct any dastardly plans against Ortolan, don't forget to include me. I lack decorum but possess great enthusiasm." Ortolan shot a glance at these fools and remarked, "While you discuss such matters here, can't you spare me a thought? At least wait until I leave to speak. As a naval officer, righteousness is paramount." The dormouse interjected, adopting his characteristic melodramatic demeanor. However, it was precisely this lively and chaotic atmosphere that dissipated the barriers and distances among them. Even though they spoke of the so-called Ortolan alliance, Ortolan could sense that, including Deo Bowman, their attitudes towards him had softened considerably. Could this be the unique camaraderie of the Navy? Henceforth, to cultivate good relationships, one need not overthink. A good punch would suffice. In the following period, teacher Zifa suspended classes, primarily because most students were hospitalized, and it would be inappropriate to conduct public lessons solely for Ortolan. However, this allowed for the opportunity to provide individualized guidance on Ortolan-esque training. Not long after, the full moon arrived, and due to concerns that Ortolan might cause significant damage to Marineford with his Thunderfruit during his rampage, he was unfortunately shackled with sea stone cuffs. Subsequently, that brute, Carp, pummeled Ortolan on the beach, waking him from his frenzied state 5 or 6 times throughout the night. The next day, Ortolan joyfully joined his comrades in the naval hospital. His spirits were markedly improved. One might mistake him for a groom rather than a patient. 4 or 5 days later, all students of the officer training camp resumed their previous curriculum. This time, the atmosphere in the academy was far more harmonious than before, and Ortolan finally felt integrated into the naval system. Time, in an enriching learning environment, always passed swiftly, and thus the year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar unfolded calmly and fruitfully for Ortolan. For an extended period thereafter, Ortolan led a quiet and congenial life. Aside from being pummeled again during the full moon, he engaged in no excess activities. Yet his overall qualities steadily improved through this learning experience. Firstly, he made significant progress in his academic subjects. Previously, he barely comprehended nautical charts. But now he had become well acquainted with the locations of various islands across the explored seas. Additionally, he endeavored to grasp the diverse differences and cultural nuances among the various maritime regions. He also acquired a clearer understanding of the vast naval system, familiarizing himself with the locations of various naval bases, their current leaders, their primary functions, and the operational mechanisms of the naval hierarchy. In simple terms, if he were to be stranded at the naval headquarters, he would not feel disoriented or lost. He knew exactly whom to consult regarding any issues. He also reconfirmed and comprehended the structure of the world government. It must be said, the world government is indeed an immensely vast ruling body, maintaining between 170 and 200 member countries. Each year, some nations join the world government by paying the heavenly gold, while others are expelled for failing to meet this requirement. Whether it is the world government orchestrating this, or if various evildoers, ambitious individuals, and pirates are simply particularly astute, those expelled nations often experience significant turmoil within 1 to 2 years, suffering catastrophic losses, and sometimes facing complete annihilation. Ortolan, pondering this through a conspiratorial lens, felt that the world government was deliberately fostering such a perilous awareness, almost as if to warn member nations. Disobedience will have dire consequences. Beyond these considerations, Ortolan's strength was steadily enhancing. Within just over a month, he had mastered the 6 styles of the Navy at an introductory level. His progress in this area accelerated rapidly. While the Dormouse and his peers took nearly 3 to 4 years to fully grasp the 6 styles and acquire advanced techniques, such as life return, Ortolan achieved this milestone in merely 6 months. Consequently, his exceptional talent and diligence earned him recognition among his classmates, who were all elites within the Navy, each possessing their own network. Ortolan's reputation finally spread throughout the Navy as a non-bully, being hailed as a prodigy on par with Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borisolino, and as a fellow nature-type user, he was colloquially referred to as one of the four titans of the nature type alongside Sakazuki and others in April of the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar. Ortolan came across an intriguing news article stating that the former Rear Admiral of the Navy, Monkey D. Dragon, had founded the Revolutionary Army after leaving the Navy, due to their unauthorized attacks on the member nations of the world government. On this day, the Revolutionary Army was officially labeled a dangerous organization by the world government, which publicly urged Dragon to apologize on behalf of the Revolutionary Army and disband the illegal armed group, proceeding to Judicial Island for trial to answer for his unlawful actions. Given that the Revolutionary Army was still relatively small and Dragon retained a certain stature, the world government had not escalated its response to outright aggression. Ortolan speculated that if Dragon complied with the world government's demands, even if he surrendered to Judicial Island, he likely wouldn't face severe charges, perhaps merely a few months of imprisonment before being sent back to the Navy for ideological re-education. After the storm passed, if Dragon was willing to continue serving the world government, he might very well become a valuable ally of the Navy. However, it was evident that Dragon was dismissive of the world government, openly challenging it in the world news, responding to their previous remarks with a single word: get lost. It is evident that the youthful Drago, at this juncture, must possess a relatively fiery temperament. In the subsequent days, Ortolan's keen observation revealed a noticeable decline in the spirits of his roommate, Brother Kapu, who appeared to be burdened by guilt and self-reproach. Yet, amidst the moments of his contemplation, one could discern a glimmer of solace in his gaze. It seems that Brother Kapu's feelings regarding Drago's circumstances are indeed quite intricate. However, it would be inappropriate for Ortolan to pry into the personal matters between the father and son on one occasion. During a gathering with Kazan, Ortolan casually inquired about Drago while indulging in some drinks. It was clear that Kazan had experienced a significant period during Drago's naval era. From his account, Ortolan learned that Drago, in his youth, was also exceptionally gifted. As the son of a naval hero, he garnered immense expectations from the naval community, with influential figures taking great care of him at a tender age. He rose to the rank of Rear Admiral and achieved numerous remarkable feats, vanquishing many notorious pirates. Had he continued on this trajectory, even the ambitious Sakazuki and other newcomers within the Navy believed Drago would inevitably ascend to the rank of Vice Admiral, subsequently advancing to the status of a candidate for Admiral, and eventually, should the circumstances permit, achieving the esteemed rank of Fleet Admiral. Not only the newcomers like Kazan, but even the high-ranking admirals of that time, including Sengoku, harbored lofty expectations for Drago. However, a turning point occurred approximately 2 years ago, in early 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar. That year, Drago, as an exemplary naval officer, became a member of the delegation representing the Navy at the World Conference held in Mariejo. Kazan's understanding of this event was limited. He only knew that Drago seemed to have encountered some incident in Mariejo, which sparked a considerable public uproar during the conference. Ultimately, following the conclusion of the conference, Drago chose to decline the promotion to Vice Admiral offered by the Navy headquarters and directly resigned from his position as Rear Admiral, vanishing from Marineford. Not long after, rumors spread that he had established a self-styled militia, recruiting armed forces and retreating into seclusion. At that time, he went unnoticed until recently, when his militia attacked the allied nations of the world government, bringing Drago's name back into the public eye. After 2 months of relative calm, in June 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, the war in the New World appeared to be concluding. The Big Mom Pirates, under the command of Charlotte Linlin, had engaged in several strategic alliances with the Beast Pirates, dealing considerable blows to figures like Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John, thereby maximizing their territorial acquisitions at the expense of Shiki. Following the naval battle at Edvor, Shiki, who had been absent for some time, re-emerged on the seas. Perhaps due to his lingering influence and the notion that excess can lead to downfall, Charlotte Linlin and other formidable pirates of the New World ceased their encroachments on Shiki's interests. Consequently, the once dominant pirate Shiki now found his power significantly diminished, relegated to a status comparable to that of Wang Ji and others, merely safeguarding his stronghold at Melview and its surrounding waters. Gradually, the power dynamics among the pirates of the New World shifted, with the Whitebeard pirates emerging as the unrivaled leader, followed closely by Charlotte Linlin, while Kaido's Beast pirates stood in third place. Shiki, once at the pinnacle, had now fallen to fourth, with Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and others trailing behind. In July 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, Ortolan stood at the podium of the officer training camp at Marineford, while Admiral Zephyr stood beside him, looking on with pride as he held a Navy Justice cloak, its shoulder insignia denoting the rank of Rear Admiral. It is my honor to be your teacher and witness your growth. Bane Ortolan, Admiral Zephyr said with a warm smile. Indeed, today marked Ortolan's graduation from the officer training camp, having spent just over a year in this esteemed institution, graduating at the top of his class. In contrast, his closest rival, Guion, would require an additional month and a half to complete her credits. Although the majority of his classmates were fully qualified to graduate, none intended to leave early. All were elite members of the Navy, striving to accumulate every possible credit before departing. Otherwise, with the time advantage accrued by figures like the Weasel, it would have been challenging for Ortolan to claim the honor of being the first graduate. I am equally honored to be your student, Teacher Zephyr, and I am grateful for your care over the past year, Ortolan replied politely. Over the course of their year together, Ortolan had developed a deep affection for Teacher Zephyr, as he could clearly sense the special attention and care bestowed upon him. Regardless of the reasons behind it, the fact remained. Teacher Zephyr possessed a commendable character and temperament, with a fervent sense of justice. Ortolan had previously thought that Zephyr's insistence on resigning from the rank of Admiral stemmed from his desire to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to education. Additionally, it seemed that his health issues had compelled him to make such a decision. However, after a year of interaction, Ortolan believed that the state of Teacher Zephyr's health was not yet dire enough to necessitate relinquishing his admiralty. Consequently, Ortolan speculated that Zephyr's resolve to resign might stem from deeper, more profound reasons, likely rooted in his reluctance to confront the darkness inherent in the upper echelons of the Navy. Zephyr tenderly patted Ortolan on the shoulder before solemnly draping the cloak, symbolizing the rank of Rear Admiral over Ortolan's shoulders. As your teacher, I must offer you a few words of advice, Ortolan, of course. Please do. Ortolan responded promptly. As the top graduate of this officer training camp, you have proven yourself to be exceptionally capable, and your talents are remarkable. You will undoubtedly achieve even greater success in the future. However, I hope you do not become complacent. As a member of the Navy, your true journey is just beginning. Life outside this camp will not remain as tranquil as it is now. You must shoulder the responsibilities of a Rear Admiral. Always remember that to be a true naval officer, one must harbor a sense of responsibility and justice. Zephyr said, pausing momentarily, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. After a brief silence, he smiled and added, perhaps the future of the Navy rests in your hands. Perhaps you can change this unsatisfactory world. Do your best, you rascal. I will not forget your teachings, Teacher Zephyr, Ortolan replied earnestly. The Navy is a quagmire. The higher one ascends, the deeper one sinks into its darkness and filth. Ortolan had been aware of this truth for quite some time. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that motivated him to join the Navy. For only within such a Navy could he find space and opportunity to make an impact. If the Navy were truly so righteous, just, and benevolent, he would have little chance to leave his mark, as long as the world government remains shrouded in darkness. Everything I represent in rebellion is justice, Teacher Zephyr, Ortolan silently affirmed in his heart. Thus, from this day forth, he resolved to become a just naval officer. Of course, Teacher Zephyr could not hear Ortolan's inner thoughts, yet he remained optimistic about Ortolan, leading the applause to set the tone for the occasion. Below, his classmates, Weasel, Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, and Gon, enthusiastically joined in the applause, bidding farewell to Ortolan, the school's prodigy. With his formidable presence no longer at the forefront, the pressure on everyone else diminished significantly, at least. They would not have to struggle as intensely. Naturally, the bonds formed over the past year among the Navy members were quite profound, just like the relationships between Weasel and Ghost Spider had it not been for this shared experience. Their differing ideals and allegiances might have made reconciliation nearly impossible. Even in the future, Despite potential ideological rifts and disputes, they would always cherish the camaraderie forged during their time together. Yet, deep within, the bonds of camaraderie still linger, ensuring that relationships do not reach a point of tension. The same holds true for Ortolan. He currently exhibits no factional inclinations, enabling him to cultivate good relationships with his peers. Perhaps the significance of these connections is not immediately apparent, but in a few years, as these elites ascend to the upper echelons of the Navy and become senior officers, the value of these networks will become exceedingly precious. How swiftly time passes. Wushu remarked from the corner of the last row, gazing at Ortolan on the podium as he expressed his gratitude to the assembly. "What do you mean by swiftly?" Jiaji inquired. "When I first encountered him, it was at 4 a.m. on the training field. Back then, Ortolan was merely a newcomer brought to the Navy by Mr. Karp, lacking even formal military credentials. Yet now, in just over a year, he has ascended to the rank of Brigadier General in our Navy headquarters, completely catching up to me," Wushu lamented. "Well, that fellow is a monster. What's there to compare? And aren't you on the verge of graduation yourself? Once you graduate, you'll become a rear admiral, which is still a rank above him," Jiaji reassured, patting Wushu on the shoulder. "Ha! That's true. Once I graduate from here, I shall apply to be Ortolan's superior. This may very well be my only opportunity to hold such a position over him in my lifetime." Wushu exclaimed with enthusiasm. He held great confidence in Ortolan, believing that due to his temporal advantage, he might temporarily outrank him. However, he had no doubt that it wouldn't be long before Ortolan would also attain the rank of rear admiral. If all goes as expected, he would likely become a vice admiral even sooner. And in the future, who knows, he might even rise to admiral. By then, the opportunity would truly be lost, though they were graduating elites. It was ultimately just the rank of Brigadier General, which would hardly stir any significant waves within the Navy headquarters. Aside from Karp, who was already waiting outside, the other high-ranking officers might not even be aware that today marked Ortolan's departure from the officer training camp. As Ortolan bid farewell to his classmates and to teacher Zephyr, he stepped out of the classroom to find Karp leaning against the corridor wall, munching on rice crackers. "Oh, you finally finished." Karp chuckled, giving Ortolan a hearty pat on the shoulder. Feigning indignation, Ortolan replied, "Don't pat me so casually. Your hands are covered in crumbs. What if you dirty my Brigadier General insignia? You cheeky brat. I am a hero of the Navy. This is merely encouragement from a senior. Accept it with humility," Karp rebuked playfully. After some banter, Karp and Ortolan made their way outside, with Karp initiating the conversation. "While graduating here with the title of valedictorian is indeed impressive, you are still a novice in the Navy that I've already spoken to the personnel department. Soon, you'll be my aide, accompanying me on missions. Make sure to be grateful to me. Many have sought the opportunity to serve under me, but have been unsuccessful." Thus, Wushu's dream of becoming Ortolan's superior was swiftly thwarted by Karp. Ortolan held no objections to being Karp's subordinate. On the contrary, he looked forward to it. The Navy places great importance on connections, and now that he was leaving the officer training camp without someone to guide him, he would have limited opportunities to interact with high-ranking figures like Zephyr unless he were to ascend in rank again. However, if his superior were also a significant figure, the situation would be different. Karp could easily bring Ortolan to various high-profile events. Facilitating his exposure to influential individuals, he would no longer be confined to interactions with just teacher Zephyr. He might also meet prominent figures such as Admiral Ahe and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Until now, Ortolan had only encountered such luminaries during public lectures, infrequently. "Thank you, Mr. Karp, for taking such good care of me," Ortolan replied with a smile. There was no need for excessive gratitude. For over a year, he had resided in Karp's estate, and aside from Karp's missions, they had essentially seen each other daily, forging a strong bond. Unexpectedly, Karp was quite idle, leading to Ortolan, as his subordinate, having nothing to do a week after graduation, aside from receiving some benefits. "I should have anticipated this," Ortolan complained, seated before Kazan in the Navy Club Tavern within the Marineford living area. "Whenever I return from school, Karp is either sunbathing or napping, appearing utterly idle. Being his subordinate, it seems I have nothing to do at this rate. My aspirations of becoming a rear admiral seem distant. Is there any way to transfer my personnel relations? I've heard Admiral Sengoku is quite busy. I wish to contribute to the cause of justice." Kazan poured himself a drink, chuckling. "What do you think shaped my own lazy disposition? However, as someone who's been through it, let me offer you some advice. Don't rush. Although Karp may seem idle on ordinary days, when significant matters arise, he is indispensable as a high-ranking rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Karp should, in theory, be quite busy, given the vast Navy structure and teacher Zephyr's commitment to education, while Admiral Sengoku faced immense pressure. However, according to Kazan, when Zephyr first stepped back from his duties, Sengoku had often summoned Karp for assistance. Yet, due to Karp's unreliable working style, Sengoku frequently found himself more burdened than aided. Consequently, unless an urgent matter arose, Sengoku would never offer Karp any opportunities. Karp, being a slacker by nature, did not amend his ways. Unlike others who might adjust their behavior, he remained steadfast in his laziness. "Significant matters, you say?" Ortolan murmured, taking a sip of his drink, reflecting on his memories. Were there any major events during this period? After pondering, he could not recall any notable happenings at sea, except for the significant event involving the Roger pirates, which would occur the following year, in 1497, when the Roger pirates would find the legendary Final Island, Raftel, and ascend to become the first pirate king in history. However, this major event seemed to bear little relevance to Karp. "I must be wasting my time," Ortolan thought to himself, shaking his head in dismay. "What's wrong with that? You receive a salary, enjoy benefits, and don't have to work. Porcelino has attempted countless times to serve under Mr. Karp, but has been unsuccessful," Kazan teased. Imagining the scenario, Ortolan chuckled. If Karp and Porcelino were to team up for tasks, it would be a disgrace to the Navy. "I can't compare to you seasoned veterans. You see, I set sail with grand ambitions. Yet after all this time, I find myself merely attending classes in Marineford, accomplishing nothing. I'm growing anxious. Justice, justice waits for no one. While I sit here drinking, there may well be individuals out at sea facing misfortune. It's a waste of my sense of justice and a dereliction of duty to the world." Ortolan rambled on. It is worth mentioning that although Kazan, Porcelino, and Sakazuki were collectively referred to as the new four monsters of the Navy, Ortolan had hardly encountered Porcelino, having only crossed paths once or twice. As for Sakazuki, he had never met him at all. Only Kazan, likely due to his idleness and their shared connection to Karp, had become a frequent companion, and they often enjoyed drinks together, while Ortolan and Kazan were engaged in their revelry. The tavern door swung open, and Bogard entered. Scanning the room, he spotted Ortolan and Kazan and called out, "Stop drinking. We have a mission." Bogard, a brigadier general, held the same rank as Ortolan, while Kazan, being a rear admiral, was of a higher rank. Regardless, both Ortolan and Kazan held great respect for Brigadier General Bogard due to his extensive experience. He could have easily been promoted to rear admiral, but chose not to. "See, here comes the business." Kazan rose from his seat, placing a gold berries coin upon the table with a smile. Ortolan, intrigued, approached and inquired, "Mr. Bogard, has something significant occurred?" Kazan had just remarked that, typically, only major events would warrant the mobilization of Admiral Karp. And now here they were. This left Ortolan puzzled, as he recalled there being no pressing matters at this time. That it was merely that the Marshal intended to conduct an inspection at the G1 naval base in the New World to assess the situation there. And since Admiral Karp was unoccupied, he decided to take him along as a guard. Bogard replied in a rather nonchalant tone, "This is what one might call idleness begetting idleness. Moreover, with a Marshal personally overseeing matters, there is no need to worry about Karp causing any mischief. Having him nearby indeed ensures greater safety." Kazan, evidently privy to more information, queried as he walked, "Is it related to the G1 assessment?" "Concerning the proposal for the preparatory headquarters?" "The preparatory headquarters?" Ortolan mused curiously, though he refrained from voicing his inquiries. Bogard continued, "I'm not entirely certain, but I suspect the Marshal's visit there pertains to that matter. Normally, the Admiral does not venture out, as his influence is substantial. Leaving Marineford carries inherent risks, however minimal they may be. After all, should an incident arise, it would undoubtedly be a matter of great consequence for the entire Navy, one that could send ripples throughout the world. Thus, in most instances, the admiral remains firmly stationed at Marineford, while the three admirals serve as the true frontline forces, perceiving the curiosity etched upon Ortolan's face. Bogard elaborated, "The preparatory headquarters is a proposal put forth by Admiral Sengoku 2 years ago, advocating for the establishment of a naval base outside Marineford that could function as a secondary command center. This would allow the Navy to swiftly relocate in the event of an unforeseen calamity at Marineford, ensuring operational continuity." Kazan seamlessly interjected, "The G1 naval base in the New World, being in close proximity to the Holy Land Mariewa, and serving as a pivotal point in the New World's maritime domain, boasts a rich history and formidable military capabilities. Thus, it became the prime candidate for such a project. Consequently, renovations have been underway at G1 for the past 2 years, and it should now be nearing completion." Prompting the Marshal's visit to inspect the site. I see," Ortolan responded, his expression one of newfound understanding. In the original narrative, over 2 decades hence, the Marine headquarters at Marineford would erupt into the Battle of Marineford, a conflict resulting from the overwhelming power of Whitebeard's fruit abilities, which devastated Marineford into a fragmented archipelago. Though the headquarters did not entirely lose its functionality, the environmental changes rendered it unsuitable for such a critical role. Thus, upon Akanu's ascension as admiral, the Marine headquarters was relocated to G1, aligning more closely with the new admiral's strategic directives. Ortolan had assumed this decision was only made after the conclusion of the Battle of Marineford, unaware that arrangements were already in motion at this very moment. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible that the Navy, with its centuries of history, would possess such foresight. Has the Marshal truly not left Marineford in many years? Ortolan casually inquired. Aside from trips to Mariewa, I've only been out once or twice since joining the Navy, and those were merely nearby excursions. Rest assured, there's no danger, Kazan replied with a casual demeanor. Indeed, given the high level of confidentiality, nothing has ever transpired, Bogard added with a chuckle. As Ortolan nodded in agreement. A thought struck him. Wait, nothing has ever happened? Does that mean the Red Count Bartholomew Raidfield has never confronted the Marine Admiral? Yet, contemplating further, Ortolan considered that this might merely be a rumor. Perhaps the Red Count had never even clashed with Admiral Steelbone. Uncertain of the specifics, Ortolan felt an inexplicable anticipation regarding this matter. Protecting the Admiral would be a tremendous honor. Who knows, it could lead to promotion and fortune. If not for the lack of opportunity and the fear of being discovered, he might have considered leaking the Admiral's whereabouts. Old Red, lend me some strength. My advancement hinges on whether you dare to bestow me a first-class merit. At the port of Marineford, Carp stood with his hands on his hips, bellowing, "Look at you two. Do you possess even a semblance of what it means to be a Navy officer? It's broad daylight, and you're both reeking of alcohol. I'm utterly embarrassed. Is this how I've taught you?" In truth, Ortolan and Kazan had hardly consumed much. They had merely just sat down, and the alcohol content was negligible for their robust physiques. Observing Carp's justice cloak draped over him, paired with a flamboyant beach shirt and oversized shorts beneath, Ortolan suspected he had been frolicking on the beach with a squirt gun, hastily failing to change attire. Carp's preemptive outburst was likely motivated by his concern over their potential mockery of him. What a cunning old man. Noticing the peculiar expressions on Kazan and Ortolan's faces, Carp seemed slightly embarrassed, letting out a huff before concluding, "Very well, I shall forgive you this time. Just be more mindful in the future. Bogard, prepare the ship." Bogard looked taken aback, exclaiming, "I see the Admiral's ship still stationary. Why are we waiting here at the port? What if he intends to board my vessel?" Carp waved his hand dismissively, replying without hesitation, "No need for that. It's not as if there are no other warships available. I have no intention of sharing a ship with the Admiral. That would drive me mad." Ortolan was bewildered. "What are you thinking, Mr. Carp? Aren't we supposed to meet the Admiral? Didn't we just say our task was to escort him?" Ortolan hastily questioned. Not necessary. It's not like there aren't other ships. I certainly don't want to be on the same vessel as the Admiral. I'd be bored to death." Carp firmly shook his head. Ortolan felt utterly lost, while Kazan chuckled. Every time the Admiral meets with Mr. Carp alone, he tends to lecture him at length about grand ideals, such as the current lack of an admiral in the Navy. Hence, Mr. Karp is quite wary of meeting with the admiral privately. At that moment, Ortolan felt the weight of societal malice. As an aspiring young officer eager to advance in the Navy, he found himself paired with a middle-aged man who was resolutely opposed to any advancement. Thus, Ortolan was deprived of opportunities to form a closer rapport with the highest echelons of the Navy. How could one progress without maintaining good relations with superiors? Mr. Karp might very well be my lifelong adversary in my career aspirations. Ortolan mused, stroking his chin in resignation. What are you muttering about? Just a moment of distraction, and Karp seems to have produced some snacks from who knows where, Ortolan thought as he shot an exasperated glance at the unhelpful old man. I was pondering whether there are any acquaintances in the personnel department who could assist me in networking, he remarked. Networking? Karp was momentarily taken aback before suddenly realizing, you little rascal, do you not wish to work under me any longer? And so, amidst their playful banter, Karp's dog-headed warship slowly departed from the port. Meanwhile, at the dock, Steelbone Admiral was briefing Admiral Sengoku when he noticed someone had set sail without him, leaving him somewhat perplexed. I haven't boarded yet. What is this? Am I not worthy of riding the flagship? Ah, it's Karp's ship? Well, that essay relief, he is quite the rascal, observing the tense expression on Steelbone Admiral's face. Sengoku couldn't help but chuckle. I told you not to bring him along. He's southbound to drive you to the brink of insanity. Steelbone Admiral managed a reluctant smile. It's of no consequence. There will be plenty of opportunities along the way. While I'm away on this inspection, I'll entrust the affairs of the headquarters to you, allowing you to familiarize yourself with the duties of an admiral. Knowing Steelbone Admiral's character and reputation, Sengoku pondered whether he ought to reconsider if his superior was really suggesting something that they're truly an admiral of 60 years. Ah, wait, I haven't even served as an admiral for that long. Before long, Steelbone Admiral boarded his warship, and the fleet commenced its departure, gradually leaving the Marineford naval port. Though Steelbone Admiral's fleet had set sail, Sengoku remained at the dock, waiting. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, a naval vessel arrived at the port, and Borisolino, looking somewhat disheveled, stepped off the ship. It had been over 4 months since Sengoku last laid eyes on Borisolino, that a year has passed since Sengoku entrusted the task of investigating the MADS research group to Borisolino. It is evident that Borisolino is quite exhausted from this matter. Upon arrival, he immediately expressed his grievances. Mr. Sengoku, for future intelligence-related tasks, it would be prudent to assign them to the professional team led by Admiral He, or perhaps directly outsource them to the CP agency. I simply cannot endure this any longer. Your languid disposition requires considerable refinement. Sengoku shot Borisolino a glare and inquired, is there any progress, significant progress? Otherwise, I would not have delayed for so long. Borisolino perked up and continued, the MADS research group has recently made a breakthrough. It took considerable effort for me to comprehend this intelligence. As he spoke, Borisolino handed over the prepared documents to Admiral Sengoku, who opened them immediately. That a few minutes later, Sengoku furrowed his brow and murmured, bloodline factors? Indeed, the technology derived from this theory is referred to as the blueprint of life. As the name suggests, one can grasp the formidable nature of this technology. It is a well-known fact that life is not truly equal. This disparity is predetermined by genetics from the moment of one's birth. For instance, Charlotte Linlin, a pure-blood human, possesses a physical prowess so extraordinary that she could be deemed a monster. In contrast, many others are merely average. However, this technology allows for genetic adjustments to be made even before birth, during the gestation period, thereby designing life. Borisolino stated with a serious countenance. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Sengoku's eyes as he remarked, so, once this technology is truly mastered, one could mass-produce beings like Charlotte Linlin. Endowed with terrifying talents? In theory, yes. However, they have only just begun to explore this technology, and its feasibility remains uncertain. Nevertheless, to my knowledge, they have made significant strides, particularly in the field of accelerated growth cloning technology. To elaborate, cloning is self-explanatory, while accelerated growth enables a cloned entity to mature from embryo to a robust young adult of around 23 or 24 within 3 to 5 years. When coupled with the blueprint of life, one can only imagine the sheer power of this technology, Porcellino elaborated. Originally, in the narrative, Vinsmoke Judge, also known as Sanji's father, was part of the MADS research group and combined these two technologies. However, there remains a considerable gap in capability between him and Vegapunk, compounded by the fact that the blueprint of life has not been thoroughly researched. Thus, Judge managed to produce only clones that were absolutely loyal, unafraid of sacrifice, and possessed the abilities of elite soldiers. Nevertheless, even such clones allowed Germa to become a formidable force in the Dark World. If this technology were to be perfected, aligned with Porcellino's vision, the potential for horror is unimaginable, mass-producing monsters like Charlotte Linlin, while also fundamentally reshaping their thoughts from birth, ensuring absolute loyalty and fearlessness in sacrifice. Mastering such a devastating weapon would indeed render the task of unifying the world a trivial affair. Sengoku envisioned this scenario, breaking into a cold sweat. Initially, he had perceived the MADS research group merely as a peculiar assembly of second-rate scientists. His interest in the group stemmed from their tendency to disseminate dangerous and forbidden weaponry, such as biological viruses and chemical weapons. Furthermore, Vegapunk enjoys a stellar reputation in the scientific community, and the Navy headquarters has contemplated establishing a scientific division, intending to requisition Vegapunk for service due to these illicit activities. However, upon investigation, he was astonished to discover that the technologies developed by this organization eclipsed even ancient weaponry in their terror. This cannot be allowed to continue unchecked. If previously Sengoku had approached this situation with a casual, half-hearted attitude, he had now resolved to eradicate the MADS research group entirely. Moreover, he was determined to nationalize Vegapunk. Such malevolence is a violation of natural order. Investigate thoroughly. We must annihilate these scientific madmen, Sengoku declared solemnly. Annihilate? You mean to instruct me to kill them? Porcellino nodded in agreement. Sengoku paused, then patted Porcellino on the shoulder, saying, "Why are you so bloodthirsty and violent? Is this how I have taught you? To resort to murder at the slightest provocation? Is this the mindset of a Navy officer? As emissaries of justice, we must not punish without offering a chance for reform, Theo, you understand?" Porcellino mused. "No wonder you have attained the rank of admiral. Your rhetorical finesse far surpasses mine. Just express your desire for their technology outright. Why cloak it in moral pretense?" Meanwhile, on Tato Land's whole cake island, Charlotte Linlin, adorned in her pink queenly gown, sat upon her throne, elegantly savoring her dessert. "Having been away from home for so long, that boy hasn't even bothered to contact me. How truly distant our relationship has become." Charlotte Linlin suddenly muttered. Katakuri, seated nearby and conversing with Perispero, was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether she was speaking of Ortoren. Yet, their bond does not seem particularly profound. He then turned to his mother and asked, "Mother, have you exchanged signal waves with Ortoren via a transponder snail?" Charlotte Linlin paused, then fell silent. It seems she has not. In fact, she is unaware if that boy even possesses a transponder snail. Shouldn't he be the one to take the initiative? Does he think he is someone special? The next time we meet, I shall ensure he understands the depth of a mother's love, delivered with an iron fist. Charlotte Linlin remarked, somewhat vexed. Katakuri chuckled and replied, "Ortoren should be faring quite well in the Navy. It will be best for us to minimize our contact with him. For everyone's sake." Charlotte Linlin did not respond. She understood this reasoning and had merely spoken her mind. Shortly thereafter, Perispero's transponder snail began to ring. Without hesitation, he answered it right there. "Perispero, we have received new intelligence," reported one of Big Mom's crew members over the transponder. Perispero, licking the candy in his hand, calmly inquired, "What intelligence?" "There's a scientist named Caesar in the Dark World who appears to be seeking a new employer," the crew member responded. Perispero questioned, "What's so remarkable about that?" "This Caesar is the researcher of the chemical weapon we previously sought to acquire. If we could recruit him, we could manufacture those weapons ourselves. Furthermore, Caesar has reportedly announced in the Dark World that his research group has made a significant breakthrough. With powerful technologies related to life modification, possibly even capable of creating giants," the crew member continued. Initially indifferent, Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she momentarily forgot about her pastry, exclaiming, "What do you mean by creating giants?" "Mother," the crew member gasped in surprise, but quickly replied. He didn't elaborate much, but it seems that the technology can modify life forms, including but not limited to giants and possibly other races as well, though it's still not fully mature. Aside from her ambition to become the Queen of the Seas, Charlotte Linlin harbors other dreams, such as creating a utopia populated by all races of the world, while others may merely dream. She, as the queen of many nations and a formidable pirate in the New World, possesses the means to realize such aspirations. Since her youth, she has tirelessly pursued this goal, seeking to unite diverse races through marriage and procreation. Consequently, within Tato land, a multitude of intelligent races now coexist, including fishmen, long-arm tribe members, and mink tribe individuals. Among them, she has a particular fondness for the giant race, which has led her to long for a union with one of them or an alliance with Elbaf. However, due to past events from her childhood, Charlotte Linlin's relationship with the giants has been quite fraught, resulting in little progress in this regard. Upon hearing such news, Charlotte Linlin naturally became very intrigued. With conditions, she would pursue a matrimonial alliance with the giants, and without conditions, creating her own giants would also be a viable option. This information had just begun circulating in the dark world a couple of days ago. Given that the weapons released by their research group were likely to attract considerable attention, her younger sibling chimed in. Soon, after acquiring further detailed intelligence, Perisparrow hung up the phone, and Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled with excitement and eagerness. "Mwahaha! Splendid! This is truly wonderful." Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, striking the armrest of her throne. "Katakuri, prepare ship. I shall personally witness this technology." "Yes, mother," Katakuri promptly responded. Not only did Charlotte Linlin receive this news, but in the land of Wano on Onigashima. Kaido was also scratching his head in confusion. "So, this fellow named Quinn took the initiative to contact us." In the Grand Hall of Onigashima, Kaido reclined against a chair, a gourd of alcohol in hand. Pouring himself a drink while inquiring, opposite him stood a towering figure adorned with wings, Kaido's younger brother, now known as King. "Indeed, Kaido, you were seeking a business opportunity, were you not?" "The reason we focused on Wano was due to its impressive cold weapon forging techniques. However, I believe our arms trade should not be limited to cold weapons. We also require an expert in firearms and other weaponry. This Quinn fellow is a scientist well versed in these matters. Additionally, he possesses the abilities of a Zoan-type ancient species." King nodded in agreement. Kaido, typically indifferent to weapon experts, suddenly perked up at the mention of ancient types. His curiosity piqued. Ancient type? Now that's promising. He would make a fitting subordinate. If Charlotte Linlin were a species egalitarian with dreams of creating a utopia for all races, Kaido's ambition likely leaned toward becoming a zookeeper. Moreover, Quinn mentioned that their MADS research group has mastered a new technology. Once successful, they could even mass-produce Zoan-type devil fruit users. King continued. Kaido, initially merely intrigued, was now fully engaged. "Where is that fellow? I must see it for myself." Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the New World, aboard the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, Marco chuckled and said, "Dad, someone has sent you a letter." The letter. Newgate took the letter from Marco, somewhat puzzled, and inquired from whom. "It's signed by your old flame." "Beyond that, I cannot say. It just happened to arrive at our base on the island while I was purchasing some sake, so I brought it along," Marco replied with a grin. Upon hearing about his old flame, Newgate scratched his head, and after a moment, a flicker of embarrassment crossed his eyes. "I Esipakine. That woman always makes such outrageous claims." Subsequently, Newgate tore open the envelope and began to read. Before long, he disdainfully tossed the letter into the sea. "What did the letter say, Dad?" Marco asked, curious about his father's romantic escapades. "Nothing of consequence. Merely a troublesome woman wishing to entangle me in her woes. However, I have no interest whatsoever in the drivel she wrote." Newgate waved his hand dismissively. "Huh." Marco looked at his father in surprise, then skeptically asked, "Wasn't it some sort of tragic tale? An abandoned woman, after all these years, finally finding a way to contact you. The heartless man? You little rascal. Do you wish for me to toss you into the depths of the sea?" Newgate shot Marco a glare, indignantly retorting, "Ha ha ha, just kidding. So, should we not pay it any heed? Marco laughed heartily, stepping back slightly. Newgate truly had no interest in Bakin's talk of scientific advancements, so he calmly shook his head. And no need to concern ourselves with it. Speaking of which, I wonder how Yuchian is faring. They say he has already left the New World and is currently heading towards Skypiea. But that was over 3 months ago. They might have already descended from the sky. Marco remarked. Newgate gazed out at the distant sea. Softly murmuring, Raftel, how dreadfully dull. That Roger. At the G1 Marine Base, Ortolan was visiting for the first time. Truly worthy of being designated as a preparatory headquarters, it was indeed quite impressive, exuding an aura that rivaled Marineford in every aspect. As for this mission, it was precisely as Bogard had said, utterly devoid of significance. Admiral Steelbone's fleet had smoothly departed Marineford, effortlessly entered Mariahua, and ultimately crossed the Red Line, arriving safely in a new world. In this treacherous sea, they encountered no foes, arriving securely at the G1 Marine Base to commence their patrol. This led Ortolan to mutter curses at the red count in his heart, lamenting his lack of ambition and understanding of the principle of sacrificing oneself for the greater good. If you don't come to challenge our captain, how can I hope to rise in rank and wealth? What are you sighing about? Kazan, sitting at a small table on the deck, looked at Ortolan with curiosity. Ortolan played his last card and shook his head. Playing poker with you amateurs brings me no joy, even in victory. Bogard glanced at his hand of cards, his face twitching. Did you cheat? I only played 1 card. And you've already finished all yours? Indeed. The Admiral is inspecting the island, while that lazy cap is sleeping on the ship, leaving Ortolan with no excuse to accompany him to ensure his safety. With nothing else to do, the 3 of them gathered on deck, basking in the sun and playing cards. IS life in the Navy, truly so plain and unadorned. Ortolan thought about storming into Cap's quarters to demand an explanation for his slothful behavior and whether it was justifiable given his salary, and whether it was fair to the taxpayers at sea. Unfortunately, Ortolan was not yet a match for Cap when I become Admiral. The first to be dismissed will be slackers like Cap. Only then can we purify the current lazy atmosphere and ethos of the Navy. Ortolan suddenly declared. Kazan was momentarily taken aback before responding, I haven't even dared to think about being an admiral as a rear admiral, and you're already plotting to dismiss your superior. A Navy that does not aspire to be an admiral is not a good Navy. Ortolan asserted with righteous fervor. Hey, let's play another round. This time, I will surely win. Bogard interjected, eager to steer the conversation back. Initially, Ortolan thought Bogard was a serious individual, but after a mission with him on the ship, he now believed he had quite the gambling addiction. Yet it was understandable. Sailing sounded romantic, but for those who drifted at sea for long periods, it became monotonous. Each day, they awoke to the endless expanse of the azure ocean. And over time, even that grew tiresome. The Navy had many rules, and numerous activities were prohibited aboard the ship, so they could only seek entertainment where possible, such as playing cards. And I'm done. I'm going fishing. It helps stabilize my emotions and is beneficial for my physical and mental health, Ortolan announced, shaking his head and rising. Upon hearing this, Bogard grasped Ortolan's cloak, his expression serious. Listen to me, Ortolan, as someone with experience. I advise you that fishing is not a good option for stabilizing your emotions. Come play cards with me instead. Why not? Ortolan asked, puzzled. I read that fishing is a great way to cultivate one's character. If one were to catch a fish, that would truly be an elevation of the spirit. However, should one fail to do so, I fear you might succumb to despair and plunge into the sea. Bogard offered words of comfort. Surely it can't be that dire. Are fishermen truly so extreme? Ortolan inquired, his disbelief palpable. Just as Bogard was poised to respond further, the telephone bug he carried abruptly rang. Reluctantly, Bogard released Ortolan, retrieving the telephone bug from his pocket, while Ortolan remained intrigued, pondering the possibility of some captivating development. I said Admiral Sengoku. Upon extracting the telephone bug, Bogard was somewhat taken aback and swiftly answered. Admiral Sengoku, is this Bogard? We finally managed to get in touch with you. Why isn't that rascal Carp answering his telephone bug? Sengoku's tone was tinged with impatience that Mr. Carp is likely taking a nap. Bogard hesitated before responding. Sengoku, situated in the Marine headquarters of Marineford, glanced out the window at the brilliant sunshine and clear skies. Logically, there should be negligible time difference between G1 and Marineford, so how could a vice admiral possibly sleep during daylight hours? Shouldn't he be on a mission? However, Sengoku, too weary to dwell on Karp's tardiness, adopted a serious tone. The Marshal has indeed arrived at G1, correct? Yes, he arrived this morning and is currently inspecting operations at G1, with plans to stay for approximately a week. Bogard promptly answered, exhibiting commendable qualities of a chief aide. That's good. This escort mission can be temporarily paused. I have an urgent situation requiring Karp and your assistance. Sengoku declared that moment. Karp burst through the deck door, yawning as he grumbled. What's going on with Sengoku? He chooses to disturb others when they're asleep, that I couldn't get through to him, and now the line's busy. Karp, you fool! You nearly jeopardized a significant matter. Sengoku roared upon hearing Karp's voice. Karp paused, slightly flustered, and quickly inquired. What is it? Is there a problem? Is it related to Roger? This has nothing to do with Roger. It pertains to an island in the New World known as Ringi Island, which serves as a research base for a group called MDS. They possess a dangerously advanced technology that it appears there are severe internal disputes within the group, with members seeking to disband. This information has circulated within the underworld for some time, and their technology has attracted the attention of perilous figures, including Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, who are currently en route to Ringi Island. Sengoku's voice was grave. This. Karp's demeanor shifted entirely. The jovial expression that had previously graced his face was replaced with a seriousness befitting a high-ranking officer in the Marine headquarters at So. What is the plan? Karp asked. Our strategy is to detain the entire MADS research group. We'll apprehend them first and ascertain the details later. The operation is to be executed by Admiral Borsalino, which should ordinarily pose no issues. However, as of now, Borsalino has yet to arrive at Ringi Island, and both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin possess abilities that guarantee their swift approach. I fear Borsalino may be unable to manage alone. Since you are already in the New World, and G1 is not too distant, I hope you can set sail promptly to provide support. Sengoku articulated his thoughts in one breath. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Karp responded without hesitation. Just as Kazan had noted, despite Karp's seemingly idle nature, he was never absent when significant matters arose at sea. Well then, make contact with Borsalino directly. I shall not interfere with your immediate communications. One thing I must emphasize. The scientist named Vegapunk must not fall into the hands of others, Sengoku added, his tone revealing a measure of relief. From this, it was evident that although Sengoku found Karp unreliable at times, he entrusted him with considerable confidence during critical moments. This complex trust truly defies simple explanation. After disconnecting the telephone bug, Karp stretched his shoulders and grinned. After such a long lull, I imagine you all are eager for action. Yes, well, here it comes. Without needing any further instruction from Karp, Bogard had already risen to command the ship's crew to hoist the sails. Ortolan stretched lazily. At last, is it my turn to shine? Previously, Kazan had been unaware of Ortolan's background. However, having shared a bond for nearly a year, Ortolan naturally did not conceal it from him. Thus, Kazan teased, who knows, you might encounter your family this time, Ortolan. Just don't hold back. Rest assured, my mighty hammer is eager for action. Ortolan replied with a raised eyebrow to this moment. Ortolan was oblivious to the fact that his mother's iron fist was equally restless. Though Karp's dog-headed battleship appeared somewhat peculiar, its performance ranked among the finest. As standard naval equipment, the ship excelled in all aspects, particularly in speed. After receiving the assistance mission from Admiral Sengoku, Ortolan and his companions journeyed tirelessly for nearly 10 days, finally reaching the vicinity of Ringi Island. So far, according to reports from the Navy's intelligence personnel stationed on Ringi Island, no issues had yet arisen that on the deck, Ortolan perused related intelligence documents. Ringi Island is under the domain of Ruffield. Correct? Ortolan remarked. Indeed, Ruffield wields considerable influence in the underworld and is known as the king of loan sharks, Kazan replied from beside him. His investment in the MADS research group demonstrates his keen insight. However, intelligence suggests he recently suffered a significant setback in his investments, leading to a strained financial situation over the past year. As a result, Many of his projects have faced cutbacks. Given the timeline, it seemed likely that Rufield's business troubles were closely tied to Shiki's defeat during the Marineford War, resulting in a chain reaction that ultimately led to this predicament. Nonetheless, Ortolan recalled that Rufield remained resilient 2 decades later, likely having weathered this storm. Unfortunately, some of his projects, such as Mads's research initiative, had consequently faced substantial funding reductions, which sparked internal discord within this illicit research group, prompting several scientists to seek separation. This led to the intelligence Borsalino had painstakingly gathered being abruptly sold out by Mads's internal members to the underworld to elevate their own status. Subsequently, this situation attracted the attention of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Report: Admiral Borsalino has communicated the latest updates. He has arrived at Ringi Island and is preparing to disembark, with no unusual circumstances detected thus far, a junior officer reported as he approached Kazan and Ortolan. Upon hearing this, Kazan felt a slight sense of relief and smiled. It seems our speed has indeed surpassed. There's as long as we can extract the members of the MADS research group before those pirates arrive. We can likely avert a conflict. Upon hearing Kazan's declaration, Ortlan's expression shifted to one of alarm as he rushed forward to cover Kazan's upward curving mouth. You're setting up a flag before the battle even begins. It's akin to announcing your intention to return home and get married after this fight. As expected, no sooner had Kazan spoken than problems began to unfold on the horizon. It was now evening. The sun having dipped below the horizon, casting a dim light that moment. A golden beam of light shot skyward from Ringi Island, followed by a surge of scorching flames erupting from the thick clouds above. Amid this illumination, a colossal dragon-like figure could be faintly discerned writhing within the clouds. It's Borsalino's ability, Kazan exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Simultaneously, Carp burst through the cabin door, shouting, Kaido has already arrived, without a doubt. The shadow of the dragon visible amidst the clouds belonged to that formidable figure known as Kaido. Accelerate, increase speed, activate the external propulsion. Kazan turned anxiously and commanded, Hurry up. Ortoren, his eyes glinting with determination, replied, You all move swiftly. I shall depart first. As soon as he finished speaking, he hoisted his war hammer onto his shoulder, electric sparks flickering across his body, and with a flash, he vanished from the ship in an instant. Meanwhile, on Ringi Island, Borsalino, clad in a suit adorned with yellow stripes and draped in the Navy's justice cloak, bore a grave expression. In his hand, golden elemental energy shimmered, transforming into streaks of light that shot upward into the sky. Just as a beam of golden light pierced through the clouds, Borsalino keenly observed a change in the situation. The hidden form of a dragon lurking within the clouds in an instant, it morphed into the imposing figure of a man. Is he coming? Borsalino felt a weight in his heart, yet he remained calm. He had just communicated with Admiral Carp. Their fleet was nearby. If he could stall for just a moment, reinforcements would arrive. Just as this thought settled in his mind, the clouds erupted as if they had consumed some immense power, sending shockwaves that shattered the sky. It was Kaido, descending like a meteor with incredible speed, wielding a massive kanabo crackling with electricity, charging directly at Borsalino. Thunder Bagua! Kaido roared. Borsalino reacted swiftly, bringing his hands together and then apart, conjuring a long sword forged from light energy. His technique, aptly named Ematsukami no Tachi, before he became a wielder of powers. Borsalino had been a master swordsman. How terrifying, Borsalino muttered, swinging his Ematsukami no Tachi in an instant. Kaido's kanabo crashed down with tremendous force, striking Borsalino's sword. Borsalino had indeed encountered Kaido before, having mingled with Admiral Sengoku and clashed with Kaido in the past. It was well known that Kaido, in his youth, had been a troublesome figure, frequently captured by the Navy, so those of some standing within the Navy, like Ortoren, were somewhat familiar with him. However, while they had crossed paths, this was their first genuine confrontation. Borsalino chose not to evade, opting instead to meet Kaido's assault head-on as a test of strength, eager to gauge just how formidable this monster of the New World truly was. Indeed, he was powerful. When the Ematsukami no Tachi met the kanabo known as the Budgerung, The sheer force nearly shattered Porcelino's haki and the concentrated light energy he had summoned. What immense strength! Porcelino felt a sinking sensation, instinctively retracting his power, aware of his limitations. Though his physical capabilities were formidable, they were evidently no match for Kaido's might. Kaido, too, sensed the shift in Porcelino's strength, his eyes glinting with menace. "Is this all you've got?" he taunted. In the very moment his words fell, the already overwhelming force in his hands surged once more, catching Porcelino off guard as the Amitsukami no Tachi shattered into countless particles of light. Porcelino's expression shifted to one of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Kaido's unexpected resurgence of power. This sudden escalation in their stalemate tested both technique and explosive force, and it was evident that Kaido was in complete control. The Budgerung, imbued with haki, shattered the Amitsukami no Tachi, leaving Porcelino astonished. Yet he was no mere puppet. His strength lay not solely in brute force. Thus, just as Kaido's assured strike was about to land on Porcelino's head, he deftly evaded, creating a distance of 30 to 40 meters in the blink of an eye. With his arms crossed before his chest, he gathered a massive amount of golden energy, demonstrating his remarkable speed. "What a ferocious assault," Porcelino quipped. Maintaining his composure, in an instant, a torrent of light surged forth like a tempest, engulfing Kaido in a cacophony of explosive energy. Yet, the very next moment, a fierce wind pressure, sharp as a blade, burst forth from the ongoing explosions, hurtling toward Porcelino. It was Kaido's malicious wind, laced with potent haki. Porcelino, lacking any extraordinary resilience, knew he could not withstand such an attack. With a flash of golden light, he refracted a beam of energy, vanishing in an instant. However, Kaido seemed to have anticipated Porcelino's position. Before Porcelino's photon form fully manifested amidst the smoke of the explosion, Kaido lunged forward like an arrow. Swinging his Budgerung, Porcelino, feeling a sense of helplessness, was compelled to reposition himself at that very moment. A thunderous roar echoed in the ears of both combatants, and a smile crept across Porcelino's lips as he thought. "Are reinforcements finally here?" Kaido, initially bewildered, mused, "Thunder? I haven't even unleashed my thunder Bawa yet." Raising his gaze, he beheld another imposing figure, adorned with horns, descending from above, were it not for the Navy's justice cloak draped over the figure and the heavy hammer it wielded. Kaido might have thought he was seeing a younger version of himself. "Who goes there?" Kaido exclaimed, surprised as he raised his Budgerung to intercept the incoming blow. "Thunderous might!" Ortoren bellowed. In the next moment, Kaido's massive form was sent flying by the force of the hammer. Kaido was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of this sudden attack, as he was propelled backward, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater upon impact. Lying in the crater, Kaido felt momentarily dazed. Ortoren, endowed with natural strength, had unleashed his full power against Kaido without holding back. Coupled with the immense weight of his hammer, that strike was unparalleled, in terms of sheer strength. Few could withstand it. In contrast, Kaido had only instinctively raised his hand to block. His effort had been merely ordinary. Consequently, as he lay in the crater, Kaido's arms tingled, and he struggled to maintain his grip on the Budgerung. After sending Kaido flying, Ortoren turned to Porcelino and said, "I'll keep this guy busy. You handled Dr. Vegapunk." Porcelino did not harbor illusions about Ortoren besting Kaido. In fact, he felt he himself was still lacking. Yet, he recognized that Ortoren, with his innate strength and resilience, would prove more troublesome than himself. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "I'll leave it to you." On the other side, Kaido, after a moment of confusion, felt a surge of excitement. He sprang from the crater and looked toward Ortoren, asking, "What is your name?" "Bane Ortoren, Rear Admiral of the Navy." Ortoren replied with a grin, a spark of enthusiasm in his demeanor. Since setting sail, aside from Shanks and his fellow Navy comrades, Ortoren had faced only the pinnacle of adversaries, from his monstrous mother to the likes of Roger and Rayleigh. Consequently, he had endured many hardships and had yet to fully showcase his capabilities. Though Kaido was indeed formidable, he had yet to reach the heights of Roger and Rayleigh, and he even fell short of Ortoren's mother. Thus, Kaido was the perfect opponent for Ortoren, who felt a thrill of anticipation. A name I haven't heard before. Are you a newcomer to the Navy? Kaido's eyes glinted with a fierce smile as he flexed his shoulders that you've got some strength. I hope you don't disappoint me in other areas. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido unleashed a powerful stomp, shattering the already fractured ground into dust, and propelled himself toward Ortoren with remarkable speed. His budgerong, imbued with a dense layer of haki, swung down toward Ortoren with lethal intent. Ortoren could have evaded. His rumble fruit granted him astonishing speed, enough to dodge this assault. However, he felt no inclination to retreat. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exerted force through his wrist, meeting Kaido's kanabo with a powerful strike of his own. With a thunderous clash, the interaction of heavy weaponry was both violently fierce and romantically exhilarating. The visible tremors in the arms of Kaido and Ortolan were a testament to the immense force at play. The muscles on both sides exploded in synchrony, and the tumultuous air swirled, causing their hair to dance in the wind. In this contest of strength, Ortolan held a slight advantage, yet in terms of sheer intimidation, Kaido clearly reigned supreme, resulting in an eerie stalemate in their clash. After just a few seconds of grappling, both combatants shifted their tactics. For onlookers, the typically cumbersome wolf fang clubs and warhammers transformed in the hands of these titans, flowing with effortless grace. What were undeniably heavy weapons in that fleeting moment resembled a duel between two master swordsmen, exchanging blows with a rapid succession of strikes that ignited sparks in the air. There was no rationale, no underlying reason. It was as if they shared an unspoken understanding. Ortolan abstained from utilizing the power of the Thunder Fruit, while Kaido refrained from invoking his Azure Dragon Might. Pure and unadulterated violence unfolded before them. In an intertwining motion, Kaido and Ortolan each unleashed their fury without regard for the other's weapon, opting instead to deliver a punishing blow in the next heartbeat. Kaido's wolf fang club struck fiercely against Ortolan's neck, its sharp spines piercing through Ortolan's haki defenses. Simultaneously, it embedded itself within his flesh, clearly demonstrating that Kaido's formidable strength could indeed breach Ortolan's ironclad resilience. Yet, that was where it ended. It could penetrate no further. At the very moment Ortolan was hit, his war hammer swung with ferocity, crashing into Kaido's shoulder, visibly denting his taut muscles. This time, there was no contest of strength. Ortolan was sent flying, and Kaido, unable to maintain his footing, was similarly hurled away. Both were hardened warriors, and after being flung over 10 meters, they landed with their feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Managing to halt their momentum, Ortolan wiped the blood from the wound on his neck, feeling no pain, but rather an exhilarating surge of ferocity. This was the violence and thrill he had long sought. The sense of balanced power, each blow landing with palpable force, filled him with indescribable excitement. In an instant, the faint mist of confusion that had clouded Ortolan's mind dissipated. It felt as though he had finally discovered his true aspiration. He was not concerned with titles of kingship, in this era of rising heroes and fierce competition. He yearned to engage in thrilling battles against these champions, to conquer and triumph over them. He aspired to become the strongest of this age. I want to fight you for 10 days straight. Ortolan bellowed with fervor at Kaido. Kaido, originally drawn to observe Queen and that scientist's technologies, had now cast aside such thoughts, focusing solely on Ortolan. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! Kaido laughed heartily, rubbing the bruised muscle on his arm. Finally, among that bunch of soft naval fools, there's one worthy opponent like you. I truly admire you. After a brief pause, Kaido, disregarding the situation, directly invited, a person like you shouldn't languish in that quagmire. Come aboard my ship. Become my comrade. Previously, when speaking of Queen, Kaido merely referred to him as a subordinate. But upon encountering Ortolan, he used the term comrade without hesitation, indicating his profound respect for Ortolan after just a simple clash. I must decline. Ortolan responded resolutely. If he were to become a pirate, wouldn't it be more enticing to return to the Big Mom pirates? Remaining here with Kaido held no appeal. Why? Kaido pressed on that. I can see the burning desire for violence in your gaze. The blood coursing through your veins is that of a warrior. We are kindred spirits, both revering violence. The Navy is simply not suited for you. Despite Ortolan's refusal, Kaido remained somewhat reluctant. That is precisely why I must refuse. If I were to join you, how could we relish this pure violence as rivals and foes? Ortolan smirked, an expectant smile gracing his lips. Kaido paused for a moment, then his eyes sparkled with understanding. You make a valid point, he exclaimed, invigorated. With that, Kaido ceased the trivialities, his tone growing serious. For someone I admire. This strike shall be delivered with my full might. As the words left his mouth, Kaido infused his haki with a surge of power, transcending mere armament. His very presence ascended with the strength of Conqueror's haki. The haki wrapped around his weapon, the 8 trigrams. Ortolan, wielding his war hammer, twisted his neck, bones cracking ominously, his expression now equally grave. Then I shall not hold back. In unison, Ortolan's aura surged, radiating with Conqueror's haki. Both born as rare kings among millions, Ortolan's prowess was formidable, and during his year with the Navy, he had mastered the intricacies of haki. His instructor had been Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. Indeed, a man like you could never lack Conqueror's haki. Kaido was not surprised. Instead, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Ortolan did not respond, instead propelling himself forward with explosive speed, the ground shattering beneath him as he charged. Relying solely on the strength of his body in the blink of an eye, he was upon Kaido. Without any fancy techniques, he swung his hammer in a brutal, straightforward arc. Kaido mirrored his simplicity, disregarding any special techniques. All he desired was to unleash his full strength with that club. This time, neither Ortolan's war hammer nor Kaido's 8 trigrams could touch the other. When they clashed, it felt as though an impenetrable wall of air stood between them. A manifestation of their conqueror's haki. The clash of their haki erupted with dark lightning and spatial rifts. Both felt the raw intent to battle emanating from one another. As these two forces collided, the very heavens changed color. The clouds above were rent asunder, and a tempest of air spiraled outward from their clash, creating shockwaves that uprooted the ground by several feet. Soon, this shockwave obliterated everything in its vicinity, cascading outward into the surrounding sea, unleashing tumultuous waves. Ortolan felt only 2 words echoing in his mind: exhilarating. He even sensed a marked improvement in his condition. Indeed, violence was his remedy. Meanwhile, Borsalino had infiltrated the MADS research facility, intent on locating Dr. Vegapunk, the primary target of this mission. However, feeling the overwhelming force of Kaido and Ortolan's battle outside, he felt a chill run down his spine that he had thought he had accurately gauged Ortolan's capabilities. But it seemed he had underestimated him. This was not merely a stalemate with Kaido, but an equal contest where the new generation, this formidable, Borsalino mused, a tangle of emotions swirling within him. Unbeknownst to him, Kaido had yet to unleash his full potential, and Ortolan too had refrained from tapping into his abilities. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the sea near Ringi Island, the Queen Mama ship of the Big Mom pirates was swiftly approaching Ringi Island. On board, Charlotte Linlin gazed at the towering clash of Conqueror's haki in the distance, a smile gracing her face. That is Kaido's Conqueror's haki. It's been ages since I've seen him. Although the Big Mom pirates had collaborated with the Beast pirates following the Battle of Edvor, this alliance had led to an actual meeting between Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Their communication had been limited to a few exchanges via transponder snail. The unwritten rule of kings not meeting was a tacit understanding among pirates. After all, they were all unruly individuals. When not face-to-face, many discussions could be had amicably, but a meeting could easily devolve into conflict over trivial matters, rendering cooperation moot. Recognizing Kaido as Conqueror's haki, Charlotte Linlin's expression shifted, surprise washing over her. The other haki belongs to Ortolan. After confirming the familiar sensation, Charlotte Linlin's excitement surged as she laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, truly my son. In truth, she was not entirely surprised. Katakuri, being her son, possessed the same formidable Conqueror's haki, while Ortolan exhibited even greater innate talent. Having awakened such power, there was nothing astonishing about it. Yet at this moment, Charlotte Linlin was palpably more anxious. She unleashed a ghostly green surge of spiritual energy from her hands, forcefully channeling it into her ship, commanding, accelerate, increase the speed at once. The Queen Mama, a vessel imbued with a soul, harnessed spiritual energy as its propulsion, sailing at remarkable speed. Despite its massive size, under the infusion of energy, it sliced through the waves like a speedboat, hurtling towards Ringi Island. Nevertheless, this did little to quell the urgency surging within Charlotte Linlin. She yearned to reach the island immediately, to witness the growth of her precious son over the past year, and to see how her little brother Kaido had fared. She even fantasized about Kaido's reaction upon discovering that the one he was battling was none other than her son. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shouted, "Zeus!" As her voice echoed, Charlotte Linlin leaped into the air. In an instant, a thundercloud appeared beneath her feet, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's cloud, lifting her off the ship and propelling her towards the island at breakneck speed. On the island, the fierce clash between Ortolan and Kaido continued unabated. The confrontation of Conqueror's hockey had concluded. Now, an all-out brawl ensued. Despite only a few minutes having passed, it felt as though they had endured days of combat. Kaido bore numerous grotesque swellings on his muscular frame, bruised and oozing blood, while Ortolan appeared to be in a more dire state. After all, Kaido, unconcerned with martial ethics, had employed heavy weaponry, inflicting significant wounds upon Ortolan. Yet despite their disheveled appearances, both fighters radiated vitality, as if ready to engage in hundreds more rounds. Another clash ensued, the heavy thud of impact resonating as Ortolan struck Kaido. Simultaneously, Kaido seized Ortolan's hammer handle. Releasing his grip, the spike club fell to the ground, and his palm morphed into a fist that struck Ortolan squarely on the nose. Ortolan, enraged by the blow, relinquished his hammer as well, countering with an uppercut that landed squarely on Kaido's jaw. Kaido's towering frame was jolted upwards, nearly toppling over. In that moment, both combatants abandoned their weapons, standing firm without any semblance of evasion, their fists moving with such speed that they created countless afterimages in the air. The sounds of impact echoing like a drumbeat, urgent and thunderous, the ground beneath them shattered, debris flying from their feet as they remained steadfast, muscles quaking and contracting, dark bruises and blood pooling upon their bodies. A punch landed, striking Ortolan's eye socket. As Kaido's fist withdrew, Ortolan's eye swelled, blood seeping forth, revealing crimson veins within his iris. In the next heartbeat, Ortolan's punch broke Kaido's nose, blood gushing forth, mingling with the air, yet was swiftly consumed by the flurry of fists that followed. Seconds passed, and neither fighter could discern how many punches had been exchanged or endured. Though their bodies ached with pain, their spirits soared with exhilaration. In a twist, Kaido grasped Ortolan's right fist, while Ortolan clutched Kaido's left arm. They momentarily froze, then without a word, Ortolan drove his knee towards Kaido's groin, while Kaido, reacting swiftly, raised his leg to block the blow. Neither was willing to relinquish their grip. Ortolan, leveraging his slight advantage in strength, pushed off the ground, forcefully toppling Kaido onto the earth, subsequently mounting Kaido's abdomen. Pressing down, he unleashed a flurry of heavy punches onto Kaido's face, driving his head into the ground. Kaido, struggling, drove his knee upward, colliding with Ortolan's lower back, causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido yanked Ortolan off him and landed an elbow strike to Ortolan's ear, leaving him ringing and disoriented. In the next moment, Kaido took control, pinning Ortolan to the ground, launching another barrage of heavy punches. At this juncture, all semblance of technique had vanished, despite both being formidable fighters. They had devolved into a street brawl. Although Kaido lagged slightly behind Ortolan in raw power, his significantly larger physique allowed him to dominate Ortolan, pummeling him mercilessly into the ground. After numerous heavy blows, Ortolan's head was battered and bloodied. Ortolan struggled, yet found himself utterly overwhelmed. Just as Kaido believed he had secured victory, he suddenly noticed Ortolan's brown hair gradually turning white from the roots. What was happening? Kaido was taken aback, but his fist did not cease. He soon realized that each strike seemed to accelerate Ortolan's transformation. In the instant Ortolan's brown hair turned entirely white, Kaido's fist abruptly halted. He focused and saw Ortolan grasping his wrist. In the next heartbeat, a surge of power far more ferocious than before erupted from Ortolan, catching Kaido off guard as he was hurled into the air. Before Kaido could land, Ortolan unleashed a primal roar, his eyes bloodshot, fully embodying the moon lion state, moving with lightning speed, raining down punches upon Kaido. At that moment, the static energy inherent to the fur tribe ignited the powers of Ortolan's thunder fruit. As the final punch connected, Ortolan struck Kaido's face with a thunderous force, sending him flying over 100 meters, crashing into the mountainside and triggering a landslide. Buried beneath the rubble, Kaido, momentarily dazed, erupted in fury. "Despicable scoundrel! You agreed to a fair fight, no powers involved, and yet you suddenly abandoned the code of combat." Yet Kaido quickly sensed that Ortolan's recent transformation seemed to indicate a loss of rationality. Had he inadvertently caused this? Before Kaido could ponder further, the debris was violently cast aside, as Ortolan, resembling a predatory beast, flung the rubble away. Upon spotting Kaido, his eyes gleamed with a savage ferocity, and he raised his hand to unleash lightning. Kaido now confirmed that Ortolan had succumbed to madness, disregarding any notions of martial ethics, and unleashed a wave of heat breath, engulfing the frenzied Ortolan and sending him careening away. Emerging from the ruins, Kaido's observation haki pinpointed Ortolan's location. The fiery breath had evidently not harmed Ortolan. There he was on all fours, resembling a predator poised to strike, his silvery hair cascading down, eyes bloodshot and fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura of chaos. What was this situation? Kaido felt a twinge of confusion, recognizing the state as reminiscent of the fur tribe's moon lion. Yet typically, entering this state did not result in madness, especially not under a waning moon. There was no time for Kaido to contemplate further, as Ortolan's gaze locked onto him, electric sparks igniting, and in a flash he vanished. Kaido reacted swiftly, enveloping his fist in Conqueror's haki and launching a punch forward. Almost simultaneously, Ortolan reappeared before Kaido, and based on his trajectory, it seemed Kaido had anticipated his position. However, the terrifying nature of the thunder fruit manifested at that moment. Kaido's fist was already poised against Ortolan's nose. The force of the punch causing Ortolan's silvery hair to billow. Yet at that critical distance, Ortolan's ability activated. In a dazzling flash, he evaded Kaido's punch, executing a short-range teleportation. In an instant, as Kaido's punch whiffed, Ortolan was right in front of him. The intense burst of lightning elements engulfed the silhouettes of the two combatants in a dazzling display of electric light. Almost immediately, Kaido was propelled backward, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke as he let out a furious roar. He was struck violently by Ortoren, sent flying several dozen meters before landing with a thud, carving deep furrows into the ground beneath him to arrest his momentum. As his feet steadied, Kaido, utilizing his observation haki, foresaw the impending future. In that moment, he reached forward with one hand, grasping at the air, while pulling back his other fist, channeling his full strength. Suddenly, Ortoren's figure appeared before him. It was as if their movements were choreographed, for Kaido seized Ortoren's shoulder, pinning him momentarily to the spot. But that brief instant was all that was needed. With a fist imbued with the fierce Conqueror's haki, he unleashed a powerful strike. This time, there were no surprises. It struck Ortoren squarely on the forehead, producing a dull thud as the overwhelming force slammed him into the ground, causing him to rebound violently, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Dragon Roar Cannon! Kaido did not pursue Ortoren. He understood that in terms of speed, he could not match him, thus opting instead for an explosive release of energy. A tempestuous heat coalesced in Kaido's mouth, and at the moment of impending explosion, he expelled the amassed energy ball, engulfing Ortoren, who had just risen from the ground some distance away. Yet, in that fleeting moment before the explosion, Kaido clearly glimpsed Ortoren's lightning-fast form evading the spot. Initially, Kaido anticipated another surprise attack from Ortoren, his muscles tensed, haki enveloping him, prepared for a defensive counter. However, moments later, relief washed over him. Ortoren did not come. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Kaido beheld Ortoren standing on a nearby boulder, having returned to his original state, his gaze clear. The long silver hair that had cascaded to his waist had reverted back to its sharp, brown short style. Awake now? Kaido smirked, and why apologies? My hereditary condition flared up just now. Strangely, it's the first time I've entered that state without a full moon. It seems my affliction is not moonlit, but rather blood-driven. Ortoren said apologetically, touching the swollen bruise on his forehead caused by Kaido's strike. Although Ortoren had regained consciousness, it was evident that neither of them could revert to their previous state. The visceral battle they had previously engaged in had reached its conclusion. An unspoken understanding lingered between them, and neither mentioned resuming that kind of combat. Ortoren took a deep breath before stating, "Now, we must earnestly engage in battle." As he spoke, his black pupils began to shift, suffused with a flash of indigo lightning. Kaido watched as a layer of condensed lightning elements began to coalesce around Ortoren, resembling a suit of armor, enveloping him entirely. "Lightning armor," Ortoren declared, his voice low. He categorized his abilities into two primary attack modes, one being long-range, relying on the Thunder Fruit's extraordinary enhancement of observation haki, capable of launching large-scale energy assaults before the enemy could foresee them. Coupled with the agility granted by the Thunder Fruit, it was an almost insurmountable state. However, it was clear that Kaido, with his formidable resilience, would not succumb to such an assault. Thus, Ortoren opted for the second attack mode, close combat. Since acquiring the Thunder Fruit, he had incorporated the continuous stimulation of electricity into his physical training, fortifying his body further. In comparison, Ortoren's physical prowess had surpassed what he could achieve solely through his innate monstrous talent. Now, in this state of lightning armor, he had fully harnessed the electrical stimulation to enhance his strength, reflexes, and speed significantly. Observing Ortoren's focused demeanor, Kaido wasted no time. Energy surged within him, and azure scales began to manifest across his body, augmenting his already imposing physique. This was a unique transformation for Zoan-type users, often referred to as beast form, though Kaido preferred to call it dragon form. Ortoren had the opportunity to strike before Kaido fully entered this state. Yet he chose to wait silently from a distance. After a brief pause, Kaido spoke, "Then let us engage in earnest battle." As soon as the words left his lips, both figures surged forward, their goals aligned in a collision course toward one another. In the blink of an eye, they stood face to face, nearly pressing against each other. Kaido's fist, charged with Conqueror's haki, aimed directly at Ortoren's shoulder, but Ortoren did not meet the punch head-on as before. His reflexes were astonishingly sharp. He evaded the blow with the agility of a leaf in the wind, maneuvering around Kaido's fist. Utilizing one of the six forms techniques, paper drawing, combined with his Thunder Fruit's enhanced reflexes, Ortoren deftly dodged Kaido's strike and closed the distance, targeting Kaido's abdomen with an elbow strike. "Heavy flow explosion!" Ortoren roared. The lightning armor on Ortoren's elbow struck Kaido's midsection with tremendous force, causing him to bend forward in agony. His expression contorted in pain. It was evident that this fierce blow was significantly stronger than previous encounters. Kaido, already somewhat at a disadvantage in strength, faced Ortoren, who, endowed with innate strength and bolstered by the power of lightning, delivered a blow that lifted Kaido's feet off the ground, sending him tumbling backward. Yet Ortoren did not relent after landing that hit. Like a tempest, he swiftly followed up with a second attack. The rumble of thunder echoed as Ortoren executed a lightning flash. Closing the distance to Kaido, his arm bent like a drawn sword, slashing toward Kaido's neck with a ferocious shout, "Lightning Plowblade." Not only was Kaido lacking in power compared to Ortoren, but he was also outpaced. Coupled with his current airborne state, he could not evade this strike. Rage flared within him as he felt Ortoren's arm tighten around his throat, as if his very windpipe had been shattered, causing him to involuntarily spew forth a mouthful of blood. Before he could recover, Ortoren followed up with an uppercut that struck Kaido squarely on the chin, sending him soaring into the air. Clearly, this was merely a setup, for as Kaido ascended, a streak of lightning, moving several times faster than him, appeared behind. Despite the physical disparity, Ortoren seamlessly locked onto Kaido from behind, wrapping his arms under Kaido's armpits and intertwining his hands at the back of Kaido's neck. "You bastard," Kaido gasped, alarm coursing through him as he struggled to break free, but he found himself ensnared by Ortoren's superior strength. The power of lightning surged like the chill of winter frost, rapidly enveloping Kaido in a dense shroud of electrical energy. In an instant, he was completely encased in the vibrant lightning elements. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Ortoren's eyes as he bellowed, "Thunder Bomb!" The formidable force of electricity, entwining both Ortoren and Kaido, descended from above, crashing down with such velocity that it struck the ground with a deafening impact. Instantly, the earth was bathed in a blue-white hue, and within moments, the ground in a radius of several hundred meters shattered explosively, unleashing a torrent of lightning elements that obliterated everything in their path. On the nearby sea surface, Garp stood atop the ship's mast, a telescope in hand, utterly astonished by the unfolding spectacle on the island. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he turned to his companion Kazan, who mirrored his astonishment and inquired, "Given your close relationship, haven't you ever sparred with him?" Alas, he fears that he may lose control. Thus, while at headquarters, he adopts a demeanor that is exceedingly amiable and refrains from engaging in physical confrontation. Kazan gulped as he spoke. This is rather peculiar, for Ortolan has not engaged in any physical altercation since that incident of campus violence. The most he has done is spar with his mentor, Zephyr, merely for the sake of fulfilling academic credits, never to such a serious extent. Consequently, Kazan is greatly astonished, as is Garp. Though both acknowledge Ortolan's extraordinary talent and immense potential, recognizing him as a diligent and eager learner destined for greatness and likely to become a top-tier master, it remains merely a matter of the future. Their understanding of Ortolan's current circumstances is likely still tethered to the memories of that unfortunate campus violence. Kazan even harbors the belief that should he engage Ortolan in combat, with sufficient seriousness, he could easily overpower him. However, just moments ago, as they stood atop the mast and witnessed the fierce battle that unfolded over the course of mere minutes, Ortolan's displayed prowess, especially in the final moments of his lightning release armor form, was nothing short of astonishing. Kazan mentally simulated the scenario. If he were to encounter Ortolan in such a state, would he be able to handle it? The answer swiftly materialized in his mind. No, perhaps he would even find himself utterly overwhelmed. The Thunder Fruit, indeed, lives up to its reputation as one of the invincible devil fruit powers, Garp mused inwardly. Upon reflection, he concluded that the Thunder Fruit is indeed a perfect match for a being like Ortolan. Had it been any other devil fruit, he doubted it would have enhanced his abilities to such a terrifying extent and at such an accelerated pace. Ortolan already possesses formidable talent, strength, and physical prowess. He surpasses the typical Zoan types. Even the ancient breeds regard him merely as a user of a devil fruit is an understatement. He might as well be considered a mythical beast in his own right. In terms of strength and physicality, his only shortcomings might lie in speed and reflexes, yet the Thunder Fruit seamlessly elevates these deficiencies to a level that perfectly balances with his physical attributes. Thus, upon contemplation, one realizes that Ortolan is indeed a quintessential warrior, devoid of any discernible weaknesses. Consequently, after addressing the gaps in speed and reflex, his strength, combined with his extraordinary physicality and the powers of the Thunder Fruit, has allowed him to reach a point where he can, at least for a brief time, completely suppress Kaido. While Garp was immersed in these thoughts, he suddenly noticed a figure in the sky on the opposite side of the island. As he focused, it seemed the figure sensed his gaze and looked up in his direction. Their eyes met, and Garp's expression darkened. "Damn it, it's Charlotte Linlin." In that instant, Garp knew he could not afford to delay any longer. He jumped down from the mast, took a running leap on the deck, and propelled himself towards the sea. He then executed a series of rapid steps in midair, hastily abandoning any semblance of composure. As he raced towards the island with great speed on the island, Ortolan's skin flushed red, as if he were about to be cooked alive. He was half squatting on the ground, and with each breath, tendrils of black smoke mingled with white mist escaped from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. It was evident that he was enduring the intense strain of lightning coursing through his body. For Ortolan, this state was considerably taxing. In this process, he first had to suppress his elemental transformation, for if he were to succumb to it, he would become purely a being of lightning. rendering the stimulation moot. After halting his elemental transformation, utilizing such potent lightning energy to stimulate himself felt akin to subjecting his body to a continuous internal electric assault, albeit at a relatively steady pace. Despite his formidable constitution, his internal organs were not indestructible, thus the pressure was immense. Nevertheless, Ortolan could sense that each time he fully embraced this state, his body's adaptability to the lightning power increased significantly, suggesting that the next time he entered this full-throttle condition, he would be able to endure it for a longer duration. After catching his breath and calming his somewhat tumultuous state, Ortolan gradually rose from the ground and gazed at the deep crater not far away. Kaido lay flat within it, resembling a charred figure, emitting clouds of black smoke, utterly motionless. "I it over," Ortolan pondered, uncertainty gnawing at him. Truth be told, while that last attack was exceedingly ferocious, Ortolan was confident that few at sea could withstand it unscathed. However, given Kaido's robust constitution as a Zoan-type mythical beast, it was improbable that he would emerge entirely unscathed. Yet the notion of having defeated him in a single strike seemed absurd to Ortolan. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Kaido suddenly executed a sit-up from his prone position in the pit, sitting upright. Ugh! Kaido exhaled sharply, a billow of black smoke erupting from his mouth. Gradually, he steadied his somewhat ragged breathing and regarded Ortolan with a glint of admiration. Saying, "That was intense. I almost forgot the last time I was knocked out like that." As he spoke, his voice was hoarse, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Yet, as described for Kaido, it was merely a testament to the intensity of the encounter. He had not lost his fighting spirit. Ortolan observed this scene, his eyelids twitching slightly. "So, you can do sit-ups, can you?" Just as Ortolan was about to speak, an abrupt shift in expression occurred for both him and Kaido, and they simultaneously fled the area. Ortolan vanished in a flash of lightning, while Kaido appeared far more frantic, scrambling to his feet and rolling away. In the next instant, a torrid column of flames descended from above, crashing violently into the spot where they had just stood. The ground beneath was instantly transformed into molten rock, some areas even sprouting unknown crystals. A testament to the ferocity of the flames point 10,000 great deities of fire. The familiar voice resonated in Ortolan's ears. Hundreds of meters away, amidst the rubble, Ortolan shook the dust from his heroic cloak and retrieved his previously discarded warhammer. Resting it on his shoulder, in another direction, also hundreds of meters away, Kaido swiftly grasped his kanabo, his expression grave as he stared intently at the heart of the inferno. There, a tall yet slender figure emerged from the flames. As she approached, the once volatile fire seemed to recognize its sovereign, retreating to unveil a path of flames. Eventually, a long leg clad in leather boots stepped forth, followed closely by the imposing yet elegant figure of Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin. It had been over a year since their last encounter, and Ortolan wondered whether she had undergone any recent enhancements in his memory. His formidable mother, upon crossing into her 40s, should have begun to decline in appearance and stature. Yet now, she appeared as formidable as ever. Could his presence have somehow influenced her? That seemed unlikely. Charlotte Linlin donned her signature white-collar captain's hat, adorned with a pink and yellow spotted scarf, her lips painted in a vivid hue, and draped in a coat resembling a naval cape. Embers of flames still lingered on her fists, but as she stepped out of the blaze, they swiftly extinguished. With a confident smile, she surveyed Kaido and Ortolan before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! Why so silent? Did I fail to greet you properly?" Upon witnessing his mother, Ortolan reaffirmed a crucial realization. In comparison to the current Kaido, she indeed possessed a superior strength, and the disparity was unmistakable. Merely observing their auras made it evident. Kaido's expression revealed his unease as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Linlin, it's been a while. You haven't changed a bit." Charlotte Linlin chuckled, gazing at Kaido with a teasing smile. "It has indeed been a while. Kaido, you seem to have matured quite a bit since we last met, resembling a manly figure." "Damn it." Kaido glared at Charlotte Linlin, as if she had struck a nerve in the distance. Ortolan observed the scene with great interest, his mind recalling the book penned by Rox, which had mentioned Kaido's secret crush. He vaguely remembered that during their time on the ship, Kaido had confessed his feelings to Charlotte Linlin, only to be rebuffed with the excuse of not liking kids, considering her recent comment about him appearing more masculine. It was not difficult to deduce her teasing intent, and it was no wonder Kaido looked so pained. After her jest, Charlotte Lingling's expression shifted to seriousness. You understand my intentions, don't you, Kaido? The technology in the hands of these scientists can realize my dreams of gigantism. So don't you dare try to snatch it from me. When you're a pirate, seizing what you desire is the rule, and that is a lesson you taught me, Linlin, that my beast pirates also require their share. Kaido resolutely rejected her claim. Kaido was not adept at managing territories, while Charlotte Linlin excelled in this area. Tato Land, though a pirate nation, did not impose excessive burdens on its citizens beyond the periodic soul tax. Surprisingly, Charlotte Linlin was not harsh on her people. There were no chaotic regulations, and she did not indiscriminately obliterate islands under her control unless driven by hunger or if her tribute deserts were not delivered. Ortolan, during his time in the Navy, had conducted various assessments of Tato Land and found its economic conditions to be quite favorable, with stable law and order and relatively safe waters. Even with the soul tax, many individuals traveled great distances to join Tato Land. Consequently, the Navy had gradually increased the threat level associated with the Big Mom pirates over the years. With effective territorial management, Charlotte Linlin naturally had wealth at her disposal. In contrast, Kaido found himself lacking in resources, relying on the nobles of Wano to exploit the populace to maintain his own extravagant lifestyle. Thus, Kaido sought to secure a stable source of income for his pirate crew, such as the arms trade. His subsequent ventures proved successful. As in the original narrative, his arms dealings expanded significantly, making him a covert supplier for the world government. Theoretically, every cannonball fired by the Navy bore the imprint of Kaido's labor. Then there's nothing to discuss, Charlotte Linlin remarked, a smile still gracing her lips, though her gaze turned increasingly menacing. While Kaido struggled to maintain control over the situation, he felt no fear if he were to cower at every turn. How could he claim to be a pirate captain? Thus, he hefted his kanabo onto his shoulder and declared, "There is nothing to discuss." Humph. Charlotte Linlin scoffed, "Then let me see what progress you've made over the years." As her words fell, Charlotte Linlin stomped her foot, shattering the scorched, crystallized ground beneath her, and her figure abruptly vanished from sight. A wave of unease washed over Kaido as he summoned his conqueror's haki. Fully aware of the terrifying power Charlotte Linlin wielded, he knew he had to give his all from the very beginning, or face certain defeat. In that fleeting moment, Kaido contemplated various scenarios and devised multiple strategies. Over the years, he had regarded Charlotte Linlin, once a formidable leader, as a hypothetical rival. Envisioning their battles countless times in his mind, he was confident that he could handle any move she made. Yet in the next instant, Kaido was left dumbfounded. Not only was Kaido bewildered, but Ortolan too, as Charlotte Linlin, who had seemed poised to confront Kaido, suddenly directed her attack at him. Her own son? Kaido, whose speed was not his forte, a fact Ortolan had discerned from their previous encounters, was surprised to find that Charlotte Linglin's speed was equally unremarkable, at least during her tenure as one of the four emperors. Yet at that moment, Ortolan, an awakened user of the rumble fruit, nearly fell victim to Charlotte Linglin's sudden maneuver. There were no flames, no lightning, nor any of the soul power she typically boasted. Instead, it was a simple, pure punch, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki. "Mama has missed you dearly, my precious son," Charlotte Linlin declared, a savage smile gracing her lips. Ortolan, however, managed to react in time. He could match Charlotte Linglin's speed and felt he could evade her punch. Yet, inexplicably, he chose not to retreat. Instead, he yearned to test the extent of the power he shared with Charlotte Linlin, to gauge the chasm that lay between them. Thus, facing her unexpected strike, Ortolan bellowed, "Don't underestimate me." Without hesitation, he wrapped his own conqueror's haki around his fist and launched a punch towards Charlotte Linglin's blow. When confronting Kaido, Ortolan had held his ground, even gaining the upper hand in strength. But now, against Charlotte Linlin, he instantly felt the weight of unfathomable pressure. In a mere 2 seconds of stalemate, his conqueror's haki was utterly shattered by Charlotte Linlin. Instantly, her fist collided with Ortolan's, and the ground beneath them buckled under the strain that Ortolan's legs sank into the earth like a nail driven into wood. Yet he somehow managed to absorb the impact of her punch, preventing Charlotte Linlin from advancing further. However, before Ortolan could revel in this thought, Charlotte Linlin smirked and said, "It seems the Navy has trained you well. You are indeed much stronger than a year ago." Little brat. As her words echoed, her arm muscles bulged grotesquely, disrupting her otherwise graceful appearance. Yet, despite this ungraceful transformation, the raw power she unleashed was earth-shattering. With a resounding crack, Ortolan's haki was completely obliterated. Subsequently, her fist pressed down with relentless force, forcing Ortolan's arm against his chest, and his legs, once firmly planted, could no longer support him, causing him to tilt backward. Finally, with a thunderous crash, Charlotte Linlin landed on the ground, her body sinking into a stance, her fist pinning Ortolan beneath her. With a single blow, Charlotte Linlin's brute strength utterly overwhelmed Ortolan. As her fist pressed against Ortolan's arm, she felt the sharp pain of his ribs fracturing beneath her might. Simultaneously, the internal turmoil of his organs surged painfully, a result of the earlier electric assault compounded by the current devastating blow. Unable to contain himself, Ortolan coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his insides, his vigor swiftly waning. "With skills like these, you have no reason to be proud, Ortolan," Charlotte Linlin remarked, a glimmer of amusement sparkling in her eyes. In that instant, a shadow flashed before Charlotte Linlin, and without warning, a powerful fist struck her face like a cannonball. "Oh, you have a problem with my subordinate, you damn pirate?" It was Karp. Karp's iron fist was formidable enough to break through her defenses, causing blood to seep from Charlotte Linlin's face as her towering form was sent flying, crashing into the cliff that Kaido had previously shattered, halting her trajectory only 100 meters away. From the rubble, a hand emerged, and Charlotte Linlin climbed out, casually wiping the blood from her face. She regarded Karp with a smirk, still so impolite. "Karp?" Karp rolled his shoulders and replied gravely, "What need is there for politeness with pirates like you?" Meanwhile, Ortolan rose from the ground. Although he felt several ribs crack and his internal organs sustain some damage, it was of little consequence. The blood seeping from the corner of his mouth merely rendered him somewhat disheveled. "Are you all right?" Karp inquired. Ortolan shook his head and replied, "Just a trifling injury." Karp mused, having fought fiercely against Kaido and then endured a heavy blow from Charlotte Linlin, Ortolan still had the audacity to claim it was merely a minor wound. Indeed, he was a monster on the other side. Kaido's mind was somewhat muddled as he gazed incredulously at the three individuals before him. Karp, the legendary hero of the Navy, was indisputable. It appeared that the one known as Bane Ortolan was indeed his subordinate, also beyond doubt. Yet, why did Linlin refer to herself as the mother of Bane Ortolan? Was he truly your son, Linlin? Kaido could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question that I almost considered swearing brotherhood with him. "And you say he is your son?" Charlotte Linlin smirked, her lips curling into a smile. "Indeed, my son is quite remarkable, isn't he? And you, Karp, your navy is truly audacious. Did he not inform you of his lineage? Surely, the Navy conducts investigations. You would accept even a descendant flowing with my blood into your ranks without fear of future calamity. Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Ortolan let out a cold laugh and remarked, "What is this? If you wish, as a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, I could arrange for you to reside in the living quarters of Marineford. If that is insufficient, I could gather some funds to establish a cake shop for you. As a token of filial piety ah ha ha." Karp, amused by Ortolan's words, laughed heartily. "You speak true. If you desire, you could accompany me back to the Navy headquarters." Karp had long been aware of Ortolan's identity. Thus, whatever Charlotte Linlin uttered held little significance for him. On the contrary, her attempts at sowing discord only served to bolster his trust in Ortolan. Naturally, Karp also understood that there might be an element of theatrics involved. However, from his perspective, as long as Ortolan did not engage in actions detrimental to the Navy, he was worthy of trust. Point 1 could not harbor grievances over a few words, especially as Ortolan increasingly demonstrated his strength and potential. How long had it been since he trained at Marineford? Just over a year, and he was already able to contend with Kaido. Such talent was not to be neglected, confirming that Ortolan was indeed Charlotte Linlin's bloodline. Kaido involuntarily chuckled, unable to restrain himself. Linlin, you truly baffle me. How could such a fine specimen fall into the hands of the Navy from your grasp? I scarcely know how to describe you. Ha ha ha! Kaido's words stirred something within Karp. Indeed, if Charlotte Linlin wished to plant a spy within the Navy, she would not relinquish a talent like Ortolan, but rather keep him close to further her own ambitions. Fool! The intricacies of this matter cannot be summarized in mere words. Charlotte Linlin shot Kaido a glare and said, "Let us put our disputes aside for now. We must eliminate these Navy scum first." Had Karp not appeared, Kaido would not have aligned with Charlotte Linlin on this matter. However, with the Navy present, it was only logical for pirates to join forces against them. Thus, Kaido took a deep breath and declared, "Let us coexist harmoniously." At that moment, a violent explosion erupted from the distant research base, and suddenly, Borsalino emerged from the chaos, cradling a figure resembling Einstein. Ortolan instantly recognized the individual as the renowned doctor. Vegapunk and Karp, having reviewed the mission dossier prior, also identified him as the target. Almost simultaneously, as Borsalino burst forth from the explosion, three figures followed in pursuit. Point one was Queen, who had transformed into his Brontosaurus form, appearing gravely injured with numerous charred spots on his body, presumably from Borsalino's assault. The second was Vinsmoke, Judge of Germa, alongside the flustered yet unharmed nature-type user, Caesar Clown. Vinsmoke Judge was the quickest to react. Upon spotting Karp, along with Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, he momentarily froze before turning tail and fleeing. As the king of Germa, his status ostensibly aligned with the world government, the Navy would not normally trouble him. Yet, he was uncertain of the world government's stance at this juncture. Judge had no intention of leveraging the power of pirates. He aimed to return to the North Sea to continue his research and strengthen Germa. Thus, he would not consider allying with Kaido or Charlotte Linlin, these notorious pirates, to serve as their pawn. After Judge made his escape, Queen quickly regained his composure and rushed towards Kaido, shouting, "Boss Kaido. It's me, Queen. You promised to treat me to a meal." With the departure of Queen and Judge, Caesar found himself at a loss. "Wait, I haven't even boarded yet. How am I to choose?" Caesar promptly ruled out the Navy. Not out of fear, but because he had no desire to continue collaborating with Vegapunk, whom he regarded as a tyrant. The man imposed too many restrictions, forbidding him from conducting this or that, and frequently chastising his research as inhumane, which was utterly repugnant to, in Caesar's view. A scientist should not be hindered by societal morals. Only with a heart free from constraints could one achieve groundbreaking results. With Queen siding with Kaido and Vegapunk captured by the Navy, Caesar had no choice but to set his sights on Charlotte Linlin, flying towards her, exclaiming, "Big Mom, save me. I wish to join the Big Mom pirates." As Caesar soared towards Charlotte Linlin, Karp solemnly stated, "Dr. Vegapunk is our primary target, and that fellow named Caesar poses a significant threat. According to our investigations, he frequently develops large-scale destructive weapons. He is our secondary target." "Deal with him?" "Understood," Ortolan promptly responded. Originally, he was unaware of the situation unfolding within the story, but he held some recollection of the eventual outcome. Both Caesar and Dr. Vegapunk will be captured by the Navy. They would likely join the scientific division subsequently established by the Navy. However, Caesar's engagement in forbidden experiments at Punk Hazard would ultimately lead to a catastrophic leak, resulting in the destruction of the entire facility, thereby earning him a prison sentence from the Navy. To be honest, Caesar's experiments were not inherently problematic for the world government and the Navy should he successfully develop formidable weapons of mass destruction. It could be seen as beneficial from a certain perspective. The real issue arose when Caesar's experiments went awry, leading to the obliteration of Punk Hazard, a research base that should have been among the most advanced in the world. One could only imagine the vast sums of money the Navy and world government had invested in cutting-edge research facilities there if Caesar were to destroy such a place. How could the world government and Navy not be incensed? In such circumstances, neither the world government nor the Navy chose to eliminate Caesar directly. Instead, they opted to imprison him, indicating the high regard in which he was held. Under normal circumstances, Caesar might have spent a year or two in jail, merely going through the motions, and could have potentially made a comeback. However, with the subsequent intervention of the likes of Tion Yeka, Don Quixote, and Doflamingo, the prison ship intended for Caesar's confinement at Impel Down was hijacked. ultimately leading to Caesar being brought under the banner of the Don Quixote family, which sparked a series of chaotic events thereafter. The moment the order was given, a flash of electricity coursed through Ortolan's body, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing directly behind Caesar. The very movement of Ortolan caused Charlotte Linlin's eyes to darken, prompting her to pursue with remarkable speed. Without hesitation, Karp, enveloped in his domineering aura, stomped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball in an attempt to intercept Charlotte Linlin. Originally, Kaido could have retreated without issue, as his sole purpose for being there was to take away Queen. Now that the situation had devolved into chaos, and Queen was already secured, a swift withdrawal would have been the most prudent choice. Yet as Kaido beheld Charlotte Linlin's figure, a flicker of reluctance sparked in his eyes. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he thought, given Linlin's temper, if she returns empty-handed, she might unleash her wrath upon me. I might as well lend her a hand. Having concocted a feeble excuse to justify his decision, Kaido unleashed a torrent of heat towards Karp, then brandished his burrow breath, charging at Karp to block him. Although Kaido was not Karp's equal at that moment, and he was acutely aware of this, he nonetheless found no issue in irritating Karp as Ortolan had done to him. Ortolan seized Caesar's shoulder and declared, "Come back to the Navy with me. The benefits are excellent, and it's a stable position. The current job market at sea is rather grim. This is a splendid opportunity." Before Ortolan could finish his sentence, Charlotte Linlin, wielding the Emperor's sword, struck down with a fierce roar, "You ungrateful wretch, betraying your mother is one thing. But do you also seek to capture my subordinates?" Faced with Charlotte Linlin, Ortolan dared not be careless. He immediately released Caesar and, wielding his hammer, countered Charlotte Linlin's assault. The strike, imbued with ferocious flames, collided with Ortolan's war hammer, producing a resounding impact that made Ortolan question whether his innate strength was truly complete. After repelling Ortolan with a single blow, Charlotte Linlin shielded Caesar, stating, "That technique for human gigantification. It's you, isn't it?" "Yes, yes," Caesar hurriedly replied, "but that technique is still somewhat immature." Yet Charlotte Linlin had no time to indulge his ramblings. Ortolan raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning, which Charlotte Linlin countered with a fiery punch, shattering the electrical force while simultaneously raising her blade upwards. Sure enough, Ortolan's figure flickered above Charlotte Linlin, bringing down his hammer with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the residual energy propelled Caesar away from Charlotte Linlin's protection. In that same moment, Ortolan transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards Caesar from behind, ready to seize him. However, Charlotte Linlin's reaction was swift. With a furious shout, she invoked a soul incantation. A strange, eerie green light erupted from Charlotte Linlin, and the moment it enveloped Ortolan, it caused a brief halt in his thoughts, as if his very soul yearned to break free from the confines of his body. Before Ortolan could extricate himself from this state, Charlotte Linlin struck him from behind, cleaving through his flesh and sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Crashing violently into the ground, "To challenge me is to be a million years too early," Charlotte Linlin sneered. Meanwhile, Caesar, affected by the soul incantation, had his mouth agape, as the eerie green essence seemed poised to escape him. Charlotte Linlin reached out and forcibly shoved Caesar's soul back into his mouth, cursing, "Cowardly fool." The power of the soul incantation could indeed seize another soul, but it was intrinsically linked to willpower. Against formidable adversaries such as Karp, it would bear no effect. Even Ortolan, who was still inexperienced, merely experienced a momentary lapse in thought. In contrast, Caesar's performance was rather pitiful. He nearly expelled his soul from just a ripple of residual force. This also reflected the extraordinary and bizarre nature of Charlotte Linlin's abilities. For any ordinary minion, merely harboring the slightest fear of her could spell their doom. Ortolan rose from the ground, feeling a searing pain in his back, silently cursing his mother for her mercilessness. However, he dared not linger, his eyes crackling with electricity as he prepared to once again harness the potent lightning element, ready to confront Charlotte Linlin head-on. Yet at that moment, a crimson firework erupted from the distant harbor, signaling from the direction of the warship where Kazan was located. Upon seeing the firework, Ortolan's heart raced. This was the highest level of retreat signal. indicating a significant event had occurred, necessitating an abandonment of the mission. Karp, having just sent Kaido flying with a punch, was preparing to assist Ortolan when he spotted the firework. His expression stiffened, without a second thought. He called out, "Ortolan, retreat." Although they had not managed to capture Caesar, they had secured Dr. Vegapunk, which meant the Navy had at least achieved a minimum success. Now faced with an emergency, Karp, despite his usual carefree demeanor, remained astutely aware. With orders issued, Ortolan wasted no time, casting a meaningful glance at Charlotte Linlin before vanishing in a flash of electricity, swiftly departing the island. Meanwhile, the warships that had yet to reach the island began to turn back. Kazan and Borsellino bore expressions of deep concern, clearly indicating that something significant had transpired. Ortolan moved with incredible speed, landing on the deck with a crash, and solemnly inquired, "What is the situation?" After inspecting G1, the admiral had intended to return to Marineford, but was forced to stop at Farini's island due to a tsunami, where he encountered the Red Count, Bartholomew, who launched an attack on the admiral. The two were now locked in fierce combat, but there were no elite guards by the admiral's side, necessitating a rapid response for support. Otherwise, any embarrassing outcome would be a severe blow to our entire navy. Kazan immediately replied, "Ortolan, it has to be you, Old Red." In that moment, Ortolan finally connected the dots. He understood why the steel-boned admiral, the Navy's commander, found himself compelled to face the Red Count alone, nearly facing defeat, and ultimately required Karp's intervention to subdue him. This had been the very conundrum Ortolan had struggled to comprehend. As the admiral, the steel-boned giant would surely have formidable guards. How could he possibly be ambushed by the Red Count? Now it appeared that the narrative had unfolded such that either Karp had been diverted to execute a different task mid-journey, or the tsunami had caused a disconnection with the steel-boned admiral's fleet, ultimately forcing the admiral to confront the Red Count alone. As Ortolan pondered these matters, the ship's doctor had already arrived, promptly attending to his wounds.